Ning Shu has met her demise, yet fortuitously transformed into a tasker destined to reverse the fate of the unfortunate cannon fodder. Thus, Ning Shu traverses from one world to another, embodying various lives and encountering an array of individuals characterized as cold-hearted, ruthless, and unreasonable. She is confronted with a plethora of insipid personalities: white lotus flowers, green tea bitches, and scheming vixens, leaving her to ponder whether the world can still possess any semblance of genuine goodness and beauty. In exasperation, Ning Shu exclaims, "You wretched beings! I am merely here to reclaim my destiny. Please do not hinder me in fulfilling my mission." In the realm of protagonists reborn and those who traverse through life anew, there exists only the diligent tasker. There is no halo of the protagonist that cannot be dislodged. Chapter 1. Finally departed, Ning Shu stood beside the hospital bed, witnessing a procession of doctors clad in white coats passing through her corporeal form, striving to save the woman lying upon the bed. Her gaze fell upon the woman, whose face was ashen, devoid of hair, and even lacking eyebrows, peacefully resting on the bed. The sight of a person without eyebrows struck Ning Shu as rather amusing. At that moment, she found herself preoccupied with the triviality of eyebrows, realizing that death might not be as terrifying or painful as she had anticipated. She felt no anguish whatsoever. This ethereal sensation left Ning Shu feeling precarious and unsteady within her heart. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, and a couple rushed in, collapsing into tears as they embraced Ning Shu's form, their eyes swollen with grief. Following them were two men, her brothers. Ning Shu extended her arms, yearning to hold her mother, only to find herself passing through her mother's body. "Mother, please do not grieve so deeply. Sister has found her release. She has departed to another realm." Ning Shu's elder brother comforted their mother. Ning Shu observed them as if she were a mere spectator. She had indeed found her liberation, having been hospitalized since the age of 15, enduring bi-weekly chemotherapy sessio. The excruciating pain that had penetrated her very bones had accompanied her for over a decade. Initially, their family was engulfed in despair, feeling profound sorrow for her plight. Yet, as time passed, their visits to the hospital diminished, and they became increasingly desensitized to her affliction. Ning Shu harbored no resentment towards them. Rather, she felt a sense of gratitude for being born into an affluent family that afforded her the opportunity for treatment. Surviving on the hospital bed for over 10 years brought her a certain fulfillment, though life was rife with regrets. A smile blossomed within Ning Shu's spirit as she expressed her gratitude to her family, thanking them for their support. Her essence grew lighter, drifting uncontrollably, unaware of where she might float away to. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silencia, a cold, unyielding voice that reverberated within her soul. Soul verified binding to the system space. Immediately, Ning Shu sensed a chilling presence coursing through her being. It was her very soul that felt a surge of frigid energy explode within her essence. Under the onslaught of this energy, Ning Shu gracefully succumbed to unconsciousness. In her final moments of awareness, her last thought lingered. Could it be that she was unable to reincarnate? Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Ning Shu finally awakened, feeling profoundly fatigued, her soul weighed down by an overwhelming heaviness that instilled a sense of utter exhaustion and disarray. She instinctively rubbed her temples, only to realize that the sensation was akin to caressing soft cotton. A mixture of surprise and trepidation coursed through her. She could not comprehend the nature of her current predicament. Her soul had transformed in ways she could not fathom, leaving her uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet, such a state of being would surely render her essence less susceptible to dissolution. As she steadied her mind, Ning Shu surveyed her surroundings, which were enveloped in a vast expanse of white devoid of sound or life, a chilling silence that felt eerily unnatural. The absence of any stimuli filled her with dread, a sentiment all humans share when confronted with the unknown, and Ning Shu was no exception. Even in her ethereal form, the circumstances before her were unsettling. However, she reminded herself that she was still alive, albeit in a different capacity. Rather than dwell on the incomprehensible, she chose to embrace her current reality. If the afflictions of illness had inflicted upon her boundless suffering and torment, They had also bestowed upon her a resilient spirit, one that endured endless pain. Without such fortitude, she might have long succumbed to despair. Ning Shu pressed her foot against the peculiar substance beneath her, its texture unfamiliar. Curiosity piqued. She bent down to touch it, having never encountered anything like it before. As she continued to assess her surroundings, she ultimately concluded that she was alone in this place and abandoned her search for companions. She settled onto the ground, adopting a meditative posture, closing her eyes to seek solace within herself. To speak candidly, Ning Shu cherishes life more than anyone else. Since she has arrived at this place, there must be a reason for her presence here. All she can do is wait, awaiting the revelation of her fate. It is uncertain whether it is merely Ning Shu's illusion, but she finds a profound comfort in her meditation, not in her corporeal form, but rather in her spirit. A warm essence flows into her being, inducing a sense of lightness. The boundless waiting instills a sense of dread. To pass the time, Ning Shu has engaged in a meditative practice, absorbing an enigmatic energy into her body. Unsure of how to assimilate this essence, she relies solely on instinct. Upon opening her eyes, a glimmer of surprise dances in her gaze. She touches her body, sensing subtle changes. Previously, her form felt as soft as cotton, almost insubstantial, yet now it appears slightly more toned. Though the change is minimal, it is still perceptible to her. What manner of place is this that possesses the power to strengthen one's soul? It is truly remarkable. Assessment passed, task initiated. A chilling mechanical voice echoed through the desolate space. It sounds strikingly out of place and eerie. Upon hearing this voice, Ning Shu instinctively felt a shiver run through her body. It seemed familiar, as though she had encountered it before, just before losing consciousness. In the face of the incomprehensible, Ning Shu adopts a cautious demeanor, refraining from questioning the identity or intentions of the voice. In her current state, what could others possibly seek from her? Your current identification number is 23333. Identification number 23333. Are you ready to commence the task? As Ning Shu's words faded, a projection screen materialized before her, displaying her information. Identification number 23333. Name Ning Shu. Age 27. Experience points 0010000. Soul points 60. Life points 50. Charm points. Luck points 20. Mental strength 120. Skills none. Honorary titles none. Gazing at these attributes, Ning Shu felt as though she were immersed in an online game. However, she couldn't help but wonder why her charm was represented by a series of question marks. Dismissing the insignificance of the charm attribute, she inquired about other matters. My identification number is 23,333. Does that imply there are others before me? Players are not authorized to know, came the cold response. What happens when experience points reach 10,000? Players are not authorized to know. Since I'm a player, are there not other players? Players are not authorized to know. Why is my charm value unknown? Surely, she should be entitled to that knowledge. The mechanical voice paused momentarily before responding. During your existence, no man has ever expressed affection or love towards you. Therefore, your charm value remains undeed. Table Ning Shu. Chapter 2. Transferred to the wrong world. Countless realms interweave within the tapestry of existence, and Ning Shu's purpose is to traverse these infinite planes, fulfilling the desires of those who offer a piece of themselves, yearning for their lives to be transformed. Thus, the task taker emerges. Upon discovering her ability to inhabit the bodies of others, Ning Shu felt a surge of elation. By completing these tasks, she could experience the life of a healthy individual, rectifying the regrets of her past existence. However, a being identifying itself as a system cast a pall over her excitement. Your mission time is limited to 5 years. Your life force is a mere 50 points, with each point representing 1 year. Should you exceed this limit, you will cease to exist. Of course, you may choose to remain in the mission world, living out your days, but that will be the end of your journey. Ning Shu nodded, indicating her understanding. For your inaugural mission, the system has selected the simplest task, a school setting. Shall we commence? The system's voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. Each time the system spoke, Ning Shu felt a chill permeate her being. Disliking its tone, she promptly replied, "Begin the mission." Before she could prepare herself, Ning Shu's mind was thrown into disarray. She felt as though she were trapped within a confined, suffocating vessel, unable to move, enduring an most unbearable agony. Beat that little harlot to death. Does she even look at herself? How dare she approach the prince? Such audacity. She truly believes herself to be a lady of the manor. A strumpet, as Ning Shu gradually regained her senses, she was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of voices, filled with vitriol and contempt, as numerous individuals relentlessly assaulted her. Mercilessly kicking her body, it felt as though they intended to dismantle her very bones. What was this situation? Wasn't this supposed to be the simplest of tasks? How could she be beset by such a multitude of attackers? Where's the promised simplicity? Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a blinding array of pale limbs, occasionally delivering sharp kicks to her form. The floor was imbued with the pungent odor of tile mingled with the distinct stench of a restroom, and in that moment, Ning Shu comprehended her dire predicament. She was in Circlita, indeed beaten in a lavatory. Her mind was a blank slate, devoid of the capacity to process the unfolding narrative of this world. Faced with such a bewildering scenario, she felt momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a hand reached out, grasping her collar and yanking her upright. Ning Shu found herself standing, her body moving against her will, as she opened her eyes to confront her assailant. Before her stood a girl clad in a school uniform and a short skirt, her gaze directed at Ning Shu with palpable disdain and loathing. The girl's finger jabbed at Ning Shu's face, her long nails almost piercing the flesh. Ning Shu winced in pain, her body instinctively recoiling, yet years of suffering had taught her to endure. However, the frailty of this new body overwhelmed her, and she couldn't suppress a cry of anguish. Witnessing the malicious delight in her opponent's eyes sent a chill through Ning Shu's heart. Such profound hatred radiated from this youthful girl, revealing a darkness that transcended mere adolescent cruelty. This was no longer a simple case of schoolyard bullying. The girl, noticing Ning Shu's dazed expression, seized her by the hair and forcefully slammed her head against the wall house. A resounding thud to echo through the space. Ning Shu, already in a state of confusion, found her mind further clouded as her head was pressed against the wall. She felt as though her very soul were on the verge of escaping her body, a sense of panic rising within her. She could not abandon this corporeal form. The success of her mission hinged upon it. It made no sense for her initial endeavor to end in failure. Instinctively, she sensed that if she were to falter now, she might cease to exist altogether, that Ning Shu would be low. Forever. Drawing upon her inner strength, Ning Shu endured the pain coursing through her body. Perhaps sensing her lack of resistance and finding the situation tedious, the girl eventually released her grip. As she departed, she stepped on Ning Shu, eliciting a sharp spasm of pain. Startled by her bogus reaction, Ning Shu took a moment to quell her emotions before rising from the floor. She retreated to the restroom, closed the door, and sat upon the toilet, feeling utterly drained of vitality. Now, every inch of her ached. The brutality of those girls had been excessive. Once her emotions settled somewhat, Ning Shu began to absorb the narrative of this world. Ace Academy was an esteemed institution, a sanctuary for the affluent and elite, where only the children of the wealthy and powerful were granted entry. It was a gilded environment, characterized by an unyielding hierarchy, with social status determined solely by the naked power of wealth. However, one day, in this realm of exquisite swans, an unsightly duckling made her appearance, akin to a blemish marring a beautifully adorned canvas, utterly tarnishing the artwork. Consequently, this ugly duckling became acutely aware of the world's malice, beset by an incessant barrage of challenges and ridicule. In every school, there exist a few ethereal beings, nobles of high lineage, princes whose mere footfalls could reverberate through the global economy, effortlessly charming and affluent, possessing all the finest treasures of the earth. At Ace, there were indeed such princes, 3 in total, entwined in an intricate web of emotional turmoil with the ugly duckling. Yet, all of this bears little relevance to Ning Shu. This ugly duckling is not her. The name of this body is Lin Jiejia, a second-year high school student whose family operates a company. Gaining admission to a prestigious institution like ACE was purely the result of fortuitous happenstance, and the reason she is subjected to such mistreatment by many is due to Havi. Ing offended that ugly duckling. This ugly duckling was once a female cultivator from the realm of cultivation, whose body was destroyed, only to find herself traversing into the form of the unsightly duckling. After using her spiritual energy to heal a person of great stature, she arrived at Ace. The cultivator deemed this body beneath her, yet she found herself unable to vacate it. Her powers had diminished significantly. Should she leave this vessel, her soul would dissipate. Thus, she utilized her spiritual energy to enhance this body's attributes, transforming the once drab and unappealing duckling into a captivating goddess. Faced with the various provocations from her students, the once aptly named ugly duckling, now feeling it inappropriate to be called so, Ning Shu found their antics quite juvenile. Believing that a mere thought could dissolve the troubles at hand, Ning Shu had never contemplated basking in the limelight of the school. She maintained her humble appearance. Yet this very demeanor caught the attention of three princes. Having lived as a nun for so long, she naturally held little regard for these youthful scamps, yet did not hinder her from deriving a sense of superiority from their admiration. This was no longer the brutal world of cultivation. Ning Shu, now relaxed, found pleasure in being adored. Cultivators? Ning Shu gasped, bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be the simplest of worlds? How could cultivators possibly emerge here? Ning Shu was well aware of what cultivators represented in the eyes of ordinary people mortals. Such formidable characters had appeared within the campus realm. Ning Shu had little hope left for this mission. She was merely an ordinary individual, while her counterpart was AV. Irritable force, engaging in stone gambling, establishing factions, and flourishing with the allure of a goddess at school, only to transform into the Dark Queen beyond its gates. It felt as though Ning Shu might unravel the very fabric of this world. The disparity between them was staggering. Ning Xian even suspected that the frigid system was toying with he. Was this truly a simple task? Upon observing the original owner's wish to bring the lofty Ning Shu down to earth, to free the proud and aloof from Ning Shu's manipulative grasp, and to ensure that those who had aided Ning Shu in tormenting her would face retribution, Ning Shu could only respond with a resigned silence. Ning Shu acutely sensed that something was amiss with her mission. Indeed, it felt profoundly wrong. Although she was the task-bearer, she possessed no advantages whatsoever. In the face of overwhelming power, everything was rendered inconsequential. Strength could obliterate all. Ning Shu attempted to summon the system in her mind, hoping to establish a connection. The original owner's aspirations were exceedingly difficult to fulfill, and she felt powerless to reverse her fate. Deep down, Ning Shu was aware of her own limitations. She estimated that before even reaching Ning Shu, she would be swiftly defeated. She cherished her life immensely. To her astonishment, as she merely experimented with the call, she actually made contact with the system. A sound akin to electrical currents crackled on the other end before the system responded in a mechanical voice. "What are you doing in this world?" Ning Shu nearly spat blood. How could she possibly know why she was in this world? A buzzing noise resonated in her mind, and then the system vanished, leaving her in a state of shock. Had the difficulty of her mission been elevated by several levels? Now that matters had unfolded in this manner, Ning Shu found herself unafraid with no retreat. A surge of defiance arose within her. Having already faced death, what was there to fear? Now endowed with a healthy body, she felt she had gained something valuable. While Ning Shu may lack various skills, she excelled in patience and endurance. As for the recent violent incident, it stemmed from the original owner confronting the aloof cold prince, claiming that Ning Shu was entangled with unsavory characters and had ties to the leader of a crime syndicate. She naively believed she was enlightening cold AO, warning him not to be deceived, and proceeded to malign Ning Shu with a plethora of disparaging. Ji remarks that in truth, the original owner, Lin Jiejia, spoke with sincerity. Ling Shu has connections with individuals from the underworld. The very suggestion of aiding the gang comes from Ling Shu herself, who is intertwined with the Black Society, and her destined partner is none other than the leader of a gang. It is the combination of maturity, ruthlessness, and a visage reminiscent of a celestial being that captivates Ning Shu. The so-called princes, who are idolized within the school, appear to her as mere childish brats, nothing more than distractions to amuse herself with during her moments of ennui. Ironically, these three princes seem to revel in this very dynamic. Ning Shu was taken aback to discover that the original owner had the audacity to speak ill of her before the aloof individual, prompting her to have the original owner dealt with. A character of such insignificance barely warranted her attention, which led to the earlier incident in the restroom. The individual who had struck was also a target of Lin Jiajia's retribution. Alas, the task ahead is both arduous and extensive. Ning Xian finds herself at a loss for solutions as she exits the restroom, the timing coinciding with class hours, leaving the CA. MPUs devoid of wandering souls. Following the path etched in her memory, she makes her way to the school infirmary. The wounds upon her body require tending, for nothing is more paramount than the health of one's body. Moreover, she finds herself in a state where little else can be accomplished. The school nurse, a man in his 20s, dons spectacles that bestow an air of scholarly charm upon his handsome features. Clad in a white coat, he somehow exudes a striking and appealing demeanor. In summary, he is an extraordinarily charismatic man. The room is filled with injured female students, each nursing ailments ranging from stomach pains to sprained ankles, and even one requesting the school doctor to massage her abdomen. And due to her menstrual discomfort, this alone indicates the level of admiration these students hold for him. Ning Shu pursed her lips, waiting in line, observing the girls ahead whose eyes sparkled with infatuation, seemingly oblivious to their discomfort. It appeared she was the only one truly injured she wished to be attended to first. Leaning against the wall, she finally reached her turn. The school doctor glanced at her, and upon seeing her bruised face, his handsome features displayed a look of surprise. Clearly, he was accustomed to encountering those feigning illness, yet the sudden appearance of an actual patient intrigued him. Pointing to the bump on her forehead, Ning Shu stated directly, "Please attend to this." As for the other injuries she bore, she had no intention of revealing them. She had expected the school doctor to be a woman, yet here he was, a strikingly handsome man, a true wasp. He of such allure in a medical role. Indeed, this place was evidently the domain of the heroine, where even the school doctor possessed such captivating charm. Taking a cotton swab dipped in antiseptic alcohol, the doctor proceeded to poke at Ning Shu's bruised face, showing no signs of gentleness. Ning Shu winced, feeling as though even the innocent school doctor bore a fierce demeanor towards her. Was the entire institution of Ace enveloped in Ling Shu's aura? In the end, the doctor quickly bandaged her injury and inquired, "All done? How did this happen?" Despite the injury, the matter was dismissed so easily. The swelling had reached an alarming height, yet it was treated with such casualness. As a patient who had spent over a decade in hospitals, I found such a nonchalant attitude towards life to be a profound disrespect and an utter irresponsibility. Is this really all there is to it? Ning Shu couldn't help but voice her frustration, pointing at her forehead, which had swollen to resemble a unicorn. The crude treatment left her feeling exceedingly irked. Everything seemed to be going awry. The school doctor adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, imparting an aura of malevolence. He asked in a rather indifferent tone, "What do you propose, then, to wrap yourself up entirely?" This school doctor was essentially a mere formality. The students attending this academy came from families with their own dedicated physicians. Faced with such a serious-minded student, the doctor raised an eyebrow and regarded Ning Shu with a mix of curiosity and disdain. Ning Shu found herself at a loss for words, feeling that his audacity made her appear unreasonable. Having traversed into this world for only a brief period, Ning Shu felt her worldview had been irrevocably altered. The young girls at school could be so fierce, and the school doctor could be so brazen. Did he not fear being dismissed by the institution? Unsure of what to say and feeling no desire to engage further, she stood up to leave. Her mind was consumed with the tasks ahead, no matter how challenging they might be. She was determined to persevere. Chapter 3. The cold prince confronted with the audacious and self-righteous demeanor of the school doctor, Ning Shu found herself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, with a bandage adorning her forehead, she left, drawing the doctor's gaze for a moment longer. who continued to watch her until she vanished from sight. However, this fleeting interest was swiftly extinguished as Ning Shu stood at the classroom door, eager to enter, only to be blocked by a bespectacled teacher. A discomfort settled within her, yet she understood the futility of resistance against authority and obediently remained at the threshold. Teacher Liang emitted a disdainful huff, embodying the archetype of a bitter middle-aged woman, a far cry from the esteemed image of a soul engineer. Within the walls of Ace Academy, the hierarchy favored the students over the teachers, for the students' backgrounds were beyond the reach of the educators. In this environment, she was the target of everyone's scorn, and as a woman aligned with the powerful, Teacher Liang seized the opportunity to curry favor with the three princes, who were revered like deities within the school. In Lin Jiajia's recollection, the entire school had once tormented Ling Shui, and Teacher Liang had joined in the ridicule, relentlessly making Ling Shui's life difficult. Yet, when Ling Shui eventually rose to prominence, Teacher Liang's attitude shifted dramatically as she sought to ingratiate herself with her. A true turncoat. She swayed with the wind. As Ning Shu lingered in the corridor, the sounds of whistles and laughter echoed from the classroom. While a few students rose to cast her scornful and derisive glances, Ning Shu fell into a contemplative silence. In this realm, Ling Shui was undoubtedly the central figure, with the world revolving around her. Yet, individuals like Ling Shui, who could merely lift a finger to incite throngs of admirers, exhibited a form of adulation devoid of reason, an unsettling phenomenon that transcended mere allure and ventured into the realm of terror. What fate awaited this world? Ning Shu felt overwhelmed, realizing that she had strayed too far from her own task, grappling with a sense of aimlessness that had escalated to considerations of humanity and the global stage. After standing for a while, her legs began to ache, prompting her to shift her weight from one foot to the other. At last, the long-awaited bell signaled the end of class, only for a throng of students to surge from the classroom, encircling Ning Shu. Among them was the girl who had assaulted her in the restroom, and Rong, the very student who had forcefully slammed Ning Shu's head against the wall. Chewing gum. She raised her chin and peered at Ning Shu with a condescending glare, mockingly exclaiming, "Oh, look who dares to attend class. It seems you haven't learned your lesson." Ning Shu's body quivered at the sight of this figure, who embodied the fear that plagued her. She recalled the narrative wherein Rong played the role of Ling Shui's enforcer, mercilessly tormenting the original owner of this body, leaving her battered and bruised on a daily basis. A tumult of resentment and dread surged within her. If Ling Shui was the original owner's most detested adversary, then Rong was equally loathed, for she had been the architect of many of the original owner's miseries. The cold prince has arrived. The sound of shrill screams from the girls echoed around as they lined the corridor, creating a pathway in the center. Three princes, illuminated by their own radiant halos, approached Ning Shu's classroom, drawing the adoration of the crowd amidst a cacophony of excitement. Ning Shu's gaze fixated on the foremost figure, whose tall stature and cold demeanor exuded an air of youthful defiance and lofty nobility, both proud and strikingly handsome. Her heart raced in her chest, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She reassured herself that this was merely a physiological response, unrelated to her sentiments. The once arrogant Rong transformed into an enchanting figure upon encountering the three princes, shedding her former haughtiness as if she had undergone a metamorphosis. Observing the surrounding girls, all flushed with excitement, each exhibited various expressions, some reserved, others fervent, and a few exuding an icy allure, each type presenting themselves to the princes. A surge of resentment and anger welled up within Ning Shu, directed at these vixens. A dark cloud hung over her as she pondered the original owner's infatuation with this aloof prince, willing to sacrifice her very soul for a chance to reclaim her life, all while attempting to rescue the cold prince from the allure of Ling Shui. "Cold prince, you seek Ling Shui, who is in the classroom. Allow me to summon her for you," and Rong exclaimed eagerly, seamlessly stepping into the classroom to fetch Ling Shui. It is worth noting that the original owner and Ling Shui were, in fact, classmates, a twisted fate indeed. Ling Shui had long been aware of the circumstances outside. The thought of a cultivator like herself having to meet mere mortals made her feel uneasy. However, considering that these three little ones could alleviate some of her minor troubles, allowing her to enjoy her time at school, she found solace in the convenience that power afforded. When the cold prince uttered a word, it became exceedingly easy to trouble someone. Ling Shui cast aside her discontent, for the prince, adored by all the girls at school, had chosen her. Although a cultivator, she was still a woman, and her vanity surpassed that of the average female. With a smile, she exited the classroom, gently brushing her hair aside. and her radiant grin momentarily showered those around her with the sensation of fragrant petals cascading from the heavens, intoxicating all who beheld her. Ning Shu, upon seeing Ling Shui, couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, she was a breathtaking beauty, with exquisite features that radiated an air of noble elegance, compelling one to draw near. Even Ning Shu felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, an urge to approach her, as if Ling Shui were the dearest person in her life. Startled, Ning Shu pondered the nature of this phenomenon. The protagonist's aura was undeniably potent. After careful reflection, she surmised it was likely due to the presence of spiritual energy. As a cultivator, Ling Shui absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth, which the body instinctively yearned for, thus fostering a sense of affinity towards her. Ning Shu recalled the original host, who had resisted the allure of the protagonist's aura and the body's craving for spiritual energy, driven solely by her fervent love for the aloof prince. Ling Shui observed the infatuated gazes of those around her, their expressions a blend of coolness and aloofness. Yet frozen in awe, she felt a sense of pride swell within her. Her extensive expenditure of spiritual energy to transform this body had not been in vain. Previously, in the realm of cultivation, it was exceedingly challenging for women, with few female cultivators truly rising through their own merits. Most were merely reliant on men, existing as vessels. Yet now, these men found themselves entranced by her allure. Chapter 4. What are you? Ling Shui scanned the room and noted that all eyes were fixated upon her, except for the figure of Ning Shu, who kept her head bowed. A frown creased Ling Shui's brow, discomfort brewing within her. The individual named Lin Jejia consistently sought to provoke her. After merely voicing a complaint, Rong had immediately rallied others to confront her. Ning Shu had fought against an overwhelming impulse to rush forward and shake the aloof figure, yearning to awaken him from his stupor. She felt her own weakness acutely, constantly affected by the residual emotions of this body, requiring considerable effort to suppress them. Ning Shu understood that she could not afford to be swayed by the original owner's sentiments. Otherwise, what distinction would she hold? She had to remain composed. At that moment, she sensed a piercing gaze directed at her. Raising her head, she met Ling Shui's eyes. What a gaze it was! Sharp, indifferent, and condescending. As if she were merely observing ants. Ning Shu found herself perplexed. Having withdrawn to avoid trouble, why was she still being scrutinized? At present, Ning Shu lacks the courage to confront Ling Shui, for the disparity in their strengths is insurmountable, akin to a chasm that separates them. Thus, she chooses to remain silent and bide her time, wary of provoking the tiger's whiskers, should she inadvertently incite the other's ire. She might find herself discarded into the river as fish bait. Indeed, the female protagonist possesses such ruthless tenacity. Cold Ao, noticing Ling Shui's gaze fixed upon Ning Shu, also turns his attention to her, causing Ning Shu to feel an involuntary tremor of agitation coursing through her body. Ning Shu muses inwardly, merely a glance. Yet what is this body so fervently reacting to? She is not the original owner, enchanted by Cold Ao's captivating visage. For Ning Shu, who has faced death once, this individual merely resembles a rosy skeleton. Cold Ao regards Ning Shu with a frigid demeanor, his brow furrowing in distaste, clearly recalling who she is. He harbors no affection for Lin Jejia, who incessantly clings to him, and his aversion is palpable. He carelessly utters a remark, inciting others in the school to trouble her. Does she truly believe herself to be of significance, demanding her distance from Ling Shui, utterly deluded? As she perceives the intensity of his gaze, she notes a newfound clarity within his eyes, previously filled with pretentious affection and revulsion, now devoid of emotion, regarding her as if she were a stranger. Cold Ao scoffs, recognizing the immaturity of her attempt at seduction through feigned indifference. Ling Shui, however, finds no interest in birthday festivities. Her current focus is on consolidating her territory. At the mention of territory, her teeth clench in frustration, for she has encountered a formidable challenge. She relied on her own cultivation, her body transformed by spiritual energy, setting her apart from mere mortals. However, the man she faced did not appear to be at a disadvantage, which left Ling Shui feeling quite vexed and ignited a desire to conquer. Cold Ao, noticing Ling Shui's silence and the flicker of anxiety in her gaze, felt a twinge of hurt, yet held her chin high, asserting, "If you do not come forth, I shall not let you off easily." How juvenile, Ling Shui mused, her thoughts wandering to the man she had dueled, cold and ruthless, yet undeniably powerful, with eyes that burned with an intense, ambiguous heat. The mere recollection of his gaze sent her heart racing uncontrollably. Women are often drawn to formidable men, particularly someone like Ling Shui. who regarded mortals as mere ants. Nevertheless, observing the gradual mix of trepidation and hope in cold Ao's eyes, Ning Shu reveled in the sensation of wielding power over another's emotions. She felt that upon entering this world, despite the thinness of spiritual energy, it was distinctly different from the realm of cultivation. She sensed herself standing atop the world, a feeling that was immensely exhilarating. At last, a smile broke through cold Ao's demeanor, though she maintained her haughty posture, remarking, "You're quite perceptive." Ning Shu, watching from the sidelines, found the display wearisome. She did not perceive cold Ao's arrogance as endearing, but rather as pretentiousness that sparked irritation. In her view, such an ungrateful individual deserved no regard. The setting, ostensibly one of academia, had the female protagonist towering above all, transforming the once mighty prince into a mere supporting character, while the two princes nearby were relegated to the status of side characters. Ning Shu even harbored doubts that the existence of Long Ao served solely to accentuate the maturity and charm of the male protagonist. As soon as a thought of disregarding Long Ao crossed her mind, her body instinctively resisted her consciousness, almost expelling her very soul. Alarmed, Ning Shu quickly recited in her mind, "I am here to save the cold prince, to rescue the cold prince, to redeem the cold prince." After some time, the residual emotions within her body finally subsided. Ning Shu silently gazed at the sky, lamenting her misfortune in being transported to this world, where the completion of her mission seemed nearly impossible, compounded by the disruptive remnants of her body's emotions. A wave of helplessness washed over her, stirring an urge to weep against the wind. How could she enhance her fortune? How could she improve her character? As Long Ao passed by, he cast a sidelong glance at her, halting his stride to regard her from a superior vantage point, observing the contorted expression on her face. Ning Shu, bewildered, blinked at Long Ao. His eyes, clear and bright, reflected her own outline, evoking a sense of tranquility within her. However, Long Ao soon realized the inappropriateness of the moment. She was merely an infatuated girl, behaving like a lunatic in her pursuit of him, claiming he was blinded by Ling Shui. How could she, of all people, dare to disparage someone like Ling Shui? "Do not appear before me. I will never harbor any affection for you. Abandon all hope. And should you dare to speak ill of Ling Shui again, I shall ensure you regret it." Long Ao's voice was frigid, and Ning Shu had no doubt regarding the veracity of his words. She regarded Long Ao's haughty visage, not merely his face, but his chin was elevated to such an extent that Ning Shu had to tilt her head back, enduring the sharp pang of pain within her heart. Cold and aloof, he gazed at her face, which suddenly drained of color, becoming pallid. Within him, there resided no trace of sympathy. Instead, a sense of satisfaction surged forth, as if he had avenged Ling Shui. After delivering his chilling words, he strolled away leisurely, completely indifferent to the emotional turmoil his remarks could inflict upon a young girl. The mocking gazes and derisive laughter from those around her pricked Ning Shu like 1,000 needles. How egocentric he was, utterly ensconced in his own world. Ning Shu found it incomprehensible how the original owner could be so deeply enamored with someone like cold and aloof to the marrow of her being. Was it due to his visage or his prestigious lineage? To Ning Shu, he seemed merely a man who exploited his own brilliance to act as he pleased. What was there to find endearing in such a person? Chapter 5. Cast out from home, Ning Shu felt a numbing ache within her heart, a painful apathy that she truly despised. Being perpetually affected by such emotions was exceedingly irksome. Ling Shui, with a faint smile, seemed pleased by cold and aloof's actions. She cast a glance at Ning Shu as she passed by, enveloped in a fragrant aura that was both elegant and alluring. Ning Shu inhaled deeply. The scent was delightful. There was no denying that Ling Shui was a captivating woman. Otherwise, she would not have ensnared the male protagonist, nor would she have attracted numerous suitors and countless followers. Under the diverse scrutiny of the crowd, Ning Shu felt increasingly restless. At last, as school dismissed, she stepped outside only to find a chauffeur awaiting her at the entrance. Upon noticing Ning Shu, he promptly opened the car door and said, "Miss, the master is waiting for you." Ning Shu raised an eyebrow, observing the multitude of private cars parked at the entrance, finally grasping the reason why the noble academy was called such. In her recollections, she recalled her father, the patriarch of this body, and realized that Lin Jejia harbored deep-seated insecurities. Her family had achieved success in retail, and while her father could be considered affluent, in the eyes of truly prestigious families, they were merely seen as vulgar nouveau riche. Thus, Lin Jejia's admission to AC Academy was nothing short of an improbable stroke of luck. Moreover, among these affluent heirs, she was regarded as an insufferable nuisance. Daring to oppose the goddess at every turn, even harboring distasteful thoughts towards the aloof and proud. These individuals had completely forgotten that Ling Shue's origins were even less distinguished than Lin Zhejia's. They only knew that Lin Zhejia had become an object of disdain. Lin Zhejia's circumstances were far more dire than those of Ling Shui in the past. Not everyone can transform from an ugly duckling into a swan. Her father had enrolled her in AC Academy to facilitate her connections with these elite families. The institution encompassed heirs from both political and business spheres, and cultivating a beneficial relationship with even one individual could prove advantageous for her future endeavors. Yet, Lin Zhejia had become the pariah of the school. Sighing, Ning Shu reflected on the complexity of it all. Just as she stepped into the living room, a resounding slap struck her face with tremendous force, clearly delivered without mercy. Good grief! How many times must I endure this in a single day? Ning Shu was seething with anger, grappling with the absurdity of this world, where people seem to be afflicted with madness, unable to articulate their thoughts. What kind of gaze is that? Upon seeing his daughter gazing at him with a sullen expression, Lin's father momentarily froze, only to be engulfed by a greater surge of fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Shu and exclaimed, "The Lin family provides you with sustenance and shelter, affording you a lifestyle that others could only dream of. Yet, you venture to school to forge connections, only to offend the entire student body. Do you comprehend the social standing of those who attend this institution? Have you lost your senses? Just take a look at your own character. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such arrogance? They have made it clear that you are not to approach them, as your actions have already begun to impact the company. Lin Zhejia, have you not caused enough turmoil? I did not send you to AC to create problems. You troublesome child, incapable of managing even the simplest tasks." Ning Shu found herself without a chance to speak, as Lin's father continued his tirade unceasingly. She shifted her head slightly, her mind buzzing incessantly, undoubtedly a consequence of the blows to her head. What a quintessentially wretched father he was. Ning Shu felt a tinge of sympathy for the original owner of this life. Her existence was already so tragically burdened, yet she was still expected to rescue some aloof prince. Was there any possibility for her to escape this world? These individuals were utterly perplexing. After a lengthy diatribe, Lin's father, feeling parched, lifted his teacup for a drink. Noticing Ning Shu with her head down, he could not ascertain whether she had even heard his words. Compounded by the recent misfortunes of the company, he felt on the brink of financial ruin, all thanks to this unfortunate daughter. The company faced daily inspections, tax audits, document checks, various pretexts that drove Lin's father to the brink of madness. As she picked up the teacup and hurled it towards Ning Shu, the latter, having been inexplicably slapped moments earlier, remained vigilant of her opponent's actions and swiftly dodged. The teacup shattered upon impact with the floor, sending shards flying in all directions. Father Lin pointed at Ning Shu, clutching his chest, as though on the verge of a heart attack, his face reflecting a blend of helplessness and pain, a visage of utter despair. "Ning Shu, what is the situation now?" he lamented. "Zhejia, your father loves you, but he truly finds himself at a loss. Do not blame him." Ning Shu stammered, "Dad, what does this mean?" A foreboding sensation surged within her, hoping it was not as dire as she feared. Surely, her character could not be so flawed. Could a luck value of 20 truly be so inadequate? Had it not been for the earlier slap, she might have almost believed in this man, yet now it seemed he intended to cast her out and sever ties. Had she truly complicated matters? After all, she had come to reverse the fate of the original soul, only to find herself unceremoniously expelled from her home. Was her fortune truly that dismal? Without hesitation, she declared, "Father, I believe in you." Trusting him seemed as futile as believing a sow could climb a tree. Father Lin exhaled in relief, observing that Ning Shu did not erupt in outrage. Indeed, she appeared to be a dutiful daughter, albeit somewhat dim-witted. The status of a student from Ace Academy was not insignificant. Any student could be a hidden powerhouse, yet here she was, daring to provoke the aloof and proud. Ambition is commendable, yet overreaching aspirations can lead to one's downfall. Lin's father harbored ambitions, yet he preferred to advance step by step. However, due to his daughter, his company now faced dire straits, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ning Shu entered Lin Zhejia's room to pack her belongings, carefully gathering every piece of clothing from the wardrobe, ensuring not a single item for all seasons was overlooked. Having spent numerous years in the hospital, Ning Shu had witnessed the relentless tug-of-war over interests. She understood that life, with its cycles of aging, illness, and death unfolded within those walls. Even though Ning Shu had not ventured into society, she had observed the myriad facets of human existence within the confines of the hospital. The Lin family had forsaken their daughter in pursuit of profit. Ning Shu felt a pang of sorrow for the original owner of this life. Despite Lin's father's insistence that he loved her, the conspicuous bandage on her forehead and the visible scars on her face told a different story. Without inquiry, he had cast her out of their home, further compounding her suffering. Ning Shu gathered the cosmetics and jewelry from the vanity, stowing them away, designer handbags that might be bartered for a semblance of financial relief in difficult times. Chapter 6. Becoming an orphan, having packed her belongings into 2 large suitcases. Ning Shu opened the door, only to be greeted by a woman holding the hand of a boy around 7 or 8 years old, drawing upon her memories. She recognized this as the original owner's mother and younger brother. This brother was nearly a decade younger than the original owner, a cherished treasure of the family. Even Lin Jejia herself was exceptionally indulgent and affectionate towards him, as their parents often reminded them to love one another and to rely on their maternal home. Even after marriage, driven by a blend of self-interest and familial bond, Lin Jejia genuinely cared for her younger brother. However, Ning Shu was merely a stranger. From the perspective of an observer, this family treated the little turnip head with genuine kindness. As for the original owner, it could only be said that girls were often seen as burdens, merely regarded as individuals to be exploited for their value. When the time came for her to be cast out of the household, the original owner's mother remained hidden within her room, failing to utter a single word of protest, not even making the most basic attempt to retain her. Ning Shu felt a profound sense of disillusionment as she accepted the envelope, watching the mother and son retreat into their room. How utterly disappointing it was that not even a few tears were shed to signify their sorrow. Could it be that the original owner was not truly a member of the Lin family, not the biological daughter of this couple? Ding! A hidden plotline was triggered, the mystery of the original owner's lineage. Would she accept the quest to find her mother? A cold, mechanical voice echoed sharply in Ning Shu's mind. The prospect of assisting in the search for the original owner's biological parents seemed absurd, as if the already formidable task were now compounded by this unexpected development. Would you like to accept the quest to uncover the mystery of your origins? No, Ning Shu replied without a moment's hesitation. Her situation was already chaotic. The last thing she needed was to search for biological parents. With only 5 years allotted for her mission, the longer she lingered in this world, the more her vitality would dwindle, potentially leading to her complete obliteration. The vastness of the human sea made such a search seem utterly impractical. Confirm acceptance of the quest to uncover your origins? Confirm. The quest to find the mother of the little tadpole was now underway. What? Ning Shu clutched her head in exasperation, wondering when she had agreed to initiate the quest. She had never accepted the task in the first place. The system is utterly insidious, resorting to such tactics of coercion. Where is the decency in such blatant extortion? As a hapless child cursed with a mere 20 in luck, even the rigid system has turned treacherous, preying upon her. Ning Shu's face was a mask of sorrow as she stuffed the envelope into the box and descended the stairs, burdened by 2 large suitcases. Observing his feigned performance, she felt little stirrings in her heart. The original owner was not his daughter, yet he had raised her, providing a life of affluence with ulterior motives in mind. There was no question of hate. Upon discovering that she was not his biological child, the body felt a sense of relief. Being exploited implied some value. Living a life of unrestrained luxury, an existence unattainable for many, always comes at a cost. This body bore a hint of grievance, but no hatred. Ning Shu exhaled in relief, thankful that no bizarre quest for vengeance against Lin father and Lin mother had arisen. She was disinclined to engage in further disputes with Lin father. With her 2 hefty suitcases in tow, Ning Shu summoned a taxi and temporarily settled into a modest inn for the night. The following day, she rented a small suite near the school, sufficient for her solitary needs, and meticulously moved all her belongings in, ensuring every corner of the room was thoroughly cleaned. Once the space sparkled, Ning Shu stood back, satisfied, her hands on her hips, perspiration glistening on her skin, a sensation of sheer comfort. In her previous life, illness had ravaged her body to the point where she could scarcely walk, relegated to a bed, worse off than the disabled. Now, she bounced up and down, relishing the vitality of her new form. Once Ning Shu had settled in, she proceeded to school, as all her tasks were centered at Ace Academy. Without attending the academy, how could she fulfill her obligations? However, upon entering the school, she immediately sensed the peculiar gazes directed towards her, as if she were a pariah. As she drew closer, the students scattered as if she were a carrier of a contagious disease. Some even exaggeratedly covered their noses. Ning Shu raised her hand and sniffed. It appeared she bore no foul odor. Upon entering the classroom, a chorus of laughter erupted, leaving Ning Shu utterly bewildered. And Rong approached her, looking down with disdain, and remarked, "Lin Jejia, you dare to attend class? Your audacity is astonishing." As she spoke, and Rong audaciously reached out to grasp Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu evaded her grasp, retorting coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" Such a lack of decorum was unbecoming, especially for a student of Ace Academy, where etiquette was a fundamental course, and Rong had not anticipated that this seemingly submissive girl would dare to dodge her. Her facial muscles twitched in disbelief as she hurled a newspaper at Ning Shu's face. Ning Shu sidestepped the projectile and picked up the paper from the floor. The headlines were inundated with news of Lin's father severing ties with his daughter, proclaiming that Lin Jejia was no longer a member of the Lin family and had no connection whatsoever to them. The message was unequivocally harsh. You are now an orphan, yet you still dare to come to school? Ace Academy is not an orphanage, and Rong sneered mockingly. Laughter erupted in the classroom, a cacophony that pierced Ning Shu's ears. Twisting her perspective on the world, she had read that the emotions experienced in middle school were the most naive, while those in high school were deemed pure, devoid of ulterior motives, contrasting sharply with the utilitarian and calculating relationships found in university. Yet, what she witnessed was a group of high school students wielding the most venomous words and the most malevolent expressions directed at a vulnerable individual. Ning Shu realized that AC was akin to a microcosm of society, perhaps even more ruthless. Its students occupied the pinnacle of the social pyramid, individuals whom the ordinary populace could never hope to reach. Ning Shu's gravest error lay in her status as a weakling, an outcast discarded by her own family, rendering her unworthy of their company. She folded the newspaper and tucked it into her bag, then, disregarding the disdainful glances of others, seated herself at her desk. And Rong observed the utter lack of reaction from her adversary, feeling as though she had struck a fist against cotton, a sensation of profound frustration welling within her. With a malevolent glare, she gestured for Ning Shu to await her reckoning. It was indeed a fateful entanglement. The original occupant's seat was situated directly behind Ling Shui. However, as Ning Shu surveyed her desk, she noted the marred surface, scarred beyond recognition by knife marks, and one of its legs was missing. Such unruly children. Chapter 7. The perilous existence. Ning Shu grasped the desk with one hand, preventing it from toppling over, her eyes fixated on the blonde, blue-eyed teacher at the lectern, who was conducting the lesson entirely in English. Ning Shu understood not a word, having spent her middle school years confined to a hospital, and could only recognize a handful of simple words. Surveying her surroundings, it appeared that she was at a loss for understanding. Ning Shu gazed at the figure of the illustrious protagonist, Ling Shui, whose mere silhouette exuded an unparalleled grace. The keen instincts of a cultivator alerted Ling Shui to the scrutiny upon her. She turned, locking eyes with Ning Shu. A flicker of surprise coursed through Ning Shu's heart. But since she had already been caught, she resolved to face it with composure. Ling Shui was incensed by Ning Shu's unwavering gaze, feeling as though she were being provoked by an insignificant insect. In the realm of cultivation, even a mere glance could incite conflict among practitioners, and Ling Shui perceived Ning Shu as having affronted her dignity. Her eyes glinted with frost, recalling that woman, Lin Jejia, who spread tales about her, belittling her and audaciously attempting to drive the aloof away from her. Ling Shui's lips curled into a cold smile. She had always been the one to discard others, never the one to be cast aside. Arriving in this world, her demeanor grew increasingly arrogant and brazen. Even as she dutifully attended class, an air of defiance enveloped her. To outsiders, this demeanor might be interpreted as confidence and vivacity, which explained why Ling Shui, despite her wealth of abilities and prestigious background, had eclipsed numerous noble women, establishing herself as an unassailable goddess. Ning Shu found herself amused by Ling Shui's disdainful gaze, lowering her head to evade the murderous intent simmering in those eyes. She was not yet prepared to confront Ling Shui directly. Reflecting on her mission, Ning Shu pondered whether to dismantle the exalted image of Ling Shui in the minds of the students at AC Academy, thus initiating her descent from grace. The once adored goddess, now despised by all, has become a figure of scorn and aversion. Ning Shu rubbed her temples, realizing that this task was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The impossibility of its completion was glaringly evident. If only she could cultivate herself, she mused, She would confront her opponent directly, overpowering her with a swift and decisive blow. Nothing shatters an adversary's confidence more than defeating them in their area of greatest strength. In this instance, Ning Shu's greatest reliance was on the art of cultivation, a mystical practice that allowed one to traverse the heavens and the earth. Cultivation, could she perhaps request something that would enable her to cultivate? The spiritual energy in this world was scant, and Ning Shu surmised that her own strength was not particularly formidable. However, there might still be a glimmer of hope. System. May I acquire a cultivation manual? She called out internally. After a prolonged silence, a crackling sound resonated in her mind, sending a jolt through her consciousness. You may exchange points for it, but the host currently possesses no points and cannot redeem a manual. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over Ning Shu. Indeed, there are no rewards without effort in this world. Yet, she remained undeterred. Given that your error brought me into this world, and considering the immense difficulty of this task, shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? The system responded in a mechanical, flat tone. The host's arrival in this world is due to a disruption in the system's programming, not a consequence of my actions. Ning Shu felt a surge of frustration. The system was merely a rigid construct, and here she was, attempting to negotiate with it. One avenue had been closed off, leaving her in a state of discontent. Seated in front, Ning Shu felt an unsettling wave of anxiety wash over her the moment the system materialized, as if she were being scrutinized by some ominous force. A profound sense of danger enveloped her. Ning Shu's heart raced. How could such perilous entities exist in this world? It seemed implausible. Her body trembled, beads of sweat trickling down her skin. The perceptive instincts of a cultivator were heightened, and with Ning Shu's fortuitous connection to the world's fate, she had always transformed calamities into blessings since her arrival, never encountering anything truly terrifying. What was this entity, this malevolent presence? Gritting her teeth, she scanned her surroundings, yet found nothing amiss, as if it were merely a figment of her imagination. Nevertheless, the sensation was undeniably tangible, driving Ning Shu to the brink of madness. When the system finally departed, both Ning Shu and Ning Shu collapsed onto their desks. Ning Shu, overwhelmed by the impact, and Ning Shu, utterly drained from the tension. The imminent danger had dissipated, leaving her feeling weak and her complexion pale. Ning Shu harbored a shadow of dread in her heart, her limbs rendered feeble, unable to muster any energy, essentially paralyzed by fear. Meanwhile, Ning Shu was preoccupied with her own worries regarding her tasks. As the school bell rang and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed teacher exited the classroom, and Rong immediately sprang into action, rushing toward Ning Shu and kicking over her desk. Unfortunately, the desk fortuitously struck Ning Shu, landing heavily against her back. Ning Shu's eyes widened in shock, utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, while Rong's face turned ashen. Ning Shu sprang to her feet, slamming her palm onto her desk, which promptly shattered under the force. With a fierce glare, she declared, "You seek death." A palpable aura of intimidation enveloped the atmosphere, causing Rong to collapse onto the ground. Fortunately, Ning Shu, quick-witted as she was, immediately prostrated herself, rendering the oppressive force ineffective against her. Under the menacing pressure exuded by Ning Shu, Rong trembled uncontrollably, blood streaming from her nose, her teeth chattering, until she ultimately fainted. Rong's unconsciousness incited a commotion within the classroom. It was only then that Ning Shu realized the gravity of the situation and hastily retracted her oppressive energy. Filled with deep regret, moments ago, an overwhelming sense of danger had stirred her agitation. Caught off guard, she had been unexpectedly struck in the back, igniting her temper. As a cultivator, she adhered to the principle of following her true feelings. Harboring unexpressed anger was not in her nature. Since her arrival in this world, nothing had truly provoked her ire. Ning Shu had maintained an elevated demeanor, looking down upon these mortals, finding little to incite her wrath. Yet, the sensation she had just experienced was one she could hardly resist. Observing the fearful and peculiar gazes directed at her from the classroom, her irritation intensified. She pursed her lips, embodying an even more aloof and indifferent demeanor, having no intention of offering an explanation or showing concern for the fainted Rong. Ning Shu cast a glance at Ning Shu, sprawled on the ground in a most ungraceful manner, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Ning Shu, perplexed, wondered why she was being regarded with such malice when she had not even kicked the table. The protagonist was truly capricious, doing as she pleased. Chapter 8. Birthday invitation. Witnessing Rong in such a state, a wave of exhilaration surged within Ning Shu, an emotion that belonged both to the original owner and to herself. Upon my abrupt arrival in this world, I endured a painful encounter with a person named in Rome who inflicted considerable suffering upon me. The excruciating pain of having my hair grasped and my head forcibly slammed against the wall was both tormenting and humiliating. When Ning Shu's desk was damaged, Long Ao promptly arranged for a brand new one to be delivered. Silently, Ning Shu propped up her own three-legged desk. Observing the tender concern with which Lang Ao attended to Ning Shu, a combination of warmth and haughtiness that made Ning Shu's lips twitch in disdain. By this point, Ning Shu had regained her composure, her usual air of noble elegance restored. In response to Long Ao's inquiries, she offered a slight smile and assured him that she was fine. A smile graced Lang Ao's face, but his gaze fell upon Ning Shu, who was awkwardly lifting her desk, a sight that struck him as quite unseemly. With a tone of disdain, he accused her, "Did you hurt Ning Shu?" Ning Shu blinked. Remaining silent, she wondered why the blame was being placed upon her yet again. "I'm speaking to you," Lang Ao asserted, before kicking over Ning Shu's desk, fortunately avoiding any collision with Ning Shu. As Ning Shu watched her desk topple with a creak, she reflected on the desk's utter innocence, questioning why her frustrations were directed at it. Ning Shu observed the peculiar behavior of her classmates, who seemed to dwell in their own worlds, oblivious to their surroundings. No one came to her defense as Lang Ao unjustly placed the blame on her. A deep sense of coldness and solitude enveloped her. She pondered how the original owner of this body had endured such indifference and disdain, contemplating the grim fate that awaited her in the unfolding narrative. The female protagonist found herself utterly exasperated by Lin Jiejia, this insufferable buffoon. The male lead instructed his subordinates to deal with this ungrateful woman. His subordinates, equally sadistic, bound the original character like a rice dumpling and, with a gleeful twist of fate, hurled an axe from a distance, aiming to strike her. The result was a near miss. The axe embedded itself deeply in her shoulder, perilously close to her neck, and remained lodged in her collarbone, unable to be extracted. Ultimately, she was kicked into the sea to feed the fish, meeting a gruesome demise. Ning Shu observed cold Ao, who loomed above like a deity, embodying an air of superiority. She longed to land a punch squarely on his face, questioning his character. The original character had been unable to let go of this insipid existence, and Ning Shu genuinely could not fathom what was so captivating about him, merely a facade. After spending an extended period in the hospital, her sense of aesthetic had become skewed, rendering her unable to see his appeal. Ling Shu reached out, gently tugging at Cold Ao's arm, declaring, "This classmate has nothing to do with me." Cold Ao regarded her delicate fingers, each one resembling the finest jade, polished to perfection, exuding a subtle radiance that was intoxicatingly beautiful. As the enchanting maiden rested her hand upon his arm, Cold Ao felt a stirring in his heart. While he was internally enchanted, he maintained an air of aloofness, lifting his chin with an aristocratic demeanor as he addressed Ning Shu. "Out of respect for Ling Shu, I shall let you be this time. Remember, in the future, when you see Ling Shu, take a detour. Do not linger before her, or I shall not spare you." Ning Shu was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions, feeling utterly repulsed by the display of magnanimity that was, quite frankly, none of her concern. The very notion of being caught in this crossfire was abhorrent to her. Were these individuals truly deranged? If one is unwell, they ought to seek medical attention and not forgo treatment. Surprisingly, however, Ling Shu came to her defense. Yet Ning Shu felt no sense of relief. She had not forgotten the glint of murderous intent in Ling Shu's gaze from before. "By the way, isn't your birthday approaching?" Ling Shu remarked. "Since we are all classmates, Lin Jiejia should also be invited." Long Ao initially contemplated whether such a person was worthy of attending his birthday celebration. But given Ling Shu's request, he could not deny her. "You are welcome to my birthday party," Lang Ao stated, adding that she should temper her malicious thoughts. For not everyone possesses the kindness and generosity to forgive as Ling Shu does. Ning Shu mused that while many may proclaim themselves virtuous, Ling Shu hardly epitomized kindness. Can one devoid of any moral or legal boundaries truly be deemed benevolent? The original owner had silently endured, even going so far as to stay up late to hand knit a scarf for Lang Ao, a simple scarf. Yet she believed that the significance of crafting it herself rendered it unique. Naturally, her efforts were met with derision. Lang Ao brazenly adorned the scarf around the neck of a golden retriever in her presence, mockingly stating, "This sort of thing is fit only for my dog. Even it finds it beneath contempt." The original protagonist found it perplexing. Having personally invited her to the birthday celebration, why would he treat her in such a manner? From that point onward, Lin Jiejia became the subject of ridicule at school, her every step met with scornful laughter. It now seemed that her attendance at the birthday party was likely due to Ning Shu's machinations, orchestrated from behind the scenes. Disdainful. She pondered the audacity of this woman to look down upon her, a mere castaway. There was no need to bring a gift. Simply attending the birthday banquet sufficed. Cold and haughty, she remarked that such extravagant items were beyond Lin Jiejia's means. Thus, why bother saving this so-called prince? This task was indeed disheartening. She wished for him to simply fade away. Reluctantly, she acknowledged her inability to extricate him from the protagonist's halo and restore him to normalcy. After a series of comical events, she inexplicably became the punchline of a joke. Ning Shu felt utterly exasperated, having done nothing but stand there. She found herself the target of mockery from both the heroine and the male lead. In a moment of boldness, Long Ao declared to Ling Shu, "If you need anything, come to me. I will protect you. From this moment forth, you are mine." As he uttered these words, his ears flushed slightly. Yet his gaze shimmered with anticipation, essentially a confession of his feelings. "I will seek you out if necessary," he added. Ling Shu's response was ambiguous, hinting at agreement while simultaneously leaving room for doubt. Nevertheless, a smile crept onto Long Ao's face, his lips curving upward as he attempted to maintain an air of indifference. His expression a delightful contradiction. Observing Ling Shu's demeanor, it was no wonder the original protagonist sought to rescue this foolish prince. He appeared to have received the affections of a beauty without any commitment from her. Chapter 9. Cultivating the art of escape. Despite the derision of others who deemed someone like Ning Shu unworthy of remaining at A school, she resolutely persevered, enduring their disdainful glances with a steely resolve. As long as the administration had not issued an expulsion order, Ning Shu was determined to firmly root herself in Ace. Abandoning the school would mean relinquishing any chance of rescuing the foolish prince. Moreover, the female protagonist was currently a student at Ace, within the confines of the institution. She remained cautious. However, once outside its gates, the protagonist would unleash her unrestrained and audacious self, dazzling all in her wake. The title of Dark Knight Queen was not bestowed without reason. Ning Shu's head throbbed with confusion. She was utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed with her mission. The initial challenges had already shattered her confidence into fragments. Memories of Ling Shu's piercing gaze haunted her thoughts, leading her to enroll in a taekwondo course, hoping to fortify her physical prowess. Though it seemed futile, possessing a more agile body would certainly prove advantageous in times of peril. It was truly lamentable. She felt akin to a cornered rat, desperately flailing against the wall. Ning Shu surmised that Ling Shu likely reveled in manipulating both herself and the original protagonist, all the while bolstering her own reputation. Consequently, the original protagonist had become synonymous with disgrace, akin to being drenched in a deluge of filth, utterly repugnant. The taekwondo classes were far more arduous than Ning Shu had anticipated. Having previously admired the cool, impressive displays of taekwondo on television, she found her own practice to be a grueling ordeal. During training, her instructor would even place a brick atop her head while executing kicks, resulting in excruciating discomfort. Thankfully, the original protagonist had a background in dance, endowing her with a certain degree of flexibility. Every day after school, Ning Shu would make her way to the taekwondo dojo, striving to carve out as much time as possible to hone her skills. Every day, dragging her weary body to class, Ning Shu struggled to comprehend the lessons delivered by her teacher. The curriculum at AC School diverged markedly from that of ordinary institutions. It encompassed economics, etiquette, and interpersonal relations. The students molded here were undoubtedly the elites of society, their prestigious backgrounds ensuring their ascent to the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. Meanwhile, Ling Shu distinctly sensed a change in the demeanor of Lin Jieji, who sat behind her, though she could not pinpoint the exact nature of this transformation. Turning around, Ling Shu squinted at Ning Shu and said, "We shall attend the cold and aloof birthday banquet together." "What?" Ning Shu exclaimed, her surprise evident as she gazed at Ling Shu, utterly baffled as to why the protagonist would invite her to a party. This was a scenario that had never unfolded. How could someone of Ling Shu's stature deign to associate with an insignificant person like Lin Jieji? A sense of foreboding washed over Ning Shu. Could it be that the protagonist had set her sights on her? Indeed, Ling Shu had fixated on Ning Shu. The keen instincts of a cultivator sensed the malice that Lin Jieji had previously harbored towards her. To those of lesser strength, she could toy with them during the monotony of school life. However, Ling Shu now perceived an unexpected depth in this seemingly insignificant being, whose jealousy appeared less pronounced. This notion unsettled Ling Shu, leading her to wonder if Lin Jejia was indeed not the person she once knew. If she could seize a new life through possession, then it stood to reason that other cultivators could also traverse this world and usurp others' identities. Ling Shui had already savored the unparalleled sweetness of being exceptional and unrivaled. She would not tolerate the emergence of another cultivator in this realm, one who might threaten her supremacy. However, she could not sense the presence of spiritual energy from the other party, which was unlike that of a cultivator. Ling Shui decided to test Lin Jejia. Ning Shu noticed the flicker in Ling Shui's eyes, which alternated between intense killing intent and an aloof demeanor, shifting unpredictably, leaving Ning Shu pondering the thoughts swirling within Ling Shui's mind. Ning Shu retracted her neck slightly and remarked, "I cannot afford a birthday gift, nor do I wish to attend the birthday party." Ning Shu spoke the truth. For someone as prominent as Lung Ao, the value of birthday gifts could equate to a sum that others might never earn in a lifetime. A trace of disdain flashed in Ling Shui's eyes as she said, "Did Lung Ao not mention that he does not require you to buy him a gift?" A thought raced through Ning Shu's mind. Offering unsolicited favors is often a guise for ulterior motives. The fact that the lofty heroine would even consider accompanying her felt exceedingly strange. Under Ling Shui's overwhelming pressure, Ning Shu realized she had little room for choice. Just as she was about to acquiesce, she suddenly exclaimed, "Why should I go with you? If I must go, I'll go alone. Thank you very much." Her tone dripped with disdain, a mimicry of the original host's attitude towards Ling Shui. Though she had nearly agreed, the original host's aversion to Ling Shui made it implausible for them to travel together. Thus, Ling Shui was testing her, harboring suspicions. Ning Shu felt a chill run through her. Cultivators possess such extraordinary abilities that they can detect even a change in one's soul. The heroine's advantages were overwhelmingly formidable, and Ning Shu felt an immense weight of pressure. Ling Shui regarded Ning Shu with a look of disdain, narrowing her eyes as she scanned Ning Shu's face. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Ning Shu felt as though her skin were being pricked by needles, twisting uncontrollably. In a fit of frustration, Ning Shu rolled her eyes at Ling Shui and exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Before Ling Shui could respond, her deskmate interjected, "Lin Jejia. Ling Shui kindly invited you to attend the Cold Prince's birthday party. Without her, you wouldn't even have the chance to go. How ungrateful." Ning Shu stared at the girl defending Ling Shui and retorted, "What business is it of yours? I'm conversing with Ling Shui, so why are you butting in? What benefits has Ling Shui bestowed upon you to warrant your sycophancy? She has uttered a word, yet you prattle on incessantly." It was genuinely exhilarating, after all. These individuals held no fondness for her, and it felt liberating to tear off the mask of civility and act without restraint. The girl, taken aback by Ning Shu's crude outburst, seethed with anger, her chest heaving as she shouted, "You wretched girl. You are the wretched one, the most despicable of all." Ning Shu shot back, her words echoing in a relentless barrage. The girl had never encountered such a brazen display of invective in their social circle. Even if one harbored deep animosity, they would maintain a facade of civility and stab you in the back discreetly. In her previous life, Ning Shu had witnessed her fair share of unruly confrontations, and this kind of brazen display was the most difficult to counter. An intellectual facing a warrior, reason rendered futile. Indeed, the girl was seething, practically itching to silence Ning Shu's incessant tirade. Ling Shui grasped her deskmate to restrain her, casting a cold glance at Ning Shu as she said, "That's enough." Ning Shu was taken aback by the murderous glare directed at her, her heart skipping a beat, pouting in apparent dissatisfaction. She shot a fierce glance at Ling Shui's deskmate. Why stoop to the level of inexplicable individuals, thereby diminishing one's own grace? Ling Shui remarked to her companion. The girl arrogantly glanced at Ning Shu, as though she were something despicable. Ning Shu twitched her lips. After all, she had defended Ling Shui, contributing to her lofty and aloof image. It was perplexing what satisfaction she derived from this, such a lack of intelligence. One must ponder whether the protagonist would engage in a verbal spat, sacrificing her own dignity. Even so, what did it matter? The act of reproaching others was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 10. A peculiar scene. Ning Shu's exchange of insults attracted the attention of her classmates, who regarded her as if she were a madwoman. To them, Ning Shu appeared as a rootless, drifting weed, an orphan daring to be so audacious. They believed she should cower in a corner like a mouse, living in the shadows, fleeing in terror at the sight of others. The audacity she displayed was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, Ning Shu paid no heed to their perceptions. She realized that showing weakness and trembling in fear would only invite further bullying. With nothing to lose, she was determined solely to fulfill her mission. How brazen this little wretch is, having caused such distress to Rome, she mused. Yes, I must avenge Rome. Observing those around her, she noted their familiar tactics. They attempted to drag her into the restroom once more, truly believing her to be an easy target. These individuals showed no mercy towards Ning Shu, mercilessly yanking her hair and delivering slaps with a ferocious demeanor. Ning Shu seized one of their hands, prompting the girl to exhibit a look of astonishment. Her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, "How dare you retaliate? Sisters, let us annihilate this wretched woman." Ning Shu raised her foot and forcefully stomped down on the foot of the person grasping her hair from behind. The latter immediately cried out in pain, releasing Ning Shu's locks and crouching down to clutch her injured foot. Wretched, the group was seething with rage in their eyes. This lowly woman should submit to their assault without resistance. Ning Shu, without uttering a word, approached the most vociferous of her attackers and delivered 2 resounding slaps, summoning all her strength. Instantly, the girl's face began to swell visibly. The girl was left stunned, her entire being momentarily frozen, while those around them gazed at Ning Shu in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity while they were bewildered, Ning Shu swiftly launched a series of kicks and punches, filling the restroom with shouts and curses. "Beat this little SLT to death. It hurts so much." The girls quickly regained their senses, rushing at Ning Shu in a frenzy, striking and tugging at her. Outnumbered, Ning Shu found herself struggling as they clawed at her face, yet she retaliated fiercely, yanking at their hair and even tearing off one girl's skirt. The girl, startled by the sudden exposure, lifted her skirt in shock, momentarily forgetting about her intention to strike Ning Shu. Amidst the chaos, Ning Shu fought back, grappling and pulling, her fingers tangled with the hair she had ripped out, while her own hair was not spared from their grasp. In excruciating pain, Ning Shu leaned against the wall, panting heavily, momentarily establishing a standoff. It seemed that her fierce demeanor had intimidated the group of girls confronting her. Some were clutching their chests, while others bore the marks of her wrath, with strands of hair torn from their heads and palm prints decorating their faces. Ning Shu glared defiantly at them, and those who met her gaze instinctively averted their eyes. Unwilling to engage with her, she spat in disdain, feeling the burning sting on her face from where she had been scratched. Casting a glance at her adversaries, she limped out of the restroom, leaving the others to watch her departure, too intimidated to follow. Gritting her teeth, she winced at the pain radiating from her face, and her head felt numb. Upon touching it, she discovered beads of blood emerging. It was a testament to how women fought, grasping hair and throwing tantrums. She envied Ning Shu, whose combat style exuded elegance and charm, effortlessly incapacitating her opponents from a distance, as she had done previously to Enrone using her spiritual pressure. Fortunately, Ning Shu had the foresight to train her body and learn Taekwondo. Otherwise, she might have been left incapacitated today. Though she bore injuries herself, she had ensured that those who typically bullied the original owner of her body also suffered, their faces swollen like pig heads. The school infirmary was still teeming with students, predominantly female, afflicted by the same ailment, infatuation. The onlookers gazed at Ning Shu's woeful state with admiration, marveling at the lengths to which they would go to be treated by the handsome school doctor. What a spirit they exhibited. When it was her turn, Ning Shu sat in the chair and said, "Please attend to my face." The school doctor raised an eyebrow as he gazed at Ning Shu, picking up a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant alcohol. "What happened this time? Your head is swollen. How did you end up in this state again?" he remarked. "I am aware of my popularity, yet there is no need to subject myself to such degradation. My face is marred." The doctor prodded Ning Shu's face with the cotton swab, revealing a heartless determination to inflict such pain upon one's own visage. The antiseptic solution stung as it made contact with the wound, causing Ning Shu to grimace in agony, while the narcissistic doctor incessantly chattered beside her. "Be quiet. You are unbearable. I was attacked, not clumsily injuring myself," Ning Shu exclaimed, exasperated. The doctor adjusted his glasses, a glint of light reflecting from his eyes, and without uttering a word, he applied even greater pressure. Ning Shu, on the verge of despair, pleaded, "I admit my fault. Please be gentler." With a weary sigh, she gazed into the mirror at her face adorned with band-aids, each scratch meticulously covered. Ning Shu felt as though this doctor was intent on ruining her. Did the original owner of this body have a vendetta against him? She contemplated following him, but recalling that Ling Shui was a cultivator with heightened awareness, she realized that she would certainly be detected if she attempted to spy on her. However, the enigma surrounding Ling Shui ignited a curiosity within Ning Shu, prompting her to ultimately decide to stealthily pursue. Not daring to make a sound, She pondered and retrieved a handkerchief from her bag to wrap around her feet, thus muffling any noise created by her shoes against the ground. There was no need to question how Ning Shu acquired this knowledge. It was entirely gleaned from watching mediocre detective films. Ning Shu quietly circled around, peering into the alley, where she observed Ling Shui engaged in conversation with a man. Straining her ears, Ning Shu could not decipher their discourse. Suddenly, she noticed Ling Shui reaching toward the man's head, and an expression of pure ecstasy washed over the man's face, leaving him in a state of blissful bewilderment. With her back turned to Ning Shu, the latter could not discern Ling Shui's expression, only catching sight of her hair and garments fluttering as if swept by an unseen breeze. Yet, Ning Shu felt no wind, rendering the scene profoundly eerie. Chapter 11. An extraordinary secret. This spectacle was truly bizarre to the utmost degree. Ning Shu covered her mouth, stifling any sound, inexplicably sensing that she might have stumbled upon a significant secret, one that had not been mentioned in the original memories or the narrative of this world. Observing Ling Shui's attire billowing, she noted the surrounding gusts diminishing. Without hesitation, Ning Shu turned and fled, sensing that Ling Shui's actions were nearing their conclusion. Ning Xian slipped into a bookstore, feigning interest in a book, and lifted her gaze to see Ling Shui departing from the entrance. Whether it was merely her imagination, Ning Xian felt an intensified, frigid aura surrounding Ling Shui. Outside, Ling Shui suddenly sensed a probing gaze upon her, prompting her to halt and glance about. Ning Shu, inside the bookstore, swiftly averted her eyes, focusing intently on her book, no longer daring to glance at Ling Shui. The cultivators were astonishingly formidable. Even a fleeting glance was enough to evoke such a feeling. Ling Shui furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, the intrusive gaze vanishing, and after a moment as contemplation, she continued on her way. After a considerable while, Ning Shu finally exhaled heavily, her back drenched in cold sweat. It was utterly terrifying. She pondered how an ordinary person could contend with a protagonist who had the upper hand. It then dawned on her that the world's antagonist was but a riddle. There was no true villain, only the protagonists exuding an overwhelming charisma that rendered them invincible. Were it not for the constraints of this world, the leads might well have surged beyond the cosmos. Lacking any allies to rally, even if forces existed, they paled in comparison to the resplendent auras of the male and female leads. System, I detest you, Ning Shu lamented inwardly, gazing skyward. Additionally, she caught a whiff of a metallic scent permeating the air. Someone was in the house. Quietly, Ning Shu retrieved a steel pipe from behind the door. A single woman living alone must take precautions to ensure her safety. Listening to the rustling sounds within, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end as she gripped the pipe tightly. Dimly illuminated by the faint glow of an outdoor streetlight, she noticed something writhing upon the sofa. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung the steel pipe down upon the couch. A chilling scream erupted, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. And upon recognizing it as a man's voice, Ning Shu's resolve hardened, striking down with renewed fervor. Hey, I said enough. If you come any closer, I will shoot. A restrained voice commanded, urging her to turn on the lights. The realization that the stranger possessed a firearm nearly made Ning Shu drop her weapon in terror. The thought of relinquishing the pipe, her sole means of defense, left her feeling vulnerable and exposed like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Turn on the lights, the voice insisted, laced with pain. Damn it, I told you to turn on the lights. Ning Shu immediately heard the sound of a gun being unlatched, which startled her into rushing to the door to turn on the light. Standing at the entrance, she hesitated to step inside, suppressing the urge to flee. For no matter how swift her escape, it could never outpace a bullet. Tension enveloped her as she locked eyes with the figure on the sofa, and she gasped. The school doctor? Indeed, it was he, clad in a dark trench coat, a gun gripped tightly in his hand. Upon hearing Ning Shu's voice, he turned, reaching to adjust his glasses, only to realize he was not wearing them. Squinting at her, he smirked and commanded, "Come here and bandage my wound." I cannot, Ning Shu stammered, taken aback by the stark difference in the school doctor's demeanor from earlier that day. His aura was entirely transformed. Were it not for the identical visage, she would scarcely believe him to be the same individual. Perhaps he was a twin? You are the school doctor, aren't you? She inquired, pointing her steel rod at him. The school doctor remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he leveled the gun at Ning Shu, insisting, "Come closer." Faced with the ominous muzzle of the gun, the inexperienced Ning Shu was paralyzed with fear, hastily uttering, "Let us talk this over calmly." Trembling, she began to inch toward him. The school doctor's complexion had turned pale, likely a result of the beating he had received from Ning Shu. Even his lips had lost their color. With an expression of cold severity, he removed his clothing. Tend to my wound, he instructed. Pointing to his back where a hidden weapon, if one could call it that, was embedded near his shoulder blade, almost entirely sunk into his flesh. The school doctor found himself unable to manage the situation alone, observing Ning Shu's dazed expression. He exclaimed, "Hurry, I'm about to bleed out." This coarse-mouthed individual was indeed the refined school doctor. Startled, Ning Shu quickly retrieved the medical kit. Gazing at the concealed weapon nearly embedded in flesh, she hesitated and asked, "How do I extract this?" "Use tweezers and be swift." The doctor's voice was laced with pain, beads of cold sweat dotting his skin. "I'll take care of it," Ning Shu replied, extending the tweezers towards the wound. "Oh, for heaven's sake, hurry!" the doctor shouted, startling Ning Shu, causing the tweezers to jab into his injury. The doctor trembled in agony, curling up on the sofa, while Ning Shu, witnessing the blood gushing from the wound like a spring, hastily grabbed a gauze to staunch the flow. Alarmed by the volume of blood and his pale complexion, she steeled herself, placing a leg firmly on his body to prevent any erratic movements. With swift precision, she clamped the tweezers around the concealed weapon and yanked it out forcefully. To her dismay, it did not budge. "Let us try again." As the weapon was finally extracted, blood gushed forth, splattering Ning Shu's face. And the doctor lay unconscious on the sofa, his complexion ashen. Ning Shu pressed gauze against the wound, her heart racing at the sight of the copious blood. Desperately searching through the medical kit, she finally found a hemostatic powder, crushed it, and sprinkled it over the wound. Though it was intended for consumption, she deemed it more effective to apply it directly to the injury. Swallowing it would take too long, and with such rapid blood loss, time was of the essence. She tightly bandaged his wounds, and Ning Shu was drenched in sweat. She reached out to gently shake the school doctor's nose, relieved to find him still breathing. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the floor, surveying the blood-stained gauze scattered around the room. Her gaze fell upon the gun on the coffee table, glinting ominously, sending a chill through her. Stealing a glance at the unconscious school doctor, she surreptitiously concealed the firearm. How absurd it was for him to come here instead of seeking medical attention. She wondered how he had even gained entry. Who was this school doctor? He was certainly no ordinary individual. What was he doing serving as a school doctor at Ace? Chapter 12. Thank you for last night. You're awake. A faint voice suddenly interrupted, and the school doctor turned to see a woman behind him, holding a bowl of noodles and shoving them into her mouth. "Who are you?" he asked, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, but his fingers found nothing. Instead, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, sending a sharp pain through him. Ning Shu swallowed the noodles she had been chewing and blinked at him, a smirk playing on her lips. "Are you here to amuse me? Did you take my belongings?" The school doctor glared at Ning Shu, his stomach grumbling loudly. "Oh, I remember you now. You're the girl who helped me retrieve the hidden weapon last night." "Ha." He chuckled heartily. "Could you prepare a bowl of noodles for me as well?" Ning Shu responded with a simple "oh," pursing her lips as she went to cook for him. His vitality was truly remarkable. After losing so much blood, he had awakened by morning. Ning Shu placed the noodles before him and, in a tone of deliberation, remarked, "That uncle, do I truly appear so aged?" Back in school, the girls referred to me as brother. The school doctor sampled the noodles and commented, "The quality is rather lacking." "Oh, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Ning Shu retorted, "How absurd. Just eat your meal." She rolled her eyes and added, "By the way, did you take my belongings?" The school doctor inquired, "Return them to me. Such perilous items are not meant for someone of your tender age." Observing the school doctor's refined demeanor, Ning Shu felt an urge to scoff at him and quickly responded, "What items? I haven't taken anything of yours." "Oh, you mean the concealed weapons? I put them away and will return them to you shortly." Ning Shu retrieved a box from beneath the coffee table and handed the concealed weapon to the school doctor. The weapon was entirely black, fashioned in a circular form, adorned with sharp points that emitted a profound gleam. The school doctor cast a glance at Ning Shu before meticulously examining the weapon and accepting it. He extended his hand, looking at Ning Shu. As she observed his hand, she noted its yellowed palm, thick calluses formed only through prolonged labor. Such hands seemed utterly mismatched with his handsome appearance. Ning Shu extended her hand to shake his, saying, "Hello, nice to meet you." The school doctor abruptly withdrew his hand, stating, "What I seek is a gun. Where have you taken my firearm?" Ning Shu gazed at him warily and inquired, "Are you planning to eliminate me once you have what you want?" "Brother, considering I have also saved your life, let us adhere to the principle that in our world, kindness is repaid with kindness and enmity with enmity. We hold no grievances against each other, so let us part ways peacefully." "What nonsensical drivel are you uttering? Even without a firearm, I could dispatch you effortlessly. Using a gun against you would be an utter squandering of ammunition. Hand over what you have, the school doctor retorted impatiently, his brow furrowed. His entire demeanor exuding an air that discouraged any approach. With a swift change of demeanor, Ning Shu observed his icy expression and retrieved a handgun from within the room. Presenting it to the school doctor while justifying, I thought it too perilous to leave the gun on you. Should it accidentally discharge, that would be disastrous. The doctor accepted the firearm, tucking it into his boot, and disregarding Ning Shu's explanation, he rose from his seat and stated, "Thank you for last night. I must take my leave." As Ning Shu watched him stride toward the exit, he appeared anything but injured. Had she not personally extracted a hidden weapon from his body the previous night, she might have doubted his wound's existence. Opening the door, she smiled and said, "Take care. Uncle, please do not return." Surveying her from a superior vantage point, the school doctor remarked, "You are rather intriguing. You possess a certain charm." Upon hearing such a striking declaration, Ning Shu was momentarily taken aback, staring at the school doctor in astonishment. Could he possibly be the male lead? Observing him closely and comparing his demeanor to the descriptions of the protagonist in the plot, she noted that he, like her, was a figure of cold authority. Their striking similarities led her to feel that they were indeed suited to one another. Ning Shu inquired, "Uncle, who are you? What is your name?" The school doctor observed the flicker of doubt on her face and replied, "Why do you wish to know my name? You refer to me as Uncle, so simply call me that." The appellation of Uncle was merely a reflection of Ning Shu's mischievous humor. He appeared far too youthful for his age, taking advantage of her own youthful appearance. She felt justified in addressing him as Uncle. The reason behind her curiosity about his name was the hope of discovering whether he was the charismatic male lead in her narrative. As she watched the school doctor donning a striking black trench coat, departing with an air of cool confidence, Ning Shu sensed an unsettling dissonance. Upon further reflection, it dawned on her that the male protagonist in the story had never taken on the role of a school doctor. The male lead was more suited for action and conflict rather than the mundane duties of a school physician. Thus, who was this individual? It seemed that no such character existed within the established plot. After tidying up her thoughts, Ning Shu proceeded to school, passing by the school bulletin board. She was astonished to find a notice regarding her punishment. The reason cited was for engaging in a brawl, resulting in a significant deduction of credits. She surmised that further penalties would lead to expulsion. To her dismay, she was the sole recipient of such disciplinary action, with no others facing similar repercussions. This truly was a stark and unforgiving world. As an orphan, she was powerless and vulnerable, subjected to relentless bullying. Ning Shu harbored a deep disdain for this institution. Yet for the sake of her mission, she felt compelled to remain. This was a realm for the formidable, where someone like her, a mere small fish, could easily be overwhelmed. Those without a solid foundation had little hope of thriving in this school. It was not her intention to provoke trouble, yet so many chose to prey upon her alone. It was indeed infuriating. As I entered the classroom, I noticed the girl who had fought with Ning Shu yesterday wore a triumphant expression. It is well known that credits at AC school hold great significance. Even those seeking to embellish their resumes would be ridiculed if expelled from such an institution. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming irritation. Her task remained unfulfilled, and these individuals incessantly disrupted her. She resolved to refrain from engaging them within the school, contemplating instead to deal with them outside, perhaps employing a sack to subdue them. Upon reaching her designated spot, Ning Shu propped up a three-legged desk that had toppled over. Her gaze fell upon Ling Shui in front of her, and she recalled the eerie scene she had unwittingly witnessed yesterday. Even the sight of Ling Shui's back sent a chill through her. She could not fathom what Ling Shui had done to that man, but it certainly did not seem promising. Ling Shui turned around, regarding Ning Shu with a puzzled expression, and coldly inquired, "Lin Jiejia, why are you staring at me?" Chapter 13. Do you feel sorry for me? Ning Shu had not anticipated Ling Shui's keen perception. She merely cast a glance. Yet it was enough for Ling Shui to discern her scrutiny, which left Ning Shu feeling somewhat suffocated. "Nothing, your enchanting silhouette captivated me," Ning Shu replied insincerely. Ling Shui pressed her lips together, her gaze directed at Ning Shu imbued with a chilling malice. Was she mocking her? Ling Shui pondered whether she had been too lenient with this woman, allowing her the audacity to jest with her, a mere mortal. Under Ling Shui's murderous stare, Ning Shu met her gaze defiantly, exclaiming, "What are you looking at? Do you think you are more beautiful than me?" Ling Shui's expression suddenly turned frigid, her gaze upon Ning Shu resembling that of one observing an inanimate object. Ning Shu mused that engaging in such perilous endeavors was truly intoxicating. At this moment, she felt as though she was courting death, Since demise was inevitable, why not make the female protagonist uncomfortable? Whether it was an early or late demise, death remained the same. Ning Shu cast a detached glance at her before turning away. Just because one possessed a golden finger did not grant the right to arbitrarily bully others. Flaunting the blessings bestowed by the heavens while callously manipulating the lives of others did not confer nobility. Ning Shu disdained mere mortals, yet wielded her abilities against them. How absurd that these insignificant beings should provoke her. Ning Shu's thoughts churned, leading her to conclude that she required some external assistance to contend with Ning Shu. It is said that no matter how skilled one is, a single shot can bring them down. This thought brought to mind the charismatic school doctor, and Ning Shu resolved to test her luck. After class, she dashed toward the infirmary, initially expecting the school doctor to be absent due to his severe injuries. However, upon witnessing the throng of female students within, she nearly bowed in respect for his dedication. When the school doctor noticed Ning Shu, he adjusted his glasses, and after the female students had successfully finished their flirtations, she finally spoke. Is your wound serious? The school doctor, seated elegantly on the sofa with his legs crossed, regarded her with poise, exuding an air of cultured charm, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Ning Shu fidgeted, drawing circles on the floor with her foot, appearing quite bashful. "What is it?" The school doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and bluntly remarked, "Seeing you like this makes me want to vomit." Ning Shu, "Dear sir, may I discuss a matter with you? You must assist me, for without your help, I fear my very existence is at stake." She crouched down, grasping the physician's thigh. The doctor brushed her hand away, shaking off the perceived dirt from his trousers, casting a sidelong glance at her with an air of noble disdain. "It seems you have taken quite a liking to me," he remarked coolly. "Regardless, we share a bond forged through adversity. You may not realize how wretched my situation is, abandoned by my family, only to discover that I am their own flesh and blood. Now, I have also incurred the wrath of the school's goddess, whose mere gesture could spell my doom. Do you not find my plight pitiable? The entire school mocks me, and when I am assaulted, I am penalized with a deduction of credits." As she spoke, Ning Shu felt the weight of the original owner's unfortunate circumstances. Indeed, it was rather melodramatic and self-destructive. "What is it that you seek from me?" the physician inquired, observing her intently. Had her expression of desperation not been sufficiently pronounced? She produced a tissue, wiping her nose, and implored, "Might I borrow your firearm?" The doctor raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he adjusted his white coat. "Why would I lend it to you? Even if I did, would you know how to use it?" "I can learn," Ning Shu replied fervently. "This is a matter of life and death, dear sir. I would not approach you were I not utterly desperate." The school doctor squinted at Ning Shu and inquired, "Whom have you offended?" "Who? Oh, it is the goddess Ling Shu." Ning Shu blinked as she observed the school doctor closely. His skin was remarkably smooth, akin to white jade, devoid of any pores. Offending a girl seemed trivial enough to warrant a gun? The school doctor's glasses glinted with a bright light. After all, she was merely a girl. How could one dismiss it as just a girl? Ning Shu glanced around and leaned closer to the school doctor, stating, "Ling Shu is no ordinary person." "Why are you leaning in so close while speaking?" The school doctor shifted his body, expressing disdain. Ning Shu retreated slightly and reiterated, "Ling Shu is no ordinary person." "I know. Did you not just mention that?" The school doctor frowned, adding, "You seem to enjoy repeating yourself." Ning Shu felt exasperated, pleading internally for him to grasp the crux of the matter. It was disheartening to realize she was at his mercy, especially since she was aware of the valuable insights he possessed. Noticing Ning Shu's distressed expression, the school doctor remarked, "What do you mean by saying Ling Shu is not an ordinary person? Is she a superhero, Spider-Man, or Iron Man?" Ning Shu replied vehemently, "No. Ling Shu is a deity. She can kill from a distance. Do you believe me?" Her expression was grave and earnest, expecting him to burst into laughter at her words. She was taken aback when the school doctor responded with utmost seriousness, saying, "Perhaps she is a demon?" Ning Shu, It is evident that this scoundrel is truly jesting with her. She is addressing a matter of utmost seriousness, where lives are at stake. Ning Shu feels an acute sense of loneliness, as if she is the only one awake in a world of intoxicated minds. Frustration bubbles forth from her lips. If he refuses to assist, then he ought to refrain from mockery. How amusing it is to toy with others. "I shall seek you out tonight," declared the school doctor. Ning Shu quickly crossed her arms and replied, "What do you want with me? I am a virtuous girl." The school doctor smirked, the corners of his mouth twitching, seemingly uninterested in anything further. "Of course I want. Ning Shu promptly responded, I shall prepare a warm welcome for your arrival tonight. The school doctor. Observing Ling Shue's displeased expression brought Ning Shu a sense of satisfaction. Ling Shu felt that her tolerance for Ning Shu had reached its limit. Initially, she had been cautious, considering that Lin Jejia was a student of ace, and the disappearance of an ace student would certainly stir unnecessary trouble. Now, however, she stood alone, devoid of familial support, and it was time for her to vanish. The incessant, inexplicable glances from Ning Shu were utterly irksome. Ling Shu found that the contemptuous gaze of this insignificant creature was particularly distasteful, as if she had been exposed. Ning Shu remained blissfully unaware that the protagonist had already resolved to expel her from the school. At present, she eagerly awaited the arrival of the school doctor, believing that possessing something to ensure her safety might bolster her confidence in confronting this troublesome task. Chapter 14. The club. Ning Shu did not encounter the school doctor until the stroke of midnight, and he made his entrance by scaling the balcony with ease. Strolling into the room nonchalantly, in the face of such circumstances, Ning Shu could not afford to reveal even a hint of displeasure as she served tea to the elderly gentleman seated on the sofa. The school doctor, clad in a black trench coat, appeared unchanged, though Ning Shu often found herself bemused by the sight of his coat, unsure of how to voice her amusement. After casting a glance at Ning Shu, he picked up a glass of water, only to set it down moments later. Instead, he retrieved an object encased in leather from his outerwear and tossed it to Ning Shu. In a flurry, she caught it and, upon opening, discovered it was a handgun. This one felt notably lighter in her grip compared to the previous one, which had been cumbersome. This is a lady's pistol, equipped with 2 safety catches. Perfectly suited for you, the school doctor remarked with a hint of indifference. Ning Shu sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. Uncle, you are truly a good person. I am at a loss for how to repay you. The doctor merely smirked and replied, Of course. You will have to do something for me in return. You will understand in due time. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Ning Xin interjected, Speak plainly. I don't comprehend. The school doctor departed softly, not leaping from the balcony, but exiting through the door, his black trench coat billowing behind him, prompting Ning Shu to stifle yet another urge to comment. Gripping the firearm, Ning Shu felt waves of strength and courage surging within her, a fortitude inspired by this seemingly insignificant object. Striking various heroic poses, she tucked the magnetic card away, regardless of the school doctor's intentions. This small possession bestowed upon her a semblance of self-defense. The following day, Ning Shu felt utterly disinclined to attend classes. Even if she went, the content would be incomprehensible. It was not a matter of her intellect, but rather the material was far too advanced. She deemed her time at school to be a futile endeavor. Instead, she took her magnetic card and ventured to a shooting club to learn marksmanship. Following the address on her card, she arrived at what was purportedly a club. She had anticipated a venue that radiated opulence, at the very least a sophisticated establishment. However, before her stood a mere convenience store, peddling various wares, including risque magazines and an assortment of restricted items. Was this truly a club? As she approached, an elderly man greeted her, his demeanor somewhat unsettling, perhaps due to the dubious nature of the surroundings. Excuse me, sir, may I inquire if this is indeed the shooting club? Ning Shu stammered. The old man's expression turned grave, but then he chuckled, saying, Young lady, this is a grocery store, not a club. You have come to the wrong place. Despite the address appearing legitimate, Ning Shu suddenly recalled that such meetings typically required tokens or codes. Consequently, she retrieved the magnetic card given to her by the school nurse and exclaimed, Sir, please take a look at this. The old man accepted the card, glanced at it briefly, and then rummaged through the disordered floor to extract a card reader-like device, which he then used to swipe her card. After a moment, he regarded Ning Shu with a nonchalant expression and instructed, Follow me. Ning Shu tucked the card away and trailed behind the elderly man as he led her into the grocery store, where he opened a substantial door and motioned for her to enter. Ning Shu entered cautiously, exclaiming softly, and was immediately enveloped by a realm of splendor. Resplendent in gold and jade, with crystal-clear windows and pristine surroundings, it truly resembled a club. A glance around revealed numerous compartments, each occupied by individuals donning earplugs, wholly absorbed in striking their targets. The air was thick with the sound of gunfire, and Ning Shu couldn't help but feel bewildered. What was once a simple campus narrative had morphed into a scene of gunfights. Standing there, she felt uncertain, as though no attendants were present to assist her. Excuse me. Sir, I wish to shoot. Where should I go? She inquired of a man wiping the sweat from his brow. The man regarded her with a fleeting glance. Yet that singular look sent a chill coursing through Ning Shu, as if she were standing amidst a pile of corpses, traversing a sea of blood. The aura he exuded was menacing. He had undoubtedly taken many lives. Where did this girl come from? Oldly lets anyone in. You should leave, he remarked coldly. His brow furrowing as a palpable malevolence surged toward Ning Shu. She felt as if she were confronting a predatory beast. And the brutality reflected in his gaze made her skin crawl. He fiddled with a firearm, narrowing his eyes upon her, as if contemplating the act of execution. Upon noticing the card in Ning Shu's hand, his expression momentarily faltered, and a spasm of a grin twisted his features, unsettling in its intensity. You're the one recommended by the madman, huh? The second compartment ahead is his spot. You should head there for training, he instructed, gesturing toward the designated area. Madman? Could he be referring to the school doctor? Ning Shu pondered, observing how the demeanor of this previously fierce individual shifted upon recognizing the magnetic card. The school doctor exuded a formidable aura, evoking a sense of trepidation akin to facing a fierce tiger. Recognizing his intimidating presence, Ning Shu seized the opportunity and inquired, Uncle, I am unfamiliar with firearms. Would you be willing to teach me? The man's facial muscles twitched momentarily before he replied, Certainly. Ning Shu felt grateful to have acquired a coach without any cost. Can you load the magazine? No. Can you pull the bolt? No. Surely you can pull the trigger? No. The man, his hand resting on the gun at his waist, squinted at Ning Shu's head, his expression revealing a tense smile, as though he harbored some reservations. I apologize for the trouble, Uncle. A crowd had gathered nearby, and upon hearing Ning Shu's words, they began to mock her, deeming her a novice, even inferior to a novice. Enough of this nonsense. This girl is introduced by a madman, the man snapped with bared teeth. At the mention of the madman's name, the crowd scattered in an instant, as if the very name heralded their doom. Ning Shu pondered the extent of the school doctor's ferocity. Despite this, she felt her own inadequacies, having been struck by a hidden weapon. Uncle, we can commence now. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself to learning. Thus began her shooting lessons. With a coach who seemed perpetually on the verge of exploding in frustration, Ning Shu's progress was remarkably swift. It was evident that human potential knows no bounds. Chapter 15. The struggling cannon fodder. Ning Shu commenced her firearm training under the watchful gaze of the headshot instructor. She fired a shot, only to miss entirely. The bullet's trajectory unknown. The instructor, fingers grazing the gun at his waist, regarded Ning Shu's head with a predatory glint, sending a chill down her spine. She hastily declared, I shall try again. This time, I will not miss. The instructor merely chuckled. Ning Shu dedicated herself to relentless practice. Initially, she was oblivious to where the bullets had gone, causing the club members to steer clear of her. The last thing anyone wanted was to be inadvertently struck by this novice. Whenever Ning Shu held the gun incorrectly, the instructor would swiftly draw his weapon and aim at her head, instilling in her a fear that compelled rapid improvement. From her initial misses, she progressed to hitting the target with increasing accuracy. Now, Ning Shu resided at the club, her days consumed with incessant practice, to the point where her arms felt as if they could no longer lift. She mused that she might soon develop the physique of an indoor enthusiast. Yet, the fatigue did not deter her. This was a vital skill for survival. In the face of a perilous heroine, possessing additional skills equated to a greater chance of survival. The headshot instructor presented Ning Shu with a bottle of medicinal ointment, his smile reminiscent of a spasm, and inquired, What is your relationship with the madman? Ning Shu, fully aware of the potential repercussions of such an inquiry, dared not respond truthfully. To utter anything revealing would likely provoke this gun-loving uncle to take drastic measures against her. Instead, she offered a laugh, masking her thoughts with an enigmatic expression, while the instructor's fingers lingered on his weapon, perhaps genuinely contemplating the act of eliminating her. Every time Ning Shu witnessed the formidable uncle handling his firearm, her heart raced with trepidation. She was grateful to the school physician, for his intimidating presence afforded her a sense of false bravado. Presently, Ning Shu spent her days immersed in the club, honing her shooting skills to the point where she could consistently score within the firing target. It was truly remarkable. One day, she received an alarming message from the school, indicating that failure to attend classes would result in her expulsion. Well then, she resolutely decided that she could not allow herself to be dismissed. Having lingered in the club's violent environment for too long, she felt a disconcerting sense of unease upon returning to the tranquil atmosphere of the school. When Ning Shu laid eyes on Ning Shu, she immediately sensed a profound change in her. Ning Shu had grown more enigmatic, exuding an aura of danger akin to a robust ant wielding formidable pincers. Ling Shu found this sensation quite unsettling. Their gazes met, and upon sensing Ling Shu's scrutiny, Ning Shu unapologetically rolled her eyes in response. Instantly, Ling Shu's demeanor shifted to one of palpable menace, an involuntary aura of spiritual pressure radiating from her, creating a formidable sense of oppression. Ning Shu realized she was courting disaster, flaunting her audacity before the protagonist. Was this not an invitation to ruin? Previously, Ling Shu had dismissed Ning Shu, viewing her as a mere jester. However, the current Ning Shu invoked a sense of discomfort akin to a thorn lodged in her throat. A sudden realization dawned upon Ling Shu. If she did not eliminate this jester, her future existence would undoubtedly be altered. Ling Shu had unwavering faith in her instincts. Later, Ning Shu discovered the true reason for the school's summons. It was not merely to attend class, but rather to remind her that tomorrow marked the birthday of the aloof Prince Long Ao. The invitation to his birthday celebration was the reason for her notification. How could she forget? Upon realizing this, Ning Shu felt utterly disillusioned. She had mistakenly believed herself to be of such significance that the school would go to the lengths of notifying her about her absence. Such self-importance was indeed misplaced. Upon arriving at the infirmary to consult the school physician, she was greeted by a room full of patients. Ning Shu found herself perplexed by the presence of the physician at the school. Surely, someone capable of instilling fear in the notorious head coach could not simply be an ordinary doctor. When the physician laid eyes on Ning Shu, he scrutinized her from head to toe and remarked with surprise, "Oh, you're still alive. Haven't you gone to the club?" Ning Shu was nearly taken aback, feeling a surge of frustration. Did he not realize that the club was filled with ruthless individuals? How could she have blundered in without a word of caution? The treachery of human nature left her bewildered, and she wondered if there existed any semblance of genuine kindness in this world. With a wry smile, she replied, "Thank you," while patting the pistol tucked at her waist. The physician cast her a casual glance and inquired, "Are you at odds with the school beauty, Ling Shu?" The fact that even he was aware of Ling Shu's reputation suggested her notoriety was well established. Ning Shu gazed at the physician in horror and questioned, "Sir, you can't possibly mean what?" He prodded. "You can't possibly have developed feelings for Ling Shu as well." Ning Shu lamented silently, feeling utterly despondent. The school doctor raised an eyebrow at Ning Shu, questioning why she would presume he had any affection for Ling Shu. Wherever the female protagonist ventured, she effortlessly captivated the hearts of men, ensnaring them under her Mary Sue aura, leaving no man unscathed. Observing the school doctor's attributes, tall, handsome, and possessing an alluringly ambiguous charm, he certainly had the potential to be an appealing supporting character. "Dear sir, there are countless women in the world. Why focus your attention on just one?" Ning Shu felt on the verge of tears at the thought that the doctor might harbor feelings for the female lead. How could she possibly contend with that? Overwhelmed, she nearly fell to her knees before him. The school doctor rubbed his forehead, gazing at the dramatically distressed Ning Shu, and stepped on her foot, grinding it down with force. "Ouch! Goodness, that hurts." Ning Shu cradled her foot, looking up at the cold and indifferent doctor. It was clear she had become a mere pawn. Life felt unbearably arduous. Had the female lead been crying, he would have surely embraced her tenderly, at the very least offering a tissue to wipe her tears and snot. "Stop putting on such a pathetic display in front of me. If you're unattractive, at least refrain from being melodramatic," the school doctor retorted icily. Ning Shu, for reasons unknown, she felt that the school doctor now exuded none of the gentle warmth he had possessed during their first encounter. Even the glasses he wore could not conceal the wickedness gleaming in his eyes. Could he, perhaps, be a demon in human guise, intent on world destruction? "How is your practice going? I assume you can shoot now?" the school doctor inquired. Ning Shu extended a hand, a hint of pride in her voice as she proclaimed, "I can now hit the 5-ring target." "What on earth is a 5-ring? The school doctor gazed at Ning Shu with an air of incredulity, remarking, "After practicing for such an extended period, you wouldn't dare claim that you merely hit the target by chance, would you?" Ning Shu's smile faltered, as the disdainful words of the school doctor made her feel utterly inadequate. Transforming from an innocent, cute girl into one capable of wielding a firearm, was that a tale worthy of lamentation? In her heart, she shamelessly referred to herself as a cute girl. It seemed she had embarrassed herself at the club. The school doctor observed Ning Shu, his spectacles reflecting a piercing, icy light that exuded an unsettling aura. She had initially intended to mention her headshot coach, But upon witnessing the doctor's demeanor, she decisively abandoned the thought, if her instructor was already so lackluster. Would the school doctor not be inclined to obliterate her existence entirely? Chapter 16. When enemies meet in any case, under the comprehensive and relentless scrutiny of the school doctor. Ning Shu had come to a profound realization of her own shortcomings. After exiting the infirmary, she meandered through the school garden, contemplating the exquisite blossoms around her, grateful for the chance to breathe life anew. "Hey, woman, who are you? And what are you doing here?" A rebellious voice echoed from behind, startling Ning Shu. Upon turning, she beheld the aloof prince standing not far away, his chin held high, looking down upon her with an air of superiority. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he regarded Ning Shu with an undeniably cool demeanor, yet for some inexplicable reason, she found his attitude rather juvenile. "Excuse me, I am speaking to you. Are you implying that this place is off limits for you?" The aloof prince stared at Ning Shu's bewildered expression, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Ning Shu let out a soft sound, intending to leave. She was disinclined to engage with this foolish prince or to argue with him. To be honest, Ace's school boasted a lineage superior to that of the aloof trio of princes, yet it did not attract attention in the same ostentatious manner. They were all quite discreet. When the haughty prince noticed Ning Shu walking away as if he were invisible, an uncomfortable sensation welled up within him. Accustomed to adoration wherever he went, being treated in such a manner was jarring for him. He grasped Ning Shu's arm, only to cast her aside as one would discard a bothersome insect. Regarding her with disdain as he coldly remarked, "What is this attitude?" Ning Shu twitched her lips, gazing at the prince who had just pulled her back after she had attempted to leave, now sporting a look that conveyed, "You have provoked my ire." Truly, she was baffled. Was he mentally unstable? His unreasonable behavior left her at a loss. "Are you mute? I am speaking to you." The prince looked at Ning Shu with disdain, declaring, "Remember, this place is not for someone like you. This garden and the villa across are not your domain. Do not forget, you are of a lower class." Oh, how her temper flared. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming urge to draw a gun and put an end to his arrogance. Ever since the prince drew near, her heart raced, and her breaths quickened. Hearing him speak to her filled her with a dizzying sensation, as though she were on the verge of blissful collapse. How profound is the original owner's affection for this foolish prince, even as she perceives the overwhelming sensations coursing through her body. Ning Shu finds herself reluctant to embrace such feelings, yet they inevitably infiltrate her mind. "Indeed, I have taken note. I shall maintain my distance from this place," Ning Shu resolutely declared, suppressing her inner turmoil. "By the way, who are you?" Long Ao inquired, his gaze falling upon Ning Shu, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. Ning Shu felt exasperated. How forgetful could a noble be? Just recently, she had been invited to a birthday celebration at Ling Shui's behest, and now he seemed to have completely forgotten her. A sardonic smile played on Ning Shu's lips as she suppressed a laugh. Lung Ao furrowed his brow, studying Ning Shu intently, before suddenly recalling her identity, his eyes narrowing with an icy glare. He warned, "Refrain from causing trouble for Ling Shui in the future, or I shall not be so lenient. Even if I were to trouble Ling Shui, it would not lead me to harbor any fondness for you. You might as well abandon that hope, you venomous woman." Lung Ao nearly spat in Ning Shu's direction in his contempt. Ning Shu replied, "You are so ostentatious and arrogant. Is there something amiss in your family lineage? Might I inquire about your mental state?" Pointing at her own head, she questioned. "I extended the invitation to you for Ling Shui's sake. She is magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge, but I will not permit you to harm her. Remember your place, inferior being." Lung Ao lifted his chin, regarding her as one might a deity surveying a mere mortal. What manner of thinking possesses this individual? Lost in her own realm? One should maintain a modicum of decorum in self-dialogue. Throughout this exchange, she had merely uttered a single remark. "Your grandiosity is excessive. The earth can scarcely accommodate your arrogance. You would do well to heed my words. I shall not allow you to walk away unscathed." With a haughty demeanor, Lung Ao turned and left. Ning Shu took a deep breath. The world was undeniably beautiful, and she resolved to swiftly disregard anything disharmonious. "If you're mentally unwell, perhaps you should seek treatment instead of wallowing in self-pity." Ning Shu scornfully shouted at him before turning on her heel and running away. The following day, Ning Shu donned her usual attire and tucked a lady's pistol at her waist before attending the foolish prince's birthday celebration. The event was hosted at a private club, and Ning Shu made her way there, walking with purpose. The entrance was lined with luxury cars. and a parade of handsome men and beautiful women emerged, adorned in exquisite garments. Standing at the entrance, Ning Shu felt conspicuously out of place, as disdainful glances were cast in her direction. Some elegantly dressed girls even stifled giggles behind their hands. In that moment, Ning Shu acutely sensed the world's malice. And Rong also descended from her vehicle and, upon spotting Ning Shu, shot her a venomous glare. She approached Ning Shu, lifting the hem of her lavish gown, and sneered. "You actually came. You're not planning to stand here at the entrance, are you?" Ning Shu regarded Rong, who had not attended classes since being injured by Ling Shui. Her complexion remained pale, giving her the appearance of someone attending a funeral rather than a birthday celebration. It was utterly absurd. Despite her ill health, she forced herself to attend the party, and Rong was evidently aware that her appearance was less than flattering. And upon noticing Ning Shu's gaze upon her face, she erupted, saying fiercely, "What are you looking at? I want to forget the humiliation and torment you've inflicted upon me." Ning Shu resolutely refused to bear this unjust blame, asserting, "You need to understand. I did not lay a hand on anyone. It is clearly due to Ling Shui that you were injured. Why should you place the blame on me?" And Rong paused momentarily before responding. "Ling Shui never intended to harm me. Besides, she did not strike me at all. Ling Shui would never act against me in such a manner. Spare me your attempts at sowing discord. I assure you, I will not be swayed by your words." And Rong spoke with unwavering conviction. Ning Shu thought to herself, in an effort to highlight the main character's allure, the narrative has rendered the supporting character's intellect woefully deficient. Such an obvious truth remains unacknowledged by Rong, who stubbornly refuses to see it. The heroine is always right. If she is wrong, then the world itself must be at fault. "Believe what you wish," Ning Shu declared as she maneuvered past Rong, intending to enter. Rong reached out, grasping Ning Shu's arm. Ning Shu turned to face her and asked, "What is it? Do you wish to fight?" Rong looked down her nose at Ning Shu, replying, "I would never cause a scene on the Cold Prince's birthday. Moreover, are you certain my injury is the result of Ling Shui's actions?" "Certainly. If I possessed abilities akin to hers, I would have long since dealt with you and avenged myself." Ning Shu scoffed in disdain. Rong harbored feelings for the Cold Prince as well, which left Ning Shu perplexed. Did she not feel any jealousy towards Ling Shui, whom the Cold Prince favored? Instead, she acted as Ling Shui's sycophant. It is worth noting that the original protagonist, Lin Jia, had been consumed by jealousy. Chapter 17. Dog Bites Dog. Rong was utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. All she remembered was toppling over a table and colliding with Ling Shui's back, only to be subsequently overwhelmed by an immense weight that felt as though it could crush her. After that, her memory faded into oblivion. When she finally regained consciousness, several days had already elapsed. Upon hearing Lin Jia mention Ling Shui's extraordinary abilities, Rong's mind immediately recalled the oppressive force that had pressed down upon her. "Hey, Lin Jia, is what you said true?" Rong inquired haughtily. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and replied, "Believe it or not." With that, she entered the club, a place resplendent with opulence and extravagance. The air was filled with the refined strains of a violin, and the aroma of sweet, intoxicating champagne wafted through the hall, where clusters of individuals mingled, elegantly holding their glasses and engaging in conversation. They did not resemble high school students. Rather, they embodied the essence of societal elites. As Ning Shu stepped inside, she noticed the disdainful glances directed at her attire, as if they deemed her presence a mere attempt to seek attention. Unfazed by their judgment, Ning Shu settled into a corner sofa, her gaze fixated on the vibrant fruit platter adorning the coffee table. Succulent and inviting, she reached for a piece and exclaimed, "Ah, the taste is exquisite. Hey, look who is indulging here, the country bumpkin," Rong remarked as she joined Ning Shu on the sofa. Ning Shu cast a fleeting glance at her, ignoring her and continuing to savor the delectable treats. Rong nudged Ning Shu, who turned her head and retorted, "What are you doing, getting all hands on? We're not that close. Do you really think Ling Shui possesses superpowers?" Rong pressed on. Rong gazed at Ling Shui in the distance, who was adorned in a stunning black gown that radiated brilliance, overshadowing the luminescence of everyone else in the room. Ning Shu followed Rong's gaze and beheld the enchanting figure, whose presence captivated the attention of all at the ball, their eyes reflecting envy, jealousy, and adoration. Such elegance could only belong to the female protagonist. A woman so self-assured and breathtakingly beautiful was bound to attract the admiration of many suitors. Yet, there always seemed to be countless inconsequential characters struggling beneath her feet, willing to sacrifice their very souls for a chance at redemption. Ning Shu did not appear to possess any extraordinary abilities, and Rong remarked, though the injuries she bore suggested otherwise. Ning Shu rolled her eyes, countering that prior to transformation, one could not discern if someone was superhuman, and such powers were not easily identifiable. And Rong, irritated by Ning Shu's retort, implored her to speak more kindly. Ning Shu responded with a dismissive eye roll, unapologetically. At that moment, the entire banquet hall fell into a hushed silence, save for the ethereal strains of the violin. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the oblivious birthday prince made his grand entrance, exuding an air of ostentation. Ning Shu found cold arrogance particularly irksome. Largely due to her body's instinctive reaction, the very sight of him triggered an overwhelming urge to collapse into his arms, much to her annoyance. Beside her, and Rong's expression transformed into one of youthful fantasy upon spotting him, her pale visage flushing with a hint of crimson. The gentlemanly cold Ao approached Ning Shu, bowing and extending his hand to invite her to dance. With a sense of pride, Ning Shu placed her hand in his, gracefully stepping into the dance floor. Then, everyone turned their gaze towards the two individuals dancing, and Rong's face revealed a hint of melancholy as she observed the couple on the dance floor. Her heart heavy as she lamented, only someone as perfect as Ning Shu deserves the cold prince. Sigh. Suddenly, Ning Shu pounded her chest, nearly choking on a piece of fruit, as she looked at Rong, marveling at the greatness of her spirit. The women surrounding the protagonist either vied for the affections of men, competing for a backup option, much like the original character, or, like in Rong's, were utterly captivated by the protagonist, willing to relinquish their own feelings for her sake. Yet, the outcome remained the same. Both paths led to becoming mere cannon fodder, one met with death, the other with a death of the heart. Cold and aloof, he danced with the girl he fancied, his whole being seemingly ready to take flight, as if he were ascending to the heavens, exuding an air of naive innocence that bordered on foolishness. Ning Shu glided through the dance effortlessly, barely pausing to catch her breath. She took a glass of red wine from a server's tray, savoring a sip. Truth be told, the wine in this world was incomparable to that of the cultivation realm, lacking any trace of spiritual essence. Overindulgence would only taint the body. Out of the corner of her eye, Ning Shu noticed Rong seated with Ning Shu, a wave of surprise washing over her, accompanied by a twinge of discomfort. To Ning Shu, Rong was her own. It was unacceptable for her to be sitting with Lin Jiajia. A sense of betrayal stirred within her, for she would never tolerate such treachery. With a graceful stride, Ning Shu approached, casting a glance at Rong as she inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Rong quickly rose to her feet, responding, "Much improved." In truth, Rong felt a twinge of discomfort. If one genuinely cared for her, how could they have never visited her even once? Moreover, her apparent injury seemed to stem from Ning Shu's actions. Ling Shu scrutinized Ning Shu beside her, her gaze lingering on Ning Shu's attire, and a disapproving expression graced her features as she remarked, "While clothing may not define a person, it represents the most fundamental etiquette." Ning Shu was almost swayed by the protagonist's words and replied, "You know I am an orphan without the means to purchase formal attire. Your outfit is truly exquisite." As she spoke, she attempted to reach out in an inappropriate manner. Ling Shu instinctively recoiled, her face contorting with distaste at Ning Shu's lewdness. Pondering how a woman could exhibit such a lack of self-respect, it was utterly repugnant. Ning Shu's lascivious demeanor caused Rong, standing nearby, to feel a sense of aversion, prompting her to tug at Ning Shu and say, "Ling Shu, if the cold prince continues to observe you, he likely has matters to discuss." Ling Shu, taken aback by Rong's defense of Lin Jiajia, momentarily faltered, a look of displeasure crossing her face as she coldly replied, "Rong, do you intend to associate with such a person?" Rong was caught off guard by Ling Shu's bluntness, sensing a hint of reproach in her tone. She quickly retorted, "Ling Shu, what are you saying? How could I possibly associate with such a lowly individual?" The term lowly echoed in her ears. Reminiscent of the disdainful words uttered by the aloof cold prince, it seemed she was regarded as an inferior in this realm. Ling Shu, with haughty nod, turned to leave. Rong gazed after her retreating figure, her eyes filled with contemplation. Ning Shu raised an eyebrow in surprise at Rong's unexpected advocacy. Had Rong also been possessed? The notion of possessing the impossible likely weighs heavily on Rong's mind, especially since Ling Shu had previously harmed her. Given the protagonist's disposition, one who would forsake the world yet seek vengeance upon those who wronged her, Rong ought to tread carefully. However, It is worth noting that Enrong is also the target of the original owner's retribution, should she be dealt with by the protagonist. It would be a fitting case of dog-eat-dog. Just moments ago, Enrong even spoke in her defense. In Chapter 18, titled I Am Too Kind, Ning Shu, feeling indebted for Enrong's earlier kindness, forewarned her, "You should be cautious of Ling Shu. She possesses an insidious nature." Leaning closer, she whispered, "I have heard that Ling Shu is the leader of a gang, with numerous underlings at her command. Why speak so closely? Such behavior is unbecoming," and Rong scoffed. "Ling Shu, a leader of a criminal organization? She hardly appears the part. Who says that members of such organizations cannot possess elegance and beauty?" Ning Shu, weary of the conversation, resolved that whether Enrong heeded her warning was no longer her concern. Reflecting on the original owner's wishes and Enrong's derogatory remarks, Ning Shu decided that under the cover of darkness, she would ensconce Enrong in a sack and deliver a thorough thrashing. Enrong's words were infuriating. As Ning Shu enjoyed her meal, she noticed a pair of gleaming black shoes halting before her. Looking up, she beheld the insufferably arrogant prince, whose cold gaze met hers. Upon noticing the juice trickling from the corner of her mouth, a flicker of disdain crossed his features. He could not fathom why Ling Shui was so infatuated with this individual. Even a fleeting glance at her felt like an affront to his eyes, leaving him in desperate need of cleansing them. "Come with me, I have matters to discuss with you." Cold and aloof, Ling Ao strode forward. Indifferent to Ning Shu's reaction or whether she complied, as if he were certain she would follow. Ning Shu considered rebelling against him. Yet the thought that he harbored such disdain for her while still seeking her out piqued her suspicion. There must be an ulterior motive at play. She certainly did not believe that he had suddenly developed an affection for her. Such a notion was ludicrous, for he was the devoted subject of the female lead. If the female lead were to meet her demise, this foolish prince would no longer be deceived by Ling Shui, a straightforward yet effective solution. Ning Shu scanned the banquet hall, but Ling Shui was nowhere in sight, which filled her with an ominous premonition. She hurriedly inquired, "Where are you taking me?" With disdain, Ling Ao replied, "Just follow me. Your incessant questioning is unnecessary." Feeling increasingly uneasy, Ning Shu turned to flee, only to be seized by her collar. Ling Ao was nearly exasperated. His visit to this inferior being had already been a displeasure, and now her resistance only intensified his discomfort. Gripping her collar, he warned, "Lower class. Do not provoke me to violence." What troubled Ling Ao further was her audacity to defy him. Typically, girls in his presence would not dare to resist. They complied with his every command, captivated by a mere glance. "Do not test my limits, nor attempt to play hard to get. I hold no interest in you," he said through gritted teeth, clearly reaching the end of his patience with Ning Shu. Cold and aloof, Ao Zhao signaled to the security guard standing in the corner. Instantly, a guard clad in black approached and seized Ning Shu, who attempted to reach for the gun at her waist, only to be restrained by the guard's grip on her arm. It felt as though she was being supported, trailing behind Ao Zhao. Ning Shu was led to a room behind the banquet hall, where Ao Zhao opened the door and pulled her inside. There, she spotted Ling Shui seated elegantly on the sofa, casting a fleeting glance at Ning Shu. The room also housed two other individuals, the remaining princes of their trio. Ning Shu's impression of these two princes was rather vague, yet now she observed them flanking Ling Shui, their handsome features accentuating her presence like that of a queen. Ning Shu was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, but quickly rose, brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, primarily to discreetly check the weapon concealed beneath her clothing. Upon feeling the reassuring weight of the handgun, a sense of relief washed over her. Ling Shui smiled at Ao Zhao and said, "You may all leave. I wish to converse with her." The two princes beside Ling Shui stood up. Ning Shu noticed a dreamlike expression on their faces, as if they had just indulged in some exquisite pleasure. This expression seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the encounter she had in the alleyway with a man. Had Ling Shui done something to them? Ao Zhao shot Ning Shu a warning glance, stating, "You would do well not to harm Ling Shui. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is a most painful one. Do not doubt my capabilities." Ning Shu longed to splatter this fool's face with blood. What could she possibly do to Ling Shui? The current circumstances suggested it was Ling Shui who posed a threat to her. As the three princes exited the room, they compassionately closed the door behind them, leaving only Ning Shu and Ling Shui. Ling Shui rose to her feet and approached Ning Shu, scrutinizing her intently. With a cold sneer, she remarked, "Stop pretending. I know you are not the original Lin Jia." Ning Shu's pupils constricted, and she rolled her eyes at Ling Shui, retorting, "Are you out of your mind? I am not Lin Jia. You are Lin Jia. This is utterly absurd. Ning Shu was resolute in her assertion of identity, adamantly insisting she was Lin Jejia. How stubborn you are. Let me extract your soul and see if you truly are Lin Jejia, Ling Shui said, extending her hand towards Ning Shu's Tianling point. Ning Shu's heart raced. The protagonist's abilities were formidable, and she could not allow her soul to be extracted. Swiftly, she evaded Ling Shui's grasp, rolling on the ground before drawing a gun from her waist and aiming it at Ling Shui. Ling Shui was momentarily taken aback by the sight of such an unexpected weapon, her mind briefly faltering. Then, with a chilling demeanor, she stated, "Indeed, you are no longer the original Lin Jejia. I am curious to discover what creature resides within this Fade." Ning Shu gripped the gun tightly, striving to mask her trepidation. "I have no idea what nonsensical ramblings you are spouting. Are you not Ling Shui? Do you suffer from delusions?" She knew that uttering too many words could grant the antagonist a chance for a comeback. Resolutely, Ning Shu pulled the trigger, praying that her aim would be true. At such close range, she believed she could hit her target. Her skill was sufficient, surely. Before her stood a scene that left Ning Shu utterly astonished. A transparent membrane had manifested before Ling Shui, and the bullets could not penetrate this barrier. Was she truly catching bullets with her bare hands? Ning Shu felt as though she might bow down in reverence. She witnessed the bullets clank to the ground, and through the membrane, she could see Ling Shui's face, clouded with fury. It seemed she had truly provoked a formidable adversary. Observing Ling Shui's grim expression, Ning Shu unapologetically fired 2 shots at her. And feeling a surge of unease, she emptied the entire magazine. As she gazed upon the barrier created by Ling Shui's spiritual energy, which successfully deflected the bullets, Ning Shu felt a pang of desperation. She hastily tore open the seams of her clothing and retrieved some bullets to load into her handgun. Cold sweat trickled down Ling Shui's brow as she witnessed Ning Shu's actions. She felt as if she might vomit blood in disbelief. Who would have thought this insignificant creature would dare to strike? She would extract Ning Shu's soul and subject it to torment amidst the flames of purgatory and the gales of despair. Chapter 19. Appetite. Ning Shu and Ling Shui stood in a tense standoff, Ning Shu brandishing her gun, now loaded with bullets, aimed directly at Ling Shui. The latter's complexion turned pale as she summoned the spiritual energy within her to block the incoming bullets. The spiritual energy in this world was so scarce it was almost unimaginable, and now, after such a prolonged accumulation, she found her reserves depleted, her dantian utterly empty. And even her meridians began to ache. It was truly a case of a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. Had this been in her former state, a mere flick of her sleeve would have sufficed to resolve the situation. It would not have been so arduous. Moreover, she found herself unable to move. Any action would necessitate the reformation of a barrier, and now, her spiritual energy was entirely exhausted. "You are truly courting death." The chilling voice of Ling Shui seeped through her clenched teeth, imbued with a potent aura of menace. Ning Shu pressed her lips together, acutely aware that she had provoked the female lead this time. Yet, she felt no remorse. Could she truly extend her neck for Ling Shui to extract her soul? Her soul constituted her very essence. Holding the gun firmly, Ning Shu squinted, observing that Ling Shui's spiritual barrier appeared to be weakening. She fired twice more. An unexpected sensation of target practice arising within her. Standing idle while being targeted was intolerable. Ling Shui was on the verge of exploding with rage. She had never felt so utterly humiliated since arriving in this world, save for when she was with a man. Bullets clattered to the ground, and with a resounding blast, Ling Shui's spiritual barrier shattered. One bullet struck her clavicle, and seizing the moment, Ning Shu aimed again. However, Ling Shui, swift as lightning, evaded the shot. With a glare filled with hatred, Ling Shui contemplated eliminating Ning Shu, but the thought of being rendered a mere mortal, devoid of her spiritual energy, was too foolish to entertain. Ning Shu, unburdened by notions of combat etiquette, recognized that the current female lead resembled a toothless tiger. Now was not the time for mercy while she remained vulnerable. Ning Shu was far from gentlemanly. She fired 2 more shots at Ling Shui, her aim, of course, faltering due to her lack of practice. Yet, this time, the female lead was unprepared, serving as an unwitting target. Ning Shu knew that when the female lead encountered her again, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Ling Shui cast a chilling glance at her, her brow furrowed with ferocity. Clutching her wound, she swiftly opened the door and fled. Ning Shu hurriedly followed, seizing the moment of vulnerability. No one understood the protagonist's ruthlessness better than she did. Naturally, Ning Shu would refrain from drawing her weapon in front of so many witnesses. Inciting chaos and allowing Ling Shui to escape would spell trouble. She observed Ling Shui, pale as a ghost, being dragged away by the ostentatious and arrogant cold Ao, who was prattling on without a care. Dressed in black, the protagonist was clearly bleeding profusely. Yet cold Ao seemed oblivious to her plight. A sense of schadenfreude welled up within Ning Shu. Let the blossoms of misfortune bloom for you. Stealthily, she approached the pair. Upon noticing Ning Shu's approach, Ling Shui immediately pushed cold Ao aside and dashed toward the exit. Cold Ao, taken aback, stood there in confusion. Ning Shu kicked aside the obstruction cold Ao presented and pursued Ling Shui, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Ling Shui vowed to herself that she would ensure the demise of all the clowns that dared to prance before her in the future. Today, she felt like she had been bitten by an insignificant ant. Ordinarily, when the protagonist faced adversity, a benefactor would come to her aid. Her benefactor had indeed arrived, but it only signaled her misfortune. She did not believe her skills could match anyone in a gunfight. Ling Shui noticed the man's expression was far from pleasant. His oppressive gaze fixed upon her. He sniffed and inquired, "Are you injured?" As if it were not already apparent. Ling Shui retorted, somewhat irate, "You're not planning to take advantage of my predicament and eliminate me to seize my gang, are you?" The man let out a chuckle, effortlessly lifting Ling Shui and tossing her into the car before starting the engine, mocking her with disdain, remarking on how the Night Queen had been injured by such a mere child. Ling Shui clutched her wound, feeling an intense pain, and upon hearing his derisive laughter, she retorted fiercely, "Shut up." Ning Shu, hiding at a distance, watched as the car drove away, letting out a long sigh. From this moment on, she would have to be constantly vigilant for her own safety. Having suffered such a significant loss, Ling Shui would likely seek vengeance. Suddenly, a series of urgent honks startled Ning Shu. She turned to see the school doctor in the adjacent car, who opened the window and instructed her to get in. Without hesitation, Ning Shu complied, noticing the school doctor starting the vehicle and accelerating with remarkable speed. "Could you slow down?" Ning Shu nearly screamed, glancing at the school doctor, who was clad in a dark trench coat, leaving her at a loss for words. "Was that the car?" the school doctor inquired, directing his gaze towards the vehicle ahead. Ning Shu, slightly bewildered, responded, "What? The car Ling Shui was in?" The school doctor's eyes were particularly icy, as if assessing worthless refuse. "Yes, that's the one," Ning Shu replied, her curiosity piqued. Why was the school doctor pursuing it? Was he intending to rescue the protagonist? "Sir, you can't be serious." She fought tooth and nail just to draw a bit of blood from Ling Shui. "You're not actually going to save her, are you?" Ning Shu asked cautiously. "I need her," the school doctor stated flatly. Ning Shu's expression suddenly contorted in disbelief, a sense of despair washing over her as she exclaimed, "If that is the case, why would you still provide me with a gun, uncle?" The school doctor cast a peculiar glance at Ning Shu and replied, "Is there a contradiction between my giving you a gun and my need for Ling Shui?" Ning Shu pondered, questioning why the school doctor exuded such a bizarre aura. He spoke of needing Ling Shui yet casually handed her a gun to target the female protagonist. Was he perhaps intent on orchestrating a convoluted tale of love and hatred, replete with captivity and dark themes? She shook her head, bemused by how distorted the narrative had become. She wondered if the plot had yet to reveal itself, or if he was merely a concealed antagonist. Chapter 20. The Turbulent World of Campus Cultivation, 21. Following closely. Ning Shu trailed Ling Shui to a secluded villa. The school doctor turned to her and remarked, "What are you staring at me for, little girl?" The vehicle ahead came to a halt, and a man lifted Ling Shui from the car before guiding her into the villa. Ning Shu unfastened her seatbelt and stealthily pursued them, only to find the school doctor standing upright beside her, seemingly oblivious to the need for concealment. In disbelief, she urged, "I'm trying to hide. Do you not understand?" Quickly crouched down, the school doctor let out a cold chuckle and boldly strode into the villa, declaring, "There are no cameras here. Even if there were, hiding would be futile." Ning Shu quietly followed the school doctor into the villa, which appeared to be uninhabited. At that moment, voices emanated from the upper floor. The school doctor drew a gun and pressed himself against the wall as he ascended the stairs, with Ning Shu tiptoeing closely behind him. The voices grew louder, interspersed with an inexplicable sound. The school doctor opened the door slightly and was astonished to find two individuals entangled within, writhing together. Ning Shu leaned closer, her mouth forming annoyed disbelief. Wasn't the female protagonist injured? How had she suddenly found herself in such a compromising situation? Caught off guard, she witnessed an explicit scene. Ling Shui, compelled by circumstances, possessed no spiritual energy in her body, and the pain from her wounds was unbearable. The most expedient remedy was to engage in the act of yin-yang harmony, a practice typically associated with female practitioners of demonic cultivation in the realm of immortality. Moreover, the man with her was not without merit. A single encounter would hardly constitute a loss, and it could replenish her spiritual vitality. Ning Shu was thoroughly impressed with Ling Shue's resilience. How could she manage such a situation? Shouldn't one prioritize tending to their wounds first? The school doctor placed his hand on Ning Shu's head, firmly pushing her behind him. At that moment, the man on the bed fixed his gaze toward the door, prompting the school doctor to quickly duck. When he dared to look back into the room, it was already vacant. The school doctor kicked open the door, and Ning Shu followed him into the room. The sudden disappearance left her bewildered as she turned to the school doctor, inquiring about the whereabouts of the individuals. The school doctor, rummaging through the room, glanced at Ning Shu, who seemed dazed and perplexed, and remarked, "There must be a hidden mechanism in this room. See if you can find it." Ning Shu let out a sound of realization and began to meticulously explore the room, inch by inch. Why is it that the protagonist can exhibit such flair, while she must awkwardly fumble about? The school doctor turned a vase, revealing a passageway on the wall. He stepped inside first, and Ning Shu hurriedly followed suit. The secret chamber was merely a narrow corridor, illuminated by a few dim oil lamps, casting an eerie atmosphere. Observing the school doctor crouched ahead, a faint dripping sound echoed from not too far away. What could that sound be? The school doctor quickened his pace, and as Ning Shu approached, she was astonished to discover a bomb, its digits flashing erratically. How on earth did a bomb end up here? Could it have been left by Ling Shui? "Uncle, do you know how to disarm a bomb?" "I have some knowledge," he replied. The school doctor examined the device, picked it up, and began to dismantle it. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Ning Shu couldn't help but ask, "Are you truly capable of this? If not, you should do it." The school doctor tossed the bomb into Ning Shu's arms. He glanced at her and then retrieved a gleaming pair of medical scissors from his bag, decisively cutting the bomb's wires. The flashing digits ceased and the colors dimmed. Following the school doctor, Ning Shu suddenly recalled a pressing question and inquired, "Uncle, why must we disarm the bomb? Can't we just escape?" The school doctor halted in his tracks, turned around, and retorted, "Your lack of perception is quite contagious. You are a rather unhelpful ally." "Humph, you didn't think of it either, did you?" Ning Shu looked down upon the situation, pondering that any rational individual would instinctively flee upon encountering a bomb. After traversing the corridor for a while, she finally caught sight of a glimmer of light. However, upon emerging, she was confronted by two guns aimed at her and the school doctor. Ling Shui and Mo Lungshuan stood side by side, with Mo Lungshuan's firearm directed at the school doctor, in a deep voice demanding, "Who are you two?" Ling Shui's gaze turned icy as she spotted Ning Shu, remarking, "Lin Jiejia, your audacity seems to have grown." Ling Shui, having suffered immense humiliation at the hands of Ning Shu, harbored a desire to extract her very soul, subjecting her to myriad torments until she was utterly shattered, condemned to an eternity of suffering. Ning Shu observed Ling Shui, noting that despite having just been injured, her countenance now belied any sign of harm. Faced with Ling Shui's penetrating gaze, Ning Shu felt a wave of foreboding as she glanced at the school doctor. She had previously thought him to be quite formidable, yet here he was, caught and seemingly oblivious to what made him so feared by the club members. Ling Shui's attention shifted back to the school doctor, her irritation mounting at his nonchalant demeanor. "What intentions do you harbor by following me? Have you not yet been subdued by my hidden weapon?" It appeared that the concealed weapon from that fateful night had indeed been wielded by Ling Shui, revealing the school doctor's stubbornness. The school doctor, initially attempting to adjust his glasses perched on his nose, realized he was not wearing them and stated, "I have told you. I need you." Ning Shu exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, uncle, at such a moment, in front of the male lead, how could you say that? We are destined to meet a dreadful end." She tugged at the school doctor's sleeve, pleading, "Could you please speak more appropriately?" Ling Shui, evidently infuriated, retorted, "Are you out of your mind? You dare to follow me. Be cautious, or I might just eliminate you." Mo Lungshuan regarded the school doctor with palpable animosity, narrowing his eyes as he aimed at the doctor's head. He turned to Ling Shui, his voice laced with irritation, and inquired, "Who exactly is this person? What is your connection?" Ling Shui gazed at the first man in her life within this world, feeling a stir in her heart, a subtle affection blossoming within her. She replied, "I have no idea where he came from. He has just been following me." Mo Lungshuan's expression softened slightly, his previously cold demeanor appearing somewhat gentler as he coolly remarked, "Such individuals ought to be eliminated without hesitation. What purpose do they serve?" With that, he prepared to pull the trigger. Ning Shu felt a wave of despair wash over her, wondering if she was truly destined to perish here. With a sigh, she leaned closer to the school doctor and whispered, "Uncle, let us flee now. Please do not allow your intellect to influence me." The school doctor scoffed at Ning Shu's intelligence, swiftly brushing her aside. In the next moment, he disdainfully revealed a bomb he had procured from seemingly nowhere. It appeared all too familiar. Was this not the explosive from the corridor? When had the school doctor concealed it on his person? Hadn't he already been disarmed? How could it possibly be functional once more? The time above pulsated, and what drove Ning Shu to despair was that only a minute remained. She stared, wide-eyed, at the school doctor, realizing he was truly mad. No wonder he was labeled a lunatic. Mo Lungshuan watched as the school doctor tossed the bomb in his hand, the very one he had deliberately thrown into the corridor moments ago. The corners of the school doctor's mouth curled into a smile. Holding the bomb as if it were merely an apple, approaching Mo Lungshuan and Ling Shu, and unexpectedly reaching out to caress Ling Shu's face. In such a situation, he was utterly enthralled. Ning Shu stepped back 2 paces and called out to the school doctor, "Uncle, we should run." The school doctor paid no heed to Ning Shu, his hand lingering on Ling Shu's face, his gaze intensely focused, radiating a kind of worshipful concentration. Ling Shu felt his hand glide across her skin, akin to a venomous serpent slithering over her, sending shivers down her spine. Mo Lungshuan had never encountered such a reckless individual, brazenly touching his woman, one whom he held in high regard. He aimed his gun at the school doctor's head, yet the lunatic merely embraced Ling Shu tighter, nonchalantly declaring, "I would willingly perish alongside her." Ning Shu was utterly exasperated. She felt as if she might kneel before this lecherous uncle. He had truly lost his mind. Listening to the bomb's incessant ticking, her heart raced with fear. "Uncle, please stop. What are we going to do now?" Ling Shu's emotions were in a state of disarray, even more so than Ning Shu's. She found herself ensnared in the embrace of this insignificant man, a persistent nuisance who had seemingly materialized from nowhere to harass her. If it weren't for her exceptional skills, she would have long succumbed to his grasp. What a dire situation this was. Ling Shu felt as though a frigid blade pressed against her back, the icy sensation gnawing at her insides. How dare this insignificant creature wield a knife against her? The ominous sound of a ticking bomb echoed in the atmosphere. Ling Shu inquired coldly, "What on earth do you intend to do?" The school doctor, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I assure you, my intentions are not sinister. I have stated my need for you. Will you accompany me?" Ning Shu nearly burst into tears, realizing the doctor was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was brandishing a firearm, yet seemed unsure of whom to aim it at. If circumstances allowed, Ning Shu would have relished the opportunity to put an end to this perplexed man's existence. Mo Lungshuan's expression remained icy as he pointed at the school doctor, who was still holding Ling Shu captive. Ning Shu shouted, "Have none of you noticed the bomb? The bomb is about to explode." Could such emotional turmoil truly make one forget the specter of death? The school doctor casually glanced at the bomb in his hand, feigning surprise. "Oh dear. It really is about to detonate." Mo Lungshuan, Ling Shu, Ning Shu. Ling Shu was on the verge of losing her sanity. Engaging with such a lunatic left her with no reasonable recourse. She finally managed to utter, "How about this? Everyone drop your firearms, and you should dispose of the bomb as well." The school doctor, unfazed, slowly responded, "Then you all should relinquish your weapons. It is said that those who fear nothing are the most formidable." Mo Lungshuan, having navigated the treacherous paths of life for so long, had never encountered anyone quite like this. Their sanity was undoubtedly in question. Casting a cold glance at Ning Shu, he commanded, "We shall throw simultaneously." The current situation was undeniably bizarre. As Ning Shu discarded the gun, she swiftly threw herself to the ground, narrowly evading a bullet that whizzed past her. Cursing inwardly at the treachery, she realized that Mo Lungshuan had fired at her before relinquishing his firearm. Had she not reacted with such swiftness, she would likely have been struck. "You are not being forthright," the school doctor remarked, pressing the scalpel against Ling Shu's waist, penetrating her skin with a swift motion. Ling Shu let out a muffled groan, the cold metal intruding into her body as she contemplated the madness of this man. "Now, you ought to dispose of the bomb." Mo Lungshuan felt an intense displeasure. Earlier, when entangled with Ling Shu, he sensed someone had infiltrated the secret passage. hurling a bomb that shattered into fragments. While that experience was exhilarating, the present circumstances were far from enjoyable. The school doctor shrugged, casting the bomb towards Mo Lingshuan. He caught it, and upon seeing the flashing numbers, even the unflappable Mo Lingshuan's complexion paled slightly. Gathering all his strength, he hurled the bomb away. And with a thunderous roar, a searing wave of heat surged forth. Ning Shu had already taken cover on the ground, escaping harm, while the unscrupulous doctor sheltered behind Ling Shui. Unfortunately for her, the blast heat singed her hair and left her face flushed. The air of nobility and aloofness had completely dissipated. Ning Shu covered her mouth with a hand, laughing at the school doctor in utter disbelief. Did he truly harbor feelings for Ling Shui? A man of normal disposition would, at this juncture, shield the heroine beneath him. Yet here he was, cowering behind her. Goodness! How cowardly of him! The heroine would undoubtedly never regard him with favor, this timid soul. Mo Lingshuan, having risen from the ground, beheld Ling Shui's flushed cheeks and her hair in disarray, and he coldly admonished the school doctor, urging him to release her at once. Why should I let her go? The doctor retorted, dragging Ling Shui toward Ning Shu. If it were possible, Ning Shu truly wished to express her desire for him not to bring the heroine over. She was nothing short of a trouble magnet, and being in her presence would inevitably lead to a myriad of predicaments. The school doctor kicked Ning Shu, exclaiming, "Pig teammate. What are you dawdling for? Move." Ling Shui felt as if her heart might explode with rage. These two were colluding against her. One had shot her, while the other had stabbed her. It was utterly detestable, and she was determined to make them both pay dearly for their transgressions. Mo Lingshuan cast a frigid glare at the reckless school doctor and coldly declared, "You have successfully provoked my ire. I shall ensure that you find neither life nor death a relief. I am the one who renders others incapable of living or dying," the school doctor replied, somewhat astonished. Mo Lingshuan was on the verge of exploding with fury, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Surely, this man was unhinged. Ning Shu mused on the absurdity of life. What was the point of such dialogue? Should we not prioritize our escape at this moment? Chapter 22. The Turmoil of Campus Cultivation. 23. Mo Lingshuan retrieved his phone, presumably to summon his subordinates, his icy gaze fixated on the school doctor and Ning Shu, as if to convey an ominous message: "You are doomed." The formidable presence of the leader of the Hai Sui gang was palpable. Even Ning Shu felt her legs weaken beneath that piercing stare. She observed the school doctor clinging desperately to Ling Shui's neck, unwilling to let go. "What should we do now?" Ning Shu inquired, her urgency palpable. "We should flee quickly. Once more people arrive, we won't be able to escape." The school doctor nodded in agreement, preparing to drag Ling Shui away, but Mo Lingshuan swiftly intervened. Seizing Ling Shui himself, the two men engaged in a tug of war over her, while the knife pressed against Ling Shui's back sank deeper with each passing moment. Ning Shu stood nearby, her eyes wide in horror as she beheld the blood pooling on the ground and Ling Shui's ashen complexion, a mix of laughter and tears threatening to spill over. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed from a distance, signaling the arrival of Mo Lingshuan's men. Ning Shu tugged at the school doctor, urging, "Uncle, we should leave now. Their reinforcements are here." Reluctantly, the school doctor released Ling Shui, then swiftly drew his handgun and fired a shot at her, before dragging Ning Shu away in a frantic dash. Ning Shu turned back to the school doctor, her expression alarmed, gasping, "Uncle, didn't you say you needed her? Why did you shoot?" His unhesitating action left her bewildered. "Do you truly care for the heroine? Stop. Everyone in front of me, halt. I command you to stand still." The shouts of Mo Lingshuan's men resonated behind them, punctuated by the sporadic discharge of firearms. Ning Shu and the school doctor hurried to the road halfway up the mountain, observing that no vehicles were passing by, while the sounds behind them grew increasingly nearer. The school doctor, with determination, shattered the window of a car parked on the roadside with his firearm, and, under Ning Shu's bewildered gaze, began to unlock the vehicle. This scenario felt as if it were lifted from a film. Could the uncle truly manage such a feat? "Hurry, uncle, they are closing in," she urged, her anxiety palpable. "You come," the school doctor replied nonchalantly. What could she possibly contribute? The gunfire intensified from behind, prompting Ning Shu to hastily enter the car. She watched in exasperation as the school doctor crouched and fumbled with the lock. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, he finally succeeded in driving the vehicle away. Ning Shu turned to see their pursuers, who could only watch helplessly as they sped off. A wave of exhilaration surged within her, It was undeniably thrilling, her heart racing wildly in her chest. However, the school doctor appeared distinctly displeased, casting a scornful glance at her for being what he deemed a clumsy ally. If it weren't for you, I would have long since escaped with Ning Shu. You are nothing but a liability, he scoffed. Ning Shu pondered. Is there no sense of camaraderie left? After all, they had endured adversity together. Uncle, you can disarm explosives, steal cars. What else can you do? She inquired, realizing that the school doctor was a veritable jack of all trades. If she possessed such skills, perhaps completing future missions would prove far simpler. The school doctor rolled his eyes at her. These are merely fundamental abilities, you know. Alas, someone like you will never comprehend. Must you incessantly speak of your incompetent teammates? Ning Shu inquired, gazing at the side profile of the school doctor. Why did you shoot Ling Shui? Did you not claim that you needed her? Could you refrain from posing such foolish questions? Wounding her can disrupt that man's judgment. Have you not noticed that he has not pursued us? His subordinates are utterly inept, the school doctor retorted matter-of-factly. Ning Shu chuckled softly, placing a hand over her chest. Did you not say that you require her? Why hurt her? Do you not harbor feelings for her? Thus, I targeted her shoulder. She will not perish. The school doctor replied with an air of justification. Are you certain you are not a pervert? Ning Shu exclaimed, her confusion mounting. She felt as though her understanding of this man had irrevocably altered. The dynamics of their relationship seemed so fraught with love and conflict. Although they had managed to escape this time, the losses were substantial, the handgun was gone, and they had incurred the wrath of both the male and female leads, along with many of their underlings. Ning Shu sensed that her future would be fraught with peril. Doctor, you must protect me. My life is under threat. Those individuals will undoubtedly seek vengeance, Ning Shu implored, her tone laced with desperation. Why should I assist you? You are utterly useless. Being around you diminishes my intellect. The school doctor replied coldly. Ning Shu grimaced, pleading, Doctor, you cannot be this way. We are, at the very least, allies, are we not? I do not know you. He stated dismissively. Ning Shu, cold-hearted, ruthless, and unreasonable. What surprised Ning Shu was that just a few days after being injured, Ling Shui arrived for class early in the morning. Although her complexion appeared somewhat wan, she did not seem to carry the marks of injury. Ning Shu was utterly astonished. Had Ling Shui consumed an elixir? After sustaining an injury yesterday, she was already attending class today. How was she able to sit upright? Upon seeing Ning Shu, Ling Shui revealed a stark white smile, her gaze calm, yet sending shivers down Ning Shu's spine. Ling Shui took her seat in front of Ning Shu, who, with her hand resting on the three-legged desk, squinted at Ling Shui's silhouette. They had become entangled in a complex rivalry, and neither would spare the other. Ironically, Ning Shu felt no fear at all. She touched the firearm at her waist, which was no ordinary weapon but a life-saving item bestowed upon her by the school doctor. After class, Ling Shui lay prostrate on the desk, seemingly asleep, when Enrong approached her with concern, asking, Ling Shui, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ling Shui lifted her head and shook it, replying, I am fine. Immediately, Enrong turned to Ning Shu, exclaiming, Did you bully Ling Shui? Ning Shu replied, What nonsense? Enrong raised her chin defiantly, saying, Are you looking for a fight for daring to bully Ling Shui? Ling Shui stood up and pulled Enrong aside, stating, I'm fine, she did not bully me. It's just your nature, allowing yourself to be bullied without a word, which invites more torment. Enrong lamented in exasperation, observing Ling Shui's seemingly delicate demeanor, which hardly suggested she possessed any extraordinary abilities. Recently, rumors have been circulating in the school regarding Ling Shui's alleged supernatural abilities. Enrong, initially intrigued by the gossip, observed Ling Shui's delicate demeanor and immediately deduced that it was mere slander. Let me tell you, Enrong declared, bullying Ling Shui is tantamount to bullying me, Enrong. I will ensure you regret it. With a defiant lift of her chin towards Ning Shu, the tension in the air was palpable. Chapter 23, The Turbulent Realm of Campus Cultivation, 24. What on earth is happening? Ning Shu gazed at Ling Shui, who had shed her usual regal elegance, now resembling a bashful flower swaying in the breeze. Witnessing Enrong's fierce protection of her, Ning Shu could only lament how, in just a few days, Ling Shui had accumulated more troubles. Ning Shu acutely felt the disdainful and hostile gazes of her classmates, who evidently believed she had wronged Ling Shui. It was as if she were on the verge of spitting blood. She had done nothing to warrant such accusations of bullying the protagonist. The protagonist's strength had evidently surged, possessing both physical prowess and intellect. a true force to be reckoned with. Previously, Ning Shu had exuded an air of aloof nobility, scarcely acknowledging Ning Shu, exuding absolute confidence in her abilities to dominate others. And yet you claim you Haven Tea bullied her? At the Cold Prince's banquet, you chased Ling Shui and assaulted her. How can you dare assert you Haven Tea mistreated her when she has been bedridden for days? And Rome scoffed, her gaze towards Ning Shu dripping with contempt. Ning Shu's brows twitched in irritation, having grown accustomed to Ling Shui's striking and formidable presence. This fragile Fade was truly disconcerting. And Rong attempted to seize Ning Shu by the hair, but Ning Shu deftly evaded and executed a shoulder throw, causing Rong to yelp in pain. Since you wish to play the innocent flower, it would be a disservice to myself not to take action. Ning Shu delivered 2 sharp slaps to Ling Shui, who wore a bewildered expression. Ling Shui froze, clutching her face in shock, unable to believe that Ning Shu had actually dared to strike her. The icy glare she cast upon Ning Shu was chilling to the bone. The onlookers in the classroom were equally stunned by Ning Shu's audacity. To them, this solitary girl, a person of low status, seemed utterly deranged for daring to assault the school's goddess, an emblem of the student body's admiration for Ling Shui. Ning Shu, however, paid little heed to their judgment. She had been cast out by the Lin family and had no ties to them, feeling like a solitary wanderer without a trace of her biological parents. In stark contrast, Ling Shui possessed both beauty and an air of aloofness, attracting the admiration of the campus's 3 princes. Even in Rome, who stood with her hands on her hips, was taken aback, regarding Ning Shu with a look that suggested she was courting disaster. This woman must surely be mad. And Rome, still seething from her fall, felt a mix of humiliation and anger, but upon witnessing the glint of madness in Ning Shu's eyes, instinctively distanced herself. And Rong's retreat caused a heaviness in Ling Shui's heart, especially as she noticed that no one in the classroom seemed inclined to defend her. The reason Ling Shui had rushed to school was that Lin Jiejia had been hiding there, lingering even after classes, while her subordinates could not possibly enter AC school to search for her. Having perhaps absorbed too much of others' essence, her spiritual aura appeared increasingly mottled, and at times, it would even recoil upon her. Yet, Ling Shui had no alternative. Cultivation was her only means of survival. After suffering injuries repeatedly from modern weaponry, Ling Shui no longer dared to underestimate contemporary technology. Previously, she had looked down upon such trivialities, only to be wounded by those wielding firearms. Ever since encountering Lin Jiejia, everything had begun to unravel, and she was determined to ensure that this woman could not remain in the school. Observing Ling Shui's pitiful demeanor, Ning Shu was momentarily tempted to draw a weapon and eliminate her, but she swiftly dismissed the notion. She could not allow this body to bear the burden of murder. Get lost. Ning Shu shoved Ling Shui, causing her to stumble precariously, almost losing her balance. In her feeble state, Ling Shui only served to amplify Ning Shu's audacity. How utterly addicted to this charade you've become, Ning Shu thought, finding Ling Shui's performance disconcertingly unfamiliar. Oh, protagonist, where has your flair gone? This abrupt transformation leaves others at a loss. Bursting from the classroom, Ning Shu sprinted towards the infirmary, where she found the school nurse, bespectacled and earnestly explaining the intricacies of menstruation to a blushing girl. Ning Shu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the girl. If she only knew that the seemingly benign school nurse was, in fact, a deviant who might pull out a gun at any moment, she would likely never return to the presence of the uncle in the infirmary again. The school doctor cast a fleeting glance at Ning Shu and inquired, "What is it? The sun has yet to set, and you wish to take a nap in my infirmary?" Ning Shu replied, "No, it's just that Ling Shui has come to class." The school doctor responded with a nonchalant "Oh," observing the foolish expression on Ning Shu's face, and remarked, "This is a school. Surely you do not expect me to intervene on her behalf?" At that moment, Ning Shu had no desire to engage in conversation with him, as communication felt utterly futile. What she meant was that with Ling Shui attending class, her own troubles would only intensify. The instant she entered the classroom, all gazes turned towards her. As she made her way to her seat, she noticed Ling Shui slumped over her desk, ignoring the surrounding students, her usually aloof demeanor marred by a visible expression of frustration and heartache. Cold Ao, observing Ning Shu's seemingly unaffected composure, kicked the already unstable 3-legged desk Ning Shu had just propped up. Why was he constantly venting his ire on her desk? It was already in a pitiable state. Ning Shu lifted her head and regarded Cold Ao with indifference, causing him to feel a twinge of trepidation beneath her gaze. This was quickly replaced by a surge of anger. How could he be intimidated by the eyes of someone he deemed inferior? especially a girl. I have warned you numerous times not to bully Ning Shu. If you do, I will make your life a living hell. Cold Ao's expression twisted in humiliation and fury, clearly agitated by the earlier encounter with Ning Shu's gaze. Encountering a fool like you has already made life unbearable. If it were not for this task, Ning Shu would truly prefer not to see him at all. Hey, are you talking to me? What kind of attitude is this? Cold Ao perceived the peculiar and disdainful gaze of Ning Shu directed at her. How dare this inferior being look down upon her? Did she not comprehend her own situation as merely an orphan? Chapter 24. The Turbulent World of Campus Cultivation. 25. Ning Shu felt a profound sense of frustration at Cold Ao's melodramatic demeanor, witnessing her desk being kicked to the ground. The three-legged piece of furniture appeared pitiful indeed. Cold Ao stared icily at Ning Shu, asserting, "Apologize to Ning Shu, or I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Do you even wish to continue attending this school? One word from me, and you shall find it impossible to remain here." Ning Shu quietly lifted her eyelids and calmly replied, "Please set my desk upright." "What did you say?" Cold Ao's face displayed disbelief. You want me to fix your desk? Have you lost your mind? You, a lowly person, are utterly insane. Set my desk upright, Ning Shu reiterated, her tone unperturbed. Have you truly gone mad? Cold Ao gazed at Ning Shu incredulously, as if she were witnessing a lunatic. Do you even know who I am? Ning Shu had grown weary of hearing such statements, which made Cold Ao sound as though she were a deity, impervious to any slight. Set my desk upright. The onlookers around were astounded by Ning Shu's audacity in addressing the cold prince in such a manner. The surrounding girls regarded her with piercing glares, condemning her for her impudence towards Cold Ao. Cold and aloof, he took a deep breath, clenched his fist with a crackling sound, and moved his neck before declaring from his lofty height, "I have stated that I do not strike women, but you are an exception. You should feel honored. You have shattered my vow." Ning Shu strode boldly to Cold's front, and under his bewildered gaze, she unceremoniously executed a perfect shoulder throw. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, staring dumbfounded at Cold, who lay on the ground, supporting his waist with a hand and looking at Ning Shu in disbelief. He had yet to comprehend that throughout his life, he had always been the favored one. This was the first time he had experienced such humiliation. Ning Shu also gazed at Ning Shu in astonishment before glancing back at the fallen Cold, hastily helping him to his feet. Embarrassed in front of his crush, Cold felt an intense loathing for Ning Shu. He had been thrown by a girl, and before the eyes of the crowd. It felt as though his dignity had been trampled upon. The astonished gazes from those around him pierced through his shame and resentment, igniting a desire to tear Ning Shu apart. Ning Shu maintained an indifferent expression, feeling a sense of frustration within. She nearly strained her waist. Indeed, executing a shoulder throw on a boy was far more challenging than on a girl. "You are seeking your own demise," Cold seethed, raising his fist to strike Ning Shu squarely in the face, putting all his strength into the blow. Ning Shu would not simply allow herself to be beaten. She swiftly dodged and then delivered a solid kick directly to Lung Ao's knee, causing him to collapse in front of onlookers. Her disdain for Lung Ao was palpable, and seizing the opportunity of his kneeling position, she aimed another kick at his backside, leaving him in a most undignified posture. Lung Ao was bewildered, desperately wishing to understand the chaotic situation unfolding around him. He felt as if he could vanish into thin air, wishing to conceal his current humiliation. He vowed that this deranged woman would pay dearly for her actions. There would be repercussions. Ning Shu observed the madness of this woman, believing she was courting disaster and should be expelled from a school at the earliest opportunity. Ning Shu harbored a deep animosity towards the woman named Lin Zhejia, wishing ill upon her as she awaited her inevitable downfall outside the confines of the school. As others helped Ling Ao to his feet, his expression was grim, and the icy glare he cast at Ning Shu was laced with contempt. Each word he uttered dripped with venom. "Vile woman, you have successfully provoked my ire." Ning Shu, indifferent to his fury, propped up her three-legged table, disregarding him entirely. Her concerns were far too numerous to waste time on a prince lost in his own delusions. Lung Ao, infuriated by her dismissive attitude, nearly erupted with rage, but recognized he was at a disadvantage today. He strode past her with an arrogant tilt of his chin, leaving a chilling aura in his wake. Ning Shu was aware that she had offended Lung Ao, yet she remained unperturbed, her focus solely on Ning Shu. She could not fathom the intentions of Ning Shu, who had suddenly transformed into a white lotus. What was she up to? Ning Shu touched the firearm at her waist, gazing at Ning Shu seated before her. In the days that followed, Ning Shu increasingly targeted Ning Shu, making her school life increasingly miserable. Ning Shu assumed that Ning Shu would eventually be unable to endure the environment. Yet to her surprise, Ning Shu seemed to have taken root within the school, engaging in all aspects of life there. Ning Shu inwardly cursed Ning Shu for her audacity. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within her was quite abundant. Although plentiful, it was also marred, tainted by numerous impurities, having absorbed the essence of too many individuals. At times, when Ning Shu utilized her spiritual energy, it felt laborious and left her with a sense of inadequacy. She was at a loss regarding how to purify this energy and eliminate the impurities. Yet she could not resist the urge to absorb more of humanity's essence. The spiritual energy in this world was alarmingly sparse, to the point of causing discomfort. Ning Shu was indeed troubled. How could humanity have reduced the world to such a state? As for Ning Shu, she was unyielding towards the readily available punching bag, honing her combat skills. Initially, Ning Shu found it somewhat challenging, as she was a girl pitted against the nearly 6-foot-tall arrogance of Ling Ao. Everyone at Ace Academy had grown accustomed to Ling Ao seeking trouble with that lowly individual, only to find himself bested by her, prompting him to return for more the following day. Ning Shu held no admiration or affection for Ling Ao, unlike the original Lin Jejia. Should he come looking for trouble, she would not hold back in the slightest. Ling Shu harbored a profound disdain for the aloof Ling Ao, who incessantly sought out Ning Shu. In a fit of anger, she confronted him, asserting, "Simply have her expelled. Your daily visits to her have birthed rumors within the school, suggesting that you two harbor mutual affections." Mutual affections? What nonsense! Ling Ao retorted, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on his face. He gazed at Ling Shu with unwavering determination. "I am merely standing up for you, seeking retribution. Expelling her would be far too lenient." Chapter 25. The Turmoil of Campus Cultivation. 26. Ling Shu observed as Ling Ao, in a fury, approached Lin Jejia with the intent to create trouble. A sense of discomfort washed over her. Previously, Ling Ao's affections had been solely directed towards her, yet now, he had inexplicably shifted his attention to that insignificant creature, Lin Jejia. Regardless of the circumstances, this was an undesirable development. Ling Shu sought out two other princes, urgently in need of their vital essence. After all, these princes were eager to remain in her company, and the essence they offered was a gift too valuable to refuse. Meanwhile, Ling Ao had located Ning Shu, who was diligently studying. Despite the challenges she faced, she remained resolute in her academic pursuits. Approaching stealthily, Ling Ao attempted to upend Ning Shu's desk. However, as he extended his foot, she swiftly countered by kicking his knee. With a sly smirk, Ling Ao had anticipated her move and deftly evaded her attack. Having endured numerous setbacks, he was determined not to fall prey to this woman again. She had vastly underestimated him. Recently, he had been diligently training in martial arts, and there was no reason he should succumb to a mere girl. Ning Shu deftly seized Ling Ao's arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Infuriated, he lay there, seething with indignation, questioning if this woman possessed the strength of a giant. Ning Shu dusted off her hands and crossed her arms, gazing down at Ling Ao, declaring, "I warn you, do not provoke me." Ling Ao, observing the placid expression on Ning Shu's face, felt as though he were an inconsequential being. Why was this girl so composed in his presence, devoid of the adoration typically found in other girls' gazes? A myriad of emotions swirled within him, yet he sensed an unmistakable coldness emanating from her, an indifference that pierced to the bone. Ning Shu, apathetic to Ling Ao's internal turmoil, would merely respond with a dismissive gesture. For some individuals simply thrived on being troublesome. Ling Ao brushed off the dust from his clothes, tilting his chin with an air of arrogance as he coldly remarked, "I have warned you before, do not provoke Ling Shu, or you shall see the consequences." Ning Shu retorted, "You've been buzzing around me like a persistent mosquito. Yet could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Is that why you seek to trouble me at every turn? Perhaps your heart is at odds with your tongue, and this is your way of drawing near?" Ning Shu's words were entirely nonsensical, for she was genuinely exasperated by Ling Ao's relentless interference in her life. She simply wished to devote herself to her studies. The curriculum at AC School was overwhelmingly extensive, brimming with knowledge, and Ning Shu absorbed it like a sponge soaking up water. Acquiring more knowledge was never a folly. Even if some concepts eluded her now, she was confident they would become clear in due time. However, upon hearing these words, Ling Ao reacted as though stung by a venomous scorpion, his expression exceedingly agitated, as if he had encountered an unfathomable insult. He erupted into a boisterous laugh, pointing at Ning Shu, his fingers trembling with indignation. How could I ever like you? Just take a look at yourself. What is there about you that could possibly attract me? You possess a strength surpassing that of a man. And your appearance is utterly unappealing. Lin Jiejia, you are truly delusional. I could never harbor any fondness for you. I would rather adore a dog than be enamored with you. Ning Shu retorted, What are you so worked up about, you fool? Despite Lung Ao's agitation, he noticed that Ning Shu's demeanor was as cold as ice, as if she had not registered his words at all, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Ning Shu, uninterested in engaging with this lunatic, clutched her book and prepared to visit the school doctor. She had uncovered a significant secret. The school doctor was remarkably knowledgeable, possessing an incredible breadth of understanding. Ning Shu had many inquiries to make, and though the doctor often exhibited impatience, he would nonetheless elucidate matters for her. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you going? Lin Jiejia. Lung Ao grasped Ning Shu's arm, but immediately recoiled as if he had touched something repugnant. Ning Shu remarked, If you're unwell, you ought to see a doctor. With her book in tow, she proceeded toward the school doctor, while Lung Ao trailed closely behind, incessantly muttering, which irked Ning Shu to no end. She halted, lifted her gaze to Lung Ao, and asked, What is it that you truly want? What do you intend to do with me? Cold and aloof, Lung Ao felt somewhat uneasy under Ning Shu's gaze. He exclaimed loudly, I am not following you. This path leads to your home, and you alone are permitted to tread it. I happen to traverse this route. What of it? Lin Jiejia, I warn you, do not let your imagination run wild. Ning Shu replied, I have not thought anything. Lung Ao glanced at her, noticing her indifferent expression, as if nothing could capture her interest. Suddenly, Ning Shu halted her steps, causing Lung Ao, who was trailing behind, to bump into her. With a scoff, he questioned, Why did you stop? Be silent, Ning Shu said in a low tone, pulling Lung Ao down to crouch beneath the window. Initially, he intended to shake off her hand, but upon seeing her grave demeanor, he whispered, What is it? Sure, do not speak, Ning Shu urged softly, slightly raising her head to peer through the window into the room. It was a storage space filled with various sports equipment, and she noticed 3 individuals inside. Again, this scenario unfolded before her. She recognized Ling Shui along with 2 other princes. Ling Shui's garments fluttered as the 2 men seated on the cushions appeared dazed and pale. What is wrong with Yi Fei and Fei Yang? What are they doing? Lung Ao's expression darkened considerably, filled with discontent. The mere sight of Ling Shui alone with his 2 friends stirred discomfort within him. He was aware of their affections for her, yet the thought of them together, without him, was unsettling. In his heart, Ling Shui was already his. With determination, Lung Ao rose and charged into the room, but Ning Shu swiftly restrained him. Let go. I must go in, he insisted, his voice heavy with urgency. Ning Shu truly yearned to deliver a punch to this fellow. However, considering the presence of others in the room, she leaned closer to Lung Ao's ear and whispered, Do remain calm. Lung Ao's body stiffened as a warm breath brushed against his ear, sending shivers throughout his entire being, causing goosebumps to erupt. He found himself unable to resist as she held on to him. Observing the situation within, Ning Shu noted that Ling Shui was undoubtedly employing some form of dark sorcery, particularly given the pallid complexions of the 2 princes. Inside the room, Ling Shui had concluded her incantation. She gazed at the 2 men, then began to explore their bodies before shedding her own garments. The faces of both princes lit up with astonishment and excitement, prompting them to disrobe entirely. Ning Shu. Chapter 26. The Turbulent Tide of Campus Cultivation. 29. Sir, you cannot dissect me, Ning Shu implored, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the school physician. The physician clutched a pair of medical scissors, swiftly snipping away at Ling Shui's clothing. Was he truly about to perform surgery on her? She was extraordinarily beautiful. Ning Shu, as a woman, felt profoundly moved by such exquisite beauty. Would the school physician really dare to wield a scalpel against her? Upon hearing Ning Shu's words, the physician's scissors paused momentarily, yet he cast a disdainful glance in her direction. You are hardly worthy of my attention. Your genes are an impediment to human advancement. The most evident manifestation of inferior genetics is reflected in your visage. With such unattractiveness, your genetic makeup cannot be of any better quality. Ning Shu, is this your roundabout way of mocking my appearance? On the operating table, Ling Shui's long eyelashes trembled, signaling her imminent awakening. The school physician sat beside the table, patiently awaiting her return to consciousness. As Ning Shu stirred, the piercing, frigid light assaulted her eyes, rendering them momentarily unresponsive. It took a while for her vision to adjust. Where am I? Ning Shu attempted to move her hands, only to discover she was utterly restrained. Down to the operating table. Struggling to free herself, she realized her body was weak and limp, compelling her to draw upon the spiritual energy within her dantian in an attempt to break the thick iron shackles. You're awake, the school physician remarked, observing her closely. The sudden sound startled Ning Shu, and she turned to face the tall figure of the physician, clad in a white coat, exuding an air of authority. Release me at once, or I shall make your demise most unpleasant, she declared, yet her words lacked conviction, sounding instead soft and alluring. Ning Shu, observing from the side, was captivated by the scene before her. If she were a man, she mused, she would have likely released the enchanting Ning Shu, who, in stark contrast to her own appearance, radiated beauty. Stealing a glance at the bespectacled physician, Ning Shu discreetly inquired, "Sir, would you like me to step outside?" Ning Shu, upon noticing Ning Shu, became even more agitated, directing a gaze of intense hatred towards her. Ning Shu, unfazed by Ning Shu's animosity, smirked quietly to herself. It was the physician who had captured her, yet Ning Shu's ire was directed elsewhere. Why such leniency towards men and such harshness towards women? What have I done to earn your contempt? The school physician set aside the scissors and directly retrieved the dissection knife, which gleamed ominously under the surgical lights. A sense of dread enveloped Ning Shu as she struggled to free herself from the iron shackles, yet her efforts proved futile. Even summoning her inner energy could not liberate her. She could only concentrate her spirit to gradually sever the chains binding her. Ning Shu felt it was unwise to remain in this place, anticipating that the forthcoming events would not bode well for her. As the physician approached with the glinting blade, Ning Shu's fear became palpable. Her eyes mirrored sheer terror, clouded and distant, as if she were silently pleading with the school doctor. Ning Shu swallowed hard. Captivated by the surreal beauty of the moment, she almost reached out to touch it. Shaking her head, she questioned her own thoughts. Realizing the magnetic allure Ning Shu possessed was overwhelming. The school physician narrowed his eyes before swiftly severing Ning Shu's tendons. Pain coursed through her body, causing spasms as she gazed at the physician with bloodshot eyes, her lips torn from biting them in anguish. How could he dare to sever her meridians? With her channels disrupted, how could she circulate her energy? It was only then that genuine fear and terror surged within Ning Shu. Her gaze filled with true apprehension and sorrow directed at the physician. Ning Shu observed from the side, transfixed as she glanced between the physician and the injury on Ning Shu's limbs. Remarkably, there was not a single drop of blood where the meridians had been severed. He had accurately pinpointed the locations. The school physician's expression remained impassive, as if he were not faced with a beautiful woman, but rather a lifeless specimen awaiting dissection. As the chill enveloped both Ning Shu and Ning Shu, a profound and uncontrollable dread washed over Ning Shu. She sensed that her life was on the precipice of its conclusion, awaiting an uncertain demise without knowledge of the day it would arrive. How could this be? She was the unparalleled cultivator in this realm, standing at the zenith of existence, commanding the forces of nature. Yet, she found herself confined within this lightless laboratory. No, it cannot be. Her heart brimmed with an insatiable reluctance, yet any attempt to move left her feeble and in excruciating pain. The energy within her was abruptly stifled upon arrival, and her resentment ran deep. Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief, astonished that her mission had unfolded in such a manner. The exalted Ning Shu had become a mere subject, a specimen for the school physician's genetic experiments. Ning Shu felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation, and promptly remarked, "Sir, you are not contemplating silencing her, are you?" The school physician paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and mused, "It is indeed a clever idea. Sir, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. I am completely oblivious to anything." Ning Shu nearly clung to the school physician's legs, pleading for clemency. "All right, let us depart and forget today's events," the school physician replied coolly. Ning Shu felt as though her legs might give way under her, but they finally arrived at the infirmary. Upon entering, she inhaled deeply, feeling a slight relief wash over her. The frigid laboratory had been stifling beyond measure. "Sir, what will you do with Ning Shu?" Ning Shu inquired cautiously. The school doctor's expression turned icy. "You need not concern yourself with this matter. The unusual behavior of this woman has long been noted by the authorities. This is a matter for higher-ups, and it does not pertain to you." Wow, so it's connected to the higher authorities. Does that mean the school doctor is one of them? Indeed, this is not something she should be privy to. Ning Shu discreetly leaned closer to the school doctor, who immediately raised a finger to poke her forehead, saying, "Speak, but do not come so close. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. I admire you greatly." Like the relentless flow of a mighty river, Ning Shu enthusiastically flattered the school doctor. "Just speak. There is no need to be so nauseating," he replied, patting his pristine white coat, which was devoid of dust. Perhaps he harbored a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. "Now, tell me, what is it that you seek from me?" The school doctor inquired nonchalantly. At this moment, Ning Shu genuinely admired him. "Uncle, you are truly impressive. I hold you in such high regard." The school doctor brought his fingers together, signaling her to cease her chatter. "Uncle, could you help me find out who my biological parents are?" Ning Shu realized that navigating this world's tasks had become surprisingly easy, and she felt an urge to cling to him, for his support felt substantial. The school doctor's eyelids twitched, and his gaze turned deep as he looked at Ning Shu, causing her heart to race. She waved her hand, saying, "Never mind. There is no need to search for my parents. My genes are quite poor, so please do not investigate them. I shall remember this matter. Now, you may leave." The school doctor patted his white coat repeatedly, despite it being devoid of any stains or marks. His obsessive-compulsive behavior was quite apparent. Ning Shu let out a soft sound of acknowledgement before she rolled away with remarkable agility. As she entered the classroom, still dazed, she was abruptly seized by the arm and dragged out. Ning Shu shrugged off the arrogant grip and coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" Cold Ao glared at her, his nostrils flaring with indignation, and demanded, "Where have you been? I've searched everywhere for you. Do you have any idea where Ling Shui has gone?" "How would I know? I am not Ling Shui's personal attendant. I have no idea where she is," Ning Shu replied with an indifferent expression. Observing Cold Ao's contorted face, she discerned a tumult of emotions: sorrow, resentment, rage, jealousy. It was a complex array that was truly difficult to articulate. Ning Shu surmised that this fellow had been driven to madness by Ling Shui's absence. Out of pity for his plight, she decided to mock him mercilessly. "Please. Ling Shui doesn't even acknowledge your existence. Why maintain such a woeful demeanor? You're acting like a woman scorned." "You." Cold Ao trembled with anger, his finger pointing accusingly at Ning Shu. "You wretched woman." He then turned on his heel and walked away. Ling Shui's disappearance had caused quite a stir at AC. Her prominence was undeniable. As the reigning goddess of the school, even a brief tardiness would attract attention, let alone several days of absence. As time passed, Ling Shui's absence from school ignited a flurry of rumors. Some claimed she had vanished, while others suggested she had met a tragic end. And yet more speculated that she was working at a bar. In essence, a myriad of tales circulated, each shrouded in an air of mystery surrounding the beautiful girl. Ning Shu, however, paid no heed to these whispers. Her sole mission was to bring the lofty Ling Shui down from her pedestal. The missing Ling Shui had become a mysterious heroine in the eyes of her classmates, and the increasingly outrageous rumors were becoming unbearable. One particular rumor that reached Ning Shu's ears was so ludicrous that it nearly made her burst out laughing. Some of the bolder girls, emboldened by their audacity, quietly discussed it amongst themselves. Lung Ao found himself in a convoluted state of mind. How could his close friend be subjected to such scandalous gossip? He felt like the most aggrieved and unjustly wronged individual. When these two individuals approached him inquiring about Ling Shui's whereabouts, Lung Ao scoffed and unleashed a flurry of blows upon them, incredulous that they dared to ask him where she had gone. He vowed never to associate with these two fools again, who had conspired behind his back to undermine him, and now had the audacity to confront him. Lung Ao kicked each of the two on the ground, discovering that his combat prowess was indeed commendable. However, he consistently found himself bested by Lin Jiejia, that violent woman. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously wandered to the vicinity of Ning Shu's classroom, a place he frequented daily, first to seek out Ling Shui, and later to engage in daily skirmishes with Lin Jiejia. His feet had grown accustomed to leading him to this classroom. Cold and aloof, he stood at the door, peering through the window at Lin Jiejia, who was engrossed in her book. Her expression was serious, and the sunlight bathed her in a tranquil glow, reminiscent of a delicate orchid. Ning Shu could distinctly sense someone observing her. Upon turning her head, she found Lung Ao outside the window, his brow furrowed. She surmised he must be there once again to inquire about Ling Shui's whereabouts. Ning Shu could not fathom why Lung Ao persistently sought her out for information regarding Ling Shui, a matter she was utterly oblivious to. Given Lung Ao's demeanor, It was as if he believed her disappearance was somehow linked to her, and while there was indeed a connection, it puzzled her. Realizing he had been caught, Lung Ao's heart raced, feeling a twinge of discomfort at being discovered while spying. The impatience etched on Ning Shu's face ignited his frustration, prompting him to stride confidently towards her, lifting his chin as he regarded her from an elevated stance. I ask you, where has Ling Shui gone? I have already told you I do not know. Why must you persist in questioning me? You ought to consult your two good friends. They would provide more reliable answers than I, she retorted. I. Long Ao stammered, a flicker of anger in his tone as he continued. My intuition tells me that you are connected to Ling Shui's disappearance. Get lost. You are a woman, aren't you? Do you possess some sixth sense? Despite the fact that Ling Shui's disappearance had faded from public discourse, those with keen insight, such as Emo Lingshuan, the underworld leader, had not given up the search. He even contemplated capturing Ning Shu to extract information about Ling Shui's whereabouts, aware of the presence of unruly individuals outside the school. Ning Shu felt an increasing trepidation about venturing beyond its confines. Cold Ao, recognizing the troubles that beset Ning Shu, approached her with an air of superiority, declaring that he would resolve her external predicaments if she agreed to be his girlfriend. Ning Shu remained silent, having never considered any intersection with the denizens of this world, especially not with someone like Cold Ao, whom she intended to leave to the original owner's management. What brought Ning Shu solace was the arrival of the school doctor, who bore news of the original owner's biological parents, a tale steeped in tragedy. The original owner was merely a daughter sold by her impoverished parents, who, upon learning that affluent individuals sought to purchase their daughter, had callously relinquished her. These matters belonged to the original owner, and Ning Shu had already located her biological father. She was not the original owner and would not make decisions on her behalf. Ning Shu felt that her mission was nearing completion as she contemplated her departure from this world. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind, inquiring if she wished to leave now that the task was fulfilled. Without hesitation, she affirmed her desire to depart. She had grown weary of lingering in this realm. The task had proven exceedingly arduous. Had it not been for the school doctor, Ning Shu would have had no opportunity to accomplish her mission. Her success felt somewhat fortuitous, and all she could do was wish for the smooth progress of the school doctor's experiments. Chapter 28. The General Loves the Countryside Maiden. 1. Just as Ning Shu confirmed her decision, she was abruptly engulfed in a disorienting whirl, collapsing to the ground with a thud, her head spinning and nausea threatening to overwhelm her. Ning Shu lowered her head to observe that her soul had dimmed somewhat. She promptly seated herself to absorb the matter of this space. Although she was uncertain about its nature, anything that could strengthen her soul was welcome. The player's soul was too frail, rendering it susceptible to the original owner's emotions, as explained by the system in a mechanical tone. Is there a means to enhance the soul? Ning Shu inquired, sensing that traversing worlds would considerably deplete her soul. If she did not fortify it, her essence would inevitably be exhausted. The marketplace offers potions to strengthen the soul and tomes for soul cultivation. However, you currently lack the qualifications to access the marketplace and exchange system. The system's explanation kindled a flicker of hope within Ning Shu. Yet the mention of her lack of qualifications felt like a bucket of cold water poured over her. Only upon officially becoming a player would she gain the right to unlock the exchange system. Well, she mused, she was hardly more than an intern, merely the smallest of cannon fodder. Should she perish during a mission, she would vanish entirely. Would you like to view your attributes? The system inquired. Yes. Before Ning Shu, an attribute panel materialized. ID 23333 name. Ning Shu age 27 experience points. For 1000, 10,000. Soul value 60 life value, 50 wisdom value, 80 charm value. Luck 20 mental power, 120 strength, 10 talent, 20 skills. 5 ring shooting technique, basic combat technique honorary titles. None. Ning Shu meticulously examined each attribute, pleasantly surprised to discover that her score had reached an impressive 4,000 points. This likely resulted from her transfer to an intermediate world, followed by a stroke of good fortune in completing tasks. Indeed, high risks often accompany high rewards. The system's voice echoed once more, announcing an additional 10 attribute points awarded to the player due to the satisfactory completion of their first task in the intermediate world. After contemplating her options, Ning Shu allocated 1 point to her charm attribute, as the previous question marks in that category had been a source of frustration. Remembering her even more disheartening luck value, she decisively added 5 points to it, followed by 4 points to her talent. Consequently, her attributes underwent a transformation. ID 23333 name. Ning Shu age 27 experience points 4,000, 4,000, 10,000. Soul points 60 health points, 50 wisdom points, 80 charm points, 1 luck points, 25 mental power, 120 strength, 10 talent, 24 skills, 5 ring shooting technique. Basic combat technique honorary titles. None. As Ning Shu observed that her charm value was no longer shrouded in mystery, she felt a sense of relief. Even if it was merely a solitary point, at least it was not an array of question marks. Shall we enter the task world now? The system inquired. After a moment of reflection, Ning Shu responded, "Is it possible to delay my entry into the world?" "Certainly." The system then fell silent. Ning Shu gazed at her own ethereal form, which appeared rather dim. Should the original owner's emotional fluctuations become too intense upon entering the world, it would undoubtedly affect her. Patience is a virtue, and Ning Shu believed it wise to cultivate her abilities first. She settled down, striving to absorb the essence of the system's space to enrich her soul. This process was undeniably slow, yet it was the only course of action available to her. Presently, Ning Shu yearned for a manual that would allow her to refine her spirit, longing for the day she would officially become a player. The system's realm lacked any concept of time. As she sat motionless on the ground, she lost track of how long had passed. Finally, she opened her eyes, glancing down at her body, which felt noticeably more substantial. When she touched it, a sensation akin to caressing cream enveloped her, smooth and slippery. "Is the system there?" "I wish to commence my task," Ning Shu inquired, tilting her head toward a wall before her, oblivious to the system's whereabouts. No sooner had she spoken than a wave of suffocation washed over her. "Couldn't they at least give me a moment to prepare?" she thought, feeling a sense of urgency. In an instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. The maid beside her, witnessing the princess's awakening, was overcome with excitement, kneeling at the bedside and exclaiming, "Your Highness, you are awake." She hastily summoned the imperial physician. Ning Shu turned her head to regard the fervent maid, who sported an intricately styled hairdo adorned with jeweled flowers, dressed in a satin gown of mottled blue and green. It was draped with delicate gauze that hinted at her form beneath. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. Her abdomen was empty, and she lacked the strength even to raise her hand. "Princess, you must not treat yourself so poorly," the maid exclaimed, alternating between tears and laughter. Ning Shu, with great effort, requested, "Please bring me something to eat." The maid, wiping the tears from her face, nearly wept with joy upon hearing Ning Shu's request for food. She lifted her skirts and dashed out of the palace. With her mind in a chaotic haze, Ning Shu resolved to fully absorb the narrative only after satisfying her hunger. The maid had referred to her as princess, indicating that this body belonged to someone of considerable status. Ning Shu never anticipated that one day she would indulge in the experience of being a little princess. Before long, the maid returned, presenting a bowl of mixed congee, enriched with meat, gravy, and tender vegetables. The enticing aroma made Ning Shu's stomach grumble. The maid assisted Ning Shu into a sitting position and kindly offered, "Princess, allow me to feed you." Ning Shu nodded, and a look of delight illuminated the maid's face as she scooped a spoonful, blowing on it gently before offering it to Ning Shu. It was uncertain how long this body had endured hunger, but as the light congee entered her stomach, a slight pang of discomfort arose. Fortunately, she gradually adjusted, and after consuming one bowl, she felt content. The maid helped Ning Shu recline, and as she observed the young girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, Ning Shu noted her delicate beauty. However, her gaze lingered on the maid's attire, which was rather revealing and reminiscent of the open and sensual fashion of the Tang dynasty. Ning Shu perceived that the maid treated this body with care and respect, demonstrating genuine concern. Yet, she had yet to fully embrace the unfolding narrative. The maid's character and disposition remained unclear, but judging by her previous behavior, she seemed to possess commendable qualities. As Ning Shu reclined, a maid hurried into the hall, her face flushed from her swift pace, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her delicate nose. Chapter 29. The General's Affection for the Country Maiden. 2. The maid bowed before Ning Shu, who lay on the bed. "Your Highness, the imperial physician has arrived." In truth, there was nothing wrong. She was merely hungry and had just eaten something, feeling considerably better. Ning Shu, still grappling with the unfolding narrative and unaware of the original owner's character, coolly instructed, "You may all leave." The two maids exchanged glances before bending slightly and exiting the palace. Ning Shu's eyes roamed, taking in her surroundings. The palace was spacious, adorned with an array of rare curiosities on the display shelves. Exquisite blue and white porcelain vases were filled with vibrant flowers, while the scent of incense wafted from a Zeton wood incense burner, mingling to create a calming atmosphere. Beside the grand marble bed, intricately carved plum blossom screens made from purple sandalwood stood, each item exuding an air of meticulous craftsmanship and nobility. From the sheer opulence of her surroundings, Ning Shu realized that this princess led a life of luxury. What deep-seated enmity could possibly warrant a reversal of fortune, or what burdens could she possibly carry? Taking a deep breath, she began to accept the narrative, despite the throbbing pain in her head. The body she inhabited was named Li Xueshan, the sole princess of the De Yong dynasty and the only biological sister of the current emperor, bestowed with the title of Princess Jiahui. She also held a fief in Jinyang, a favored and cherished individual indeed. Others fail to comprehend the immense favor bestowed upon Princess Jiahui, attributing it merely to the current emperor's familial affection, as she is his full-blooded sister and a princess who is indulged without much thought. However, they remain oblivious to the sacrifices she made during the fierce struggle for succession, where she risked her life in service of the emperor. The battle for the throne was intensely brutal, leaving the palace stained with blood, and the emperor, resolute in his determination, executed all defeated princes and grandsons without exception. It is likely that the emperor's ruthlessness instilled fear in both civil and military officials, facilitating his smooth ascension to the throne and control over the court. As the emperor's only sibling and closest kin, Princess Jiahui has endured great hardships and now revels in her well-deserved favor, enjoying a harmonious relationship with her sister-in-law, the empress, while the concubines of the harem strive tirelessly to curry her favor. Such circumstances would make even celestial beings envious. Yet, Princess Jiahui, being a woman, yearns for love, the ultimate aspiration of her heart. Despite her royal status, she finds herself captivated by a young and handsome man. Disregarding the frivolous and superficial charms of a dandy scholar, who is utterly incapable of standing firm in the face of adversity, Princess Jiahui seeks someone of substance. Duan Xinghui holds her in high regard, though he has never made any promises. Nonetheless, her impression of him deepens. Surrounded by sycophants, Jiahui values authenticity over hollow declarations. Ning Shu has come to grasp the unfolding events, realizing that this pampered princess is destined to become a pawn in the love story between the general and her true affection. Ning Shu let out a deep sigh, expressing profound sympathy for the original owner, lamenting that love could be a source of great harm. The ensuing narrative revolves around Jia Hui's unwillingness to accept defeat, as she schemes between the two, wielding her royal status to orchestrate various forms of retaliation against the village girl who emerged from obscurity. To Jia Hui's astonishment, the man she once perceived as composed now exhibited an unexpected fervor regarding the village girl, his demeanor animated, filled with rage and indignation. Defying imperial edicts and publicly declaring his lifelong affection for the woman, Jia Hui felt as though she had been struck across the face, the sting of humiliation overwhelming her. She had become the laughingstock of the entire Daong dynasty, a noble princess bested by a mere villager. Unwilling to accept such a disgrace, she clung to her identity, refusing to allow her royal pride to suffer such a blow. In her desire for vengeance against the village girl, Jia Hui incited doubt among the populace, who began to label her as cruel and a disgrace to the court, even drawing disappointment from the emperor himself regarding his sister. As Jia Hui's turmoil escalated, rumors spread that the princess had stolen another's lover, further tarnishing her reputation. Coincidentally, the Hu people, having achieved victory, demanded a royal marriage, and the emperor, thoroughly disenchanted with his sister, arranged for her departure. The title of princess brought her no advantage. Rather, it rendered her more vulnerable to the barbarity of her captors, who treated her as mere spoils of war. The Xiongnu were ruthless, frequently subjecting women to violence and abuse, leading Jia Hui to exist in a state worse than death. Her heart had grown numb, her once flourishing beauty eroded by the harsh winds of fate, and she wandered through life in a daze, uncertain of where she had gone astray. Ning Shu. Chapter 30. Lin Jiajia's side story. Lin Jiajia lifted her head from the desk, her expression vacant as she gazed at the teacher at the podium, whose lips moved in a silent cadence. Her mind was enveloped in a hazy fog. Instinctively, Lin Jiajia glanced towards the front seats, and to her astonishment, the woman she despised most was truly absent. Could it be that she was dreaming? Were the events within this dream genuinely unfolding? Ning Shu had indeed vanished from her life. The figure in her dreams resembled her, yet was not her. She observed the happenings around her. As she surveyed her peers, their fleeting glances met hers only to swiftly divert, devoid of any interest. A stark contrast to the previous mockery she had endured. The disdainful attitudes had shifted to indifference, and Rome, who had once tormented her, caught her gaze and with a huff, turned away. Lin Jiajia's heart swelled with perplexity. Could it be that the visions from her dreams held a semblance of truth? At that moment, two men entered the classroom, lifting a brand new desk between them. They approached Lin Jiajia's seat and placed the desk before her. "What are you doing?" Lin Jiajia inquired, recalling that her desk had long been damaged, a result of cruel pranks that had left it slashed and one leg dismantled. "This is an arrangement by the school. Your desk was broken, so it is only natural for it to be replaced," a staff member explained. Lin Jiajia pursed her lips, pondering why this had not been addressed earlier. Yet, recognizing the current circumstances, she could only respond with a polite, "Thank you." "It was I who requested the replacement of your desk," Long Ao said, his hands tucked into his pockets, looking down at Lin Jiajia with a condescending air. When Lin Jiajia beheld Long Ao, a reflexive frown emerged upon her brow, leaving her perplexed by her own reaction. Logically, she should have felt exhilaration and joy at the sight of him. Yet, an inexplicable aversion stirred within her. What could this mean? She found herself with an overwhelming urge to confront Long Ao physically, perhaps delivering a shoulder throw. Long Ao furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Are you not pleased? I prepared a new desk for you." "Thank you," Lin Jiajia replied curtly, lifting her gaze to meet his. He towered above her, his strikingly handsome face framed by eyes that sparkled like stars in the night sky. Despite their proximity, her heart remained devoid of any excitement. "Are you satisfied with this desk?" he asked, noticing her keen scrutiny. To his surprise, a hint of nervousness washed over him, prompting him to touch his nose. "Oh, thank you," Lin Jiajia responded to him. Raising his chin, Long Ao posed the question, "What have you thought about my previous suggestion regarding you becoming my girlfriend?" "Girlfriend? When did that even happen?" Lin Jiajia scoffed softly, her memory failing her amid the chaos of recent events. Ning Shu had vanished, and now Lang Ao was proposing that she assume the role of his girlfriend, a notion she had never dared to entertain before. She hesitated, choosing silence. "I did not agree." "Lang Ao, please do not take liberties," Lin Jiajia stated coldly, surprised by the newfound assertiveness and detachment in her own voice. Lang Ao's expression shifted, revealing a mix of anger and sorrow. Lin Jiajia circumvented the aloof figure standing still and exited the classroom. Her mind was somewhat chaotic, as if the world had transformed after a mere slumber. Upon leaving the classroom, she beheld a man clad in a white coat, leaning against the balcony, his posture upright and exuding an air of chastity. He sported gold-rimmed spectacles, emanating a cultured demeanor tinged with a hint of indifference. Upon sighting this man, Lin Jiajia's heart skipped a beat. Her intuition warned her of his danger. Thus, she skirted around him, intending to head to the restroom. This man was the school physician. The physician squinted as he regarded Lin Jiajia, his gaze glistening with a profound scrutiny, as if he were meticulously surveying her features in search of something elusive. "Is there something you need?" Lin Jiajia inquired. The physician observed her with a cold expression, devoid of the carefree smile that had once adorned her face. Along with the sycophantic grins, he released her arm and inquired nonchalantly, "Are you not her?" "What?" Lin Jiajia felt a sense of bewilderment. The physician's eyes turned icy, yet he soon curled his lips into a smile, stating, "I mistook you for someone else." With that, he departed, leaving Lin Jiajia to watch his retreating figure, the hem of his white coat fluttering. She shook her head, realizing she needed to regain her composure, for what followed only deepened her sense of perplexity. Lin Jiajia no longer contemplated returning to the Lin family. Although she now stood alone, she felt an unexpected sense of freedom, thriving independently. In moments when familial ties were invoked, accompanied by tales of past helplessness, she could only smile in response. After all, when she was not needed, they had cast her aside, and the newspapers severing their ties still lay in her possession. Lin Jiajia was uncertain about who had inhabited her body, yet she sincerely expressed her gratitude towards that individual. She had never envisioned that her life could be so liberating, free from the incessant admonitions from her father about sacrificing everything for the family. In truth, they were not her biological parents. They were a couple from the Lin family who had long been childless and, influenced by superstition, had adopted a child. believing it would bring them fortune and eventually lead to their own offspring. Since Ace Academy had not expelled her, she continued her studies. Lin Jejia chuckled to herself, pondering how her resilience had grown. She, an orphan, was attending an elite school. Ever since she had rejected Lang Ao's advances, he had begun to pursue her fervently, which at times became quite bothersome. She sometimes fantasized about flipping him over her shoulder. However, Lang Ao seemed to be quite accustomed to this dynamic, displaying no signs of discontent. Lin Jejia found herself perplexed. Did Lang Ao actually enjoy this kind of interaction? People treated him with utmost respect, yet he maintained a haughty demeanor. Now that she was cold and aloof towards him, often resorting to physical confrontations, he appeared to relish it. Was this not a sign of masochism? Lin Jejia's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that he derived joy from the flattery of many, finding delight when someone dared to confront him? Truly, he seemed to be afflicted with a peculiar condition. Chapter 31. The General Loves the Village Girl. 3. As Ning Shu absorbed the unfolding narrative, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a dull ache in her heart. It appeared that this body had sustained significant damage to its vital energies. With a sigh, Ning Shu reflected on her past. Having once regarded the hospital as her home, nothing was more precious than a healthy body. Why endure such self-inflicted harm? As for the original owner's wish, to not harbor affection for that treacherous scoundrel is something Ning Shu can undoubtedly accomplish. Regarding the desire for revenge against those vile individuals, Ning Shu perceives that it is the original owner's proud nature that cannot let go of this matter. As for the prospect of not being married off through alliance, she can only take one step at a time. Ning Shu considers this task to be somewhat easier than the previous world's assignments. Not to mention the potential emergence of supernatural beings like Ling Shui, transcending the boundaries of this realm. Moreover, she is a princess of a nation, holding a relatively high status, which certainly provides her with advantages compared to a general or a village girl. Lost in her thoughts, Ning Shu eventually succumbed to slumber, her frail body demanding rest. Upon awakening, she found herself drenched in clammy perspiration, the struggle to open her eyes proving arduous. As her gaze shifted, she was startled to discover a figure seated by her bedside, silent and still, which sent a jolt of fear through her, causing her to gasp audibly, her heart racing. The man, noticing her fright, spoke in a calm voice, "You are awake." "Your Highness," Ning Shu managed to respond, struggling to sit up. From the original owner's memories, she recognized this man as the current emperor, Li Wan. His name sounded warm, yet it was in stark contrast to his demeanor, which was cold and imposing. Clad in a five-clawed golden dragon robe, Li Wan was strikingly handsome, with features that seemed to be sculpted. His gaze was as steadfast as ice and as clear as crystal. His high status imbued his countenance with an additional layer of aloofness, exuding an air of regal authority that rendered him an irresistibly charming figure for any woman. In summary, he was nothing short of an iceberg. Even in the presence of her sister, the original owner, there was little warmth in her smile. Rather, she was bestowed with an extraordinary status and material wealth. Confronted by such a person, Ning Shu felt a twinge of unease, her body instinctively tense, acutely aware of the peril looming before her. Akin to a lion king elegantly licking its own claws. "Just lie down," Li Wan stated matter-of-factly, his gaze sweeping across Ning Shu's face before pausing slightly, adding, "This matter is yet to be concluded. You should not mistreat your own body." As he spoke, Li Wan furrowed his striking brows, observing the cold sweat beading on his sister's forehead, dampening her temples. Softening his tone, he said, "Jiahui, do not be willful." The cold sweat on Ning Shu's brow intensified, leaving her at a loss for words. Her future husband had passed away, and expressing sorrow was deemed willfulness. Ning Shu opened her mouth and finally replied, "Jiahui understands." Jiahui was the title of the original owner. "Come in," Li Wan called towards the door, his voice low and sultry yet imbued with an icy authority that extinguished any rebellious thoughts. Immediately, two maidservants entered. Ning Shu squinted her eyes, recognizing them as Miaoqing and Yuan Dong, the closest individuals to the original owner. Their presence was somewhat amusing given the circumstances. Li Wan addressed the two maidservants in a flat tone, "Take good care of the princess." "Yes," Miaoqing and Yuan Dong replied in unison. Li Wan seemed preoccupied with state affairs, offering a customary inquiry into Ning Shu's well-being before departing. Ning Shu scarcely spoke, uncertain whether Li Wan had noticed her peculiar demeanor. Yuan Dong approached and noticed beads of sweat adorning Ning Shu's forehead. Without hesitation, she fetched water to wipe Ning Shu's body. Ning Shu regarded her. The girl was indeed quite charming, albeit possessing a rather calculating disposition. Nevertheless, she remained a steadfast presence by Ning Shu's side. Ning Shu turned to Miaoqing, who was tidying the bedding, and said, I wish to partake in a meal. Miaoqing responded with a lively "oh," and promptly exited to prepare food for Ning Shu. As Ning Shu observed her graceful departure, akin to a delicate butterfly flitting out of the palace, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. It was worth noting that Miaoqing would eventually become a consort of Li Wan, Jiehui, and Yuan Dong. United by a common objective, collaborated to confront a village girl named Arya, a rather rustic name that was later transformed into a far more elegant and sophisticated one. Shortly thereafter, Miaoqing returned with a tray of food, which was rather light and simple. Ning Shu was determined not to squander her health as the original owner had. After all, possessing a robust body was of utmost importance. As Miaoqing fed Ning Shu, she felt no hesitation in accepting the nourishment, understanding that it was essential for her recovery. After consuming a bowl of tingrain porridge, Miaoqing took out a handkerchief to dab at the corners of Ning Shu's mouth. Ning Shu noted that the girls had been quite attentive in caring for the original owner, yet ultimately, they had forsaken their mistress for love. Having finished her meal, Ning Shu closed her eyes once more to sleep, for slumber offered an automatic means of bodily repair. At this juncture, Ning Shu required a healthy body to fulfill her tasks, harboring a disdain for those who neglected their own well-being. The sanctity of one's health should never be taken for granted. Later that evening, Li Wen made another visit, standing silently at the bedside, startling Ning Shu. "Your Highness," she exclaimed, "is your health improving?" Li Wen scrutinized Ning Shu, noting the slight improvement in her complexion, and nodded, remarking, "You appear much better than this morning." Ning Shu's face was imbued with gratitude as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Huang." A heavy silence soon enveloped them. Ning Shu found herself at a loss for words, fearing that speaking too much might lead to revealing her vulnerabilities. The man before her exuded an aura of danger, and his profound gaze felt as if it could tear one apart. Ning Shu grappled with her discomfort, urging herself to leave, admonishing her own stillness akin to a mere stick. Yet, such thoughts remained confined to her mind, for she lacked the audacity to challenge the emotions of an imperial sovereign. Neither spoke, and Ning Shu stole a glance at Li Wan, whose eyes were slightly narrowed, lending him a sharp demeanor. A sense of despair gnawed at Ning Shu. She pondered the purpose of this silence, which only served to further unsettle her. In the end, it was Ning Shu who broke the silence, saying, "Brother Huang, please attend to your state affairs. Jiahui is well." However, Ning Shu would never express such sentiments outright, for inciting Li Wen's displeasure could lead to her being forced into a marriage, leaving her with no refuge even to weep. Her face betrayed an inescapable sorrow as she respectfully addressed him, "Brother Huang, Jiahui's thoughts are in disarray. At present, she wishes for nothing." Upon hearing this, Li Wen squinted his eyes. For reasons unknown, every time Ning Shu witnessed this action of his, a sense of trepidation washed over her. She had been diligently attempting to emulate the expressions and habits of the original owner, yet she began to wonder if her acting skills were indeed so lacking. Li Wen nodded, casting a condescending gaze upon Ning Shu, and remarked, "If there is anything you require, I shall have your imperial sister-in-law deliver it." He then admonished the two maidservants nearby, instructing them to properly attend to the princess. It seemed that the original owner had paid little attention to her two personal attendants, oblivious to the fact that one harbored affection for her elder brother, while the other cherished her future husband. The predicament felt rather disheartening. In the days that followed, Ning Shu led a tranquil life focused on recuperation, yet it was during this time that she truly grasped the extent of the original owner's favored status. Each day, various concubines came to inquire after her health, and the gifts she received were measured by the basketful, exquisite jewels, embroidered handkerchiefs crafted by the concubines themselves, and an array of other delightful items. Of course, Ning Shu had no intention of meeting these individuals. Her health had not yet improved, and she would not force herself to engage with them, especially considering the overwhelming number of women in the imperial harem. She scarcely recognized any of them, despite the emperor's numerous courtesans. Observing Miaoqing and Yuan Dong, she noted their expressions of indifference, tinged with a subtle disdain for the concubines. The mere fact that these two maidservants, so seemingly ordinary, exhibited disdain for women of higher standing revealed the original owner's likely attitude towards these concubines. She probably regarded them with similar contempt. "Princess, shall I store these items?" the maidservant inquired. Miaoqing gazed at Ning Shu's expression, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Princess, these individuals merely seek to exploit your connection to the emperor, leveraging his affection for you to gain his favor." Both the original host and Ning Shu were acutely aware of this reality. It required a maid to voice it daily. The original host, Jia Hui, believed Miaoqing to be exceptional since her thoughts aligned with the original hostess' sentiments. Miaoqing harbored feelings for Li Wan, and due to her association with the original host, she likely encountered the emperor more frequently than most concubines in the imperial harem. Miaoqing's words stemmed from her insecurities and jealousy towards those women. Ning Shu cast a languid glance in her direction, refraining from the usual agreement. The original host would become incensed each time Miaoqing spoke thus. Angered by the manipulation of these women, noticing the princess's silence, Miaoqing felt a pang of disappointment and retreated with her belongings to the storeroom. Ning Shu, observing Miaoqing's perceptiveness, acknowledged that she was indeed a woman of the palace, unlike others who might continue to sow discord. Instead, Miaoqing chose to withdraw gracefully. Ning Shu reflected on the original host's complexities. While she might appear naive, her journey through the treacherous path of succession had exposed her to darkness. Though she had often acted as Li Wen's vanguard, her actions had led to numerous enmities among the palace women. Ultimately, her pride rendered her disdainful of those who relied on men, resulting in her isolation during her betrothal, with none willing to speak on her behalf. Such poor relations were indeed a testament to her tenacity. Such defiance is quite remarkable. The women of the harem may curse through gritted teeth, yet they are powerless against the original owner's fate. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes, and the original owner's tragic end is, in essence, a multifaceted outcome. Ning Shu cast a glance at her but remained silent, causing a flicker of unease within Miaoqing. Both she and Yuan Dong had witnessed the previous princess's profound anguish. Yet the current princess's calm demeanor was unsettling, leading them to wonder if she had been driven to madness by the ordeal. Their bond was genuine. Destiny would inevitably bind them together. What could she possibly do to assist Li Wen? Serving tea and water was a task undertaken by many, and the impact of fostering sibling affection was minimal, only occasionally yielding slight benefits. Ning Shu diligently focused on her recovery, yet her face bore no trace of a smile, leaving Miaoqing and Yuan Dong both astonished and apprehensive. They spoke with utmost caution, and at that moment, Miaoqing dared not provoke Ning Shu further. Ning Shu noticed Yuan Dong's eyes were slightly red, and whenever she inquired, Yuan Dong attributed it to mere fatigue, claiming she was suffering from conjunctivitis. With a knowing look, Ning Shu regarded Miaoqing and Yuan Dong, her profound gaze intensifying the two maidens' unease, as if the princess could perceive their innermost secrets. Consequently, Miaoqing and Yuan Dong attended to Ning Shu with heightened care and attentiveness, ensuring her days were exceptionally comfortable, a surprising turn of events for Ning Shu. Chapter 33. The General's Affection for the Village Maiden. 5. After nurturing herself for half a month, Ning Shu's health flourished remarkably, her complexion radiant and her vitality exceptional. Betraying no hint of sorrow, it is said that Princess Jia has recovered, prompting a flurry of concubines to visit her. Ning Shu observed these ladies, rubbing her temples as she beheld a room filled with enchanting beauties, their myriad fragrances intertwining in a manner that was almost overwhelming, causing a throbbing pain in her temples. Each concubine possessed her own unique allure. Some were beguiling and sultry, while others exuded purity and grace, or radiated gentleness and virtue. Indeed, Li Wen was quite fortunate to be surrounded by such a multitude of stunning women, all vying for his affection. Ning Shu understood that the primary purpose of these ladies' visit to Lanyuan Palace was to catch a glimpse of Li Wen. Though they busily engaged her in conversation, inquiring about her health, their gazes frequently strayed toward the entrance. She chose not to expose their intentions, having just arrived in this world. It was essential for her to acclimate to the palace dynamics. From their discussions, she discerned which concubines enjoyed favor and which did not, as well as the underlying rivalries and factions among them. Suddenly, a sharp, discordant voice echoed from outside the hall, announcing the emperor's arrival. To the women within, this sound was akin to a refreshing rain, invigorating them all, their spirits lifted and faces aglow. As Li Wen entered the hall, Ning Shu immediately sensed a chill in the air. He truly was a frigid presence. Long live the emperor, the chorus of women exclaimed, each performing their curtsies with exquisite grace. Their voices melodious enough to draw tears. They presented themselves in their finest forms before Li Wen, with some bolder souls feigning indifference while revealing a glimpse of their ample fair skin. In a dazzling display of beauty, Ning Shu gazed at the room filled with enchanting women, silently marveling at the sight. Each of these women, if placed in the modern era, would undoubtedly attract the adoration of men. Yet here they were, confined within this square space. vying for the attention of a single man, a veritable waste of resources. Li Wen regarded the assembly of women with indifference, his countenance cold and unyielding. In a low voice, he commanded them to rise. One of the concubines, attempting to draw near to him, feigned to stumble as she stood, hoping to fall into his embrace. However, Li Wen sidestepped, causing her to nearly topple to the ground, an embarrassing display indeed. Ning Shu couldn't help but twitch her lips. This emperor's temperament was truly lacking. What harm would it be to assist his own women? Moreover, these were not just any women, but stunning beauties vying for his favor. How could he be so oblivious to their allure? Li Wen cast not even a glance at the concubines, his attention shifting to Ning Shu as he remarked, "You seem to have recuperated quite well." Ning Shu bowed in response, expressing her gratitude. "Thanks to your esteemed brother, I am much improved." She interpreted his words as a reminder of her status as his sister, implying that the men of the world were at her disposal. A hint of melancholy crossed her features as she replied, "I appreciate your concern, esteemed brother, but I am not inclined to think of such matters at present." Li Wen's sharp gaze scrutinized Ning Shu's face, and after a moment, he nodded silently, choosing not to speak further. He sat for a brief while before rising to depart. "The emperor is departing," announced the high eunuch, Jiang, in a piercing yet melodious tone. As Li Wen departed, the attention of the crowd converged upon Ning Shu. She acutely sensed the gazes directed at her, imbued with envy, jealousy, and a few laced with intense animosity. Turning her eyes, she beheld a woman adorned in a gown of twilight purple adorned with auspicious cloud patterns, her expression haughty and piercing, as betraying unabashed jealousy and disdain. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Shu curled her lips into a faint smile. This woman was none other than Concubine Du. The enmity between Concubine Du and the original owner stemmed largely from their shared rivalry for the Empress's favor. In the original owner's heart, her only sister-in-law was the Empress, regarding all other women with contempt. The Empress and Concubine Du were evenly matched, yet due to the original owner's influence, the Empress held the upper hand, which rendered Concubine Du devoid of any affection for Princess Jiahui. Her presence at the Lan Yuan Palace was merely a formality, as all concubines were expected to attend. Her absence would have been inexcusable. It was a performance for Li Wen, who currently doted on this sister, maintaining a facade of harmony before the emperor despite any ulterior motives. Ning Shu could not help but rub her forehead in exasperation, feeling a throbbing headache. One might ponder whether it was truly wise for an unmarried woman to meddle in her brother's affairs, with palace intrigues and domestic strife abounding. Remaining aloof seemed the wisest course. The matter of the marriage alliance had been influenced by Concubine Du, contributing to the original owner's dismal fate. In essence, the original owner was naively entangled in the web of human relations, partly due to her disdain for such manipulations. Though not malevolent, she possessed a certain naivety, her pride having transcended reasonable bounds. Duke Guifei gazed at me with a certain intensity, presumably due to the conversation I had with the emperor, which excluded her. "Is that why you appear so vexed?" Ning Shu spoke candidly, revealing her thoughts without hesitation. Duke Guifei's expression nearly froze. This bluntness was truly disconcerting. Life within the palace often necessitates a certain degree of subtlety and nuance, and such forthrightness was unfamiliar not only to Duke Guifei, but to everyone present. The faces around her reflected discomfort, and one by one, they took their leave, likely sensing that Shun Qingqing's remarks were too direct, leaving the assembly in an awkward state. Ning Shu observed the furious silhouette of Duke Guifei as she departed, a smile gracing her lips. The rift between them was irreparable, and since that was the case, it was better to discard the pretense of gentle affection, if only to instill a modicum of caution among her peers. After some contemplation, Ning Shu resolved to pay a visit to her sister-in-law, the Empress. The original owner of this body often confided in her, and their relationship was relatively amiable. However, one must question the authenticity of such bonds within the hallowed confines of the palace, especially between a sister-in-law and a younger sibling. Upon arriving at the Fenglan Palace, Ning Shu stepped inside and beheld the Empress seated upon a couch adorned with yellow pear and snake-patterned stone, framed by a backdrop of 4 Namu screens etched with delicate light green patterns. As soon as the Empress spotted Ning Shu, she promptly rose and approached her. Ning Shu performed a respectful bow, greeting her sister-in-law. The Empress quickly grasped Ning Shu's hand, her face illuminating with a gentle smile. "Ah, Jiahui, my dear child. You have truly startled me. Your brother has come to advise me on how to take care of you." "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for your kindness," Ning Shu remarked. Chapter 34. The General's Affection for the Countryside Maiden 6. The Empress expressed numerous words of concern towards Ning Shu, aiming to convey her deep care for her sister-in-law. They engaged in a prolonged exchange of trivial conversation, meandering through various topics. Then, the Empress subtly lamented the burdens of managing the harem, hinting at the behaviors of certain concubines. In essence, she was voicing grievances to Ning Shu, suggesting that no one in the harem was unafraid of Li Wan, and she was subtly encouraging Ning Shu to confront him. The Empress spoke in convoluted phrases, yet managed to incite Ning Shu's disdain for the concubines. The original owner of Ning Shu's body had been a shield for the Empress, enduring the brunt of challenges. It was evident that the original owner was ill-suited to be a mere pawn, as the Emperor Li Wan exploited her, bestowing upon her a noble status only after his success. In contrast, the Empress, who sought to use the original owner, gained nothing of worth. Moreover, Ning Shu discerned that the people within the palace could not be relied upon for assistance. It would be a stroke of luck if they did not hinder her during the impending marriage alliance. She pondered whether she should contemplate leaving the palace. Jiahui, what occupies your thoughts? The Empress observed that after her lengthy discourse, Ning Shu appeared distracted, lacking the fervor she had previously shown when confronting the Emperor. As a woman, the Empress was reluctant to share her husband with others, yet her position forbade her from acting on impulse. As the mother of the nation, she was compelled to embody virtue and magnanimity, managing these women so that the Emperor could remain untroubled. The Queen gazed at the charming ladies around her, her heart burdened with profound anguish. Yet, in her efforts to please the Emperor, she exerted herself to an extraordinary degree, only to be met with his persistent indifference. The Queen not only harbored disdain for the women of the harem, but also felt a twinge of jealousy towards the princess. For Li Wen's attentiveness to her far surpassed that which even the Queen herself had ever enjoyed. Alas, the one she cherished is no more. Jiahui, take care of your health. You are the Emperor's sister, the sole princess of the Daong dynasty, with countless noble suitors at your disposal. The Queen reassured Ning Shu. Whether it was merely Ning Shu's imagination, she could detect a hint of sourness in the Queen's tone. Feeling somewhat disenchanted, Ning Shu glanced at the Queen. To be honest, the Queen's appearance was not lacking, yet she seemed perpetually encased in an aura of regal authority, which rendered her demeanor somewhat austere. The Queen's deliberate display of superiority suggested an inner fragility, compelling her to assert dominance to affirm her status. The original host had believed that such a queen suited her temperament. Harboring animosity towards the concubines of the harem, she felt a sense of injustice for her sister-in-law, the Queen. However, it now appeared that the Queen merely exploited the original host's compassion, likely seeking sympathy and trust in her eyes. Mimicking the original host, Ning Shu lamented. Sister-in-law, I am troubled. Why has he vanished without a trace? She pressed a handkerchief to the corner of her eye, observing the Queen's expression. A fleeting glimmer of delight and satisfaction flashed in the Queen's eyes, yet her face bore an expression of shared sorrow, as she continued to console Ning Shu. Ning Shu firmly resolved to leave the palace. Alas, the harem was filled with Li Wen's consorts, and mingling with these women was indeed a considerable drain on her energy. The concubines regarded her, either with disdain, trepidation, flattery, or attempts at alliance, while Li Wen's affection for the original owner of her body inevitably entangled her in the intrigues of these women. She had neither the strength nor the desire to navigate their complexities. Ultimately, the decision regarding the marriage alliance rested with Li Wan. It would be far more prudent to devote her efforts to winning his favor than to trying to please the Empress, who was merely a sweet-faced woman with a bitter heart. You two, gather everything from the storeroom, Ning Shu instructed the two attendants, and ensure each item is packed without exception. Yuan Dong and Miao Qing exchanged glances, and Miao Qing, after a moment's hesitation, leaned in to ask, Your Highness, what do we need to pack all these items for? The storeroom is filled to the brim. Must we pack everything individually? Ning Shu cast a cool gaze upon her and replied, Not a single needle should be left behind. Miao Qing felt a sudden pang at the princess's icy demeanor. Since her awakening, Ning Shu had become inscrutable, her face devoid of sorrow, exuding a calmness that was almost unsettling. The memory of the princess's earlier suffering was still vivid in her mind. Understood, Miao Qing replied, refraining from further inquiries. Miao Qing took the young maid to assist in gathering the items, while Ning Shu sought out Li Wan. Upon finding him, she discovered Li Wan engrossed in reviewing memorials. When he noticed her presence, he set down his vermilion brush and closed the documents with an effortless grace that was undeniably captivating. Indeed, in terms of mere appearance, Li Wen possessed a charm from which no woman could easily escape. However, when Ning Shu faced Li Wen, she was entirely oblivious to his striking handsomeness. A profound sense of trepidation and guilt consumed her. Her decision to leave the palace was predominantly motivated by a desire to distance herself from Li Wen. This individual was exceedingly perilous, his thoughts profoundly inscrutable, leaving her utterly confounded. Ning Shu even harbored doubts that he could see through her very soul. "What brings you to me?" Li Wen inquired with an air of indifference. Ning Shu gathered her thoughts. A hint of sorrow etched upon her visage. "Your Highness, I wish to leave the palace." Li Wen merely paused for a moment, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips. Observing the insincere smile that danced across his face, Ning Shu felt a pang of unease. What did such a smile signify? She felt her resolve wavering, her lips trembling as she continued. "I merely wish to take a stroll outside." Li Wen lifted his teacup, taking a sip before placing it down, choosing silence. Ning Shu's heart burned with anxiety. Yet she maintained an expression of "I am so sorrowful, I am utterly exhausted." Just as she felt she could no longer endure the tension, Li Wen finally spoke. "Where do you intend to reside?" "The princess wishes to go to the estate," Ning Shu said cautiously, watching Li Wen's expression. He was indeed an enigma, devoid of any discernible emotion, leaving her uncertain as to whether he agreed or disagreed. Without nodding or shaking his head, Li Wen simply stated, "The estate is too far. It is unsafe. Your princess residence has already been prepared. You shall reside there." Yet, she was left with no semblance of choice. The title of princess, though ostensibly noble, could be stripped away by Li Wen's mere utterance, rendering her existence even more burdensome. How can one cultivate affection from this icy demeanor? How can the bond between the two siblings be deepened? Ning Shu's mind was a tangled mess, and she dared not meet Li Wen's gaze. Chapter 35. The General Loves the Country Girl. 7. With no other recourse, Ning Shu resolved to take refuge in the princess's residence. If she continued to bargain with Li Wen, she risked provoking his ire, leaving her with no place to weep. At least by leaving the palace, she could escape the entanglements of the court's intrigues. "I am deeply grateful for my brother's kindness," Ning Shu said, bowing to Li Wen, preparing to make her exit. She sought to minimize any further contact with him. With a soft acknowledgement, she approached the inkstone, lifted her long sleeves, added a bit of water, and began grinding the cinnabar ink stick. A flutter of anxiety filled her heart, for she had never ground ink before. This was a skill buried within the original owner's memories. Fortunately, despite her initial clumsiness, she gradually grew more adept. Li Wen cast a glance in her direction, and upon noticing his gaze, Ning Shu flashed him a bright smile, revealing her small white teeth. He promptly shifted his attention back to the memorials before him, circling and sketching with the cinnabar brush. Ning Shu dared not let her eyes wander, keeping her head bowed as she focused on the inkstone. The study was enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of grinding ink. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. She wished to flee. Being near Li Wen sent shivers down her spine, raising goosebumps across her skin. In her previous world, she had never felt such trepidation facing Ling Shu. But with Li Wen, it was as if she could not even grasp the door to his heart. She could not discern his emotions, whether he was pleased or displeased, angry or joyful. Even the original owner had failed to truly understand her own brother. In Ning Shu's perspective, Li Wen was a person devoid of the essential human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. He was excessively profound. Why, she wondered, did he suddenly contemplate leaving the palace? Li Wen's sudden utterance startled Ning Shu, causing her to lose her focus. Her hand faltered, and some vermilion from the inkstone splattered out, some landing on Li Wen and some on the memorial in front of him. Ning Shu's expression shifted, her inner self screaming in panic, thinking that disaster was imminent. She hastily took out a handkerchief, her demeanor obsequious as she wiped away the small red spots on the memorial, then attempted to clean the vermilion from Li Wen's attire. Li Wen, however, obstructed her movement with his hand, setting down the vermilion brush, his expression impassive. Ning Shu's heart raced, and she circled the writing desk, bowing to Li Wen. "Your humble sister did not intend this. I implore my imperial brother to show mercy." Li Wen's brow slightly furrowed as he coldly inquired, "What were you thinking? To be so distracted?" Ning Shu harbored serious doubts that he might indeed be entirely expressionless, as if all facial nerves were rendered lifeless. "I ask you, why the sudden desire to leave the palace? Is someone in the palace troubling you?" Li Wen did not engage in Ning Shu's topic, but reiterated his previous question. "I was merely contemplating a change of environment," Ning Shu replied candidly. Li Wen said nothing further and gestured for her to withdraw. Ning Shu departed with an overwhelming sense of relief. As she crossed the threshold of the study, she exhaled heavily. Regardless of the circumstances, her objective had been achieved. Li Wei observed Ning Shu's flustered retreat, narrowing his eyes, his gaze imbued with depth and complexity. "Miao Qing," he said, "the preparations are complete." Miao Qing, summoning her courage, inquired, "Where is the princess headed?" Shen Qingqing cast a glance at Miao Qing and replied, "I shall be departing the palace to reside at the princess mansion." Immediately, Ning Shu observed the change in Miao Qing's demeanor. Her complexion paled, then flushed with anxiety as she turned to Ning Shu and asked, "Why has the princess suddenly decided to leave the palace?" As a noble princess of the De dynasty, one ought to dwell in the most opulent abode befitting her status. Status is but a word from Li Wen, Ning Shu thought. Noting the fine beads of perspiration forming on Miao Qing's anxious face, her cheeks aglow, radiating vitality. How could Miao Qing not be worried? Only within the palace could one have an audience with the emperor. Beyond its walls, would she still have that privilege? Miao Qing was deeply troubled, yet at a loss for how to counsel the princess. She could only gaze helplessly at her. Ning Shu disregarded Miao Qing's anxious stare and prepared to inspect the packing situation. The storeroom was filled with numerous boxes, more than a dozen, containing rare and exquisite items. This princess was indeed affluent. Miao Qing, trailing close behind Ning Shu, could hardly bear the thought of leaving the palace, and asked, "Princess, how long do you intend to reside outside?" Ning Shu replied, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it shall be for a lifetime." At this, Miao Qing swayed slightly, her expression pained. "But princess, life within the palace is so comfortable." Ning Shu paid her no heed, focusing intently on the contents of the boxes, which included a variety of books. During the evening meal, the empress arrived at the Lan Yuan Palace, accompanied by a grand entourage. Even Li Wen had never commanded such an impressive display. Upon seeing Ning Shu, the empress displayed a face full of reluctance, grasping Ning Shu's hand with a mixture of concern and displeasure. "Jiahui, why do you wish to leave the palace? Is it that your sister-in-law has not cared for you adequately? You are the emperor's sister, the esteemed Princess Jiahui of the De dynasty. How can you consider residing outside the palace? Do not leave. Your sister-in-law cannot bear the thought of it." Ning Shu, observing the genuine sorrow etched on the empress's face, understood that the empress truly cherished her presence within the imperial circle. With a perfunctory tone, she replied, "Sister-in-law, I feel quite troubled and yearn for a change of scenery. I assure you, Jiahui will frequently visit the palace to see you." As the empress perceived Jiahui's unwavering resolve to depart, her smile faded, replaced by a furrowed brow reflecting her concerns about the implications of her sister-in-law's departure on the palace dynamics. Once the empress left, a swarm of concubines from the harem rushed to inquire if it was true that Ning Shu intended to vacate the palace. The majority of them felt elated at the prospect of the princess's departure, as it meant one less contender vying for the emperor's attention, potentially shifting his gaze towards them. The concubines all extended their well wishes to Ning Shu, offering her various gifts, which she graciously accepted without hesitation. Faced with their feigned concern and pleas for her to stay, Ning Shu simply stated her fatigue and bid them farewell. Yuan Dong and Miao Qing exhibited entirely contrasting reactions. Miao Qing was reluctant to leave the palace. Yet as the princess's personal maid, she had no choice but to remain by Ning Shu's side. Her anxiety was evident as she anxiously bit her lips. Conversely, Yuan Dong maintained an indifferent demeanor. Ning Shu observed this with keen awareness but refrained from speaking. She would ensure that Miao Qing could remain within the palace as she desired. Chapter 36. The General's Affection for the Village Maiden. 8. The following day, Ning Shu arose early. Miao Qing was assisting her with her grooming. Through the mirror, Ning Shu noticed Miao Qing's somewhat dazed expression. Her eyes were red and her gaze betrayed an unmistakable anxiety, with faint dark circles beneath them. It seemed she had not rested well the previous night. Ning Shu gently adjusted her hair and said, "Bring me the phoenix hairpin." Miao Qing paused for a moment, before inquiring, "Your Highness, do you refer to the jade-white plum blossom hairpin, the exquisite 9 phoenix hairpin, or the golden phoenix hairpin?" Ning Shu acknowledged with a simple mm. Overwhelmed by the length of the names, she could hardly remember them. Miao Qing swiftly retrieved the hairpin from the ornate box and delicately arranged it within Ning Shu's hair. Once everything was in order, Ning Shu exited the orchid courtyard. She beheld several guards carrying boxes filled with the original owner's belongings. The palace had been tidied up, and there was not much left. Miao Qing's beautiful face was nearly contorted with anxiety. How would she face the emperor after leaving the palace? Joy momentarily flickered across Miao Qing's face, only to be replaced by despair. Though she remained in the palace, there was no guarantee she would see the emperor. Without the orchid courtyard of the princess, would the emperor still come? Ning Shu first bid farewell to Li Wan. At the palace gates, she found Li Wan waiting for her, accompanied by the empress, who was clad in resplendent ceremonial attire adorned with golden threads and phoenix embroidery. Behind her trailed a throng of attendants, all come to bid farewell to the princess. Ning Shu hurried over, mindful that the emperor awaited her, and that Li Wan was also in attendance. A flutter of trepidation coursed through her as she approached Li Wan and respectfully greeted him. Your humble sister pays her respects to Brother Huang. Li Wan emitted a soft acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over Ning Shu before drifting to the entourage behind her. Is everything in order? By your demeanor, it seems you have come to terms with this matter. His tone was indifferent as he continued, You are my sister. It is permissible for you to feel sorrow, yet do not dwell excessively in it. Nodding, he noticed that only a single maidservant accompanied her, prompting him to inquire, Why is there but one attendant by your side? To be candid, as an emperor, Li Wan demonstrated a certain consideration towards the original owner, respecting boundaries and affording her dignity. For instance, he had brought a sizable retinue of women from his harem to bid her farewell, an act that bestowed her with substantial honor. Reflecting on this, Ning Shu felt a flicker of appreciation for Li Wan. Life encompasses more than mere romance, yet some individuals, in the name of love, forsake all else, akin to moths drawn to a flame. She offered Li Wan a genuine smile and replied, One maid was reluctant to leave the palace, so I permitted her to remain. Upon seeing the smile gracing Ning Shu's face, Li Wan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze becoming profound before he coolly remarked, Such a disloyal servant is better discarded. Ning Shu harbored a sense of schadenfreude regarding Miao Qing, who had been branded with the label of disloyalty, pondering whether she could still ascend to the status of a consort. Miao Qing had often caused turmoil for the original owner, acting as a double agent. Today, Jia Hui adorned herself in a splendid garment of brocade, embroidered with golden peonies, her elaborate coiffure accentuated by ornate hairpins. She wore intricately embroidered shoes embellished with pearls, exuding an air of magnificence and vitality, akin to a celestial consort, overshadowing even the presence of the empress herself. The queen, while benefiting from Jia Hui, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy towards her, envying the special treatment Jia Hui received from Li Wan. Even now, amidst the throngs of people bidding farewell to Jia Hui as she departed from the palace, one must wonder which princess could bask in such glory. Indeed, even Li Wan's own daughter might not possess such honor. Ning Shu withdrew her hand after exchanging a few pleasantries with the queen, then bowed to Li Wan, saying, Your humble sister departs the palace now. I hope, dear brother, that you take good care of your health. Li Wan responded with a simple mm and gestured for her to leave. With Yuan Dong's assistance, Ning Shu stepped into the ornate 8-treasure carriage adorned with emerald canopy and pearl tassels. The carriage's corners jingled with gilded bells, their melodious chimes ringing out with the slightest breeze, while 2 robust horses snorted and stamped their hooves in place. Sitting comfortably on the soft cushions within the carriage, Ning Shu sighed in relief, grateful to have finally left the palace. She closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Observing her master, Yuan Dong refrained from speaking. Standing quietly and dutifully at her side, she sensed a growing distance between Ning Shu and herself, as well as between Ning Shu and Miao Qing. It was as though Ning Shu's discerning gaze could penetrate the very depths of her soul, revealing her most secret thoughts, leaving Yuan Dong feeling exposed and vulnerable. As the carriage swayed gently, Ning Shu indeed fell into a slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yuan Dong gently nudged her awake. Princess, we have arrived at the princess's residence, she explained. Ning Shu nodded in acknowledgement, alighting from the carriage and gazing at the grand vermilion gates, where the words princess's residence were inscribed in an elegant, flowing script. The words inscribed by Li Wan at the completion of the princess's residence exude an awe-inspiring grandeur, reminiscent of the clang of swords and the thundering of steeds, commanding a sense of dominion over the world. Merely gazing upon these characters evokes an intense, penetrating aura, starkly contrasting with the cold and reserved nature of Li Wan himself. It becomes evident that within Li Wan lies a vast expanse of ambition, potentially harboring the makings of a formidable emperor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within Ning Shu. If Li Wan is a sovereign with the world in his heart, Then to win his favor, one must not merely court the man himself, but rather attend to the welfare of the common people. She finds herself in a state of dismay. Having initially perceived this task as simple, it now appears to be anything but. For Li Wen is indeed the ultimate challenge to conquer. Chapter 37. The general's affection for the village girl. 9. The layout of the princess's residence is expansive, adorned with pavilions and towers, glazed tiles of azure, artificial hills and flowing waters, and winding paths leading to serene corners. Truly a splendid sight. Ning Shu expresses her immense comfort, feeling as though she has arrived at a holiday retreat, a delightful experience indeed. Boxes upon boxes of items are being transported into the princess's residence. Although devoid of a resident master, it is impeccably maintained, with a line of servants standing in orderly fashion to welcome their mistress. Upon entering her chamber, Ning Shu surveys the arrangement and finds it quite agreeable. Yes, this shall be her home henceforth, far more comfortable than residing within the palace. Especially considering she need not confront the deeply enigmatic Emperor Li Wen. Yuan Dong observes the decor and layout of the room, feeling a sense of injustice for Ning Shu. Princess, this room is rather small. It pales in comparison to those in the palace. Ning Shu casts a mild glance her way and replies, "This is a gift from my royal brother. I cherish all that he bestows upon me." Yuan Dong's complexion turned pale as she realized the gravity of her previous words. Hastily, she exclaimed, "Yes, yes, the Emperor's grace is boundless." Ning Shu intended to survey the original owner's possessions, which were stored in numerous boxes. Upon arriving at the storeroom, she noticed guards transporting boxes inside. Yuan Dong promptly opened a box for Ning Shu to inspect, revealing it to be filled with books. Ning Shu picked one up, casually glancing through its pages, but felt little interest. The text was entirely in traditional Chinese characters and read vertically from left to right, which was quite exhausting. She pondered whether ancient times had orphanages to donate such books to, as they merely occupied space in the storeroom. From the original owner's memories, it seemed that she was not particularly fond of reading. The few books she did engage with were tales of romantic heroes or supernatural legends, with not a single classic among them. Ning Shu found no intrigue in the books and flipped through them aimlessly. To her surprise, she discovered a yellowed volume at the bottom of the box, emanating a musty odor. A flicker of excitement surged within her. This must be a valuable item, treasured enough by the original owner to be tucked away. With eager anticipation, she retrieved it, shaking off a cloud of dust. Yuan Dong, standing nearby, coughed twice and noticed the gleam in Ning Shu's eyes. "Your Highness, what is it?" she inquired. Ning Shu examined the title of the book, which bore 4 bold characters, Peerless Martial Arts. Ning Shu thought to herself, what a ridiculous twist. It seemed the original owner had disregarded this book, for it was riddled with insect damage and saturated with moisture. Where could this book have come from? Ning Shu continued to peruse its pages while inquiring of Yuan Dong beside her. "Ning Shu." She shook the book, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Although its title was somewhat amusing, Ning Shu was genuinely intrigued by anything that could enhance her abilities. Emerging from the storeroom, she observed her surroundings, heavily guarded with sentinels positioned every 10 steps. These guards had been dispatched from the palace, a gift from Li Wen. To be honest, Li Wen had treated the original owner of this body quite well. However, the original owner had been so engulfed in her own sorrow that she failed to notice anything around her. In the grand scheme of the nation and the world, there were far more significant matters at hand than trivial romantic entanglements. Ning Shu removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, placing the book before her. She attempted to meditate as illustrated within its pages, feeling rather foolish for following the movements of a random book. What if she were to fall into a trance? For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable conviction that this book was indeed authentic. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to meditate when suddenly the voice of the system broke the silence. Since her arrival in this world, the system had never spoken, and despite its mechanical and cold tone, Ning Shu felt an unexpected warmth towards it, a sentiment towards an entity devoid of thought or emotion that bewildered her. "Ding! A martial arts manual has been detected. Would you like to exchange it?" The system's voice startled Ning Shu from her meditative state. "Can I still practice the manual after exchanging it?" she inquired. "Yes. Then let us proceed with the exchange." Ning Shu completed the transaction, only to receive a mere 100 points in return. Why such a paltry sum? Ning Shu chuckled softly. However, with the system's validation, she was reassured of the manual's authenticity, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief, unperturbed by the fear of losing her way. Ning Shu sat on the bed, emptying her mind and following the instructions from the book. However, after meditating throughout the night, she felt it had been of little use. She experienced no discernible effects, merely enduring a sleepless night, feeling neither particularly fatigued nor refreshed. Yuan Dong entered to attend to Ning Shu, who soaked her hands in warm water while Yuan Dong gently dried them with a cloth. Before this, Ning Shu had intended to resolve the matter of the marriage alliance, seeking to demonstrate her worth to Li Wan, yet she had no inkling of how to accomplish this. During breakfast, Ning Shu consumed 3 bowls of congee and 5 sesame rolls, astonishingly feeling only half satiated. What had caused her appetite to expand so drastically? Yuan Dong, seated nearby, wore a look of surprise and gently advised, "Your Highness, I understand your feelings of distress, but one must not overindulge." She truly did not transform her sorrow into appetite. Rather, she was genuinely unsatisfied. Ning Shu, with an indifferent expression, swiftly devoured 3 more steamed buns, and despite Yuan Dong's astonished reaction, she consumed 2 additional sesame rolls. Finally feeling her hunger abate, could it be that the side effect of cultivating extraordinary martial arts was transforming her into an insatiable glutton? The thought was too whimsical for Ning Shu to entertain. Then, during the midday meal, Ning Shu finished 5 bowls of rice, leaving the dishes on the table completely cleared. It was then that she truly recognized the transformation occurring within her body, realizing it required an immense amount of energy. There were ancient tales that spoke of martial artists consuming enough in a single meal to feed an ox, attributed to their substantial energy demands. Yuan Dong gazed at the princess with great concern. Anyone who beheld such a stunning individual consuming copious amounts of food would find it quite perplexing, particularly as one wondered where all the sustenance was vanishing. The princess's behavior was undeniably peculiar. Had she truly resigned herself to despair? Ning Shu set down her bowl and let out a burp, distinctly sensing the movement within her stomach as it digested the food, a warm sensation coursing through her body. Although the points exchanged through the system were meager, Ning Shu felt a surge of joy. This martial arts manual was indeed effective. Chapter 38. The General's Love for the Village Girl. 10. Having acquired an unparalleled martial arts manual, Ning Shu immersed herself in relentless practice. Though forgetting to eat was not an option, as her appetite remained insatiable. Each time she dined, Yuan Dong observed her with a conflicted expression. With every meal, the princess's belly swelled, only to diminish within 2 hours, a sight that was both astonishing and disconcerting. Yuan Dong yearned to counsel the princess. Yet each time she met her gaze, she felt inexplicably guilty, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare under the sun. Ultimately, Yuan Dong resigned herself to the situation, reasoning that the princess was merely mistreating her own body. Strange rumors began to circulate around the princess's residence, claiming that she had succumbed to madness from grief, rarely leaving her quarters and continuing to overindulge, leading many to assert that Princess Jia Hui had become quite rotund. Even Li Wen within the palace heard of this news and summoned Ning Shu to the court. Upon seeing that she had not transformed into a corpulent figure, he let out a sigh of relief. Ning Shu paid little heed to the rumors. Upon noticing Li Wen gazing at her in silence, her heart raced, prompting her to inquire, "Elder brother, do you have any instructions for me?" Li Wen replied indifferently, "How have you found your stay at the Princess Palace?" "Quite delightful indeed. The palace is surrounded by exquisite scenery, making it an ideal place for self-cultivation and retirement," Ning Shu responded, offering a subtle compliment. A look of astonishment flickered across Li Wen's face, marking the first instance Ning Shu had witnessed any expression on his countenance. "As long as you are content," he remarked blandly, clearly skeptical of the extraordinary martial arts Ning Shu claimed to possess. "Truly, elder brother, I have indeed acquired unparalleled martial skills," Ning Shu insisted, hastily presenting the martial arts manual before Li Wen. Li Wen glanced down at the words unparalleled martial arts, his gaze momentarily fixated, before telling Ning Shu, "Such things are best kept to yourself. Elder brother, why not give it a try? This manual is genuinely effective for strengthening the body and prolonging life." Ning Shu fervently urged him. Suddenly, a mechanical and emotionless voice from the system interrupted. "Ding, the player's manual has been exchanged. You are not qualified to transfer it to others." Startled, Ning Shu realized the manual was no longer hers. "Oh dear," she thought, forcing a smile towards Li Wen. "Elder brother, this manual likely harbors some danger. Allow me to practice it first, and if any peril arises, I shall face it." Li Wen cast her a half-smiling glance and waved her off, prompting Ning Shu to hurriedly exit the palace. Engulfed in a fervent training regimen, Ning Shu relegated all else to the background. No longer the glutton she once was, her body now embarked on an unusual transformation. Currently, a subtle breath flows within Ning Shu, imbued with a warm sensation that meanders through her body, fortifying her being. She senses an invigorating power coursing through her, accompanied by an unprecedented clarity of mind and consciousness, rendering the world around her remarkably radiant. This enchanting feeling prompts Ning Shu to touch her arm. Though her flesh remains smooth and delicate, it is now brimming with vitality, thankfully devoid of any bulky muscle. With her skills perfected, Ning Shu exudes confidence and grace as she proceeds to the royal estate, the very domain of her predecessor. The royal estate is expansive, replete with orchards, fertile land, and a plethora of diverse flora. Ning Shu has meticulously contemplated the essentials of sustenance and livelihood, with nourishment taking precedence. She wonders if this world possesses high-yield, drought-resistant crops such as sweet potatoes and potatoes, which are also substantial sources of sustenance in times of calamity. After surveying the entire estate, her disappointment mounts as she discovers no trace of such provisions. Inquiring with the steward, she learns that these crops are, regrettably, absent. Alas, this defies logic. Sweet potatoes have been documented in human history for over 2 millennia. Could it be that the inhabitants of this world remain oblivious to these essential food sources? Ning Shu muses, despite her noble status, the necessity of cultivating the land seems rather arduous. Undeterred, she ventures alone into the woods, seeking to uncover any wild sweet potatoes or potatoes that may reside therein. The woods of the manor appeared rather dreary, with the passage of time having bestowed a thick layer of fallen leaves upon the ground, where ants and flying insects scuttled about. Ning Shu wielded a branch to clear the thorns and underbrush, meticulously searching for the vines of sweet potatoes. As she ventured deeper into the mountains, the trees grew increasingly dense and robust, obscuring the sky overhead, which was shrouded in an impenetrable canopy, with wisps of mist lingering in the air. A sense of trepidation began to creep over Ning Shu, as she surmised that the fog might be the toxic fumes emanating from the decaying foliage. Throughout the day, Ning Shu wandered through the forest, roasting a rabbit to quell her hunger. She found a measure of joy in her growing agility, as catching rabbits had become an effortless task. After a modest meal, she continued her exploration, yielding little in terms of bounty, save for a few vibrant wild peppers, which she carefully unearthed, still clinging to the earth. Although Ning Shu was not particularly knowledgeable about agriculture, her previous life amidst the explosion of information in the digital age had equipped her with some understanding. Furthermore, the estate was home to numerous skilled caretakers and tenant farmers. On the following day, she resumed her meandering through the dense woodland, her heart heavy with the weight of despair, yet unwilling to concede defeat. Why was it that even wild sweet potatoes eluded her grasp? It seemed a travesty of nature. After wandering for hours without success, she retrieved her provisions and perched upon a branch to eat, gazing out over the surrounding sea of trees, enveloped in a shroud of white mist. The scene imparted an air of mystique. Ning Shu was lost in thought when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. Looking down, she noticed 2 small red dots emerging on her finger, and her supply of dry rations had vanished, gone completely. A wave of alarm washed over her. Had something bitten her? She hadn't even seen what it was. Quickly, Ning Shu squeezed her finger, uncertain whether the bite might be poisonous. After a prolonged effort, blood oozed forth, bright red and showing no signs of venom. Good heavens, this place is perilous. I must retreat. It seems the sweet potatoes in this world have been eradicated. They simply do not exist. Chapter 39, The General's Affection for the Rustic Maiden, 11. Ning Shu felt increasingly unsettled, distinctly sensing that something was observing her. The gaze following her, as if it were a shadow. The hairs on her body stood on end. Could it be a ghost? In broad daylight? Or perhaps some ferocious beast? How terrifying. Ning Shu sprinted away, yet could not shake off that peculiar feeling. She lost track of time running, her arms weary and unable to lift, yet the hairs on her body remained erect. Frustration bubbled within her. What did it want? If it had the audacity, it should reveal itself. Why hide in the shadows, causing such distress? Finally, she decided to perch on a branch, scanning her surroundings in vain for any signs of this mysterious entity. What could it possibly be? Goodness, could it be that she truly encountered a ghost? She recalled the earlier incident when something had bitten her, leaving 2 small puncture wounds on her finger, and her provisions had been pilfered. Was it the very creature that had stolen her rations? Silently, Ning Shu extracted a piece of chestnut cake from her bag, fully concentrating on her surroundings, vigilant for any unusual happenings. Ning Shu felt a tautness in her nerves, and all she could hear was the rustling of the grass nearby. Suddenly, a gray shadow dashed towards her with astonishing speed. She barely had time to discern what it was before the pastry in her hand vanished. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed at her empty palm, turning it over in disbelief. It was indeed gone. What could it have been? The speed was so incredible that all she caught was a fleeting glimpse. However, since it was after food, it likely wasn't a ghost. Nonetheless, a sense of wariness filled Ning Shu. This small creature, moving so swiftly, could easily inflict harm upon her. Ning Shu prided herself on having mastered exceptional martial skills. Believing herself to be quite fast, yet in the presence of this unknown entity, she felt utterly inadequate, her pride wounded. She decided to retreat. If her plans for a prosperous life were thwarted, she would take another path. After all, she possessed ample strength. Why not engage in battle? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her feet carried her swiftly away. But, what the hell? When would it stop following her? Ning Shu's mind was filled with frustration, and the creature's gaze upon her had grown more fervent, persistently tailing her. Without a second thought, she unfastened her provisions pouch from her waist and hurled it behind her. Almost immediately, she heard a series of squeaks. It sounded somewhat like a mouse, yet also reminiscent of a fox. She couldn't quite identify it. Climbing onto a tree trunk, Ning Shu perched on a branch, observing the provisions pouch below. A small, fluffy, gray creature, no larger than a clenched fist, crawled toward the snack bag. This diminutive fur ball had no visible eyes or nose. It burrowed into the food pouch, seemingly unaware of how to extricate itself, and with a few swift tugs, it tore the bag into shreds. Ning Shu felt a shiver run down her spine. The creature's claws were astonishingly formidable. Just moments ago, emboldened by a surge of courage, she had dangled a snack in front of it. Now she was profoundly grateful for its restraint towards her hand. The tiny being swiftly consumed the provisions, a remarkable feat for such a small creature. Ning Shu surmised it was something extraordinary and, without a second thought, she decided to make her escape, realizing this little creature was likely not to be trifled with. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she noticed the creature turning its attention toward her, rising upright, yet still appearing as a fluffy mass. Ning Shu admitted her affinity for fuzzy things, yet this was no mere plush toy. "Please don't follow me. I've given you everything I possess," she implored, leaping down from the tree and patting herself down to demonstrate her honesty. The small gray creature emitted a couple of squeaks, and in the blink of an eye, it stood before Ning Shu, revealing its sharp claws. Though its overall size was akin to that of a man's fist, its claws, small yet deeply black, gleamed with an iron-like luster. Ning Shu was startled, beads of sweat forming. She forced a smile towards the creature, insisting, "I truly have nothing left." The little gray ball with eyes resembling black beans gazed intently at Ning Shu, its bright black eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ning Shu found herself at a loss. What was happening? She was trapped by this enigmatic creature, unable to advance or retreat. "Help?" Ning Shu and this small being exchanged glances, and the little gray ball chirped at her twice. Ning Shu thought, "I truly cannot comprehend what you wish to convey, dear creature." After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that this little fellow seemed fond of pastries, so she proposed, "Why not let me go, and I shall fetch you some treats?" Ning Shu felt utterly absurd negotiating with an animal, but there she was. The little gray ball continued to observe her keenly, then slowly grasped the hem of her skirt and began to climb up, eventually settling upon her shoulder as if fatigued. Ning Shu squinted and turned her head to regard this small creature. Could it be that it wished to accompany her? Sighing, she decided to treat it as a pet and hurried towards the manor, her heart racing with excitement and disbelief. Upon returning to the manor, Ning Shu promptly instructed Yuan Dong to bring forth an array of snacks for the little gray ball to indulge in. Yuan Dong was taken aback upon seeing the creature, and even more so when she witnessed its voracious appetite. In no time, several platters of pastries had vanished. Yuan Dong's jaw nearly hit the floor as she couldn't help but inquire, "Your Highness, what on earth is this creature?" Ning Shu sighed, still unaware of the nature of this peculiar being, lamenting her failure to locate wild sweet potatoes and instead discovering this insatiable little gourmand. Oh heavens and earth! Why must it be so arduous for her to win over Emperor Li Wan? Ning Shu gazed despairingly at the small gray sphere on the table, which appeared to be immobilized, likely due to overeating. A sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Perhaps tomorrow she would search once more. If she could not find it, so be it. Perhaps it was simply the soil here that was unsuitable for the growth of potatoes. Yet, how to deal with this little creature. Perhaps, since it was currently incapacitated, she might as well dispose of it. Squeak. Squeak. The small gray ball on the table suddenly emitted a sound. Ning Shu was somewhat astonished. This little fellow seemed quite perceptive. She chuckled, deciding to present this peculiar gift to Li Wan. From that moment forth, this unknown creature became a regular visitor to the manor, appearing to scavenge for food, leaping onto the table, and squeaking insistently. Ning Shu surmised that it must be a mutated rat, and the sight of it was enough to make one's heart ache. Such a diminutive creature. Yet it consumed so much. There was indeed a task involving it, and Ning Shu sighed heavily. Using a twig, Ning Shu meticulously sifted through the thorns and grass, searching diligently. Logically, sweet potatoes, which thrived in shaded areas, should find this jungle to be an ideal environment. Squeak, squeak. The gray fur ball trailed closely behind her, chattering incessantly. Leaning down to inspect further, she addressed the gray creature. As a native of this land, are you aware of something called sweet potatoes? Squeak. Do not call it squeak, call it sweet potato. Just as Ning Shu was about to give up, she finally spotted a plant resembling sweet potato leaves. With utmost care, she uprooted it, revealing tubers the size of carrots, their skins of vibrant red. Although not particularly large, Ning Shu felt a surge of excitement, as if she could already envision the completion of her task and her departure from this world. In truth, Ning Shu found great enjoyment in this alternate existence. Yet the longer she lingered in this realm, the more her soul's energy dwindled, ultimately leading to its dissolution. She placed the sweet potato, roots and vines intact, into her pocket and began to probe the surroundings with a branch, reasoning that if one had been discovered, others must be nearby. Squeak. The little gray ball followed Ning Shu out of the woods. Upon returning to the estate, Ning Shu immediately summoned the steward and the tenants, designating a plot of land for experimentation. Plants such as sweet potatoes reproduce asexually. Even if the vines are severed with scissors and then inserted into the soil, they can thrive, provided the earth is sufficiently loose. Ning Shu imparted her modest knowledge to the tenants while observing from the sidelines. Once the sweet potato endeavor was underway, after spending a few days at the estate, Ning Shu noticed that the sweet potatoes showed no signs of wilting and repeatedly urged the steward to tend to the land with great care. A twinge of worry lingered in Ning Shu's heart, prompting her to invoke the name of Li Wan, stating, "This is something the emperor desires. You must look after it well, for those who do so will be rewarded." Upon hearing that it was for the emperor, the steward's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Ning Shu, accompanied by a procession, found herself somewhat bemused by the presence of a small gray sphere that had inexplicably chosen to follow her. She was not convinced that this little creature was drawn to her out of affection. Rather, it was clearly enticed by the promise of pastries. Nevertheless, she decided to regard it as a particularly voracious pet. As she and her entourage made their way toward the princess's residence, they encountered a military contingent at the city gate. The imposing presence of the soldiers diminished the morale of Ning Shu's party. What struck her as particularly absurd was the sight of a woman seated before a soldier, riding alongside him amidst the tumult of war. Any girl of the capital could easily eclipse the beauty of the woman known as Arya, which rendered the original owner of this identity utterly discontented. It was a source of deep frustration for a noble princess to be overshadowed by a mere country girl. Duan Xinghui bowed respectfully, addressing Ning Shu as he declared, "This humble general pays his respects to the princess, wishing her peace and prosperity." His countenance shifted as he perceived Ning Shu's demeanor, leaving him perturbed. He had imagined various responses to her anticipated inquiries and protests, but her unexpected attitude thwarted all his premeditated solutions. Yet, when confronted with the princess of Jiahui, the distinction between sovereign and subject always loomed large. Ning Shu cast a casual glance at Arya, who from a distance appeared unremarkable and somewhat dusky. But upon closer inspection, her complexion was strikingly dark, which only served to accentuate the brilliance of her almond-shaped eyes. In Duan Xinghui's arms, Arya gazed curiously at Ning Shu, the regal presence of the princess instilling a sense of inferiority within her, particularly in light of the latter's exquisite beauty. Arya found herself at a loss for words to describe her own beauty. She merely felt that as she sat atop the resplendent, gilded carriage, she harmoniously complemented its grandeur, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, evoking a sense of awe that rendered onlookers hesitant to gaze directly upon her. Ning Shu, perceiving Arya's unabashed scrutiny, noticed the astonishment mingled with a hint of inferiority in her expression. She appeared anxious, her somewhat calloused hands gripping the saddle tightly. "Old one, Who dares to gaze upon a member of the royal lineage? Before Ning Shu could utter a word, Yuan Dong, with a sharp tone, interjected. Her delicate features imbued with an air of authority befitting a princess's handmaiden. Yuan Dong pointed at Arya, her demeanor serious and commanding, questioning why the princess had not yet paid her respects. Arya's face flushed a deep crimson, caught momentarily off guard atop her steed. I, she stammered, grappling with the situation. If she were to show no leniency, would that not be a form of moral coercion? Ning Shu's expression grew colder, her presence more imposing as she remarked, "The general should hasten to the palace to pay his respects." "Your Highness, how can you tolerate such insolence from a commoner?" Yuan Dong retorted indignantly, directing her ire towards Ning Shu. As Ning Shu absent-mindedly caressed the soft fur of the small gray creature in her arms, she observed Yuan Dong's palpable agitation, a hint of envy playing upon her features. "Yuan Dong, be mindful of your station," Ning Shu stated with a calm demeanor. Immediately, Yuan Dong felt a pang of embarrassment, rendered speechless, as she shot a sidelong glance at Arya. "Your Highness, what is that in your arms?" Arya inquired, her curiosity piqued by the small gray creature held by Ning Shu. Ning Shu suddenly burst into laughter, revealing her understanding of Arya's character, which embodied the simplicity and innocence of rural folk, tinged with the humility of a commoner. Arya's face, flushed with shades of red, betrayed her embarrassment as she remained silent. The princess merely smiled, yet Arya, keenly attuned to her own insecurities, interpreted the princess's smile as mockery directed towards herself. Having yet to enter the capital, she felt as if the princess were a resplendent peony, while she herself was akin to a common weed, an incongruous disparity. As Arya gazed upon the opulent, multicolored glazed canopy of the luxurious carriage, adorned with silken drapes and gilded bells that chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze, she was enveloped in a fragrant aroma that transported her to a realm of ethereal beauty. The sumptuous carriage and noble steeds ignited within her a yearning, accompanied by a tinge of jealousy. The atmosphere was heavy with silence as both parties remained mute, punctuated only by the rustling of battle flags and the clear tinkling of the bells. Duan Xinghui, feeling disheartened, chose to depart, sensing the original owner's intense emotions were becoming overwhelming for her to contain. Ultimately, pleasing the formidable boss, Li Wen, took precedence. It was evident that the crux of this mission hinged upon avoiding marriage. After organizing her thoughts, Ning Shu proceeded to the palace. Each encounter with Li Wen necessitated a mental fortification, for the sight of his impassive countenance filled her with trepidation. Upon entering the imperial study, Ning Shu bowed respectfully. Addressing him, "Your humble sister extends her greetings to your majesty." "Ah, I have already encountered you at the city gate," Li Wen replied. Ning Shu responded calmly, "Indeed. I have seen you there." Ning Shu. Chapter 42. The General Loves the Countryside Girl. 14. Ning Shu nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, you are absolutely right." As she bowed to take her leave, a small gray sphere leaped from her collar and darted towards Li Wen with astonishing speed. Ning Shu was nearly terrified. The creature's claws were quite sharp, and should it injure Li Wen, her life would not suffice to atone for such a transgression. Rendering any diplomatic marriage moot, she would have to pay with her life. "Your Majesty, move quickly," Ning Shu shouted to Li Wen. But the scene that unfolded before her left her throat constricted, filled with a heavy sense of despair. The small gray sphere affectionately rubbed against Li Wen's face, its claws clinging to his ear. Ning Shu felt an even deeper sorrow, despite her generous care for this creature. It seemed to forget her entirely in the presence of Li Wen. She had thought herself formidable, having purportedly acquired a powerful pet. Alas, she was merely a pawn, an inconsequential supporting character. What did any of this have to do with her? Her gaze was laden with melancholy as she watched the small gray sphere. Li Wen's expression was one of surprise as he plucked the creature from his face and examined it in his palm. It gazed back at him with large, moist, black bean-like eyes that sparkled with light. "What is this?" Li Wen inquired, placing the small gray sphere on the table. Ning Shu shrugged and replied, "This is a little creature my sister discovered at the estate. I am uncertain of its nature, but it consumes an abundance of food and has a penchant for pastries." "Oh." Li Wen raised an eyebrow and offered a piece of pastry to the little gray ball, which eagerly clutched the treat and began to nibble on it, exuding an adorably clumsy charm. Ning Shu made a soft sound of acknowledgement and stepped forward, intending to capture the little gray ball and make her escape. Suddenly, the little gray ball leaped onto Li Wen's shoulder, chirping at Ning Shu while clutching tightly to Li Wen's collar. Ning Shu. Goodness, despite her numerous pastries. They could not compete with a single piece Li Wen offered. How could the disparity between people be so vast? Royal brother, since the little gray ball favors you, I kindly ask that you take care of her. Ning Shu smiled awkwardly, noting that her royal brother had grown weary from reviewing documents, and suggested that he could play with this creature as a gift from his younger sister. In that case, I must thank you for your kindness. Li Wen replied with a smirk. It's my pleasure. Ning Shu flashed a grin at Li Wen, feeling somewhat at a loss, shot a glare at the little gray ball, and then exited the study. Upon leaving, a young palace maid approached, bowing respectfully. This servant wishes to pay her respects to the princess. The empress summons you to the palace for a gathering. After some contemplation, Ning Shu decided to go. Refusing might incite the empress's displeasure, which could lead to animosity, especially after offending her by moving from the palace to the princess's residence. Upon arriving at the empress's palace, Ning Shu observed the empress, who wore a friendly smile, and felt a pang of sympathy for her, managing the myriad intrigues of the harem. The empress displayed remarkable patience and grace, often assuming multiple roles, including that of an expert in matters of termination and family planning. Ning Shu perceived the empress's behavior as a frivolous indulgence. As the empress, she could easily maintain her lofty position, so why engage in the petty rivalries among the concubines? Ultimately, it revealed an overpowering desire for control, an urge to clutch all matters tightly in her palm, which was indeed exhausting. Madame Duan's heart and soul had suffered irreparable harm. Was her son blind to this? Chapter 43. The general's affection for the village maiden. 15. Madame Duan was a woman of decisive nature. Despite her deep-seated aversion towards Arya, she still made meticulous arrangements for her, even assigning 2 maidservants to attend to her needs. Duan Xinghui felt quite pleased with his mother's arrangements. He believed she had, in fact, accepted Arya, which brought him immense joy, causing a smile to break through his otherwise stern demeanor. Madame Duan reasoned that there was no need to jeopardize their relationship over a mere woman, risking the bond between mother and son. After all the years spent nurturing her son, it would be a travesty to let it all collapse in an instant. The eunuch announcing the imperial edict snorted derisively, dismissing the notion that someone could consider themselves a future son-in-law. Presently, he was but a commoner, flaunting himself, especially as he was disfavored by the emperor, merely a flamboyant general who had suffered defeat in his first campaign, a worthless individual. Arya stood nearby, trembling, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, feeling as though she had stumbled into a colossal world. Is something amiss? She inquired, genuinely feeling detached and perplexed. Duan Xinghui, now feeling utterly drained, recalled how he had previously believed the emperor valued him and recognized his capabilities when he sent for him. Now, however, he found himself stripped of his position. Duan Xinghui tightly pressed her lips together, her complexion fluctuating between pallor and flush, entirely oblivious to what Arya was saying. It was only when she noticed the look of terror and unease on Arya's face that her heart softened, and she reassured her, "It's all right." Ning Shu ultimately chose the whip, an instrument that demanded agility and possessed considerable lethality. In her hand, she wielded a jet-black whip that emanated a chilling sheen. As she swung it, the whip flickered with light, producing a sharp, piercing sound. With a graceful twist of her body, she struck the artificial mountain fiercely, leaving behind a deep gash. Satisfied with her display, she coiled the whip back. This weapon, a gift from Li Wen, was said to be crafted from the legendary cold iron, adorned with barbs that could tear flesh from bone, quite ruthless indeed, a true testament to royal craftsmanship. Raising an eyebrow, she suddenly broke into a smile, fastening the whip to her waist, and casually inquired, "How long have you been here?" Madame Duan's brow was furrowed with agitation and resentment as she promptly stood up upon seeing Ning Shu, bowing respectfully. "This humble servant greets the princess." Yuan Dong glanced at Ning Shu, noting her impassive demeanor as she accepted the food box. Ning Shu bit her lip, filled with exasperation. Why did these people regard Princess Jiahui as their vanguard? Perhaps Princess Jiahui understood the situation, but the indignation of being usurped by a woman from a corner of the world was a burden she could not easily dismiss, leading to her confrontation with Arya. Ning Shu could only think to herself, "Get lost." Deserting the military camp, especially as a commander, is a grave offense deserving of the harshest punishment. If you are so dissatisfied with the emperor's decision, accompany me to the palace and let him provide you with an explanation. Madame Duan could not contain her words. "Princess, do you truly wish to witness Xinghui's demise?" She felt as though her pride was being stripped away, her son being spoken of in such a demeaning manner. Yet, She found herself unable to retort, for the one before her was a princess of the Daong dynasty. Ning Shu spoke with unmasked disdain, causing Madame Duan's composure to falter. She gazed at the icy expression of Ning Shu, her heart bleeding, for her son was exceptional, far above a mere village girl. Panic set in for Madame Duan. Without the princess's favor, how could her son rise again? Would he truly be relegated to the life of an ordinary commoner, seeking redemption through service? The soldiers at the frontier could not endure such disgrace. Ning Shu, unyielding, declared, "I am weary. Yuan Dong, see our guests out." Duan Xinghui's expression darkened. Harboring resentment towards Princess Jiahui, with his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, a fierce determination ignited within him. Why did Princess Jiahui treat his mother in such a manner? As he turned to leave, a feeble voice called out, "Stop." Chapter 45. The general loves the village girl. 17. Madame Duan's strength waned, necessitating assistance to the princess's residence. Ning Shu brushed her fingers against the whip at her waist, squinting at Yuan Dong, whose face radiated joy and contentment. Yuan Dong paled and hurriedly replied, "I am merely happy for the princess." Oh, how presumptuous of her to believe her royal abode is akin to a bustling marketplace, with one visitor arriving and another departing. Do these individuals perceive her as an easy target? Must she truly be compelled to meet them? Ning Shu regarded Yuan Dong with a cold gaze. Within the narrative, Yuan Dong had similarly incited the Princess Jiahui, leaving her filled with resentment. What purpose does her sophistry serve? Ning Shu harbored not a shred of belief in her words. With a decisive motion, she drew the whip from her waist and strode toward the entrance, the whip cracking sharply through the air. What sensation accompanies the intrusion of someone wielding a blade into one's own sanctuary? Ning Shu felt a singular impulse to strike this impertinent individual down. Stripped of her opulent garments and ornate hairpins, Jiahui appeared devoid of any superfluous adornment. Revealing a stark, chilling presence, her gaze towards Ning Shu imbued with utter indifference. Duan Xinghui felt a constriction in his chest and spoke in a somber tone. "I understand that the princess harbors resentment towards me, yet my mother is entirely blameless." As the male protagonist of this realm, Duan Xinghui assumed that the world should revolve around him, encapsulated in his self-centeredness. He abruptly lifted his gaze to meet Ning Shu's, his eyes betraying unabashed disappointment and disdain. "Princess Jiahui, I never anticipated you to be such a person, arrogant, domineering, and mercilessly rigid. You lack the virtues befitting a woman. Do you know why I hold you in such low regard? You are perpetually bound by your own rigid conventions, devoid of vitality, using your elevated status as a means to self-aggrandize. Your lineage does not grant you the right to look down upon others. In contrast, you possesses a vibrant and lively spirit, unpretentious and genuinely beautiful, akin to a refreshing breeze." Ning Shu coughed, choking on her own saliva, her lungs aching. What kind of twisted logic is this? Is it truly her fault that Princess Jiahui was born into privilege? Is it a crime to have a noble birth? This reasoning is utterly intoxicating. With a defiant gesture, Ning Shu raised her middle finger. Chapter 46. The general's affection for the village girl. 18. Ning Shu shook off her self-pity, letting out a scoff. Reincarnation is indeed an art. If one possesses the capability, they ought to be reborn as Li Wan, directly ascending to the throne. Duan Xinghui clearly did not comprehend Ning Shu's words, but since they were far from flattering, Ning Shu flicked the whip, mocking him. "What are you, to dare harbor feelings for me? Merely a defeated general. If I had brought such calamity to the frontier, I would have no face left to live in this world." Duan Xinghui's expression twisted in rage, his eyes reddening as he glared at Ning Shu, as if she had profoundly insulted his very being. His countenance shifted. After all, he was a general, quick to react, and he immediately raised his arm defensively. With little mercy, Ning Shu's cold laughter echoed, her demeanor indifferent. "Seize this will-be assassin." Duan Xinghui grunted, clutching his arm where blood oozed between his fingers, dripping onto the bluestone pavement. These individuals are so ensnared in their own world, perceiving only how others have wronged them, blind to the harm their actions inflict upon others. It is utterly maddening. Madame Duan felt a surge of anger as well. "Princess, do you truly wish to eradicate him? Do not forget, Xinghui is your future husband." Duan Xinghui was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by Ning Shu's intentions. Chapter 47. The general's affection for the rustic maiden. 19. "I shall not leave the princess. I implore you not to cast me away," Yuan Dong pleaded before Ning Shu, embodying the essence of a devoted servant. With an indifferent expression, Ning Shu retorted, "What concern is your affection to me?" Duan Xinghui, keenly sensed the animosity Yuan Dong harbored towards her, which mirrored her own wariness and disdain for Yuan Dong. Observing the sorrow in her beloved's eyes, Duan Xinghui hurriedly pursued him, disregarding all else, acting with reckless abandon, akin to a headstrong youth. In Yuan Dong's absence, Ning Shu casually promoted a maid from the princess's residence to accompany her. In truth, Ning Shu did not require anyone to attend to her, as her meals were delivered by the kitchen staff. She devoted her days either to martial training or wielding the whip, striving to achieve mastery in her technique. A premonition stirred within her. She might indeed find herself on the battlefield. It was imperative to demonstrate her worth to Li Wan, proving to be more valuable than mere political alliances. The young maid, known as Xiao Hong, possessed a delicate beauty, not striking, yet exuding a certain cleverness. Upon hearing Ning Shu's inquiry, she promptly responded, "It is currently a tumultuous quarrel between Yuan Dong and the second maid." Now, Ning Shu had directly sent Yuan Dong away, leaving them to their own devices. However, Yuan Dong was a member of the princess's household. Without an official position, should he heed the second maid's words and be expelled, Princess Jia Hui would undoubtedly hold him accountable, and he would not emerge unscathed. Compelled to adhere to the rules, Arya found herself in a tumult, utterly reluctant to engage in her studies. The very act of eating, sleeping, and even walking became a matter of meticulous scrutiny, leaving her bewildered and distressed. Raised in the countryside, certain aspects of her upbringing were ingrained deeply within her, making the imposition of rules exceedingly uncomfortable, akin to the sensation of having her wings cruelly clipped. The agony of this transformation is all too palpable. Duan Xinghui also suffered, for in his heart, Arya represented freedom and nonchalance. Yet now, she was to conform like all the women of the capital, molded under the weight of societal expectations. Caught in a dilemma between his beloved and the mother who had nurtured him since childhood, he steadfastly held onto his convictions. His love for Arya was unwavering, yet he yearned for her to comprehend his plight. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart, wishing that Princess Jia Hui might, out of their past camaraderie, intercede on his behalf with the emperor. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, Duan Xinghui beheld Arya, clad in green, kneeling before the gates. The guards stood vigilant, scrutinizing her closely, while a throng of curious townsfolk gathered around. Ning Shu, feeling the whip at her waist, sensed that the princess was incensed by Arya's presence. For the entire guard had been subjected to her rigorous training, becoming mere targets for her whip practice. Ning Shu approached the entrance, eager to discern the nature of the commotion before her, prepared to dispense with pleasantries if necessary. Stepping onto the steps, she carefully assessed the kneeling figure of Arya, her face adorned with makeup, her brows delicately shaped into slender willows, and garbed in exquisite silks. Ning Shu could only conclude that the ensemble was far from flattering. Arya, originally endowed with strikingly bold eyebrows and large eyes, insisted on transforming her brows into the delicate shape of willow leaves, resulting in a dissonance between her brows and her eyes. The current Arya evoked in Ning Shu a sense of disappointment, far removed from the impression she had upon first encountering her at the city gate. Observing the exalted Princess Jia Hui, who seemed to radiate an ethereal glow, particularly with her flawless visage, devoid of jewels yet exuding an unparalleled nobility that rendered her almost unapproachable, Ning Shu felt a pang of unease. "Princess, do you remember me?" Arya inquired of Ning Shu. Ning Shu, taken aback, pondered, "Is it truly appropriate to address a princess in such a manner?" An overwhelming sense of frustration engulfed her. What was the meaning of this? She felt as though she had unwittingly become the villain disrupting a romantic affair, never intending to meddle in anyone's love life. Yet these individuals insisted on involving her. It felt as if she were enacting a personal vendetta, when if anyone harbored grievances, they ought to confront Li Wan, the one who issued the imperial decree, and not trouble her. Did they truly perceive her as a pushover? Ning Shu unsheathed the whip from her waist. She had already used it on the male lead, yet she wondered what it would feel like to strike the female lead. How had she become so prone to violence? This was troubling indeed. In a flash, Duan Xinghui rushed over, embracing the kneeling Arya and deftly dodging Ning Shu's whip. Arya's eyes reflected sheer terror, her previously darkened complexion transforming to a pallor that, paradoxically, rendered her appearance more appealing. Chapter 49, The General's Affection for the Village Maid, 21, Madame Duan, witnessing her son sustaining yet another injury, felt a surge of both anguish and fury directed towards Ning Shu and Arya. Contemplating the tragic fate that befell a princess, Ning Shu found herself inebriated by the weight of the situation. Madame Duan gazed upon the transformed Princess Jiahui, who appeared to be an entirely different person. Lowering her head, she clenched her teeth and bowed, expressing her gratitude for the princess's forgiveness, assuring that there would be no next time. Heh! Ning Shu chuckled, devoid of sympathy. Calculating the days, she led a horse from the stable, intending to visit the royal estate to observe the growth of sweet potatoes. Ning Shu set out alone, riding towards the estate without any company. Speaking of horseback riding, she found it quite arduous. The process of learning had been fraught with trials and tribulations. After 2 or 3 months of practice, she had finally reached a point where she could shoot arrows from the saddle without needing to hold the reins, avoiding the embarrassment of falling off. Upon arriving at the estate, Shen Qingqing handed the reins to the steward and proceeded directly to the sweet potato fields. Upon reaching the land where the sweet potatoes were cultivated, she discovered that they were flourishing, evidently well tended to by the estate's workers. Ning Shu grabbed a hoe and unearthed several sweet potatoes, only to be pleasantly surprised by their size. The red-skinned tubers were as large as her fist. A heartfelt laugh escaped her lips, filled with excitement, whether due to the task at hand or the prospect of providing sustenance for the common folk. Let us unearth all these sweet potatoes and then measure the land. I wish to calculate the yield, Ning Shu declared emphatically. The estate was home to many tenant farmers, and in no time, they had harvested all the potatoes. The steward then brought out a scale to weigh the sweet potatoes. Your Highness, this yield amounts to an astonishing 1,000 jin, the steward informed Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt a surge of joy. The various influences of this era, whether drought or flooding, undeniably impact grain yields. It is commendable if rice can reach a production of 700 pounds. In times of scarcity, sweet potatoes can at least stave off hunger, and they are resilient to drought. The faces of both the steward and the tenant farmers radiated delight as they chorused, "Thank you, Princess." Li Wen continued his discussions with the ministers, while Ning Shu waited patiently at the door. After a considerable time, she observed the ministers emerging one by one, their expressions peculiar when they noticed her. A sudden realization struck Ning Shu. Based on the timeline, it was indeed the moment when the Xiongnu might propose a marriage alliance. What did their looks imply? Were they truly considering such an alliance? Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Ning Shu entered with the food box in hand. She noticed the little gray ball resting on the desk, seemingly asleep. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the little gray ball appeared to have grown plumper, its body rounder than before. Li Wen squinted at Ning Shu and inquired, "What brings you here unexpectedly?" "Your Highness, I have brought you something delightful," Ning Shu replied. Lifting the food box, Li Wen cast a glance at the box, his expression indifferent. He received gifts from numerous individuals for his study, and he had little interest in them. At the sound of Ning Shu's voice, the little gray ball opened its eyes, its black, bean-like orbs glistening, while its moist nose twitched, eagerly pawing at the food box. This creature, with such a keen sense of smell. "Your Highness, you will surely be pleased with this," Ning Shu remarked, sensing that Li Wen's lackluster expression only deepened her unease. Could it be that he truly intended to marry her off? The small gray ball chirped cheerfully as Ning Shu opened the food box and revealed the roasted sweet potatoes. Instantly, a sweet yet subtle aroma wafted through the air. The roasted sweet potatoes, though visually unappealing, filled the plate. Li Wen squinted at the contents, seemingly lost in thought, and cast an inquiring glance at Ning Shu. Without hesitation, the small gray ball tumbled onto the plate, prompting Ning Shu to swiftly flick it away. She took one of the sweet potatoes, broke it in half, and savored one piece herself before offering the other half to Li Wen. This gesture was meant to convey to Li Wen that the food was edible and harmless. Li Wen accepted the sweet potato, its skin still dusted with dark ash. Imitating Ning Shu, he peeled the skin away and took a bite. The flavor was delightfully sweet, and he nodded in approval. "What is this delicacy?" Noticing Li Wen's intrigued expression, Ning Shu replied, "Your Highness, this is something called a sweet potato, which I discovered during my last visit to the estate. I had it cultivated, and it yielded 1,000 pounds. This can indeed stave off hunger?" Li Wen's face displayed a mix of urgency and astonishment, clearly grasping the significance of this discovery. "Does the estate still have this?" Ning Shu assured him. "I have instructed the staff to store it properly, and it is currently kept in the cellar of the estate." Li Wen nodded, declaring, "I shall accompany you to the estate to see for myself." "Very well," Ning Shu responded, recognizing the importance of this matter concerning the livelihoods of the people. Li Wen was certainly eager to investigate further. Li Wen and Ning Shu rode directly towards the manor, accompanied by a troop of cavalry, as the emperor's outings necessitated the presence of attendants. Upon arriving at the estate, Li Wen first inspected the potatoes, followed by an examination of the land where they were cultivated. He ordered a remeasurement of the land, and the results were consistent. The typically stern-faced Li Wen displayed a hint of a smile, his eyes sparkling with warmth as he regarded Ning Shu, saying, "Jiahui, you are truly commendable." Ning Shu simply smiled in response, stating, "It brings me great joy to serve my elder brother. I understand that you carry the burden of the people in your heart. As a member of the royal family, I am sustained by the citizens, thus it is only right that I work for their benefit." It could be said that the entire aristocracy thrives on the support of the populace, yet these nobles often look down upon them. Li Wen was evidently taken aback by Ning Shu's words, expressing his delight. Jiahui has grown wiser and no longer fixates on trivial matters. Ning Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment. She would need to rely on him for future agricultural endeavors. Li Wen wore a slight smile, his demeanor towards her notably gentle. The steward of the manor and the tenants were well aware of how to proceed, and Ning Shu had stumbled upon this knowledge by chance. It was nothing remarkable, but if it could aid her elder brother, that would be splendid. By the way, how did you come to realize that this could be consumed? Li Wen inquired with narrowed eyes, causing Ning Shu's heart to race. She could hardly admit that she simply knew. It all began with the little gray ball. My sister stumbled upon this small creature in the woods, clutching something, and upon tasting it herself, she found the raw version less delectable than the cooked. Ning Shu immediately attributed the situation to the little gray ball, well aware of its penchant for food, as known by Li Wen. A sigh of relief escaped her. She had finally demonstrated some value in Li Wen's eyes, perhaps causing him to reconsider the impending marriage alliance. Yet, a heavy weight lingered in Ning Shu's heart, for the success of this impending union now rested upon her shoulders. The original host had been betrothed to the second prince, and in the capital. Her reputation had plummeted due to her disgraceful struggle for a man, resulting in a dismal perception of her character. Following the marriage, she had endured inhumane treatment. The land of the Xiongnu was devoid of decency, where women were treated as mere commodities. Although the original host was to wed the second prince, the harrowing truth was that his brothers would also lay claim to her, subjecting her to humiliation. It was a place reminiscent of hell itself. The original host harbored a profound fear of the second prince. Even the mere mention of his name sent shivers through Ning Shu's body, a reflection of the host's dread. This fear was laced with resentment, yet predominantly, it was fear that reigned. After enduring such torment, the original host reacted to the second prince as a mouse would to a cat, gripped by an instinctual terror of impending doom. Ning Shu clenched her fists, resolute in her determination to avoid this marriage. If she were to alter the original host's fate, she must first reshape the course of this union. Indeed, this demonstrates the formidable power of the narrative. Even though Ning Shu's reputation remains untarnished, and she has not been embroiled in scandalous rumors regarding a princess competing for a man's affection, she is still unable to evade the fate of a political marriage. The plight of the supporting female character is truly lamentable. What can she do but suppress her tears and rise to face her challenges? Fortunately for Ning Shu, Li Wen did not immediately acquiesce to her betrothal, indicating that the matter of the sweet potato holds some significance in his heart. Undoubtedly, appeasing Li Wen proves to be the most prudent course of action. Being in proximity to the emperor, who wields the power of life and death, necessitates an understanding of his sentiments. And it is clear that Ning Shu has made the right gamble. Yet, there exists a lack of decorum. The second prince's visit raises eyebrows, leading others to speculate that he and the princess may have developed an intimate connection. This second prince is truly treacherous and remarkably malicious. Ning Shu cannot help but regard him with the utmost suspicion, for within the memories of the original owner, this prince embodies the cruelty and cunning of a wild wolf from the grasslands, inherently malevolent, subjecting the original owner to torment that exceeds the bounds of human endurance. The unfortunate Jiahui, who married into this fate, was ultimately tortured to death within 2 years. Ning Shu remained steadfast in the princess's residence, refusing to venture out. The second prince, not having seen Princess Jiahui, must return in disappointment, although it is said that she possesses considerable beauty. Once the second prince departs, Ning Shu tidies herself and prepares to take up residence in the palace. To her astonishment, she cannot fathom that the second prince would dare to confront her within the imperial confines. With Li Wen presiding over the palace, even with tenfold audacity, the second prince would not dare to make a scene before him. Ning Shu settled into the carriage, which was en route to the royal palace. An inexplicable sense of unease enveloped her. Undeniably, The deep-seated fear ingrained in the original owner's psyche had begun to affect her, compelling her to urgently seek confirmation from Li when regarding the matter of marriage. As thoughts swirled in her mind, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The horses whinnied in protest. Grasping the wooden frame to steady herself, Ning Shu questioned aloud, "What is happening?" "Princess, someone has restrained the horses," the coachman stammered, visibly shaken. A foreboding sensation crept into Ning Shu's heart. Biting her lip, she lifted the curtain of the carriage, only to behold a man holding the reins of the horses, causing the galloping steeds to come to a standstill. Upon seeing this man, Ning Shu felt an unsettling tremor within her, a manifestation of fear coursing through her veins. It was the second prince. Struggling against the tumult of emotions roiling inside her, Ning Shu gritted her teeth and drew the whip from her waist, aiming to strike the man. Yet, the second prince deftly evaded her attack, vaulting onto the back of one of the horses with a look of astonishment directed at her. "You are Princess Jiahui. Why do you seek to strike me upon sight?" The second prince scrutinized Ning Shu with piercing, unabashed eyes that betrayed a hint of satisfaction. Under his gaze, her body trembled uncontrollably, a visceral reaction born of fear of this man. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired, his voice deep and magnetic. Yet it sent a chill down Ning Shu's spine, reminiscent of the sound of serpentine scales rasping against fine sand. Ning Shu let out a cold snort, remaining silent, for she feared that speaking would betray the tremor in her voice. With a flick of her wrist, she swung the whip in her hand. How formidable this man was! Ning Shu bit her lip, resolute in her determination to conquer the fear that this body felt towards him, to seize complete control over it and not be governed by its instincts. She pondered when she would manage to suppress the emotions tied to her mission. Taking a deep breath, she cried out and leapt from the carriage to confront the second prince. Gritting her teeth, she swung the whip with all her might, its fierce friction against the air producing a thunderous crack. The second prince, perceiving her as a vengeful foe, had no choice but to take her seriously, dodging the whip while attempting to close the distance between them to subdue her. Yet, Ning Shu would not allow him to approach. Were it not for a faint undercurrent of energy within her, she feared she would not withstand the confrontation much longer. How could this perverse man be so powerful? The second prince seemed to grow impatient, suddenly grasping Ning Shu's whip. The barbed tip pierced his palm, and he released it in surprise, staring at his bloodied hand with a furrowed brow. "What are you doing?" "I merely wish to speak with you." "Are you mad?" Ning Shu was drenched in cold sweat. Her fear of the second prince somewhat diminished. After all, they were on the territory of the Daong dynasty, and he would not dare to act recklessly. "Are you Jiahui?" the second prince inquired, disregarding the blood on his hand. Ning Shu elevated her chin with an air of superiority and coldly declared, "I am Princess Jiahui. How dare you, a reckless fool, obstruct my carriage?" Upon hearing Ning Shu acknowledge her identity as Princess Jiahui, the second prince's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a smirk curled upon his lips as he inquired, "You must know who I am, right? I am the one betrothed to you, Ning. Do remember that." Ning Shu, finding his presumptuousness laughable, chose not to engage in conversation with him any further. She ascended into her carriage and instructed the coachman, "To the palace." This time, Ning did not hinder her. Instead, he watched as the carriage turned the corner and vanished from sight. He then glanced down at his own hand, where blood dripped onto the cobblestones, creating small splashes of crimson. Princess Jiahui, Li Shueshan. Ning Shu had just settled in the Lan Yuan Hall for a brief moment when the empress arrived. And upon seeing Ning Shu, her first inquiry was whether she intended to reside permanently in the palace. Ning Shu nodded, and a radiant smile blossomed on the empress's face. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, the empress's expression shifted to one of melancholy as she remarked, "It is regrettable that you are to be betrothed. I shall persuade your royal brother to prevent you from going to that desolate place. Alas, the family of Concubine Du is adamantly supporting your marriage alliance in the court. How could Concubine Du be so heartless as to send a young girl away from her homeland?" The rivalry between the empress and Concubine Du had always been fierce, and at this juncture, the empress seemed intent on confronting Concubine Du before the impending marriage, clearly believing that this time she was facing an unavoidable fate. As for advising Li Wan, such words are merely for listening. Taking them to heart would be quite nauseating. Ning Shu was truly exasperated and candidly remarked, "Sister-in-law, whether or not to engage in marriage alliances is determined by the emperor, not by you or by Concubine Du." This statement, rather impolite, nearly conveyed the sentiment that they ought to concern themselves less with her affairs. Observing Ning Shu's displeased countenance, the empress felt a pang of discomfort. inwardly cursing the fate that would lead to such alliances, yet maintaining a facade of understanding as she attempted to console Ning Shu, saying, "You need not worry excessively. Your brother cherishes you dearly and would not allow you to depart alone into a foreign land for such a union." Although her words were meant to console, they dripped with a tinge of bitterness. Ning Shu retorted, "Sister-in-law, I am weary." The Empress's expression stiffened, and ultimately, she took her leave. Once the Empress had departed, the concubines of the harem flocked to the Lan Yuan Hall. Ning Shu, lacking the patience to entertain these women, felt that her time was far too precious to be squandered in their company. Chapter 52, The General's Affection for the Village Girl, 24, prior to entering the palace. Having encountered the second prince only solidified her resolve against marriage alliances. This was not merely a task. The moment she saw the second prince, the body's reaction, coupled with an overwhelming sense of dread and despair, left Ning Shu feeling heartbroken. She harbored no thoughts of resistance, only fear, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. After tidying herself, she made her way to the imperial study in search of Li Wan. Upon finding him absent, she candidly expressed, "Your servant sister is troubled and cannot eat." Li Wan responded with a non-committal sound before stating directly, "The second prince of Beima, Helianing, wishes to form a marriage alliance with you to foster goodwill between our two nations. What are your thoughts on this?" Ning Shu let out a scoff, remarking that the Xiongnu remained true to their nature, believing that the name Northern Wilderness bestowed an air of grandeur. Did her royal brother seek to hear falsehoods or the truth? She fixed her gaze steadily upon Li Wan. Li Wan raised an eyebrow, indicating his acceptance of her stance. Ning Shu knelt upon the ground, biting her lip as she declared, "I, your humble sister, do not wish to enter into a marriage alliance." "Oh, and what is your reasoning?" Li Wan inquired, his expression devoid of surprise at Ning Shu's refusal. "I have already encountered Helianing. He is formidable, and he is overshadowed by an even mightier prince." Ning Shu gritted her teeth. Having thoroughly comprehended the identity of the original protagonist's intended betrothed since her arrival in this world. According to the original protagonist's memories, their union had resulted in fierce conflict. Did they come to blows? Were there injuries? Li Wen's gaze shimmered, his expression softening as he regarded Ning Shu. How could the illustrious Daong dynasty compromise in such a manner, failing to uphold its duty to the citizens of the borderlands? Ning Shu clenched her jaw, her voice imbued with indignation. Moreover, the Xiongnu not only sought to claim a princess of the Daong dynasty, but also aimed to siphon off the livelihoods of the people. Such occurrences, once permitted, would undoubtedly recur. Her tone, tinged with sorrow and fury, transcended mere persuasion, resonating with the emotions harbored by the original protagonist. She had witnessed firsthand the capture of borderland citizens, forced into servitude, while the original protagonist herself languished in a hellish existence, suffering far more than those enslaved. Li Wen's countenance darkened, the cause of his chill uncertain, whether it was spurred by Ning Shu's words or another matter entirely. The aura surrounding him was frigid, the Emperor's solemnity and gravitas rendering Ning Shu breathless. Ning Shu gritted her teeth and knelt on the ground, resolutely proclaiming, "Your Highness, I am willing to become your vanguard, allowing your dynasty to thrive without the need for marriage alliances, reparations, territorial concessions, or tributes. Let the Son of Heaven guard the nation's gates, and let the sovereign die for the state, establishing a realm that commands respect from all corners." Li Wan was taken aback, his gaze filled with complexity as he regarded Ning Shu. "What do you propose to do?" he inquired. "I will sever the hands of the Xiongnu that reach into Daong, instilling fear in them. I am willing to lead the charge on the battlefield, fighting until my last breath," Ning Shu declared, her voice resolute, even as her body trembled slightly. A smile graced Li Wen's lips as he walked around the desk to stand before Ning Shu, extending his hand to help her rise. Amusement danced in his eyes as he said, "Historically, how many women have led armies? Countless, like Hua Mulan and Mu Guang. It seems there is no precedent in this world." He continued, "I will not permit you to enter a marriage alliance. And as for the matter of leading the charge, I shall contemplate it further. Now come, let us dine." His tone softened, revealing a touch of brotherly affection. "Jiahui, you have become quite understanding." Each time Li Wan remarked on her understanding, Ning Shu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After exiting the imperial study, she felt her body grow weak, a cold sweat coating her back, as the heavy burden on her heart finally lifted. She removed her lightweight riding attire and donned the long-forgotten luxurious garments of a princess, her head adorned with intricate ornaments. The elaborate sleeves and complex designs felt unfamiliar, almost as if the weight of her adornments threatened to tilt her neck. Miao Qing expressed a desire to accompany Ning Shu, but Ning Shu was determined to prevent her from seeing Li Wan, resolutely dismissing her. With a gaze imbued with profound melancholy and concealed resentment, Ning Shu made her way towards the grand hall. The hall was awash in brilliant light. The melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments cascading through every corner, intertwining to create an intoxicating ambience of opulence and indulgence. As Ning Shu entered the hall, the atmosphere momentarily thickened, all eyes drawn to her presence. A wave of frustration washed over her. These men reveled in their pleasures. Bartering a woman for peace. Was this truly the essence of masculinity? Jiahui, come here, beckoned Li Wan, his hand gesturing towards Ning Shu. Lien Ying's gaze shadowed her relentlessly, piercing like a nail embedded within her, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. What a nuisance! Ning Shu shot a glare at Lien Ying, momentarily taken aback. In their previous encounter, she had overlooked his appearance, but now, she noted the wildness that defined him. His hair loosely cascading, collar slightly unbuttoned, adorned with what appeared to be a necklace crafted from wolf teeth. His slender waist and narrow hips, coupled with sun-kissed skin and chiseled features, exuded an aura of raw masculinity and untamed spirit, markedly different from the refined elegance typical of the men from the Daong dynasty. Alas, no matter how striking his visage, it could not mask his unscrupulous nature. His wild and cruel temperament rendered him a nightmare for any woman. As Ning Shu scrutinized him, the second prince, Lien Ying, revealed his gleaming white teeth, his gaze aflame with a fierce determination. Especially when her frigid eyes appraised him, he felt the blood within his heart begin to simmer. Akin to a wolf that had spotted its prey, eyes glinting with a blend of savagery and anticipation. Unlike the previously casual attire, she now donned a resplendent outfit. Exuding a sense of grace and sharpness, her demeanor imbued with an air of nobility and pride. Suddenly, Lien Ying broke into a smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming under the light, casting a chilling radiance that sent shivers down the spine. He raised his wine glass, offering a distant toast to Ning Shu, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Ning Shu scoffed softly, turning her head away, feigning ignorance to Lien Ying's gesture of respect. As Ning Shu observed the self-satisfied Lien Ying, she couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Did he truly believe he would secure a marriage alliance? His confidence seemed rather misplaced. For the Daong dynasty was a formidable nation, and the current Princess Jia Hui was far from the loathsome character depicted in tales. As the banquet reached its midpoint, with the dancers having retreated, Lien Ying rose from his seat and strode to the center of the grand hall. His movements were imbued with explosive energy, akin to a leopard springing forth, and his masculine countenance was enough to captivate many a woman, though darkness lurked within. The onlookers sensed the impending climax of the evening. Recognizing that this gathering was pivotal in determining Princess Jia Hui's fate, Lien Ying cast a glance at Ning Shu, who sat there with an indifferent expression, her countenance laced with mockery. With a carefree smile, he clasped his hands in greeting and addressed Li Wan, proclaiming, "Your Majesty of Daong, our nation is willing to forge a marital alliance and foster goodwill between our families." He then turned his gaze towards Ning Shu, declaring, "This prince has been smitten with Princess Jia Hui at first sight. My heart is enraptured by her." Ning Shu rolled her eyes in disdain, silently cursing the notion of being enamored. Her heart felt nothing but contempt for the idea that he might be captivated by Jia Hui's dowry and lands. With an air of indifference, she averted her gaze from Lien Ying, choosing instead to sip her fruit wine with a serene demeanor. Li Wan casually inquired, "Jia Hui, what is your opinion? Are you perhaps smitten with the second prince of Beimao?" He refrained from mentioning Lien Ying's name directly, simply referring to him as the second prince of Beimao. Ning Shu rose to her feet, her voice resonant and firm. "I have no fondness for the second prince of Beimao." Li Wan nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Lien Ying, "Jia Hui is my only sister, and naturally, I would not wish for my sister to be wed far from home." Lien Ying's expression froze momentarily before shifting into a half-smile as he regarded Ning Shu, recognizing that his objectives had not been fulfilled. At that moment, Ning Shu felt an undeniable sense of relief, finally escaping the fate of a political marriage, albeit at a steep price. She glanced at Lien Ying, their eyes locking. His gaze was dark and brooding. Ning Shu felt as if she were being scrutinized by a solitary wolf, yet she remained unfazed. Lien Ying sat astride his horse, lifting his gaze to meet Ning Shu, who stood at the city gates clad in riding attire, her hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of authority. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes, sensing that she would likely encounter this man again. Given the entanglements left behind by the original owner of this body, their relationship as spouses could not simply dissolve without a trace. Ning stretched out her hand, as if she could grasp her from afar, then placed her fingers upon her lips, feigning a gentle kiss, as though she were bestowing a kiss upon Ning Shu. With a smile directed at Ning Shu, she flicked the whip and turned her horse's head, galloping away swiftly. Everyone was aware that the indifference of the northern tribes would not be easily quelled. Shenfeng, a general of approximately 40 years, was seasoned in warfare, and thus, no one was surprised by such an appointment. However, what caught everyone off guard was Li Wen's decision to appoint Princess Jia Hui, Li Shueshan, as the left vanguard. It was unprecedented to send a woman into battle, igniting a fierce uproar within the court. Waves of opposition surged forth, yet Li Wen silenced the dissenters with a single statement. If Princess Jia Hui cannot go, then you may take her place. The court can well function without you. Li Wen's demeanor suggested a genuine intention to dispatch these ineffectual scholars to the frontier immediately, prompting preparations for their departure. The assembly fell silent, retreating into themselves, their protests extinguished. Upon receiving the imperial edict, Ning Shu promptly began to prepare her belongings, ensuring that all necessary items were ready. Xiaohong assisted Ning Shu in organizing her possessions and inquired, "Princess, do you truly intend to go to war?" With the edict issued, there was no room for falsehoods or idle boasting. It was time to fulfill promises. Ning Shu first sought an audience with Shenfeng, who expressed no particular objection to her accompanying him to battle, merely stating that on the battlefield, distinctions of gender would be irrelevant. Ning Shu affirmed her commitment to following orders. Indeed, the male protagonist is exceptional. Wherever he goes, he is aided by benefactors. And he has even become the protector of the great marshal, gaining substantial merit on the battlefield. Coupled with his remarkable fortune, it seems he is destined to rise once more. However, Ning Shu refrained from commenting, choosing to set aside personal matters in light of the nation's pressing concerns. The marshal's decisions were paramount, as she addressed Marshal Shen. Shenfeng returned the gesture with a fist salute and spoke to Ning Shu, "Princess Jia Hui, please." Duan Xinghui, feeling helpless, could only remark, "I am a military general. I yearn for distinction. For a soldier, to die in battle is the ultimate fate." Chapter 54. The General's Affection for the Village Girl. 26. Have you forgotten Princess Jia Hui? Upon hearing that she wishes to go to war, you are eager to follow her. Can you deny that your motives are tied to her? Tears streamed down her face, washing away the makeup and revealing the darkened skin beneath, creating stark lines of contrast. Duan Xinghui closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the disappointment in Arya's gaze pierced him. This has nothing to do with Princess Jia Hui. I have already lost my position as a general. Now, I must seek to achieve something. With a deep sigh, he felt a weight of frustration. Arya was oblivious to his aspirations. Must he live his life in mediocrity? She had no inkling of his desires to rise anew, to stand on his own merits. To return to the battlefield seemed an expedient choice, for fortune favors the bold. Both women are remarkable in their own right. Princess Jia Hui exhibits strength and courage, even taking to the battlefield, while Arya has become a mere parasite. Clinging to his side, Duan Xinghui felt a profound weariness, especially as he observed the weeping Arya, an inexplicable phrase surfacing in his mind, exhausted and devoid of love. Arya felt as though she were submerged in icy water, engulfed by an indescribable sense of despair and solitude. As the army prepared for its expedition, Ning Shu felt a surge of excitement within her. Clad in armor that weighed heavily upon her, her hair cut short and fashioned into a bun. Adorned with a helmet and a flowing red cape billowing behind her, she gazed into a bronze mirror and felt invigorated. Before her stood the formidable visage of a general, as praised by Xiaohong, who remarked that she must be the most handsome of all commanders. The young girl possessed a way with words. Ning Shu playfully tapped Xiaohong's nose and said, "I shall take my leave. Ensure the princess's residence is well guarded." As Ning Shu met Xiaohong's earnest gaze, an odd thought crossed her mind. The young girl seemed akin to a spouse bidding farewell to her husband heading into battle. Without further ado, Ning Shu swiftly turned to depart, almost fleeing under the weight of that gaze. She nearly toppled from her horse, gripping the reins tightly as she galloped towards the military encampment. The atmosphere in the camp was steeped in an air of solemnity and anticipation. Flags fluttered in the breeze, and every soldier donned armor, wielding long spears adorned with crimson tassels. The sight was both orderly and breathtaking. The soaring spirit of valor filled Ning Shu with an unprecedented appreciation for the fierce and brutal beauty of cold weapon warfare. igniting within her an indomitable passion for her homeland, her country, and her people. Under the influence of such an environment, Ning Shu felt goosebumps rise all over her body, an infinite surge of ambition igniting within her heart. This was not only her emotion, but also a reflection of the sentiments stirred within the original body. She guided her horse to the side of Shenfeng, who donned armor that exuded a certain wisdom, enhanced by his graying beard, evoking a sense of a hero in his twilight years. Truly, the favorite of the world were distinct. With the announcement of the emperor's arrival, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Li Wen ascended the high platform of the training grounds, adorned in a black robe intricately embroidered with golden dragons, his head crowned with the imperial 12-crest cap. The rounded, lustrous pearls cascading from the cap swayed gently with his movements, partially obscuring his face, yet accentuating his noble stature. Li Wen emanated an air of sovereign pride. As he made his entrance, the atmosphere thickened with a solemn and imposing presence that rendered the audience breathless. Upon seeing Li Wen, the training ground erupted with the sound of armor clashing, as soldiers knelt uniformly on one knee, fervently chanting "Long live the Emperor." Chapter 55. The General's Affection for the Village Girl, 27. Li Wen raised his voice to deliver stirring words, fervently inspiring those below, igniting a fervor among the soldiers who were eager to rush to the battlefield and vanquish their foes. Ning Shu's eyes twitched slightly. The usually stoic and reticent Li Wen was now fervently advocating for perilous endeavors, revealing a passionate spirit. It was evident that Li Wen was genuinely determined to rectify the situation in the northern desert. As the logistics for this 200,000-strong army represented a staggering figure, aimed at instilling fear in the bandits of the north, Li Wen beckoned to Ning Shu, who promptly dismounted and approached him, kneeling before him with clasped hands, addressing him as "Your Majesty. I pay my respects to my elder brother." Li Wen placed a small gray creature upon Ning Shu's shoulder, eliciting a look of surprise from her. With his hands clasped behind his back, he remarked, "This little fellow possesses a keen sense of danger. I attempted to feed it pastries laced with poison, yet it steadfastly refused to eat. I even considered tossing it into the serpent pit, but it scurried away in a flash." Ning Shu stifled a laugh, her nose tinged with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Likely influenced by the original owner's sentiments, she discerned that despite Li Wen's cold demeanor, there existed a semblance of sibling affection towards the original owner. With a soft acknowledgement, she added, "Your Majesty must also take care of your health, for it is the foundation of all endeavors. A sound body enables the realization of your aspirations to establish a prosperous era." Li Wen's expression grew somewhat complex as he replied, "Go on." The small gray creature chirped and leapt onto Li Wen, seemingly reluctant to part from him, its tiny, sharp claws clinging to his garments, emitting incessant cries. Ning Shu felt a surge of annoyance. Despite the treatment it received from Li Wen, it appeared reluctant to leave him. Frustrated, she reached over to grasp the little gray creature, which protested loudly in her grasp, its cries piercing and sorrowful, evoking deep sympathy and tears from onlookers. As the troops marched towards the gate, Ning Shu sat upon her steed, observing the citizens lining the streets, some weeping as they bid farewell to their loved ones within the ranks, their faces reflecting a mix of hope and concern. The atmosphere was both solemn and majestic. As Ning Shu observed the unfolding scenes, she increasingly comprehended Li Wen's motivations for establishing an era of peace and prosperity for the common folk. Yet, such a golden age demanded relentless struggle and was often founded upon bloodshed and sacrifice. Ultimately, it was a mere aspiration for a tranquil and harmonious existence amidst the chaos of life. Duan Xinghui felt a sense of relief, albeit mingled with an ineffable bitterness and sense of loss. After nearly 2 hours of travel, the military contingent finally exited the capital. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky, casting a warm glow upon the soldiers, particularly those clad in armor, which shielded them from the biting cold winds. Casting a glance back at the soldiers trailing behind, their faces glistened with perspiration, the sun-kissed skin appearing almost radiant, releasing plumes of steam into the crisp air. "Princess, shall we set up camp?" Shenfeng inquired of Ning Shu. From his demeanor, she discerned that he preferred not to halt for rest. Speed was of the essence in warfare, yet he felt obliged to ask, given Ning Shu's esteemed status as the princess. Shaking her head, Ning Shu replied, "General Shun is the highest authority. As a princess, I must adhere to military protocol. All decisions rest with the general." To think of encamping so soon after departing the capital, when would they reach the northern frontier? "All personnel, accelerate our advance." Shenfeng commanded, and at a signal, the soldier bearing the flag waved the yellow banner to relay the order. Shenfeng disregarded any considerations of Ning Shu's gender, adhering strictly to the most rigorous military directives, marching until nightfall before finally establishing camp. Only then did Ning Shu exhale a sigh of relief, finding solace in her solitary makeshift tent. After all, as a woman and a princess, it was unreasonable for her to share a tent with the men. However, the sustenance was as humble as that of ordinary soldiers. Ning Shu did not indulge in picky eating. She consumed coarse wheat cakes mixed with meat and vegetable soup, for only a full stomach could provide the strength to fight. Ning Shu believed she was quite tenacious, donning armor to fulfill her mission on the battlefield. To be honest, a sense of trepidation lingered within her. Since departing from the capital, the small gray orb had appeared rather listless, gazing at Ning Shu with eyes that seemed to embody melancholy. Even when she offered half of her rations to the small gray orb, it turned its back on her, casting a sorrowful yet radiant glance at the sky from a 45-degree angle. Ning Shu thought to herself, how intoxicatingly absurd. What on earth is this creature doing? Is it truly so reluctant to part with Li Wan? The small gray orb has certainly become more spirited than before. After finishing her dinner, Ning Shu took some water to freshen up. Being a woman amidst a throng of men posed certain inconveniences. Unexpectedly, in the dead of night, someone approached her tent with dubious intentions, and it appeared that more than one person was involved. Ning Shu could only laugh in anger. Indeed, women occupied a vulnerable position. If something were to transpire, it would merely be reported as a casualty. She felt it necessary to make an example of them to deter others with nefarious intentions. Perhaps out of respect for her status as a princess, these individuals did not overstep their bounds, and many were mid-ranking officers. Ning Shu resolved that there would come a time when each of them would swallow their own teeth mixed with blood. Chapter 56. The General's Affection for the Country Girl. 28. Duan Xinghui was also aware that there were those within the army with ulterior motives, particularly given that Princess Jiahui was the sole woman in their ranks, leaving these men to ponder their intentions. Duan Xinghui initially intended to express concern for her and approached with the intent to inquire, but the other party brusquely retorted, "Do you truly believe that I would encounter any trouble?" Disheartened by the lack of civility, Duan Xinghui turned his horse around and departed to ensure the safety of Grand Marshal Shenfeng. The marching contingent continued onward, and after enduring this arduous journey for over 10 days, Ning Shu began to feel utterly fatigued. Her legs had been chafed and wounded, leaving her with no choice but to ingeniously fashion a soft cushion from available materials to bind around her injured legs, which alleviated some of her discomfort. Moreover, it appeared that the audacity of some individuals within the ranks was progressively increasing, perhaps as they sought to test the boundaries of Ning Shu's tolerance. A few among them harbored a reckless notion of considering Princess Jiahui as an object of desire. Aware of their intentions, Ning Shu merely scoffed. For anyone who dared to approach her tent, regardless of their identity, she would not hesitate to unleash a fierce reprimand. Having witnessed her ferocity, these individuals grew increasingly wary of lingering near her tent. Even a mere passage could result in a swift rebuke. Consequently, Ning Shu's tent evolved into a veritable no-go zone. A development that pleased her immensely, for she understood that only through severity would they learn to fear her. As the procession advanced, the landscape grew increasingly desolate, with vast stretches of land left untended. Even those fields that had been sown with grains were in a deplorable state, ravaged beyond recognition. The Xiongnu, viewing the common folk of the Daong dynasty as mere sheep to be sheared, would swoop in when the harvest was ripe, and during winter, when food was scarce, they would plunder yet again. Ning Shu felt a deep indignation. The Xiongnu, tall and robust, chose not to toil but instead relied solely on pillage. Shenfeng, his face etched with sorrow, stroked his somewhat graying beard and surveyed the surroundings, letting out a sigh as he lamented. The plight of the people living on the borders is truly harrowing. He had yet to witness the true suffering of those taken captive by the Tartars. Their garments tattered and their faces gaunt, laboring tirelessly while their captors indulged in drink, wielding whips to chastise these unfortunate souls. Ning Shu felt a tumultuous surge of emotion within her, yearning to confront those despicable Huns at that very moment. The nearer they approached the border, the heavier the hearts of the soldiers became. The villages lay desolate, nearly devoid of inhabitants, and as they advanced further towards the frontier, the land's desolation intensified. Shenfeng chose a barren village to set up camp, where only the frail and infirm remained, with children shivering in rags, their lips turning purple from the cold, their bodies barely covered by tattered cotton scraps insufficient for warmth. Upon seeing the military presence, expressions of horror and despair spread across the villagers' faces. Although the soldiers did not wear the garb of the Huns, the fear they instilled was palpable. The saying goes that a passing flock of geese leaves no trace. And soldiers are like a comb passing through, which is why the common folk appeared so panicked and disoriented. Ning Shu felt a pang of sympathy and said to Shen Feng, "Marshal, perhaps we should refrain from entering the village. It would be inappropriate to disturb the common people." Observing the villagers trembling in fear, Shen Feng ordered the camp to be established a short distance from the village and commanded that they should not intrude upon the populace. Ning Shu sprinkled some medicinal powder onto a wound when suddenly her ears perked up. She seemed to hear a woman's cry for help. Hastily exiting the tent, she noticed that dusk was settling in, and she thought she heard the sound of hooves approaching. Ning Shu ascended a tree with agility, her gaze sweeping across the horizon until it fell upon a dusty road not far away. There, fewer than 20 Huns were mounted upon their steeds, tormenting a woman who desperately sprinted ahead of them. The men's faces were etched with a cruel and mocking smile, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Ning Shu, feeling the urgency of the situation, leapt down from the tree and made her way directly to the largest tent. Upon entering, she addressed Shen Feng, saying, "Marshal, we have discovered traces of the Huns ahead. I implore you to dispatch a squadron to assist me." Upon hearing her words, Shen Feng turned to the commanders within the tent and inquired, "Who among you is willing to accompany the left vanguard?" The status of Princess Jia Hui was second only to Shen Feng himself, and none of the men were inclined to serve beneath a woman. Observing their reluctance, Ning Shu cracked her whip and declared, "Follow me, or I shall strike you down." Upon reaching the scene, Ning Shu was appalled to witness the Huns had captured a woman. A circle of Huns surrounded her, their raucous laughter mingling with the woman's panicked cries and furious shouts. This sight ignited a fury within Ning Shu. She mounted her horse and charged forward, delivering a lash to one of the men. As the man prepared to act, he was suddenly struck by the whip across his back, causing a shock of pain to radiate through his body, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Ning Shu's strike had grievously injured his spine, rendering him incapable of further movement. The sudden turn of events left the crowd astonished, their expressions a mix of awe and fear as they gazed at the assailant wielding the whip. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Ning Shu swiftly mounted her horse, leaned down, and grasped the arm of the woman on the ground, pulling her up onto the saddle with a determined effort. The woman stared at Ning Shu, seemingly entranced by her cool, piercing gaze. Infuriated by the loss of their prize, the bandits erupted in angry shouts. In this borderland, the Xiongnu had always triumphed without contest, never having encountered such defiance. Ning Shu removed her crimson cloak from her back and draped it over the woman. Until that moment, the woman appeared dazed, but as the cloak enveloped her, a shiver ran through her body. She bowed her head in silence. Initially, the bandits vociferously expressed their anger in a tongue Ning Shu could not comprehend. However, upon noticing the gathering crowd, one of the Xiongnu stumbled through the language of the Daong dynasty, exclaiming, "You are not the border guards." The soldiers of the Daong dynasty had been so intimidated by them that they would often take a detour at the sight of the bandits, allowing them to act with impunity on Daong soil. Ning Shu narrowed her eyes at the bandits before her, who dared to harm the citizens of Daong and assault its women. Their audacity was infuriating, almost laughable, particularly when one of them demanded, "Release the woman. Hand her over to me, you man of Daong, who looks even more appealing than a woman." The bandit's face was alight with a greedy desire. Ning Shu remained silent, her helmet obscuring her femininity, rendering her an exquisite figure reminiscent of a strikingly handsome man. "Capture them all alive," she commanded, her voice both crisp and chilling, causing the enemies before her to tremble involuntarily, their faces illuminated with an overwhelming sense of delight. As though doused in a bucket of ice water on a sweltering summer day, their eyes sparkled with a gluttonous admiration, resembling that of a pig. Captivated by the presence of such an extraordinary woman, the woman in Ning Shu's arms, upon hearing her voice, turned to gaze at her, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. Observing the defiant hordes of enemies, Ning Shu felt an amused rage swell within her. These scoundrels dared to act with such impunity. "Seize these rascals," she declared. "If I do not make these wretches call me mother, then I shall not deserve my own title." Duan Xinghui led the charge, and the following troops engaged in battle. Ning Shu surveyed the chaotic scene, noting the bravery of the enemies. Despite their numbers exceeding 100, they struggled against fewer than 20 of the foe, and injuries were already apparent. How disheartening, she thought. Even though the adversaries relied on their physical advantage, sheer numbers proved overwhelming, and soon they were captured. Yet, not a trace of fear graced the faces of the captives. They continued to curse and berate. Ning Shu, exasperated, flung her arm and struck the loudest of them across the face with her whip. In an instant, blood erupted from his visage, leaving one of his eyes blinded. The Tartar clutched his face, writhing in pain upon the ground, his curses ceasing abruptly as he regarded Ning Shu with a defiant glare akin to that of the Huns. However, the vitriol that had once escaped his lips fell silent. "Take these individuals away," Ning Shu commanded with a cold detachment. Yet, the Tartars, believing that Ning Shu lacked the resolve to execute them, sprang back to life, hurling insults at her, declaring, "You cowardly soldiers of Daong, release us at once, or you shall witness dire consequences." The soldiers stationed at the border were paralyzed by fear, reluctant to take any lethal action against them, haunted by the potential retribution from the northern desert cavalry. This was precisely why the captured Tartars exuded such audacity. Duan Xinghui, furrowing his brow as he observed Ning Shu, leaned in and whispered, "Princess, should this uproar persist, it will undoubtedly dampen morale." The familiarity of the phrase struck Ning Shu. It was reminiscent of the school physician's catchphrase from her previous life. How had he learned such a saying? Duan Xinghui's complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ning Shu surveyed the soldiers of Daong, noting their fatigue after the recent skirmish with a mere 20 Tartars, many of whom bore wounds. The sight was disheartening, prompting her to crack her whip with a chilling snap, the sound echoing ominously, particularly in the biting winter air. The pain inflicted by such a lash would be unbearable. The Tartars instinctively recoiled at the sight of the whip in Ning Shu's hand. Even the soldiers guarding the Huns took a step back, fearful of collateral damage. Tilting her head in apparent confusion, Ning Shu regarded the Tartars and inquired, "Who among you shall play the part of the monkey?" Ning Shu gazed upon the woman seated before her, whose body trembled uncontrollably, demonstrating her authority over the formidable Xiongnu. Ning Shu wielded her whip, striking a particularly sensitive area. She could assure that the impact of her lash would inflict unimaginable agony upon the chosen victim. The struck Xiongnu emitted a ghastly wail, collapsing to the ground in despair. Gritting her teeth, Ning Shu's own body quivered slightly. This marked her inaugural act of taking a life, a necessity that weighed heavily upon her. It was imperative not only to instill fear in the Xiongnu but also to intimidate the generals and soldiers of the Daong dynasty. Should she display any sign of weakness, it was not merely the Xiongnu who would pose a threat, but the men of the Daong dynasty might also conspire against her, leading to a far more tragic outcome. Reduced to a mere target for soldiers' cruelty, her status as a princess held little sway in this distant realm. Summoning all her strength, Ning Shu observed as the Xiongnu lay lifeless. The sight churned her stomach, yet she resolutely stifled the urge to retch. Scanning the faces of the remaining Xiongnu, she met their terrified gazes, compelling them to lower their heads in fear. Her attention then shifted to her own troops. As her eyes swept over them, they instinctively shielded their vital areas. Tidying her surroundings, she noted the unsettling effect of the scene on her mood. Should her spirits falter, it would not bode well for her. Her voice, icy and detached, resonated through the air. Immediately, soldiers hastened to tend to the anguished figure on the ground. Casting fearful glances towards Ning Shu, their expressions fraught with trepidation. Ning Shu was acutely aware of her transformation. Her hands were stained with blood. Perhaps the future would be rife with slaughter and gore, yet she could only fortify her resolve. Everything she undertook must be worthy of her own conscience. However, one person's gaze upon Ning Shu was markedly distinct. Her eyes shone with admiration and profound envy. When Ning Shu met her gaze, a faint smile graced her lips as she inquired, "Are you bold enough to slay a Tartar? Will you dare to kill the one who tormented you?" Ning Shu's words were delivered with a calmness that belied the tension they evoked. The woman, her bronze-hued visage set with determination and deep-seated hatred, replied, "My enmity with the Tartars runs as deep as the ocean. They have murdered my family, and I shall avenge them." Taking the whip from Ning Shu's hand, she approached the very Tartar who had previously struck her. The Tartar's countenance flickered with dread as he bared his teeth in a grimace. The woman, draping Ning Shu's red cloak around her form, swung the whip down upon him with ferocity. Ultimately, the Tartar met his demise at the hands of the woman. Whether it was due to Ning Shu's malevolent influence or the woman's unrelenting hatred for her assailant, the whip struck with a vengeance, imbued with intense animosity. With Ning Shu's unwavering support beside her, she feared not the repercussions from the Tartars. Once the Tartar lay lifeless, the woman suddenly broke into heart-wrenching sobs. calling out for her parents in a voice that shattered the silence. Wiping away her tears, she approached Ning Shu and, with a thud, knelt before her, raising the whip with both hands in a gesture of submission. However, this action caused her cloak to inadequately conceal her form, revealing a glimpse of her femininity. Yet, the men present collectively bowed their heads, too intimidated to gaze upon her. The recent events had stripped them of their bravado. Ning Shu accepted the whip and regarded the woman before her, whose skin bore the characteristics of the frontier, somewhat darkened yet adorned with a thick mane of hair. She was not conventionally beautiful, but her pronounced eyebrows lent her a resolute expression. "General, allow me to follow by your side and fight against the Tartars," the woman implored, her voice tinged with desperation. "I have nowhere else to go. The Tartars have slain my kin and ravaged my home." Ning Shu extended her hand, helping her onto the horse, and inquired, "What is your name?" "You shall accompany me." I am but a humble servant, a commoner," the woman stammered, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and determination. "Simply address yourself as a maid. From now on, you will be at my side." "And you shall refer to me as Your Highness," Ning Shu replied, secretly pleased at the prospect of having a woman by her side for convenience. "Your Highness?" the woman gasped, evidently taken aback by the notion of a princess engaging in warfare at the frontier. "I beseech you, Your Highness, grant me a name. This life of mine is bestowed upon me by you." Her voice resonated with unwavering conviction. A smile graced Ning Shu's face. "Who says women are inferior to men? Perhaps they may lack physical strength, but never underestimate a woman's resilience. From this day forth, you shall accompany me, and I shall bestow upon you the name Kaisang." Ning Shu felt a surge of joy within her. At last, she possessed her own retinue, albeit consisting of but a single individual. Yet, this companion was entirely hers. Earlier, she had attempted to summon others to her side, but none heeded her call. These men continued to harbor disdain for women, regardless of her status as a princess. A woman was merely a woman, destined to remain at home tending to children, while the battlefield was a domain reserved for men. Kaisang held great respect for Ning Shu and, stepping aside to don her attire, refrained from sitting beside her. Instead, she took it upon herself to lead Ning Shu's horse. Maintaining this facade of coldness was no simple task. Duan Xinghui promptly ignited a signal flare, which erupted in the sky with a resounding blast. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of Tatar cavalry approached, their presence imposing, with robust steeds stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. The mere aura of their advance induced a sense of trepidation among the people of the Daong dynasty, causing disarray within their ranks and revealing expressions of alarm and unease. Ning Shu bellowed, "What is there to fear? Stand firm. Regardless of the chaos of battle, the formation must remain orderly, exuding strength and resolve." Ning Shu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the leader of the Tatars, and could only remark on the irony of fate. At the forefront of the Tatar forces stood the second prince, Helian Ing. Second prince. Second prince. Upon sighting Helian Ing, the captured Tatars erupted in exhilaration, their gazes toward Ning Shu brimming with arrogance and malice. With a swift crack of her whip, a sharp, resonant sound pierced the air, creating a fleeting afterimage that silenced the Tatars, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Princess Jiahui, who could frighten the Tatars with merely a whip, caused the soldiers of the Daong dynasty to stand tall, their spirits evidently lifted. Helian Ing donned animal hides that accentuated his chest, exuding a more untamed aura than when he was in the capital, his entire being imbued with an alluring wildness. Upon noticing the forager on the ground, reduced to a shapeless form, a shadow of inscrutable emotion flickered across Helian Ying's eyes, before he turned his gaze towards Ning Shu. Clad in armor, "You ought not to act in this manner." Helian Ying's tone was languid, yet carried an air of danger. "You refuse to enter into a marriage alliance with me, yet you still lead your troops into battle. Princess Jiahui, you truly surpass my expectations. Only a woman of your caliber is worthy of this prince." With a swift motion, Helian Ing extended his hand towards Ning Shu, flashing her a devilish smile. "If you would comply and marry me, there would be no need for this turmoil. You have slain our valiant warriors, let your soldiers in Daong pay the price. For every warrior you kill, I shall take the lives of 100 of your soldiers and 100 of your citizens. Should you slay 2, I will decimate 500. Helian Ing bared his teeth, a chilling glimmer in his eyes. His voice, mingled with the biting wind, reached every ear, compelling an involuntary shiver. "Princess Jiahui, come with me." Helian Ying's gaze bore into Ning Shu. "If you accompany me, I shall release this group." "Are you suggesting you wish to accompany me?" A smile grazed Helian Ying's face, his expression tinged with delight as he extended his hand towards Ning Shu. You are the first woman I admire, and the one most deserving of this prince. Ning Shu harbored a desire to spit in the face of that man. So ostentatious, he genuinely believed himself to be remarkable. With a cold laugh, Ning Shu flicked her whip, striking a captive Tartar directly in the groin, killing him instantly. Her movements were executed with such swiftness that even Helian Ying was momentarily taken aback, quickly tightening his grip on the reins, his expression darkening as he regarded Ning Shu. Princess Jiahui, do not attempt to provoke this prince. The soldiers of the Daong dynasty stared in astonishment at Ning Shu, a sense of reverence washing over them. Disregarding Helian Ying's grim countenance, Ning Shu declared, "This is the consequence for humiliating the women of Daong. For every one of our women you violate, I shall take a life, especially you brigands who seize our grain and plunder our people. If I do not eliminate these vile beasts, then I am unworthy to be called a princess of Daong. Lacking in morality and honor, this applies to you wretched creatures of the northern desert. I would rather perish than be married off to you, Helian Ying. What are you, that I should follow you?" Chapter 59. The General Loves the Village Girl. 31. Do you northern desert folk not possess even a copper mirror? Do you not see what manner of beings you are? Lacking a mirror, simply relieve yourselves and behold your reflections. You truly believe yourselves to be above all. Ning Shu relished her scathing remarks. Each time she witnessed Helian Ying's haughty demeanor, as if it were a privilege for her to be regarded by him, it filled her with exasperation. He appeared nothing short of a simpleton. The burly Tartars, incensed by Ning Shu's insults, glared at her with bulging eyes, wishing they could devour her whole. Ning Shu let out a disdainful laugh, her heart brimming with indignation. What on earth was Shun Feng doing, lingering for so long over such a short distance? She had sacrificed her dignity, behaving like a shrew, all in vain. The noble and aloof princess persona she had meticulously crafted was in tatters. Upon hearing Ning Shu's vitriolic words, Helian Ying's face twisted in anger and cruelty as he coldly remarked, "Princess Jiahui, you are provoking me. Do you not care for the soldiers behind you?" Ning Shu scoffed, "Of course, I cannot care for them. If death is to come, it shall come before them. Helian Ying, is it not a display of arrogance to act with such impunity on the soil of the Daong dynasty? Princess Jiahui, it is not my arrogance, nor that of the warriors of Baima, but rather the cowardice of your Daong soldiers, who dare not approach in the presence of Baima's valiant fighters. Such a nation, devoid of courage, elicits nothing but my derision," he retorted. Ning Shu inwardly cursed. What nonsense! Helian Ying's words struck deeply, igniting a profound sense of humiliation among the citizens of Daong, their eyes brimming with tears as they glared at him. Ning Shu found herself at a loss. Could they truly fight under such circumstances? Was warfare merely a matter of one-on-one combat? How absurd it seemed to engage in duels before a full-blown melee ensued. Noticing Ning Shu conversing incessantly with a man, Helian Ying's patience waned. He barked, "Princess Jiahui, what do you want? Can you not see we are engaged in discussion?" Ning Shu replied, exasperated. Helian Ying raised his head, and the cavalry behind him immediately encircled Ning Shu and her companions. The soldiers of the Daong dynasty stood back to back, holding their crimson-tasseled spears with unwavering resolve. Ning Shu's expression grew cold as she gazed at Helian Ying, who sat leisurely atop his steed, a smug smile gracing his face. "Princess Jiahui, have you made your decision? To be a wife to the chosen, or a concubine to the swift? Helian Ying, if you wish for me to accompany you, what is my standing?" Ning Shu was compelled to feign politeness in her response. "You are undoubtedly the princess of this prince. All lands, cattle, sheep, and slaves under my dominion would belong to you." Helian Ying's voice dripped with temptation. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face. What did she lack in Daong that necessitated Helian Ying's possessions? Her own fiefdom surpassed his in expanse. "Helian Ying, I have long desired to battle you. If you wish for me to accompany you, I must first ascertain your capabilities." A cold laugh escaped Ning Shu's lips. "Instruct your men to remain still. Let us engage in a duel." Ning Shu understood that this confrontation was imperative, not merely for morale, but to rid herself of the fear that Helian Ying instilled in this body, which trembled reflexively at the sight of him. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that she could not allow herself to view Helian Ying as invincible. Future encounters with him were inevitable, and she could not afford to tremble each time. Touching the whip at her waist, Ning Shu fixed her gaze on Helian Ying. "Let us fight one-on-one." Helian Ying regarded her with an indulgent expression, akin to that of a master observing a mischievous pet, extending his claws as if to playfully scratch. "As you wish. Should you lose, will you not be obliged to accompany this prince? With a smile gracing his lips, Ning expressed his keen interest in her. Ning Shu flicked her whip, striking the horse's belly with a sharp command, advancing towards Ning. She exerted all her strength to swing the whip. But Ning merely bent down, evading the strike. As Ning Shu struggled to steady her trembling body, she found herself engaged in a confrontation with him. Initially, Ning aimed to toy with her, but upon observing the gravity etched on her face, he showed no mercy. His demeanor shifted, and he unsheathed the large blade at his waist to block her fierce whip. Duan Xinghui watched anxiously from the side, biting his lip tightly, his gaze following her every movement. Ning flashed a carefree smile at Ning Shu, his voice low and sultry, imbued with a robust aura and a heady scent of masculinity. He deftly wrapped her whip around his blade, seizing it and pulling Ning Shu towards him. Ning Shu felt an unsettling grip around her waist, akin to a caterpillar crawling on her skin. She struggled fiercely but could not break free. Her nostrils filled with a wild and untamed scent. "Release me," she commanded coldly, meeting her icy gaze, which was as clear and frigid as a snow lotus swaying in the mountain winds. Ning remarked, "You are quite the unruly little wildcat," tightening his hold around her waist. "Must you be so revolting?" Ning Shu thought, realizing that this man was undoubtedly her greatest obstacle in completing her mission. Ning clasped Ning Shu's legs tightly, rendering her immobile, then lowered his gaze to observe the myriad of emotions flickering across her face. With a profound look, Ning regarded Ning Shu. Anger and humiliation surged within her. The heavens had bestowed upon men a robust physique, yet they chose to wield that strength against women. What a disgrace. Ning was exerting his power to subdue her. Taking a deep breath, Ning Shu, a practitioner of unparalleled martial arts, summoned her strength and raised her knee to strike at Ning below. In Chapter 60, titled The General's Affection for the Village Girl, 32, Ning Shu initially intended to deliver a crippling blow to Ning. However, he swiftly evaded her attack, allowing her to break free from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, she lashed out with her whip, striking him. Caught off guard, Ning felt the sting of the whip's tail, a searing pain igniting in his arm, causing his complexion to pale and beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Ning Shu deftly mounted her horse, unable to suppress her triumph as she taunted him. "How does it feel? Is it not exquisite? This whip has been steeped in pepper water, infused with potent ingredients. How do you find it? And you are already poisoned." Ying's eyebrows furrowed, a flicker of tension crossing his face as he managed a chilling smile, revealing his sharp teeth. "This prince rather enjoys this style." Ning Shu's eyelids quivered. Indeed, Ning was rather peculiar, maintaining a light-hearted banter even in such circumstances. The second prince, upon hearing Ning Shu mention the poison on the whip, observed the deep concern etched on the faces of those behind Ning, who cast sinister glances at Ning Shu. The despicable woman of Diyong. How laughable it was for these marauders to accuse her of shamelessness. They, with their acts of arson, murder, and pillaging, were the very embodiment of disgrace, mere vermin, unworthy to speak of integrity. Ning disregarded the trepidation of his subordinates. Instead, he provocatively licked his lips, exuding an alluring yet feral charm, declaring that all but Jia Hui would be slain. Ning Shu's expression darkened as she solemnly addressed the soldiers. "Brave warriors. These invaders trample upon our sacred land, oppressing our wives and daughters. We must drive these brigands from our homeland, to defend our nation and protect our families. For the honor of our homes and country." A resonant and somber resolve echoed through the forest, the soldiers' faces reflecting a tragic determination to face their fate. As they gazed upon Princess Jia Hui, who wielded the whip before them, a surge of fervor coursed through their veins. Ning, with a malevolent glint in his eyes, questioned Ning Shu's belief that these men could truly vanquish his cavalry. "Jia Hui, come with me, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. You will be the sole woman in my life." Blood stained Ying's hands as he extended one towards Ning Shu, the crimson droplets mingling with the earth, a sight both brutal and beguiling. With a cold smirk, Ning Shu retaliated against the charging cavalrymen, deftly casting her whip to ensnare one of their necks. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and after a brief struggle, the life fled from the hapless invader. "Ning, I am a princess of Dayong, and my glory is bestowed upon me by Dayong itself. Even in death, I shall perish upon the soil of Dayong. To follow you and indulge in your grandiose dreams is inconceivable," Ning Shu reprimanded. Ning shook his head, regarding Ning Shu with a gaze that was both enigmatic and lingering, and remarked, I find your spirit captivating. You seem to possess a wilder essence than the women of the northern desert. Ning Shu thought to herself, this insolent wretch has an inflated sense of self-worth. The clashing of blades echoed, blood gushed forth, and the sound of swords piercing flesh was accompanied by wails of agony. Ning Shu clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes catching sight of the Tatars' horses trampling over the bodies of Daong soldiers, their bones shattering beneath the weight. A wave of indescribable sorrow and hatred surged within her as she faced the oncoming Tatar cavalry, her whip cracking fiercely against their faces, the barbs piercing their skin and even their eyes, tearing out the very eyeballs upon withdrawal. The sound of galloping hoofs finally resonated from afar. The long-awaited reinforcements had arrived. Albeit belatedly, a Daong commander led his troops forward, and upon witnessing the carnage, he commanded, prepare to confront the Tatars. The Tatar cavalry swiftly withdrew behind Ning, bracing themselves against Daong's forces. Ning Shu wiped the blood from her face, the pungent scent of iron filling her nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. She could not afford to be careless. Locking eyes with Ning, her hand gripping the whip trembled slightly. Ning flashed a casual smile at Ning Shu, seemingly unfazed by his injuries, apart from his pallid complexion, as if he felt no pain whatsoever. How ruthless he was, even to himself. Ning pointed at the captured Tartar warrior and calmly remarked, release the valiant men of the northern desert. Ning Shu, unable to contain her laughter at the absurdity of the situation, retorted, what if I refuse? Even if your northern desert cavalry is formidable, I, Daong, would offer 10 lives for a single Tartar, and if that is insufficient, I would sacrifice 100. Ying's pupils constricted momentarily before he burst into laughter, his gaze towards Ning Shu growing increasingly bright. Ultimately, his smile revealed a hint of admiration. He traced his finger over his lips thoughtfully, marveling at the unexpected spirit displayed in such a decadent world. Even the border guards of Daong would not dare speak to him in such a manner. Jiahui, you ought not to have been born in Daong. Instead, you should roam the vast steppes as a free woman. Ning Shu scoffed. I would pay any price to avoid marrying you. At that moment, she was uncertain whether she could fulfill her mission. The clash of nations rendered individual struggles insignificant, and she was determined to extricate the original owner of her body from this man. The weight of the narrative was undeniably profound. She had evaded the marriage alliance. Yet Ning, this man, had become inextricably entwined with her fate. Men are inherently fickle. What they cannot possess becomes all the more desirable. The original owner had shown cruelty towards the prospect of marriage. Yet now the notion of accompanying him was tantamount to trampling upon the dignity of Daong and Li Wan. Ying's actions seemed aimed at undermining the morale of Daong, conjuring the image of a princess disregarding propriety to flee with the enemy prince. Especially one who was once a suitor, it painted a ludicrous portrait, destined to be remembered with disdain. Ying's complexion grew increasingly pale as he listened to Ning Shu's words, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Of course, such a thick-skinned individual would not be provoked to such an extent by Ning Shu. Rather, it was the manifestation of poison. You truly poisoned me, Ning remarked, touching the dark blood at the corner of his mouth. Ning Shu innocently shrugged her shoulders, declaring, I am an honest person, and I never tell lies. Ying's gaze meticulously scanned Ning Shu's face, inch by inch, before breaking into a flamboyant smile. Princess Jiahui, prepare yourself to be entangled by this prince for a lifetime. Oh, how frightful, Ning Shu replied, patting her chest. I rather enjoy witnessing your futile attempts to grasp what you cannot have. With that, Ning coughed up another mouthful of blood and commanded the northern desert cavalry. Chapter 61. The General Loves the Village Girl. 33. Ning turned his horse to leave, seemingly indifferent to the captured Tartars. Ning Shu let out a cold laugh. The territory of Daong is not something you can enter or exit at will. She seized her bow and, with a swift motion, drew the arrow string into a crescent shape. The glinting tip of the arrow aimed at Ying's retreating figure. Releasing her grip, the arrow soared towards him. But Ning ducked low over his horse's back, narrowly evading Ning Shu's shot. The arrow struck a tree with a resounding thud, even piercing through it. Ning Shu felt a tinge of disappointment. She had failed to eliminate Ning. Indeed, he was a calamity that would endure for 1,000 years. If it were truly so easy for Ning to perish, it would be rather unrealistic. In any case, the entanglement between the original host and Ning was far from over. After all, in a past life, they were bound by the ties of marriage. And such fates are not easily severed. The dust was stained with blood, rendering its original hue indistinguishable, while the congealed blood had darkened. And the overwhelming odor of carnage made one's head spin. War is merciless. Ning Shu felt a warmth at the corners of her eyes as she coldly regarded the tardy general. Upon meeting Ning Shu's gaze, the commander faltered, promptly averting his eyes and clasping his hands in greeting. "Princess, what are these totters? Their heads could earn military merit." His eyes glimmered at the sight of the totters. Arriving late, he still sought to claim glory. Shen Qingqing was exceedingly displeased with the soldiers of Daong, pondering why they expended their energy on schemes rather than confronting the totters directly. She glared at him icily, declaring, "Who dares to touch these totters? I shall have them punished." "What, do you covet accolades?" "I would not dare," the commander hastily replied, lowering his head. Ning Shu was not merely a princess, but also the left vanguard, holding a rank superior to his. A surge of discontent and frustration welled within him. The rescued Kai Sang held the reins of her horse, her eyes shining brightly as they fixed on Ning Shu. Upon returning to the camp, Ning Shu ordered the apprehension of nearly 20 totters, bringing them to the elevated platform in the center of the training grounds. Having grown accustomed to their arrogance on the borders of Daong, they faced the dark mass of soldiers with trepidation, yet their demeanor remained defiantly provocative. Convinced that the people of Daong would not dare to execute them, Ning Shu first knelt before Shin Feng in the tent to pay her respects, and then reported the situation, detailing the general's tardiness and his disregard for the lives of his comrades. The expression on the general's face darkened immediately, his gaze toward Ning Shu filled with deep-seated resentment. Ning Shu let out a cold laugh, her hand brushing against the whip at her waist. With the hearts of men so fragmented, how could one wage war? Strength must be united. Yet, there are always a few who undermine the cause. Ning Shu understood the necessity of establishing her authority, refusing to allow these self-important men to belittle her due to her gender. To strike fear into the hearts of the monkeys, one must first deal with the chickens. And the chickens were these Tartars. Ignoring the general's venomous glare, Ning Shu ascended the platform and proclaimed in a chilling voice, "The Tartars harm my compatriots. Kill. The Tartars trample upon my land. Kill. Kill. Kill." The soldiers below raised their spears, shouting with fervor, their voices echoing so powerfully that the faces of the dozen Tartars on the platform turned pale, especially as they witnessed Ning Shu approaching, whip in hand. Their courage instantly vanishing, muttering incomprehensible words. With a cold smirk, Ning Shu lashed out at one of the tightly bound Tartars, who writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he emitted inhuman cries. The soldiers, who had previously shouted slogans with great ambition, fell into stunned silence. And the training ground of 200,000 soldiers became eerily quiet, each man instinctively covering his groin. Ning Shu's cold laughter echoed. For this was the price for the humiliation of the women of Daong. As she swung the whip, blood splattered, flesh torn apart, and as she surveyed the training ground, every man who met her gaze flinched, looking upon her as though she were a sorceress. Below the stage, Kai Sang watched Ning Shu, her eyes reflecting a look of enchantment. In the final moments, the last few invaders met their demise at the hands of Ning Shu, their fate irrevocably sealed. Even the battle-hardened Shin Feng had never witnessed such a flagrant display of humiliation towards the enemy. "Princess, this is enough. An army must uphold the virtues of compassion. What distinguishes us from the bloodthirsty northern desert?" Shin Feng addressed Ning Shu solemnly. Ning Shu regarded Shin Feng, whose beard had begun to gray, and replied, "Marshal, I must respectfully disagree. Our compassion, in the eyes of our foes, is seen as weakness, inviting further contempt. Only through violence can we counter violence. Only through killing can we halt further bloodshed, thus deterring our adversaries. If reason fails to sway you, I shall take more drastic measures." Unable to convince Ning Shu, Shin Feng found himself at an impasse, for Ning Shu rejected any notion of compassion as he articulated. Summoning Kai Sang, Ning Shu instructed, "Fetch a few butchers. At once." Kai Sang complied, hastily locating several butchers. Ning Shu addressed them directly, commanding, "Eviscerate these men." The butchers were instantly struck with terror. They were accustomed to slaughtering pigs, not men. Not only did the butchers tremble in fear, but the soldiers also felt a chill run down their spines, caught between awe and dread as they beheld Ning Shu's impassive demeanor. Ultimately, the butchers complied, performing the gruesome task, after which Ning Shu ordered salt to be rubbed into the bodies of the slain invaders, suspending them at the city gate, in the biting cold of winter. This served as a grim preparation for preserved meat. Ning Shu's actions left everyone in stunned silence, with Shin Feng shaking his head in disbelief. Ning Shu proclaimed loudly, This is the price of invading our great Yom. Rows of corpses hung at the city gates, serving as a grim reminder to the audacious and unrepentant invaders that those they had mercilessly trampled upon were capable of resistance. For an extended period, these bodies remained suspended upon the city walls, their forms rendered even more rigid by the elements, instilling a chill of dread among the passing marauders. A testament to their brutality, Ning Shu paid no heed to the fearful or wary glances cast her way. Thus, the infamous reputation of Princess Jiahui, the formidable sorceress, began to spread quietly. Where there had once been mere thoughts of rebellion, upon witnessing Princess Jiahui, one could not help but feel an urgent need to arm themselves. Her very presence sent shivers down their spines. Princess Jiahui harbored a deep-seated hatred for the invaders, having suffered indignities at their hands during her betrothal, and now, witnessing their pitiful demise, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Ning Shu too smiled, relishing the opportunity to do more for the original owner of this body. Following these events, Ning Shu established an undeniable authority within the military, eliciting fear among the ranks, though she remained indifferent to it. To her surprise, Kai Sang had taken up martial training, dedicating her time not only to washing clothes and preparing meals for Ning Shu but also to honing her combat skills. Claiming a desire to join the battlefield and vanquish foes, Ning Shu permitted this pursuit. Perhaps due to Ning Shu's fearsome reputation, numerous destitute women, or those who had suffered at the hands of the invaders, flocked to her side. In a short span, over 100 women had gathered, forming a remarkable sisterhood within the military, adding a vibrant hue to the otherwise somber encampment. These women, driven to desperation, sought refuge with Ning Shu, fervently expressing their desire to join the battlefield for vengeance, their teeth clenched and their grievances deep. Ning Shu contemplated the significance of establishing a personal battalion, a force she could command at will, and thus accepted these women, instructing them in the rudimentary skills of combat. Perhaps having discovered a new purpose in life, their fierce determination rivaled that of male soldiers. While the physical strength of women may not match that of men, their resilience is unparalleled. However, the military could not sustain these women without purpose. Even Shen Feng subtly remarked that women should not linger in the barracks. Ning Shu remained silent, merely stating that these women would assist in the camp, managing tasks such as cooking and mending garments. Ultimately, Shen Feng had no choice but to acquiesce to Ning Shu's wishes. With her as a precedent, the argument against women in the military lost its weight, freeing them from mental shackles. The ministers rallied. Li Wen sat upon the dragon throne, his expression impassive, yet a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he perused the reports from the frontier repeatedly. Observing Ning Shu's endeavors, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared within him. The ministers were left to ponder. Was the emperor sending them to their doom? In the presence of these officials, Li Wen's demeanor was perpetually indifferent. Should one perish, another would promptly take their place. In truth, he wished for the demise of these decayed officials. The courtiers instinctively shrank back, diminishing their presence. Shortly thereafter, Ning Shu received a letter from Li Wen, which contained but 2 words, "Very good." Ning Shu swiftly comprehended Li Wen's intentions. It appeared that he was in agreement with her course of action. With Li Wen's support, Ning Shu felt a greater sense of tranquility. The tent had transformed into a realm forbidden to men, while women established their stronghold. Clad in armor, wielding red-tasseled spears, the women exhibited a commendable proficiency that brought a smile to Ning Shu's lips. This could be considered the legacy left by the original owner. She hoped that in departing from this world, the original owner might find a semblance of ease. Now, as Ning Shu traversed the majestic walls of the city, she observed the lifeless bodies of the Tatars strewn upon the ramparts. Gazing into the distance, the vast grasslands unfolded before her, with snow-capped mountains looming far away, presenting a breathtaking borderland vista. Behind her, the armored Kai Sang addressed Ning Shu, "Your Highness, with such expansive land in the northern desert, why do they still seek to seize our possessions? The allure of thievery is addictive. It is far too easy to reap without labor, something the Tatars are unaccustomed to through diligent farming." Ning Shu replied with an air of indifference. It was likely due to Helian Ying's injury that recent incursions by the Tatars had ceased. Each day, Ning Shu devoted herself to rigorous training while devising strategies to counter the Tatar cavalry. The cavalry was the Tatars' greatest strength, with both horses and riders robust and well-fed. She needed to strategize against their mounted forces. If it truly came to 100 men being exchanged for a single Tatar, it would surely cause Ning Shu immense distress, akin to sacrificing lives in vain. Yet, she remained resolute in finding a solution. Duan Xinghui bowed slightly and said to Ning Shu, "This subordinate shall remember." The Tatars primarily relied on plunder. Their infantry could never rival the advantages of cavalry, as the sky released a flurry of snowflakes, resembling down feathers, within a day. The snow blanketed everything in a pristine white layer. Xin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. In such frigid weather, even cattle and sheep could succumb to the cold. Now was the time for the Tatar invaders to plunder, sending soldiers far and wide to scout, deploying numerous troops to assert their dominance. Ning Shu, however, remained at a loss for a strategy to counter the cavalry. Believing that the most effective means would be to employ crossbows to directly strike down the Tatars atop their steeds, Xin Feng, no longer in his youth, harbored little confidence in securing victory, focusing solely on maintaining a defense and avoiding blame. In contrast, Ning Shu aspired to deal a significant blow to the invaders, suggesting that Xin Feng station large crossbows along the city walls. She too was preparing for the impending battle. "Princess, let us accompany you this time." Kaisang implored Ning Shu, as her companions shared the same desire to join the fray. Upon exiting the tent, Ning Shu beheld the women's battalion standing resolutely before her. They were not particularly beautiful, lacking alluring figures, yet the aura they exuded surpassed that of any man. Their expressions were solemn. Upon seeing Ning Shu, they knelt on one knee, paying homage to the general of the left vanguard. In that moment, Ning Shu was filled with a surge of valor and proclaimed, "Rise. Soon, a great battle shall ensue. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid," echoed the women's voices, high-pitched and melodious, contrasting with the deep timbre of men. "From this moment, we shall commence archery training. Mastery of archery requires strength of arm, and against the Tatars, crossbows are our best recourse. Let us begin." Pointing towards the target, Ning Shu drew her bow and aimed directly at the bullseye. With a powerful release, she struck the center with remarkable force, piercing the target through and through. Chapter 63, The General's Affection for the Village Maiden, 35. Ning Shu harbored a fervent hope that the unfortunate women seeking refuge with her would survive. At this critical juncture, rigorous training was essential to enhance their chances of survival on the battlefield. Indeed, once the heavy snowfall ceased, Helian Ing arrived with his Tatar troops to lay siege to the city. Standing upon the city walls, Ning Shu locked eyes with Helian Ing, her heart brimming with indignation. How was it that she had not perished? Was her poisoning not severe enough? Had she not been spitting blood? Yet, here she was, vibrant and full of life. Clad in fur, with a luxurious and wild demeanor, Helian Ing gazed up at Ning Shu, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he signaled his soldiers to raise the ladders for the assault. The drums of war reverberated, and Ning Shu commanded, "Fire the arrows." Instantly, a tempest of arrows rained down upon the Tatars, many of whom were struck, some even becoming like porcupines, bristling with shafts. "Fire again!" The archers swiftly replaced their fallen comrades, and from the corner of her eye, Ning Shu noticed several women among the ranks being struck by arrows, causing her heart to tremble momentarily before she steadied her resolve. Switched to the catapults. The catapult was undoubtedly one of the most formidable weapons of the ancient world, particularly when deployed from a height. Some Tatars, after a strenuous climb up the ladders, were suddenly struck by falling blocks of ice, plummeting back down, rendered motionless. Helian Ing gazed at the objects cloaked in snow upon the city wall, his mind swirling with speculation. Suddenly, he turned to Ning Shu, who responded with a knowing smile. Indeed, it was as he suspected. These were the corpses of the Tatars. The lifeless bodies hung from the wall, their dark eye sockets hollow, the eyeballs having been pecked away by birds. It was a matter of either complete surrender or absolute commitment, a point of no return. Helian Ying's countenance shifted abruptly, his expression darkening as he regarded Ning Shu, his gaze laced with a chilling murderous intent and a beguiling complexity, exuding an aura of danger. Ning Shu extended her hand, a crossbow materializing in her grasp, the arrow aimed squarely at Helian Ing. In response, he coldly smirked, brandishing his own bow and arrow towards her. With a swift whoosh, two arrows soared through the air, their flight igniting tiny sparks as they brushed against each other. Ning Shu's pupils dilated as she observed the arrow hurtling towards her. She instinctively tilted her head aside, yet the arrow grazed her face, leaving a minor wound. A wicked smile spread across her lips as she wiped the blood from her cheek, even daring to taste the crimson on her fingertip. Ignoring Mu Jinyu, she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Helian Ing. Duan Xinghui beheld the captivating smile of Princess Jiehui, his heart racing violently within his chest. In this moment, The princess exuded an irresistible allure, the streaks of blood on her face adding a hauntingly beautiful yet lethal quality to her appearance. Despite her disappointment in seeing Hellion Ning still mounted upon his steed, Ning Shu found it unsurprising. Had he perished so easily, she would have celebrated with fervor. Ultimately, the siege had not culminated in Tatar triumph. As they fled, their formation disintegrated, akin to fish escaping a net. Hellion Ning grasped the air towards Ning Shu, then placed a gentle kiss upon his lips before turning his steed and galloping away. Ning Shu pursed her lips. Finding the Tartars' propensity to flee when faced with defeat particularly vexing, engaging them in battle required immense effort. Frustration surged within her as she drew her bowstring taut. The arrow aimed swiftly at Hellion Ning's retreating figure. Duan Xinghui felt a sense of disillusionment, realizing that his goodwill had been met with ingratitude. Princess Jiahui's actions, tearing open his wounds, left him feeling both embarrassed and sorrowful. The princess now regarded him as an adversary, which seemed an unjust characterization. He was neither powerful nor influential, and she never considered his feelings in their exchanges. The tragedy struck deeper as Ning Shu mourned the loss of over 100 women, half of whom were now lifeless corpses, their bodies left unattended. She instructed Kai Sang to bury the fallen and document their names. They were women, yes, but also heroes who deserved recognition and honor, their legacy deserving a place in the annals of history. The surviving women appeared more resolute, their faces pale, yet their gazes unwavering. In the ensuing days, the Tartars relentlessly besieged the city. Ning Shu observed the urgency etched on Hellion Ning's face, likely exacerbated by the heavy snowfall, which left his forces without provisions, relying solely on plunder to sustain themselves through the harsh northern winter. Even the city walls remained unbreached. As Hellion Ning cast a deep gaze toward Ning Shu, resolute in his refusal to allow them entry, no matter the cost. Princess Jiahui, Li Xueshan, this woman. Ning Shu's heart felt a heavy numbness as she watched the soldiers being carried away. So many lives had already been lost, she could not afford to yield now. If she compromised this time, what would prevent future concessions? Would these brave souls have perished in vain? Thus, it was imperative to hold firm. Ning Shu's nerves remained taut, especially upon witnessing the casualties among her female soldiers, which caused her immense anguish. However, as time progressed, the losses diminished. The remaining women exuded a fierce spirit, proving themselves no less formidable than their male counterparts. These were the finest of warriors. Chapter 64. The general's affection for the village maiden, 36. Hellion Ning seemed to have a personal vendetta against Ning Shu, attacking the city with relentless frequency, almost as if performing the 8th set of calisthenics with unwavering punctuality, yet the bloodshed was immense. Ning Shu found herself on the verge of cursing, standing upon the city walls, gazing down at that scoundrel Hellion Ning. This battle was a matter of wealth and provisions. The daily cost of military rations was a staggering figure. It was uncertain how long they could endure, and Ning Shu observed that Grand Marshal Shinfeng appeared disinclined to persist. However, to relent now would render the countless lives lost and the considerable investments utterly futile. They had no choice but to endure. Ning Shu also received a letter from Li Wan, addressed solely to her. The message was unmistakable. While he eagerly anticipated her triumph in battle, he implored her to remain steadfast and adopt a resolute stance. At the end, there were some words of concern, reminiscent of an elder brother-esque demeanor. As for the sincerity behind it, Ning Shu did not wish to delve too deeply. As an emperor, every action and every word carries profound significance. On this particular day, the weather was splendid. After a day of snow and wind, the ground was blanketed with thick layers of snowflakes. Ning Shu initially believed that such harsh conditions would deter Hellion Ning from launching an assault on the city. To her surprise, he still came to attack, and the expressions on the faces of his troops reflected a sense of urgency and a desperate resolve. It was the depth of winter, and this year had yielded no harvests. Even the usually composed Hellion Ning wore a frown, his countenance cold and austere as he raised his head, squinting at Ning Shu, who stood beside the flag. The brilliant sunlight illuminated her, causing her armor to gleam with a chilling radiance, so blinding that it obscured the features of Princess Jiahui. Duan Xinghui stood by Ning Shu's side and felt a surge of discomfort as he noticed Hellion Ning's gaze fixated on Princess Jiahui. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke to Ning Shu. "Your Highness, the northern barbarians are treacherous and ambitious. You must not yield." Ning Shu thought to herself, indeed, being with Nanzhu Jun brings nothing but misfortune. Just as she intended to withdraw, her body suddenly felt uncontrollable. as if her very soul was on the verge of being ejected from her body. Duan Xinghui noticed an arrow speeding towards Princess Jiehui, who appeared dazed and oblivious to the impending danger. Ning Shu let out a muffled groan as the sound of the arrow piercing flesh filled her ears, followed by an overwhelming wave of pain engulfing her entire being. "Oh, how it hurts!" she exclaimed inwardly. "Ding, the counterattack mission is complete. Should I leave this world?" A mechanical and indifferent voice echoed in Ning Shu's consciousness. Yes, yes, yes. Ning Shu yearned to depart swiftly. The pain was unbearable. Even if she had to leave this world, must it be with an arrow piercing her? The system has betrayed me. In an instant, Ning Shu's soul vacated the body of Princess Jiehui. The events transpired too rapidly. By the time everyone grasped the situation, they realized that a general of the Daong dynasty had been shot dead. The northern barbarian tribes erupted in jubilant cheers, their morale soaring as they gazed upon their second prince, Hellion Ing, with admiration and reverence. However, Hellion Ing, the one hailed as a hero, gripped the bough tightly, trembling slightly, his complexion pale and his pupils quivering. She could have dodged it. Her strength was not such that she would fail to evade this arrow. Moreover, the one he intended to slay was not her. Hellion Ing raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Sound the retreat." It was evidently the prime moment to besiege the city. Why call for a withdrawal? Your Highness, this is the time when Dayong's morale is faltering. Now is the moment to strike decisively. Why retreat? A barbarian leader inquired of Hellion Ing. With a resounding slap, Hellion Ing struck the leader's face, gritting his teeth as he declared, "This prince commands a retreat, and so we shall retreat." Surely, she could not perish so easily. Duan Xinghui cradled Princess Jiehui and rushed towards the military physician's tent, shouting, "Save her, please, save her." As the arrow was extracted, Princess Jiehui let out a muffled groan, slightly opening her eyes to behold the rudimentary tent. How was she still alive? She remained within the confines of the northern barbarian's tent. Pain surged through her, and Princess Jiehui fainted. The news of her safety brought a collective sigh of relief throughout the military camp, particularly for Shinfeng. Though the battlefield was fraught with peril, the death of a princess, especially one who shared blood with the emperor, would overshadow any of his achievements in the eyes of the sovereign. Yet, Princess Jiehui felt as if she were caught in a dream, unable to discern whether she glimpsed her past life before succumbing to the arrow or if her current predicament was merely a figment of her imagination. As she gazed upon the women kneeling before her, their expressions solemn and their eyes tinged with crimson, she touched the whip near her eye and smiled. Regardless of the circumstances, she had escaped the tragic dreams, free from humiliation and the torment akin to hell. She had not disappointed her elder brother. She remained the most esteemed princess of the Daong dynasty. What of women? They need not be inferior to men. She would willingly dedicate her life to battle for her brother, enduring any hardship. No suffering could compare to the indignity of being shared among many men living in squalor, stripped of dignity, and existing without purpose. Even if it resembled a dream, it felt achingly real. Chapter 65, The General Loves the Village Girl, and, as if to confirm her well-being, Hellion Ing soon advanced to besiege the city. Casting his gaze upon Princess Jiehui standing atop the walls, he laughed, a sound filled with unrestrained joy. She observed him, the man, that devilish figure, whose laughter seemed incongruous. A cruel and enigmatic man would not laugh in such a manner. What is he laughing at? Is it the disappointment of realizing he is not dead, driving him to madness? Princess Jiehui caressed the whip at her waist, snorted coldly, and drew her bow. Duan Xinghui observed her. The current Princess Jiehui exuded a more regal pride, imbued with a sense of rebirth. She had shed her previous aloofness, appearing even more resplendent, her lips pressed together. The gaze of the present Princess Jiehui was enigmatic, tinged with a hint of relief, yet predominantly imbued with ease, shifting to a look that rendered Duan Xinghui a virtual stranger. Duan Xinghui felt as though his heart had been brutally torn apart, watching the silhouette of Princess Jiehui, realizing that something profoundly significant had been irrevocably lost, leaving an emptiness within him that was excruciating. Princess Jiehui scoffed. She was no longer that wretched woman from his dreams, but would forever remain the most esteemed Princess Jiehui of Daong. Li Wen regarded Princess Jiehui with a sense of satisfaction, pausing for a moment before speaking. "You have changed again?" "Huh." Princess Jiehui replied, puzzled. Li Wen decreed that after a century, Princess Jiehui could be interred in the imperial tomb, indulging in the pleasures of the mortal realm, an extraordinary honor, unmatched by any other princess. Despite being the emperor's sister, she was, after all, a woman, once married. She would belong to another family. Such an honor stirred whispers among the ministers. Without uttering a word, Li Wen ordered that the vehemently opposing ministers be dispatched to the borders to guard the frontier, allowing them to enjoy the opulent life of the capital while they stood idly by, far from the front lines. Duan Xinghui's gaze swept over Yuan Dong, ultimately resting upon Arya. She was adorned in a cerulean silk garment, her hair elegantly pinned, her expression joyful, revealing her teeth. Yet she quickly realized the impropriety of her demeanor and pressed her lips together. The current demeanor of Arya was so meticulously constrained, akin to that of a marionette. Upon witnessing her smile, Duan Xinghui was reminded of Princess Jiehui. He could almost envision her extending her tongue to lick the blood from her lips. Her expression both seductive and captivating. His life had become devoid of happiness, yet Arya, though unwilling, had to endure the sight of men entwined with other women. Her heart pierced by countless sorrows. The wolfish ambition still lingered, while Princess Jiehui laughed, resolute that she would never return to the northern desert. This time, before she could voice her thoughts, Li Wen had already opposed her. Jiehui candidly declared that no man in this world was worthy of her. Li Wen jested, asking if she would refuse to marry even if she encountered a man as exceptional as her royal brother. Princess Jiehui chuckled, asserting that a person like her royal brother was unique in this world, unmatched by any other. In the grand hall, upon hearing Princess Jiehui's words, Duan Xinghui recalled that she had once proclaimed him the finest man in existence. Now, however, the image of him had long since faded from her eyes. Her visage contorted in agony, transformed into a lifeless shell. Kai Sang remarked to Princess Jiehui that the current Tatters no longer dared to gaze upon these corpses. Even the Tatters who came to the city for trade had ceased their arrogance. The local populace revered the princess as the goddess of war, expressing intentions to erect a longevity tablet and statue in her honor. Princess Jiehui smiled softly, remaining silent, yet before long, a colossal stone sculpture was erected in the city. Resembling Princess Jiehui clad in resplendent armor, her hair elegantly tousled by the wind, her gaze exuding both pride and nobility, with a whip gracefully hanging by her waist. As she beheld the magnificent statue, tears streamed down Princess Jiehui's cheeks. She was the esteemed princess of Daong, revered by all, not a princess sullied by the murky waters of disdain. Chapter 66. The President's Wife. 1. After a prolonged period of normalcy, Ning Shu had not experienced such pain in a long time. Only during chemotherapy had she felt such agony, almost forgetting that she had once been a patient. Lowering her gaze to examine her own form, she sighed, her spirit dimming further, and promptly seated herself to absorb the energy of this space. Contemplating the unparalleled martial arts, she resolved to channel her energy along that path, as the current pace felt excruciatingly slow. Ning Shu pondered the heart method of the supreme martial arts, uncertain if it would be feasible. Now, as a soul without a corporeal body or meridians, the thought of executing the heart method felt utterly bewildering. Sitting upon the ground, she closed her eyes, inviting an unknown substance into her being. To her delight, the influx of this material accelerated her progress, and it brought a soothing sensation, a refreshing coolness enveloping her. Just as she was becoming engrossed in this endeavor, a mechanical and indifferent voice echoed through the space. Yes. As soon as Ning Shu replied, a screen materialized before her, displaying her personal information. ID, 23333 Name, Ning Shu Age, 27 Experience Points, 7,100, 7,000 10,000, Soul Value, 60 Life Value, 50 Wisdom Value, 80 Charm Value, 1 Luck Value, 25 Mental Strength, 120 Martial Power, 10 Talent, 24 Merit, 2 Skills, 5 Ring Shooting Technique. Subpar Combat Technique, Entry Level of Supreme Martial Arts. Honorary Title, Goddess of War. Ning Shu was momentarily taken aback by the title Goddess of War. When had she acquired such an honor, especially one as grand as Goddess? Nevertheless, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in her meager score of merely 3,000 points. After redeeming the Supreme Martial Arts, her total came to only 7,100 points, along with 2 points of merit, the utility of which remained uncertain. After a bloody struggle, she found it difficult to discern whether the blood on her was from her menstrual cycle or that of her foes. And yet she had only managed to accumulate this paltry amount of points. You have acquired 5 additional attribute points. Where would you like to allocate them? Inquired the spatial system. With a sense of profound indignation, Ning Shu tapped the screen, first directing the points towards her luck value. She realized with dismay that her fortune was indeed rather unfortunate. Just as she was about to leave this world, she had been struck by an arrow, causing her considerable pain. Once she completed the allocation of her attribute points, the screen transformed accordingly. ID 23333 Name Ning Shu. Age 27 Experience points 7,100, 7,000, 10,000. Soul value 60. Life value 50. Wisdom value 80. Charm value 1. Luck value 25. 3. Mental strength 120. Physical strength 10. Talent 24. 2. Merit 2. Skills 5. Ring shooting technique. Basic combat skills of the inept honor title. War God Empress. Shall I enter the mission world? The mechanical voice of the system echoed. Ning Shu shook her head. I shall enter the world later. Her soul, having been depleted from her previous existence, had become dimmed. Furthermore, she had traversed a path of bloodshed in the last world, transforming from a virtuous citizen into a general with blood on her hands. She needed to gather her emotions. If this continued, she would descend into madness. Ning Shu cleared her mind. She was simply herself, Ning Shu. No matter the experiences she had endured, she remained true to her identity. Though she may have lived for others, she was ultimately Ning Shu. Unbeknownst to her, her soul began to grow weightier, and her expression relaxed as she closed her eyes, seemingly relishing the moment. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, before Ning Shu opened her eyes and looked down at her body. She sensed that her soul had solidified further. She must accumulate sufficient points to acquire some cultivation manuals for more effective training. I am ready. I can enter the world now, Ning Shu declared. No sooner had she spoken than a wave of dizziness washed over her. With an exasperated sigh, the individual lamented, this is always the case. A gentle reminder that one could perish, leading to discontent with the system. Perhaps it was due to a burgeoning sense of self that Ning Shu, in moments of consciousness, did not feel the same anguish as before, though the cacophony around her was ever present. A crisp, unyielding voice interjected, you are an adult. Why stoop to bickering with a child? Furthermore, it was not Dabao's intention to cause harm. What purpose does it serve? Su ran, to react so dramatically. Reflect upon your own conduct. A sorrowful female voice responded, son-in-law, your words are unjust. Ranner has just endured the loss of her child. All because of that wretched Su Ming's offspring. Was the child not the one who instigated this tragedy? The male voice, tinged with indignation, retorted, I refuse to hear any disparaging remarks about Su Ming from your lips. As Ning Shu listened to their exchange, she struggled to open her eyes. Ranner, you are awake? A concerned woman gazed at Ning Shu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ning Shu nodded faintly, attempting to move her body, only to be met with a tumultuous wave of pain in her abdomen, akin to the sensation of being sliced by a knife. Do not move. You must remain still, the woman urged, pressing down on Ning Shu's form. Ning Shu cast her gaze around the room, detecting the sterile scent of disinfectant. Confirming her suspicions that she was in a hospital, her eyes settled on a figure nearby, a tall man clad in a black suit, exuding an aura of striking elegance. His attire clung to him impeccably, accentuating his statuesque form, while his expression was both severe and handsome, embodying a minimalist black and white style. His face was sharply defined and handsomely rugged, with a complexion and gaze that exuded an air of coldness. He radiated a commanding presence, embodying an aura of dominance and superiority. He was undeniably a man of great allure. However, at that moment, his eyes were fixed on her with a malevolent intensity, mixed with profound disdain, as though she were a sworn enemy. Ning Shu blinked, still unable to grasp the unfolding narrative, entirely oblivious to the current circumstances, and thus chose to remain silent. Observing Ning Shu's aloof demeanor, the man let out a cold laugh, snatched a coat from the sofa, and departed. His dismissive attitude infuriated the woman attempting to comfort Ning Shu, causing her to tremble in anger as she watched his retreating figure. Turning to Ning Shu, she spoke sorrowfully. Ranner, my dear daughter. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming discomfort, her stomach in agony. Could it possibly be as she feared? I am weary, she uttered, realizing she must first acclimate to the narrative. You must take good care of yourself. You are in your confinement period and should not dwell on troubling thoughts. Focus on recuperating before considering anything else, Mrs. Su advised her. The mention of confinement struck Ning Shu deeply. It dawned on her that the pain in her abdomen signified a miscarriage. As an unmarried woman, she had traversed numerous trials, only to find herself in this predicament. Observing the peculiar expression on her daughter's face, Mrs. Su mistakenly assumed it was sorrow over the child and hastily reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. Just rest well." Chapter 67. The President's Wife. 2. Once Madame Su departed, Ning Shu, enduring discomfort in her abdomen, turned over, and the bleeding below felt as though a dam had burst. Ning Shu felt that life was truly filled with malice. Why was her timing for entering these worlds always so precarious? Either she was on the verge of being beaten to death or facing starvation. And now she had directly miscarried. It was decided, henceforth, all attribute points would be allocated to luck. Was her character truly so abysmal? It was utterly lamentable. Closing her eyes, Ning Shu began to accept the unfolding narrative, although it evoked sensations akin to menstrual cramps and testicular pain. The plot was remarkably straightforward, a case of mistaken identity leading to a pregnancy and ultimately a tale of familial bliss. The body she inhabited was named Su Ran, a cousin to the protagonist, Jun Su Ming, yet they were rivals in love. The story commenced with the tragic demise of Su Ming's parents in a car accident, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a scheme orchestrated by the parents of this body. One must understand that the struggles within affluent families are often brutally fierce. At the funeral, Su Ming accused her uncle of being the murderer of her parents, yet she possessed no evidence. In her despair, she fled to a bar to drown her sorrows, reflecting on the loss of her beloved parents who had left her orphaned. Powerless to exact revenge, Su Ming drank increasingly, ultimately attracting the attention of a notorious playboy. Having been raised in a wealthy environment, she was aware of his intentions, yet her body felt languid as he led her to a hotel. Seizing an opportunity, Su Ming escaped into a room. This very room belonged to Nanju Jun. Please refrain from questioning why the male protagonist finds himself in this room, nor ponder why Nanju Jun, despite owning a villa, chooses to reside in a hotel. Ning Shu, quite frankly, is equally perplexed. Fate has merely conspired in this curious manner. After a tumultuous exchange, the two ultimately found themselves entwined, the very heavens seeming to tremble in response. Upon awakening the following morning, Nanju Jun and Xiao Yin discovered an empty space beside them, accompanied by a note and a sum of 1,000 yuan, designated as his overnight fee. Xiao Yin, seething with rage, was already experiencing a physiological reaction. Upon beholding the money and the implications of the note, Nanju Jun nearly succumbed to fury. He vowed to locate that insufferable woman, his thoughts spiraling into a whirlwind of determination. Do not inquire why a person suffering from a hangover would awaken before one in perfect health. Ning Shu can only suggest that perhaps Xiao Yin was simply exhausted, his energy depleted. Meanwhile, Su Ming, gripped by a sense of paranoia, believed her uncle was intent on eliminating any trace of her existence, prompting her to hastily purchase a ticket abroad. Back home, Xiao Yin turned over every stone in search of the elusive woman, yet to no avail. In her foreign refuge, Su Ming soon discovered she was with child. Bereft of family, she perceived this baby as a divine gift, resolving to bring it into the world. Fortuitously, she gave birth to a pair of adorable twins, a boy and a girl, blessed with remarkable intelligence and an uncanny ability to contribute, their behavior far exceeding that of typical children. As the elder brother, he not only cared for his sister but occasionally tended to their somewhat bewildered mother. In his fruitless pursuit of Su Ming, Xiao Yin acquiesced to his parents' wishes and married Su Ran, who happened to be Su Ming's cousin. Xiao Yin instantly recognized the woman before him, and his heart raced even more upon seeing the two children by her side. However, Su Ming was acutely aware that this man had become her brother-in-law, rendering her disdainful of Xiao Yin. Despite being a single mother, she had no shortage of admirers, including a man who quietly stood by her side. The original owner of this life felt utterly disheartened upon discovering that her husband had fathered two illegitimate children with her cousin. They had been married for nearly 5 years without any offspring. The relationship between the previous generation was tenuous, and the bond between Su Ming and Su Ran was even more fraught with animosity. It was evident that Su Ming intended to usurp her husband, especially with the disdainful expression she wore, as if to say, "I look down upon your husband, you should manage him." This only deepened Su Ran's resentment. If she held such contempt, why did she persist in their flirtatious interactions? Yet Xiao Yin was deeply infatuated with Su Ming, and the adorable pair of children had won over the entire Xiao family, particularly the elder members, who doted on the children as if they were the stars in the sky, especially considering that Su Ran had been married for so many years without a child. Not long ago, Su Ran discovered she was 2 months pregnant, bringing her immense joy. However, shortly thereafter, her 6-year-old son accidentally pushed her down the stairs. As she lay in a pool of blood, she heard her son mischievously claim that it was not intentional. It was the auntie who had tried to push him. And when he dodged, she fell down the stairs by herself. To her dismay, Xiaoyan remarked that it was the right course of action, asserting that his son was quite clever. The physical pain she endured paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. This is hardly an adorable child. It is merely a mischievous brat, embodying the cruel innocence of youth. Such an astute individual as the eldest should undoubtedly comprehend the consequences of their actions. With the ability to generate wealth and possessing a high intellect, as well as being a top-tier hacker, the male lead must indeed be the eldest, existing in a realm of extraordinary capabilities. Upon accepting the narrative, Ning Shu felt a profound discomfort. What manner of world is this? The moral compass is so askew. With premarital childbirth, the rise of a mistress, and ultimately a seemingly blissful union, her values have been thoroughly shaken. The original owner's wishes were twofold. First, to safeguard the Su family from the clutches of the Xiao family. Second, to remain steadfastly married, ensuring that Su Ming would forever be an illegitimate mistress, while the two malicious children would remain forever as contemptible bastards. Since others have branded her as wicked, she resolved to embrace that wickedness fully. This moment follows shortly after the eldest had pushed her down the staircase, leading to her hospitalization. Upon awakening, the first conversation Ning Shu had with her mother, Lady Su, was with Xiaoyan. He was quite handsome, yet his demeanor towards his wife was far from admirable. Ning Shu felt a sense of relief. She no longer had to share a bed with Xiaoyan. The thought of him made her want to retch. In truth, he desired intimacy. Yet he was bound to remain chaste for Su Ming, as any such encounters would be with the protagonist, Jun Su Ming. In the hospital room, Xiaoyan exhibited an extreme disdain for Su Ran, almost voicing that she deserved her fate, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she carried his child. How cold and callous. Love, inherently beautiful, becomes utterly repugnant when predicated upon the destruction of others. Chapter 68. The President's Wife. 3. Ning Shu began her arduous confinement period, deprived of the simple pleasures of bathing or washing her hair. Mrs. Su even disapproved of Ning Shu brushing her teeth, but she found that intolerable. Throughout her hospitalization, no members of the Xiao family came to visit her. After all, she was now the young mistress of the Xiao family, was she not? Yet, she felt as though the original owner, Su Ran, was akin to a specter, possessing little presence. Why remain in such a dismal state without seeking divorce? Would it not be more sensible to part ways amicably? Continuing down this path, Xiaoyan would undoubtedly render her a widow, only to bring Su Ming into his home. Reflecting upon the fate of the original owner, one could only conclude that her reckless defiance led to a tragic end, embroiled in a bitter clash with the protagonists. The Xiao family's neglect of their daughter left Mrs. Su deeply dissatisfied. She devoted herself tirelessly to caring for her daughter in the hospital, a sight that moved Ning Shu profoundly. The original owner ought to witness the genuine concern surrounding her. Why squander energy fixating on a man who did not cherish her? Mrs. Su gazed at her daughter with a troubled expression, her every action tinged with caution, fearful of invoking the grief of having lost a child. Ning Shu harbored a strong aversion to hospitals. During her previous life, she had spent every single day of the year within their sterile confines, leading to an overwhelming sense of nausea at the mere thought of returning. As her confinement period neared its end, Xiaoyan had yet to cast a single glance in her direction. Such coldness was disheartening. After all, she was still his wife. It seemed as though one could not express affection for the female lead without being cruel to another woman, a truly perplexing notion. Ning Shu initially believed she would enjoy a relatively tranquil confinement period. However, just as she was about to be discharged, she was surprised to see the heroine, Su Ming, come to visit her. Su Ming was here to see her. As Ning Shu lay in bed, she observed Su Ming, whose petite figure and soft, slightly curled hair framed her small, round face. She appeared far too youthful to be a mother of a 6-year-old, exuding a lively charm. Ning Shu absent-mindedly wiped the corner of her eye and inadvertently smeared the residue on his Su Ming, who immediately felt as though struck by lightning. Her lips twitching as she hastily placed the bouquet on the bedside, distancing herself from Ning Shu. Neither spoke, an uncomfortable silence enveloping the room. Mrs. Su regarded Su Ming with a piercing gaze, her eyes brimming with undisguised disdain, clearly harboring a deep-seated animosity towards her niece. Su Ming, undeterred by her aunt's disdainful stare, was acutely aware that despite their familial ties, they were adversaries. Her parents had lost their lives due to the machinations of her uncle's family. They had never sought to contest anything with him. Why, then, could they not be spared? Ning Shu lay in bed, observing the myriad emotions flitting across Su Ming's face: sorrow, melancholy, and animosity, each expression more intricate than the last, truly beyond description. Ning Shu finally broke the silence, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Su Ming gazed at the woman lying in bed with a complicated expression before responding. "Dabao informed me about your fall from downstairs. It was an accident." Ning Shu was left speechless. Was this a deliberate jab at her heart? Ning Shu pressed her lips together, gazing at Su Ming, who continued, "I deeply regret what has transpired. This is all retribution." Retribution? Ning Shu scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Pray tell, what kind of retribution is this?" For the brutal annihilation of a child yet to see the world, the retribution would be far greater, I fear. Su Ming was taken aback by Ning Shu's fierce demeanor. Feeling a surge of indignation herself, she coldly retorted, "If one wishes for secrets to remain hidden, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Your family must have committed heinous acts for your child to reject you as a mother, thus departing from you. You wretched woman, stealing another's husband. The offspring you bore must surely have a heart as black as yours. Su Ming, you are no virtuous soul. How dare you speak ill of my daughter? Shameless harlot. Climbing into another man's bed and bearing a child, if I were you, I would have leapt from a building by now. Do you have the audacity to show such thick skin?" Madame Su unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Su Ming. Su Ming, stung by the reprimand, took a few steps back, lifting her chin defiantly. "You people will inevitably face retribution." Ning Shu chuckled, addressing the fragile facade of Su Ming. "What retribution awaits me? You, who covet another's husband and shatter families, the pariah whom all detest, giving birth to a child deemed illegitimate, unable to be registered. Surely, you are the one who deserves retribution." Ning Shu discerned a certain naivete in Su Ming's demeanor. Indeed, the protagonist possessed a whimsical charm that attracted many suitors. Just how naive was Su Ming? Allow me to illustrate. President Xiaoyan, "Madam, you have stepped on my foot." Su Ming, panicked, "I'm terribly sorry. I apologize profusely." President Xiaoyan, "Madam, you have trodden upon my left foot." How presumptuous it is to determine the truth based solely on one's subjective feelings. Such capriciousness is characteristic only of our protagonist. As for the demise of Su Ming's parents, Ning Shu gleaned from the narrative that this body's father intended to eliminate them, yet they perished prematurely. Even when this body's father received the news, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had just contemplated their demise, and yet, fate had conspired to deliver him to death instead. Thus, the protagonist concluded that her uncle's family was responsible for her parents' deaths, convinced of their motive and intent. Ning Shu sighed, contemplating how the tragic end of the protagonist's parents seemed to serve merely as a backdrop for Su Ming's romantic encounter with her destined partner. How woeful it is for the supporting characters. Su Ming, upon hearing Ning Shu's accusation of her being a mistress, felt tears welling in her almond-shaped eyes, indignantly retorting, "I am not a mistress. I have no interest in your husband. He is the one who has approached me. I, Su Ming, do not covet a man who has been used by others." Ning Shu shrugged, glancing at the tall and handsome Xiaoyan standing at the door of the ward, his expression somber. With a hint of schadenfreude, Ning Shu remarked to Xiaoyan, "Your true love claims you are a man who has been with me. She finds you unworthy." Su Ming turned and beheld the imposing figure of Xiaoyan, and upon seeing his cold demeanor, her heart trembled. She pivoted to point an accusatory finger at Ning Shu, saying in anger, "You deliberately twisted my words." Ning Shu maintained that there was no need for her to manipulate anything. Xiaoyan approached Su Ming with a heart-wrenching expression, and when Su Ming turned to leave the hospital room, he seized her arm. Su Ming struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Go hold your wife's hand. Why are you grasping me? I tell you, I could never love you. I tell you, Su Ming, you are mine for life," Xiaoyan declared, pulling her body tightly against his own. One arm encircled her waist, his handsome face bearing an earnest demeanor as he insisted, "I have said it before. You are my only wife." Ning Shu watched with a twitching mouth as Xiaoyan and Su Ming tugged at each other, on the verge of an embrace. Despite Su Ming's struggles, their bodies inexplicably drew closer together. This was hardly a quarrel. It was, in fact, a flirtation. "Let go of me. Release me," Su Ming protested, playfully striking Xiaoyan's chest while pouting. "You must stop clinging to me. You already have a wife, and I refuse to be a mistress." Xiaoyan held her waist firmly, a wickedly charming smile gracing his lips as he teased, "I will cling to you. You are my woman. You shall never escape me. For you have borne me 2 children. You are their mother. That is not true, not at all. Su Ming pouted, lightly punching his chest. Xiaoyan smirked, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he retorted, what I say is true. The 2 of them exhibited their affection with utter disregard for those around them, oblivious to the eyes upon them. Ugh. Ning Shu could no longer suppress her urge to retch, and the 2 individuals entwined together immediately cast her furious glances. Hastily, Ning Shu waved her hand, apologizing, I truly cannot help myself. I have never witnessed anything so repugnant. I momentarily lost my composure. My sincerest apologies. Please, continue your activities elsewhere, just not in my presence. I feel the need to cleanse my eyes. Su Ming pushed aside Xiaoyan, her delicate white finger pointing accusingly at him, her anger laced with a hint of playful petulance. I warn you, do not come any closer. And do not lay a finger on me. I have no interest in the husbands of other women, she huffed. Ning Shu thought help, as she pressed her hand against her chest, nearly choking back a gasp. She found herself at a loss for words to describe Su Ming, the female protagonist. Was she a naive sweetheart? Innocently charming? Utterly devoid of guile? None of these seemed accurate. Rather, she was willfully capricious, proclaiming disinterest while her body betrayed her true feelings. If she genuinely had no attraction to Xiaoyan, she could easily vanish as she did 7 years prior, leaving him to search in vain. Or she could simply find a suitable suitor to assume the role of a father. After all, Su Ming had no shortage of potential candidates around her. After delivering what seemed to be an impassioned declaration, Su Ming abruptly turned and walked away, leaving Xiaoyan to chase after her. His expression a mix of exasperation and anger. Ning Shu felt as though she were the target of cosmic malevolence. She would much prefer to engage in the violent acts of her previous life than face such a troublesome pair of protagonists. Reflexively, she reached for her waist, only to find it devoid of a whip. Could she not simply strike down the 2 of them? After all, the original owner's wish was to avoid divorce. Being a widow did not seem like such a terrible fate. Having a husband like Xiaoyan is worse than being a widow. Ning Shu's heart was filled with murderous intent. She had truly come to relish this straightforward and brutal approach to resolving matters. Dazed, Ning Shu gazed at the absurd man before her as he inexplicably roared in her direction. She blinked and tilted her head, thinking, goodness, what a lunatic. I haven't done anything. If you love Su Ming, then love her. Why are you yelling at me? Her mind was in turmoil. Su ran. You would do well to tread carefully and avoid provoking Su Ming, or I shall ensure that your existence becomes a living hell. Xiaoyan's face was etched with coldness, his gaze filled with profound disdain, radiating a venomous desire to rid himself of her, yet seemingly restrained by some hidden consideration. Ning Shu tossed aside the covers and approached Xiaoyan. He regarded her with an icy demeanor, sneering. Su ran. You should abandon all hope. I shall never love you. You vile and hypocritical woman. Upon standing before him, Ning Shu realized the striking height of Xiaoyan, his broad shoulders tapering into a slim waist, a perfect inverted triangle. Clad in a tailored suit, he exuded an unparalleled charm, his exquisitely sculpted features captivating. Handsome and affluent, endowed with the prowess to satisfy any desire. He seemed to embody all the finest attributes one could desire. Ning Shu had never encountered such an audacious man, who, despite his own infidelity, displayed such brazen confidence. In him, she perceived no sense of responsibility towards his family or his wife. Instead, he regarded her merely as the greatest obstacle to his romantic pursuits. In the end, they could still live happily together without any resentment. The protagonist's world is beyond our comprehension. Ning Shu sneered, raising her knee and delivering a blow to Xiaoyan's groin. Ning Shu exerted all her strength, truly unable to endure Xiaoyan's incessant prattle before her. Xiaoyan, completely caught off guard by Ning Shu's silence followed by a direct strike to his vital region, let out a howl of pain. His handsome face contorted, one hand clutching the wall, the other guarding his groin, legs clamped together, writhing in agony. Hiss you. Xiaoyan glared at Ning Shu with bloodshot eyes, his expression a mix of shock and pain, clearly taken aback by this woman who usually adored him suddenly turning violent. It was excruciatingly painful. Ning Shu scoffed, patting Xiaoyan's shoulder as he clutched his groin, doubled over. Does it hurt? Heartbreakingly so. Does it feel like it's about to shatter? The pain I felt when I lost my child was 1,000,000 times worse than this. TSK, TSK, TSK. Su ran. Xiaoyan's voice was almost squeezed out between his teeth, sounding sinister and terrifying, his eyes crimson, as if he wanted to devour Ning Shu whole. He reached out and tightly gripped Ning Shu's wrist, with such force that he seemed intent on breaking it. Ning Shu's expression remained unchanged, enduring the pain in her hand. She mustered all her strength with her other hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Yan's face, the force of which turned his head. Ning Shu stated calmly, "Let go." Xiao Yan was nearly stunned by Ning Shu's slap, followed by an overwhelming surge of anger and humiliation. He, Xiao Yan, had never been struck by anyone, especially not in such a humiliating manner. Xiao Yan panted heavily, turning to glare at Ning Shu with a malevolent gaze, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a destructive fury, as if he would devour the world and choose his victims without mercy. In the face of Xiao Yan's fierce stare, Ning Shu remained unfazed, having the audacity to kill. Such a gaze held no terror for her. "Let go," she stated coolly. Xiao Yan gripped Ning Shu's hand tightly, nearly crushing her wrist. "Let go." A resounding slap echoed as she struck him. "Let go." Another slap followed, and she reiterated, "I said, let go." The sound of slaps continued to resonate. Chapter 70. The President's Wife. 5. Despite being a man, Xiao Yan's skin was remarkably smooth and tender. As Ning Shu struck his face, she felt the slickness beneath her palm. With one hand grasped by Xiao Yan, she could only focus her attacks on one side of his face. In a short while, half of his face swelled, bruised and discolored, starkly contrasting with the handsome features of the other side. Xiao Yan slowly turned to face Ning Shu, a tempest brewing in his eyes, looking at her with a sinister intensity. "You were quite something," he hissed. He intended to intimidate her, but speaking only aggravated the wounds on his face, causing tears of pain to well up in his eyes. Furious, he saw Ning Shu raise her hand to strike him again. Abandoning his protective instinct, he seized her uplifted hand, gripping both of hers tightly as he shouted, "You wretched woman!" Ning Shu scoffed lightly. With her hands restrained, her feet remained free. Swiftly, she lifted her leg and aimed a kick at Xiao Yan's groin. Ning Shu's kick caused Xiao Yan excruciating pain, making his eyes bulge as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin and emitting a wail, veins protruding on his forehead. Drenched in cold sweat, Ning Shu moved her wrist, which bore the bruises from Xiao Yan's grip. She gazed coldly at the writhing Xiao Yan, deeming him utterly useless. In her previous life, she had longed to deliver a crippling blow to Hellianing, yet that desire had never been fulfilled. Yet, here was Xiao Yan, a man who proved to be a pitiful weakling. "Ranner, are you all right?" Mrs. Su, witnessing the scene unfold, felt an instinctive concern that her daughter had been driven to madness by the provocations of the despicable duo, Su Ran and Xiao Yan. Ning Shu shook her head. "Mother, I'm fine." She then approached the bedside and pressed the button to summon the doctor. "Nurse, we have a patient in critical condition here. Please come quickly," Ning Shu stated matter-of-factly. In immense agony, Xiao Yan, upon hearing her words, glared at Ning Shu with bloodshot eyes, filled with loathing and malevolence, his distorted visage resembling that of a grotesque pig, rendering him absurdly comical. "Is that not sufficient?" Ning Shu raised an eyebrow and asked Xiao Yan, lifting her foot. "I could deliver another kick." "Su Ran, you will regret this." "Regret provoking me," Xiao Yan uttered, his speech halting as he gasped in pain, struggling to stand against the wall, attempting to leave while awkwardly clutching his legs. In such a private setting, Xiao Yan would never dare to seek treatment at this hospital. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines would read that the president of the Shao Corporation was incapable of attending to matters of urology, a humiliation he could not afford. With each step, Xiao Yan's body trembled in agony, beads of sweat cascading down, his facial muscles twitching painfully, exacerbating the swollen wounds upon his visage. "Su Ran, Su Ran." As Xiao Yan exited the ward, he turned to Ning Shu, the name slipping through his teeth in a chilling whisper. Ning Shu smirked, "Given your state, I almost thought you were enamored with me." Xiao Yan erupted into a fit of harsh coughs, retorting, "You are shameless." Ning Shu shrugged nonchalantly. "Who in this world could be more shameless than you? You, Xiao Yan, are the epitome of shamelessness." At that moment, nurses and doctors, summoned by Ning Shu, wheeled in a stretcher. They disregarded Xiao Yan's protests and struggles, forcefully laying him upon the bed, declaring it was time to transport him to the operating room. Ning Shu maliciously pondered whether they might remove that very part of him, if Xiao Yan were unable to engage in intimacy. She wondered if Su Ming would still have any desire for him. A tinge of regret flickered within Ning Shu. If only she could cultivate extraordinary martial arts in this realm. Her strength could easily incapacitate Xiao Yan with a single kick or deliver a resounding slap that would surely cause him a concussion. Since her arrival in this world, once her body felt somewhat better, she had attempted to practice the unparalleled martial arts from her previous life, yet to no avail. It seemed that every world adhered to its own laws. Envisioning a bustling world where one could defy gravity was simply too absurd and moreover, the spiritual energy in this realm was insufficient for cultivation. Ranner. Madame Su looked at Ning Shu with concern. By acting this way, aren't you just inciting Xiaoyan's hatred further? Are you pushing Xiaoyan towards that little vixen Su Ming? It would spare her the daily annoyance of their presence. Madame Xiao observed Ning Shu's serene demeanor, noting that it lacked the previous anguish and madness stemming from her loss. She inquired, one must at least maintain appearances. Treating Xiaoyan in such a manner will surely draw disapproval from your in-laws. Her existence was a blunder. No matter her actions, Xiaoyan's parents would always have grievances, particularly now that there are 2 golden grandchildren. The original Su Ran was a thorn in their side, yet out of respect for the Su family, they refrained from discarding her. However, the title of young mistress of the Xiao family had become mere formality, if the plot remained unchanged. The Su family was currently collaborating with the Mu family, yet they had directly siphoned resources from the Su family in a project. Coupled with her recent actions towards Xiaoyan, he would relish the thought of her demise. Having just plucked the tiger's whiskers, one must consider their own safety. Perhaps eliminating Xiaoyan would suffice. Yet, how violent that would be. Ning Shu considered herself a gentle soul. Allowing Xiaoyan a swift demise was simply unacceptable. Moreover, murder is a crime. This is not the ancient times where lives were as inconsequential as weeds. The original owner would not wish to become a murderer, would she? After some contemplation, Ning Shu mused that if Xiaoyan were stripped of his current identity, status, and opulent resources, how would he engage in romantic escapades with Su Ming? Weaving in and out of love? One must remember that all romance is predicated on wealth. Ordinary people, in their struggle for survival, are constantly preoccupied with earning a living, leaving little time or resources for frivolous romance. Devoid of his former glory, Xiaoyan now finds himself struggling to make ends meet, caught in the relentless pursuit of daily sustenance. Will Su Ming still stand by his side? Perhaps, for true love endures. Thus, a resolution forms, to safeguard the Su family from the encroachment of the Xiao family, and if feasible, to orchestrate the downfall of the Xiao clan. In Chapter 71, the president's wife, 6, Ning Shu ambles into the living room, her demeanor calm and composed. Before she can behold anyone, the air fills with joyous laughter, boisterous voices of adults mingling with the innocent, crystalline giggles of children. A cursory glance reveals an expansive and opulent living room, adorned with an array of toys scattered across the floor. Xiaoyan's parents lounge on the sofa, engaging the 2 children in play. Ning Shu scrutinizes the delightful duo. One is the little adult, Su Dabao, irresistibly charming with his fair, tender skin and eyes resembling purple grapes. His slightly curled hair complements his dapper attire, complete with suspenders and a small shirt adorned with a vibrant red bow tie, exuding an air of seriousness that could melt the hardest of hearts. The other is Su Xiaobao, dressing her doll with hair as soft and slightly curled as Su Ming's, possessing an enchanting beauty. Clad in a frilly skirt, she embodies the essence of a cherished little princess. The 2 children are truly adorable. However, if not for Su Dabao's actions, Ning Shu would genuinely marvel at the extraordinary beauty of these children. Yet, as she steps into the room, the atmosphere shifts abruptly, as if a sudden chill has swept through. All eyes converge upon Ning Shu, particularly those of Su Dabao, who tilts his head in curiosity. A glimmer of mischief and cunning flickering in his gaze, sending a shiver down Ning Shu's spine. What a gaze unbefitting of a child. Su Dabao's is indeed a perilous existence, possessing an astute mind yet devoid of a moral compass, acting solely according to his whims. For instance, when the original owner, Su Rand, became pregnant, Su Dabao's immediately perceived that the child in her womb would jeopardize the affection between his father and her mother, as well as threaten their sibling dynamic. In a cruel twist, he pushed her from the heights above. Such malevolence, coupled with the innocence and cruelty of a child, Ning Shu's impression of Su Ming deteriorated further. Having brought a child into the world, one ought to nurture and instill in them a sound moral framework. Yet, Su Ming is preoccupied with causing chaos and courting affection in a muddled fashion. At times, it is the child, Su Dabao's, who must rectify the aftermath. The earnings of Su Dabao's sustain Su Ming in a rather lavish lifestyle. He is but a precocious child, yet finds joy in protecting his mother and sister, a relationship that is grotesquely imbalanced. Ning Shu acknowledged with a sound and ascended the stairs. Seeing her disregard, Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Old Master Xiao, with a composed demeanor, furrowed his brow, a flicker of discontent crossing his face. Madame Xiao, had it not been for the children present, would have berated Ning Shu for occupying the space without contributing. What does it mean to remain married until death? Though Madame Xiao held reservations about Su Meng, she begrudgingly accepted her for the sake of the children. However, Su Ran, lacking in perceptiveness, ought not to have initiated a divorce. Su Debao's eyes twinkled, and a radiant smile instantly blossomed on his face as he leapt into the embrace of old Master Xiao, exclaiming, "Grandpa, please do not be angry. Debao wishes nothing more than for you to be happy. Mother says that anger is detrimental to one's health." Indeed, little Bao echoed this sentiment, putting down her doll to sweetly address old Master Xiao. The old man could not help but chuckle, gently ruffling Su Debao's hair. Very well, very well. Grandpa is not angry at all. I dislike being upset. Humph. You may concern yourselves with whether Grandpa is angry, but Grandma is quite upset, Mrs. Xiao remarked, though her countenance betrayed a genuine, benevolent smile. Su Xiaobao promptly reached out with her tiny hand to caress Mrs. Xiao's face, her expression earnest. Grandma, do not be angry. Anger will only hasten aging. Little Bao wishes for you to remain forever beautiful and youthful. Mrs. Xiao felt her heart melt. These two children were truly divine gifts to the Xiao family. Ning Shu, observing the scene, felt utterly enchanted yet intoxicated with disbelief. She had already packed her jewelry and some precious stock documents into her bag, preparing to visit the bank to open a safe deposit box. These valuables were intended for those ungrateful souls. It was not merely the original owner's opposition that repulsed her, but even Ning Shu, as an outsider, found it intolerable. It was astounding that such shameless individuals existed in this world, akin to a marvel among oddities. As Ning Shu descended the stairs with her heavy bag, the cheerful atmosphere that Su Debao and Su Xiaobao had so earnestly cultivated was abruptly frozen by her presence. In that moment, she felt as if she had become the harbinger of awkwardness. As Ning Shu spoke, her gaze lingered on Su Debao's face, with an innocent expression. Su Debao's tilted his head and met her eyes, saying, "Andy, why are you looking at me? I'm not a sea cucumber." Ning Shu regarded Su Debao's with utmost seriousness and replied, "You should not call me auntie. You ought to refer to me as aunt. In ancient times, your mother would be the concubine, while I would be your mother." Su Debao's countenance darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he made a discreet gesture across his throat towards Ning Shu, instilling a chilling fear. Unfazed, Ning Shu remarked, "After all, you are just a child, easily provoked. Remember to call me aunt from now on. You may refer to your mother as little mother." While Su Debao's managed to contain his emotions, Su Xiaobao burst into tears, exclaiming, "My mother is not little mother. No, you wicked woman." Upon witnessing the child's distress, the elderly members of the Xiao family hurriedly rushed to comfort the pitifully crying child. Su Ran, why are you saying such things to a child? What nonsense is this? Mrs. Xiao shot a resentful glare at Ning Shu, saying, "Oh, dear, please don't cry. It pains your grandmother's heart." Ning Shu merely scoffed, pondering the lack of reason in the situation. She had merely spoken a truth. Why were they so sensitive? It was acceptable for Su Ming to act in such a manner, yet one could not voice their thoughts? Chapter 72, The CEO's Wife, 7, Ning Shu. Disinterested in the touching bond between the grandparents and grandchild, instructed the household staff, "Do remember to procure some abalone for me." As soon as Ning Shu uttered those words, the four members of the family stared at her in disbelief, particularly Su Debao, whose gaze was particularly ominous. While attempting to comfort his sister, Su Xiaobao wailed uncontrollably, peeking at Ning Shu through his fingers. The moment their eyes met, he would burst into tears anew, as if terrified by her presence, his cries pitifully heart-wrenching. With the child in such distress, how could one mention abalone? Su Ran, have you truly never tasted abalone in your life? Madame Xiao, while soothing Su Xiaobao with tender words, shot an angry glare at Ning Shu. Ning Shu thought to herself, indeed, she had never tasted abalone in her 8 lifetimes. It seemed that her very existence was a blunder, and everything she did was deemed erroneous. Turning on her heel, she departed, feeling no need to seek approval from the Xiao family, especially from a child so diminutive who dared to cast her disdainful looks. It was truly astonishing that such a naive Su Ming could give birth to a child so cunning. Perhaps the Xiao family's genes were inherently like this. The attitude of Ning Shu had thoroughly infuriated the Xiao couple. How could a daughter-in-law display such arrogance, treating the elders in such a manner? Just look at the woman they had married. One should marry for virtue, and how could such a woman represent the future matriarch of the Xiao family? Ning Shu was indifferent to their thoughts. First, she visited the bank to open a safe, locking away all her possessions. The halo of the protagonist needs no explanation. When supporting characters encounter the protagonist, Their intellect plummets to an abysmal level. Su Ran's father was a refined middle-aged man, exuding a calm demeanor that characterized a mature and elegant businessman. Upon seeing Ning Shu, he scrutinized her from head to toe before remarking, "You should not be running around so soon after your discharge." Ning Shu smiled softly and replied, "Father, I am perfectly fine." Observing the smile on Ning Shu's face, Su's father furrowed his brow. "How can you still smile when you have failed to protect your own child? Defeated by a mere 6-year-old. Do you not feel ashamed? Are you still my daughter, Subo?" Ning Shu secretly pouted. "Will you not also find yourself at the mercy of Xiaoyan in the future? The Su family has been entirely stripped bare, all plundered by Xiaoyan." "Father, I was wrong. What could I do? Those 2 children have completely won over the Xiao family, and now I have no place to stand there." Ning Shu said pitifully. "What a disgraceful thing." Unable to compete even with a child, Subo said, his brow tightly knit. "At this rate, I fear the business ties between the Su and Xiao families will unravel." "Father," Ning Shu said earnestly, gazing intently at Subo, "should we not cease our collaboration with the Xiao family? Currently, Su Ming and Xiao Yin are deeply involved, and Xiao Yin has vowed to avenge Su Ming's parents. Su Ming has always believed that you were responsible for her parents' demise. We should seek new avenues for progress." Ning Shu's face bore a despondent expression, reflecting a sense of despair from betrayal by a man. Subo's expression shifted slightly, revealing his skepticism towards the news. He remarked, "Business is business. Xiaoyan wouldn't jeopardize the interests of both families for the sake of a woman." In response to Subo's words, Ning Shu merely chuckled. For Su Ming, Xiaoyan would go to any lengths, otherwise. How could he express his love for her and fulfill the hopes of their 2 children for a united family, where parents cherish each other? Once married, one should focus on nurturing the family and refrain from meddling in business affairs, Subo asserted. He emphasized the importance of maintaining good health to bear heirs for the Xiao family, dismissing Su Ming's 2 children as illegitimate and incapable of undermining her position. Ning Shu felt a weight in her heart upon realizing Subo's stubbornness. He simply did not believe her words. Could it be that the Su family was truly fated to meet a disastrous end? After some contemplation, she recognized her impatience. The business dealings between the Xiao and Su families had always been stable, with no apparent issues. Her hasty assertions about the Xiao family plotting against the Su family were understandably dismissed by Subo. He likely thought her emotional turmoil was a result of losing the child and the rivalry with Su Ming, leading her to propose such a self-defeating idea. Ning Shu concluded that she needed to find evidence to convince Subo, yet she could not place all her hopes on the Su family. She finally understood why the Su family had crumbled so swiftly. It was due to Subo's excessive trust in the Xiao family. Completely oblivious to Xiao Yan's capability to devastate the Su family in one fell swoop. "Ren Er, will you be having lunch at home today?" Madame Su inquired of Ning Shu, who shook her head, indicating that the day's objectives had been achieved and that there would be no dinner at home. With a grave expression, Ning Shu addressed Subo, saying, "Father, soon the Xiao family will embark on the development of a piece of land, reportedly sanctioned by the government. It is certain that the Su family will be involved in this endeavor. This project is a means for Xiao Yin to contend with the He family. Perhaps I am overthinking, but I urge you to exercise caution." Ning Shu offered a timely warning. Recognizing that the path the Su family had chosen was fraught with obstacles, she noted that alternative routes remained available. In her limited interactions with Subo, she discerned his disdainful attitude towards women and the reality that, now that his daughter was married, she could no longer be considered a member of the Su family. At present, Su Lan was attending university. Upon noticing Ning Shu, she called her sister and shifted her gaze to Ning Shu's abdomen, remarking, "Sister, do not be overly sorrowful. Children often lack understanding." Ning Shu narrowed her eyes at this statement, pondering its implications. With an unintentional glance at Su Lan, she observed that Su Lan bore a resemblance to Su Bo. Clad in a white shirt, exuding an air of refinement and wealth, and was regarded as a campus heartthrob. "Who informed you that Su Debao was merely a mistake?" Ning Shu furrowed her brow at Su Lan. A look of disapproval crossed Su Lan's face as she replied, "Cousin Su Ming has already explained it to me. It was merely a child's oversight. Sister, I understand your grief over the loss of your child, but one cannot attribute all blame to a child who does not comprehend the gravity of the situation." Her words were almost a direct implication that one should not ensnare an innocent child in such a predicament. Ning Shu let out a long, anguished cry towards the heavens. Yet another man kneeling beneath the radiant halo of the Mary Sue. Under such a luminescent aura, men seemed to prostrate themselves, often becoming mere cannon fodder. Ning Shu felt her heart constrict with a wave of sorrow, realizing that her own brother did not trust her, instead choosing to side with Su Ming, the original owner. Su Ming faced such betrayal with a mixture of grief and indignation, deepening her animosity towards Su Ming. However, Ning Shu was overcome with a singular impulse. Would it be possible to strike this young man? Chapter 73. The President's Wife. 8. Ning Shu was taken aback to discover that the original owner's brother was such a buffoon. Was this the trajectory of the plot? Introducing a good person within the enemy's camp, a figure deemed virtuous in Su Ming's eyes? Ning Shu scrutinized Su Lan, a youthful gentleman with an unblemished aura, lacking the strikingly arrogant charm of the male lead, Xiao Yan. How quaint that this would be the future helmsman of the Su family, destined to inherit all that the Su clan embodies, yet exhibiting such mediocrity. Su Lan, apologize to your sister, urged Madame Su, observing her daughter's displeasure. She's your sister. How can you accept everything Su Ming says is truth? Madame Su held a deep affection for her son, yet her daughter was a piece of her own flesh. Now, embroiled in a quarrel over a mere Su Ming, Madame Su's disdain for Su Ming intensified. Su Lan furrowed his brows, defiantly stating, "This matter lies with my sister. We are all grieving the loss of a child. However, it is unjust to lay the blame on another." Ning Shu rolled her eyes, a cold smirk forming within her. Approaching Su Lan, she found herself shorter in stature, yet as she tilted her head upwards to meet Su Lan's gaze, an involuntary shiver coursed through Su Lan's heart. That expression was devoid of warmth, instilling a sense of unease within Su Lan. Furrowing her brows, Ning Shu inquired, "Were you present at the scene? Do you comprehend how events unfolded?" Before Su Lan could respond, Ning Shu swiftly delivered a resounding slap, causing Su Lan's head to turn. Su Lan glanced back, her eyes filled with resentment directed at Ning Shu. The force of Ning Shu's strike left the onlookers momentarily stunned, and Su Bo's countenance darkened at once. His daughter had struck his son. Particularly now that she was married, it was intolerable for someone from another household to intrude upon his family affairs in such a manner. Su Bo let out a cold snort, yet Ning Shu remained unfazed. In her view, self-preservation was paramount, followed by divine intervention. Her impression of Su Bo, the head of the family, was quite unfavorable. This mission could not be approached through the Su family. A rigid patriarch, a man submissive beneath the halo of the protagonist, deserved his downfall. Conversely, Su Rand and Madame Su, as women, could, to some extent, resist the protagonist's luster. However, in Su Lan's eyes, her sister and mother were unequivocally villains. Madame Su stared blankly at Ning Shu and exclaimed, "What are you doing? You are only causing pain to those who are close, while delighting those who bear enmity." Ning Shu merely smiled faintly, disregarding Su Lan's resentful glare, and once more raised her hand to deliver another stinging slap. "You are already an adult, lacking even the slightest ability to discern right from wrong. Without the Su family, you are nothing but a failure, merely relying on the support of the Su family, living an ethereal existence akin to a noble scion. Yet when Xiao Yan plunders the Su household, this young gentleman will find himself reduced to subsistence. Individuals like Su Lan are so insignificant that they would struggle to even consume refuse, their appearance resembling that of someone perpetually oppressed. Ning Shu harbors a profound disdain for such mindless individuals as Su Lan, who are easily manipulated by women. And it is likely that before Xiao Yan takes action, Su Lan will willingly offer up the Su family to resolve the grievances of the previous generation and compensate for the injustices endured by the heroine. The allure of the Mary Su phenomenon is truly formidable. On what grounds do you strike me? Individuals like you, Su Ran, deserve to be unloved, cold-hearted, and selfish. Your life so barren, and your thoughts so malevolent." One side of Su Ran's face had swollen significantly. Ning Shu mused, "How can such a foolish person even come into existence?" With a chuckle, she raised her hand and delivered another slap to Su Lan. Suddenly realizing her affection for the sensation of striking one side of the face, creating a stark contrast. "My actions are to convey that I do not need anyone, least of all your affection. I strike you because of your slander against me." Ning Shu blew on her hand, dismissing the matter. "Do not forget, Su Ming is indeed your cousin. Seeing you like this, one might think you are enamored with her. What nonsense are you uttering?" Su Lan shouted at Ning Shu, his face flushed with indignation. "Your thoughts are truly vile. Who are you shouting at?" Ning Shu raised her hand once more and slapped the agitated Su Lan. Su Bo stood up, exclaiming, "Enough? How far do you intend to escalate this?" Su Bo's gaze lingered between Ning Shu and Su Lan, ultimately resting on Ning Shu. As a wife, one ought to dutifully serve her in-laws and husband, yet here she was, throwing tantrums at the slightest provocation. All the lessons and etiquette instilled since childhood seemed to have been devoured by dogs. Father. Ning Shu found herself reluctant to even utter the word, for he was not truly her father. Her philosophy was simple. Kindness begets kindness. There is no love or hatred without reason. Apart from Madame Su, she felt no affinity for the Su family and its men. Before I depart, let me state one thing. Ning Shu pointed disdainfully at Su Lan, whose face was swollen on one side. The heir of the Su family behaves in such a manner. It would be better for him to be swallowed by the Xiao family. After all, with his current demeanor, it is evident that only Su Ming holds any familial connection to him. She harbors no feelings for me as her sister, and as for you too, Tiske. Su Ran, are you an utterly malicious woman gone mad? Listening to Ning Shu's words, Su Lan remarked, you claim not to regard me as a brother, yet your words imply otherwise. Ning Shu replied coolly, I do not consider you my brother, for in your heart, only Su Ming is your sister. Thus, I cannot accept you as my brother. She raised her hand, causing Su Lan to flinch, fearing another strike, and he took 2 steps back. Such behavior only serves to illustrate your role as a backup male lead. Henceforth, refrain from boasting in my presence. Otherwise, each time we meet, I shall strike you. Ning Shu stated calmly, for one should not attempt to reason with the foolish, lest they use their extensive experience and folly to defeat you. However, one might wonder why these men submissively allowed Ning Shu to strike them. The reason lies in her ability to retreat to a secure position immediately after each blow. If a man were to disregard his pride, he could certainly pursue her throughout the room, yet it is evident that Su Lan is not that kind of person. He is incapable of such actions. Furthermore, Su Lan's reflexes are not particularly sharp upon being struck by Ning Shu. He merely gazes at her with a mixture of shock and resentment. This only serves to deepen Ning Shu's disdain for him. As Ning Shu exited the Su residence, she cast her gaze upward at the sky. This particular mission could not be approached through the Su family. She needed to seek a new entry point, for there are other potential collaborators beyond the Su clan. Presently, Ning Shu harbored intentions of causing the Su family some misfortune. She is a human being, not an emotionless automaton. She possesses her own feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, and her preferences also influence her missions. The original intention was to preserve the Su family, preventing the Xiao family from engulfing them. If she could bring down the Xiao family, they would naturally be unable to assimilate the Su family. Initially, she sought an alliance with the Su family, but it was clear they looked down upon her as a married woman. There was little to negotiate with the Su family, and Ning Shu surmised she would not return to them in the future. Ning Shu resolved to sell the shares of the dowry granted by the Su family, as well as those given by the Xiao family to their daughter-in-law, converting them into tangible currency to facilitate the downfall of the Xiao family. In Chapter 74, the president's wife, Tin, Ning Shu decided to liquidate the ancient shares from both the Xiao and Su families, as the money in her hands would be the only real asset. Meanwhile, the president, sporting a visage swollen from Ning Shu's blows, approached Su Ming, who failed to recognize him and screamed for help. Xiaoyan could only gaze at Su Ming with a captivating look, his swollen face making his words somewhat indistinct as he uttered, "It is I, Xiaoyan." Su Ming paused for a moment, her concern evident as she exclaimed, "What has happened to you?" Xiaoyan attempted to raise his lips in a seductive smirk, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to grimace in pain. After a brief silence, he managed to say, "Are you showing concern for me?" "Umph," Su Ming retorted playfully, turning her head to avoid his gaze. "We have no connection. Why should I care about you? I do not wish to see you. Leave." A smile danced in Xiaoyan's eyes as he replied, "I know you care for me. There is no shame in admitting it. You have plenty of wives to concern yourself with. Why should I bother?" Su Ming pouted, her rosy lips forming a delicate frown, which made Xiaoyan swallow hard as he murmured, "Do not mention that wretched Su ran to me. My face bears the marks of her cruelty." Xiaoyan's words were laced with bitterness, his voice emerging through gritted teeth, filled with resentment. Su Ming, taken aback, covered her mouth in astonishment, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she shot a glare at Xiaoyan. His reaction stirred a tumult of emotions within her. "Although I despise Su Ran, I am aware of her love for you. How could she ever harm you? It is truly heartless of her to inflict such pain upon you." As she spoke, Su Ming gently reached out to touch Xiaoyan's face. Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Previously, Su Ming had been quite upset over Su Ran's pregnancy, and since that wretched woman Su Ran began her postpartum confinement, she had ignored him entirely. Now, with her sudden display of concern, Xiao Yan seized Su Ming's hand eagerly, exclaiming in a pained whisper, "My face hurts so much." Su Ming widened her eyes, glistening with concern as she gazed at Xiao Yan. "Did I hurt you? Let me get you some medicine." However, Xiao Yan swiftly pulled her back into his embrace, his eyes radiating warmth as he softly declared, "You are my remedy. Just seeing you alleviates my pain." As he held her close, Su Ming initially struggled, her eyes wide with surprise, but soon she succumbed, closing them. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming affection for Su Ming. Witnessing her lack of aversion towards him filled his heart with joy, yet his body betrayed him. That detestable woman, Su Ran, had made him wait until the doctor confirmed he was unharmed before seeking out Su Ming. He had taken a hit from Su Ran, resulting in swelling, which the doctor had reduced, but to his dismay, it still throbbed painfully. His expression contorted in discomfort. Xiao Yan endured the pain while looking tenderly at Su Ming. "I will wait until you wholeheartedly accept me. I desire to offer you a genuine beginning." This proved to be quite a challenge. And to mask his vulnerability before the woman he cherished, he sought a pretext. Su Ming initially blinked in confusion, then, as if awakened to the reality of the situation, she abruptly pushed Xiao Yan away, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "What have you done to me? You are a married man. How could you treat me in such a manner? How shameless." Her voice dripped with resentment. Xiao Yan reached out, pulling Su Ming closer to him. She struggled, her small fist pounding against his chest as she protested, "Let me go, you shameless man." "Indeed, I am shameless. What is wrong with me doing such things with my wife?" Xiao Yan replied earnestly, gazing into Su Ming's eyes. "In this lifetime, you are my only wife." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet his, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. "You must be deceiving me. You still have your cousin, remember? I have no connection with you, not at all." "No, that is not true. We do have a connection. You are my cousin-in-law." A blush crept onto Su Ming's cheeks, accompanied by a hint of emotion, before she playfully retorted, "Who are your in-laws? Don't call me that. I never even considered marrying you." Xiao Yan made numerous promises to Su Ming, their affection palpable, yet a shadow loomed in his heart, namely, his. Upon exiting Su Ming's modest apartment, Xiao Yan made his way to the hospital. The mere thought of it brought to mind the woman he despised most, who was ostensibly his wife. When he heard the doctor confirm there were no issues, he let out a sigh of relief, only to inquire further. "Why does it hurt so much when there are reactions?" The doctor advised an increased focus on recuperation, emphasizing the necessity for rest over the next 2 months. Su Ran, that insufferable wretch. Upon returning home, Ning Shu found the house enveloped in silence. Even Master Xiao and Madame Xiao were absent, and the beloved treasures, Su Dabao and Su Xiaobao, were nowhere to be seen. Grabbing a servant, Ning Shu inquired, "Where has everyone gone?" The servant, displaying a hint of indifference upon recognizing the young mistress, replied, "I do not know." It seemed anyone in the Xiao household could look down upon her. Ning Shu tightened her grip on the servant's arm, her voice icy as she demanded, "Where is everyone? I am asking you." The servant, taken aback by Ning Shu's frigid demeanor, was about to respond when a thunderous voice interrupted. "Su Ran." Ning Shu cupped her ear, the voice strikingly familiar. Turning, she beheld Xiao Yan, his face marred by lingering bruises. He hurried towards her, bellowing, "Su Ran, you malicious woman. What fault lies with the servant? Are you beginning to torment the help again?" Ning Shu scoffed, her disdain for such foolishness rendering her unwilling to even open her eyes. To be labeled with such a heinous title was utterly outrageous. Indeed, she was as malicious as they claimed. Her malevolence served only to highlight the purity of their love. Xiao Yan's gaze was laden with unabashed loathing and hatred. The mere thought of the doctor's words filled him with a desire to rend Ning Shu apart. His beloved suffered at the hands of this vile, greedy, and hypocritical woman, who was unworthy even of a single hair from Su Ming. The servant, upon seeing Xiao Yan, hurriedly exclaimed, "Young master, both young master and young miss have been admitted to the hospital. Currently, both master and madam are at the hospital." Upon hearing that his 2 precious ones were in the hospital, Xiao Yan's expression instantly darkened, and his eyes turned a shade of crimson. He roared at Ning Shu. "What have you done?" Ning Shu, in a flustered state, retorted, "What have I done? I am oblivious to my own actions." Su Ran, if anything happens to the 2 children, I will ensure you pay the ultimate price. Xiao Yan cast a resentful glance at Ning Shu before turning away and heading to the car, making his way to the hospital. Ning Shu, feeling utterly disheveled, clutched her heart, overwhelmed with exhaustion. Why did she perceive the people in this world as so incomprehensible, so capricious? Which hospital? Ning Shu inquired blandly of the servant. The servant, having just witnessed the disdainful look Xiao Yin directed at Madame, regarded Ning Shu with even greater contempt. It was the same in every household. The servant replied curtly, "I have no idea which hospital." Ning Shu fixated her indifferent gaze upon the servant, asserting, "I ask again, which hospital? Though I may hold no status in this household, I still possess the authority to dismiss you." "At the city center hospital," the servant quickly replied. "You could have mentioned that sooner," Ning Shu thought, resolved to investigate the situation. Both children in the hospital at the same time. Even the astute Su Daba had been admitted? Upon arriving at the city center hospital, Ning Shu could hear Su Ming's heart-wrenching cries from a distance. A pang of concern struck her. Could it be that the two little ones were in grave danger? That seemed implausible. For these two were vital links between Xiao Yin and Su Ming. Indeed, they are mere tools. In Ning Shu's perspective, these two children serve as Su Ming's golden keys to survival, relying on Su Dabao for sustenance, while Su Xiaobao provides charm and endearment. The children pave the way for Su Ming, having already won over her in-laws before even stepping inside, and simultaneously aiding their father in vanquishing the loathed wife, assisting in his pursuit of their mother. These are not mere children. They are utterly peculiar, defying all logic. As Ning Shu approached, she beheld the typically lively Su Ming on the verge of tears in Xiao Yan's embrace, who was tirelessly comforting her, his expression fraught with anxiety. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao sat uneasily on their chairs, clearly distressed. Ning Shu walked forward, braving the disdainful glances directed at her from all present. She felt a pang of bitterness within, realizing how challenging it was to be so universally despised. "What brings you here?" Xiao Yin inquired, lifting his chin to regard Ning Shu, a warning in his eyes. "Do not provoke me, lest you bear the consequences." Ning Shu frowned, genuinely perplexed about how to communicate with these individuals. Their propensity to shout and their ostentatious arrogance proved overwhelming for her. With reddened eyes, Su Ming gazed at Ning Shu, her voice tremulous as she implored. Su ran. "The children are innocent. If you harbor grievances, direct them at me. I only wish for my children to remain unharmed." Ning Shu responded coolly. "Would you kindly extricate yourself from another woman's husband's embrace? Do you not find it repugnant to utter such words while leaning on him?" She added, "What have I done to your children?" If she had committed any wrongdoing, she would accept the accusations without hesitation. However, at this moment, she was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation while being blamed by those around her. Su Ming gazed at Ning Shu with wide, innocent eyes filled with clarity, her expression fraught with emotion as she withdrew from Xiao Yan's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Do not come near me. I only wish for my child to be safe." Xiao Yan looked at Su Ming with deep sorrow, striving to hold her close. "Everything will be fine. Our child will be fine." Su Ming struggled in Xiao Yan's arms, crying out, "Do not touch me. If I come close to you, my child will be harmed. I cannot bear for anything to happen to my child. Xiao Yan, I beg you to spare us." Ning Shu cried out for help, feeling utterly overwhelmed, her heart heavy. The protagonist was truly willful, causing a scene in the hospital. She typically paid little attention to the two children, leaving them at the Xiao family's residence, allowing them to thrive without Su Ming's concern. Despite being a mother of two, Su Ming still lived as if she were a carefree girl, yet here she was, exhibiting such behavior. Ning Shu felt as if she might vomit blood from the frustration. "Enough, cease this commotion," Mr. Xiao interjected, putting an end to their dramatic display. Xiao Yan helplessly comforted Su Ming and turned to Mr. Xiao, asking, "Father, what has happened to the two children?" He felt completely at a loss. Mrs. Xiao shot a disapproving glance at the barely contained amusement of Ning Shu and retorted sharply, "This is all you're doing. It's your insatiable desire for abalone that has caused this, you gluttonous woman." Ning Shu replied, "What does that have to do with me?" It was not this woman who desired abalone, yet at noon, the two children overindulged in it and now found themselves at the hospital, seeking to induce vomiting. Madame Xiao glared at Ning Shu. Old Master Xiao remarked that abalone would henceforth be banned from their home. Xiao Yan cast a disdainful glance at Ning Shu. With a cold laugh, Ning Shu retorted, "It is not I who forced them to eat, nor did I hold their mouths shut and shove the food down their throats. Did I poison the abalone? Why should this concern her? You still dare to argue? If you hadn't frightened Little Bao into tears, how could the children have suffered from indigestion?" Madame Xiao scoffed. Ning Shu felt utterly drained, pondering why the people in this world were so irrational. Where was their logic? Where were their morals? They attributed all blame to her with an air of entitlement. It was, quite frankly, absurd. Ning Shu felt a deep sense of frustration. as if she were a rational being trapped in a world of madness. What purpose did their minds serve? After a moment's reflection, she deduced that during her earlier outing, she had mentioned wanting to eat abalone, which prompted the two mischievous children to devour it themselves, intending to deny her even a morsel. Children are prone to indigestion. And now these two found themselves in the hospital. The abalone was innocent, and so was she, yet no one acknowledged the malicious intent behind the children's actions. Regarding such self-destructive behavior, Ning Shu believed they deserved the consequences. Su ran, I shall no longer permit you to harm my children. Xiao Yan gazed at Ning Shu and declared, I wish to divorce you, this venomous woman. Ning Shu immediately opposed, thinking to herself that if she were to part ways with Xiao Yan, her mission would be irrevocably thwarted. After enduring the foolishness of these individuals for so long, she could not abandon her task. At the very least, she could not allow herself to be severed from Xiao Yan in this world. Observing Xiao Yan's arrogance, Ning Shu spoke fiercely, if you utter such words again, I shall strike you. Her words left several people in shock, while Xiao Yan's face turned a shade of deep purple. Su ran, you wicked woman, I shall never love you. Do not presume that marriage can bind me. Xiao Yan bellowed at Ning Shu, in this life and the next, I could never love you, you malevolent creature. Ning Shu was nearly deafened by Xiao Yan's outburst. She cupped her ears and muttered, could you lower your voice? Your ruckus is disturbing the doctor inside, and if you're not careful, the tube used for inducing vomiting might accidentally rupture the stomachs of your two precious offspring. Xiao Yan was left speechless, his frustration swelling within him as he was compelled to consider the welfare of their children, his expression akin to that of someone suffering from constipation. You, Mrs. Xiao, he pointed at Ning Shu. How dare you threaten me? Old Master Xiao cast a disapproving glance at Ning Shu, clearly perceiving her as having insulted the dignity of manhood, having offended his son's honor. Ning Shu coldly regarded Su Ming. I possess a grave, while you shall rot in the wilderness without even a resting place. You. Su Ming, in a fit of exasperation, stamped her foot, declaring that it was only out of solidarity as a woman that she felt compelled to advise you against being so ungrateful. Can you not, for the sake of our shared gender, refrain from coveting another's husband? Ning Shu felt as though she might kneel before Su Ming, utterly baffled by her logic and worldview. Standing beside another woman's husband, she urged her to leave, claiming there was no love there. Ning Shu considered herself quite strong, yet she found herself disgusted by these people's behavior. Enough of this, Su ran, she asserted. I will prepare the documents. You need only to sign them. Xiao Yan spoke with an air of authority, seemingly lofty and commanding. At that moment, two children who had been brought in for gastric lavage were wheeled out. Lying on the hospital beds, their breaths faint, their faces ashen, and their gazes dim. The conversation about divorce was abruptly abandoned as everyone gathered around the children's beds. Su Ming watched the two little ones wailing as if their lives were at stake, while Ning Shu merely glanced at them before slipping away. She had no time to waste on these imbeciles. At present, Ning Shu's thoughts were consumed by a singular desire, to escape this world as swiftly as possible, even if it meant sacrificing some points. She was utterly weary of existing in this realm. It revolved entirely around the protagonist. Whatever the protagonist deemed right was thus, and whatever they deemed wrong was so, creating a whimsical, unreasonable world that would drive any sane individual to madness. Ning Shu now sat in a CAF, awaiting someone. She raised her wrist to check her watch, exclaiming in disbelief that half an hour had already passed. Did they possess no sense of time? The awaited individual arrived fashionably late, glancing around the CAF before making his way towards Ning Shu. Apologies, I was delayed due to some matters at the company, the man opposite her expressed. Ning Shu couldn't help but scoff internally. If she were the heroine, would he have dared to keep her waiting for so long? Well, lacking the fortune of a protagonist, she chose to refrain from being overly sentimental. The man seated across from her was merely a supporting character, possessing an air of refined elegance, exuding a deep-seated gentleness and grace. Yet, all Ning Shu could perceive was the glaring inscription above his forehead, gentle supporting male. In this day and age, it seems that one must possess at least a few flaws to qualify as a leading man. Take the absurdly dramatic Xiao Yan, who had ascended to the role of the protagonist, while Li Xiuwen had been relegated to the status of a supporting character. Elegance, gentleness, and chivalry, these are the virtues that embody a true gentleman. So why, with their impaired judgment, did they both gravitate towards Xiao Yan, that fool? Why do both the leading man and the supporting character appear to be so misguided in their affections for the heroine? Is it that men are drawn to naive and muddled women, relishing the role of cleaning up the mess left in the wake of their confusion? Who are you? Li Xiaowen inquired, his voice imbued with a melodious softness that was both clear and pleasant. Ning Shu felt it was impossible that he did not recognize her. As a rival to the heroine, alongside Xiaoyan as his rival, she doubted Li Xiaowen was unaware of her existence. What a charade! They were both comrades in the pursuit of unattainable love, straying further down the path of being mere cannon fodder. Clearing her throat, she decided to be direct. I am Xiaoyan's wife. I am Ning. Su Ran. Li Xiaowen nodded slightly, glancing at the watch on his wrist. What brings you to me? I believe I must take my leave. Don't go, handsome. Leaving so soon would render my half-hour wait in vain. At the very least, allow me to express my thoughts. Ning Shu responded somewhat impolitely. Li Xiaowen's eyebrows, elegantly arched, furrowed in response. If that is the case, please proceed. Ning Shu sensed Li Xiaowen's growing impatience, likely due to Su Ming's disparaging remarks about her. It was nothing more than allegations of her being malicious and hypocritical, words she could easily recite. I am here to discuss a potential collaboration, Ning Shu stated directly. I am aware of your affections for Su Ming, yet she has borne 2 children with Xiaoyan. With 2 such outstanding men vying for her attention, she is bound to experience a dilemma in her choices. Li Xiaowen regarded Ning Shu with a smile that was more semblance than sincerity. And how do you propose we collaborate? Wow, you agreed rather swiftly, Ning Shu noted, puzzled by the insincerity of his smile. Initially intending to depart, she restrained herself. Recalling that there were individuals even more repugnant than Li Xiaowen, she decided to engage him further, saying, if the Xiao family were to vanish, do you believe Su Ming would still choose Xiaoyan? Li Xiaowen's gaze flickered momentarily before he shook his head. Miss Su, we cannot possibly collaborate. I would never do anything to cause Ming distress. Ning Shu was momentarily at a loss for words, clutching her chest as if to suppress a surge of frustration. She had momentarily forgotten that the male counterpart was also a man ensnared beneath the radiant halo of the female protagonist, deeply infatuated and utterly devoted. To the point of self-sacrifice. Li Xiaowen gazed at the woman across from him, her complexion transforming into a vivid spectacle. Her expression so intricate that he found it nearly impossible to articulate. Chapter 76. The President's Wife. 12. Ning Shu felt as though she had been kicked in the head by a donkey. To be foolish enough to seek cooperation with the male supporting character. Could it be that idiocy is contagious? Had she been infected? Li Xiaowen had become the benevolent elder brother figure to the female protagonist, often provoking jealousy in the male lead. As Li Xiaowen observed the woman before him, her emotions fluctuated, her countenance a tapestry of vivid hues, leaving him to ponder her true thoughts. What is it that you wish to convey? Apologies, but I must take my leave. A hint of melancholy shadowed Li Xiaowen's expression. Ning Shu surmised that the other party wished to avoid her. The cruel woman she had become. Could she not simply eliminate those individuals and deem her task complete? Suddenly, a familiar crackling sound resonated in Ning Shu's mind. It had been so long since she had heard the system's voice. The player's desires are deemed invalid, not in accordance with the laws of this world. Please abandon such thoughts. The original owner's sacrificed soul seeks to overturn her fate, not awaken within the confines of a women's prison. The system's voice, mechanical and cold, somehow felt like a subtle mockery directed at Ning Shu. As Li Xiaowen beheld the woman once more, her face contorted. He could not help but conclude that she was undoubtedly unwell. He shook his head, rising to depart, silently reflecting. So this is what Xiaoyan's wife truly is, a lunatic. When Li Xiaowen finally stood up, Ning Shu realized what was happening. She reached out and grasped Li Xiaowen's arm, pulling him back down into his seat. Her voice cold as she said, "What do you mean by this? You haven't even spoken, yet you insist on leaving. Enough is enough. It would be better to hear me out before you decide to go." Ning Shu looked directly at Li Xiaowen and declared, "I want to collaborate with you to bring down the Xiao family. I'll take half of the proceeds, and we must act with utmost urgency." Li Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why should I partner with you? What do you possess that would justify such a proposition? Merely voicing a desire to collaborate is insufficient, especially when you expect half from such an enormous conglomerate as the Xiao family." He nearly voiced his disbelief, suggesting she ought to have some self-respect. Ning Shu let out a cold, mirthless laugh as she boldly extracted stacks of cash from her bag, slamming them onto the table with a resounding thud. "I have the funds. Let us collaborate." However, she felt she was not gaining much from this arrangement. Li Xiaowen shrugged nonchalantly. "After all my efforts to dismantle the Xiao family, you expect me to relinquish half to you?" Ning Shu nearly spat in exasperation at the handsome face across from her. Clearly displeased as she retorted, "Do not be ungrateful. You have managed to win over Su Ming. What more could you possibly desire? You have achieved the impossible by securing her affection, yet you remain discontent. Originally, Su Ming was meant to be the female lead, yet you, a mere supporting character, have turned fate in your favor. How can you still be dissatisfied? You are also poised to gain from Xiao Yan, Li Xiaowen remarked coolly. With a sudden burst of laughter, Ning Shu nearly spewed her coffee onto Li Xiaowen's face, a mixture of shock and revulsion overwhelming her. She smirked coldly, her lips curling in disdain, as she gathered the soft currency from the table and placed it into her bag. Observing her actions, Li Xiaowen inquired with surprise. Are we not discussing how to bring down the Xiao family? Are you planning to leave like this? Handsome, I must take my leave. Ning Shu replied with a stony expression. You deserve a life of misery as a mere supporting character. Li Xiaowen blocked her path, insisting, sit down. Let us deliberate further. Show me the contents of your bag. I wish to see how much you possess. Absolutely not. Ning Shu retorted with resolute conviction. It is far too unsafe to reveal my money. I fear someone might attempt to rob me. Li Xiaowen stared at her as though she were deranged. Ultimately, Ning Shu reluctantly struck a deal with him. The reluctance stemmed from the fact that this insufferable supporting character intended to reduce her share to a mere 10%, offering her only a paltry sum in return. Such an arrangement was completely intolerable to Ning Shu. Even if one were to win the heart of a beauty, it would be worth exhausting one's entire fortune. A friendly reminder, when engaging in deceptive ventures with a shell company, do remember to maintain your pure and innocent facade in front of Su Ming. With a light pat on Li Xiaowen's shoulder, Ning Shu departed. Ning Shu felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, yet Xiao Yan was consumed by profound sorrow as he witnessed his two children lying feebly on the bed. The sight of Su Ming's swollen, tear-stained eyes deepened his anguish, compelling him to believe that if he did not take action, he would not be worthy of the title of a man. Xiao Yan perceived the Su family as a considerable eyesore, having profited immensely from the Xiao family. They had still managed to raise a woman as malicious as Su Ran. Ultimately, Xiao Yan proceeded with the collaborative project as scripted, though this time, Su Bo harbored a shadow of doubt, withholding a portion of the Su family's wealth, unconvinced that the Xiao family would engage in such treachery against their allies. When Mrs. Su called to inform Ning Shu of this development, she remained silent, refraining from uttering a single word. If the Su family had such unwavering faith in the Xiao family and in Xiao Yan, then let them bear the consequences of their misplaced trust. Ning Shu had no desire to expend her efforts safeguarding the Su family, only to have her foolish brother present her before Su Ming's, which would certainly be a source of distress. Ning Shu urged Li Xiaowen to act swiftly. Xiao Yan had already set his plans in motion. At the pinnacle of his triumph, while the Su family basked in their successes, she aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the ailing Su Debao and Su Xiaobao cleverly utilized their illness to charm and coup, striving to cultivate a romance between Su Ming and Xiao Yan. The ward resonated with the innocent laughter of the two children, and the air was filled with the effervescence of love, creating a picturesque scene resembling a close-knit family. Each time, Xiao Yan gazed at Su Ming with fervent intensity, and when she reached for something, he would intentionally grasp her hand, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. In a secluded corner of the hospital, two individuals were entwined in a sweet embrace, sharing tender kisses. Not far away, two mischievous little onlookers observed with playful expressions. Chapter 77. The President's Wife. 13. However, Ning Shu felt remarkably at ease. As long as these two refrained from engaging in their intimate antics before her, she could pretend to be oblivious. Upon catching sight of Li Xiaowen's darkened countenance, a wave of schadenfreude washed over her. Ning Shu had traversed merely two worlds thus far. One where she fortuitously encountered a twisted genetic scientist masquerading as a school physician, and the other where she wielded her royal status to resolve matters with a whip. She had yet to experience the intricacies of business warfare. Consequently, Ning Shu was fully immersed in the scheme to dismantle the Xiao family, diligently seizing every opportunity to learn. If she were to cultivate her own business empire, there would be no need to collaborate with the insufferable Li Xiaowen. Thus, it was imperative for her to acquire knowledge. When Li Xiaowen encountered Ning Shu, his expression was far from pleasant. Observing her demeanor as if nothing were amiss, he could not help but remark, "Your husband has been unfaithful. Why do you not take action?" Ning Shu felt utterly exasperated. What was the point of him venting his frustrations at her when the person he admired was entangled with another? Had she not already advised him to hasten his pace? Given the fervor with which the two were entwined, it was only natural that their encounters would multiply. With time, one would grow accustomed to it. Ning Shu attempted to console Li Xiaowen. At the outset, Su Ming was reluctant to accept Xiaoyan. Despite having borne him 2 children, she maintained a poised demeanor. However, now that their relationship has progressed favorably, it is only natural that they would seek to deepen their emotional bond. The living room, the sofa, the kitchen. All may witness the fervor of their passionate days. Ning Shu regarded Li Xiaowen with the eyes of one observing a green-haired turtle, attempting to offer solace. Yet, Li Xiaowen remained unmoved by her attempts. Instead, his expression darkened further as he stared at her in disbelief. Your husband is with another woman, and yet you. Li Xiaowen struggled to articulate his thoughts on Ning Shu, his fingers nervously tapping the table. You profess such love for Xiaoyan, yet remain indifferent to his entanglement with another woman. Love indeed. Does she truly love Xiaoyan? Even a fool could see that she does not. Must every action be intertwined with love? Why not consider the possibility that she is merely drawn to the wealth of the Xiao family? Well, the male supporting character is now thoroughly agitated. Ning Shu simply remarked, it would be prudent to act swiftly, lest their relationship flourish further, you understand. She raised an eyebrow at Li Xiaowen in a somewhat mischievous manner. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaowen pointed toward the door, his voice low and commanding, leave. As Ning Shu entered the living room, she found the entire Su family seated on the sofa, awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Ning Shu, Mrs. Su forced a smile and inquired, Ranner, how have you been lately? Ning Shu returned her smile and replied, very well. The sudden visit hinted at matters concerning a collaborative project, and Ning Shu surmised that Mrs. Su would rather trust Xiao Yan than her own daughter. What purpose did this visit serve? Utterly useless. Coughing lightly, Su Bo said, Ranner, were you aware of this matter beforehand? His gaze was somewhat complex. And then he spoke with a hint of despondency. The Su family has truly suffered a grievous blow. Our resources have dwindled to less than 1/10 of what they once were. Ning Shu responded with a faint "oh," her expression remaining neutral. The current situation was already far better than what had transpired in the storyline. The original Su family had been utterly shattered. At that time, Su Bo had fled with Su Lan, abandoning the original owner and Madame Su, leaving 2 vulnerable women to a fate of degradation. One could argue that the fall of this malicious pawn to such depths was poetic justice. Yet the cunning Su de Bao still sought to humiliate her at the nightclub. It was quite absurd. Could you possibly speak to Xiao Yan about borrowing some money from the Xiao family to provide the Su family with some liquidity? Su Bo suggested. Ning Shu rolled her eyes in disbelief. It was clear that they were being set up for a trap. And there was no way Xiao Yan would lend them any money. This was obviously a ploy to present her before the Xiao family to gauge their stance. Did father not say that women should not involve themselves in business matters? Ning Shu firmly declined. She found the original owner rather naive, believing that preserving the Su family would spare her from the tragic fate outlined in the narrative, thinking that with her maternal family's support, her plight would not be so dire, failing to recognize that Su Bo had never truly cared for the 2 of them. Upon hearing Su Rant's refusal, Su Bo's expression darkened considerably as he remarked, you were born into the Su family, which has bestowed upon you wealth and splendor. Now that we ask for a little in return, you shirk away. You must consider this carefully. Without the Su family, your situation in the Xiao family would be equally precarious. Madame Su glanced at her husband, then at Ning Shu, and finally let out a sigh, saying nothing. Su Lan turned to Su Bo and remarked, Father, I warned you against seeking her out. Su Ran is a woman who only thinks of herself, selfish and malicious. Ning Shu raised her eyelids to regard Su Lan, her expression impassive as she retorted, you either silence yourself, or I shall make you mute. What audacity to shout at me. If you possess any courage, go confront your pitiful Xiao Yan instead, rather than whining like a coward. Now that the Su family has fallen into financial ruin, perhaps you should consider selling yourself, subjugated by men. Instantly, Su Lan's face flushed crimson, fists clenched. Eyes blazing as she glared at Ning Shu, roaring, Su Ran, dare to insult me once more. Listening to Su Lan's accusations, Ning Shu couldn't help but reflect that men kneeling beneath the halo of Mary Su are often so self-righteous and capricious, perpetually perched upon their moral high ground to castigate others, while failing to introspect their own actions. Su Lan frequently asserts that she harbors no affection for her brother. Yet what of Su Lan's favoritism towards Su Ming, treating her like a cherished darling while regarding her own sister as an adversary? How laughable. Chapter 78. The President's Wife, 14. The sheer number of foolish individuals in this world incites in Ning Shu a desire to obliterate it. Listening to Su Lan's indignant accusations left Ning Shu utterly speechless. What a warped world it is. Ning Shu felt overwhelmed. Those who have never tasted the struggles of life, untouched by society, live with such reckless abandon. Father, I said. Silence. You are forbidden to speak, or I shall ensure you cannot utter another word. As Su Lan opened her mouth, she was abruptly interrupted by Ning Shu. Su Lan cast a resentful and wary glance at Ning Shu, who paid no heed to Su Lan's gaze. In Ning Shu's eyes, Su Lan was hardly a man, lacking the responsibilities expected of one. Akin to the character of Xiao Yan. In no time, 2 neat rows of servants stood from the entrance to the living room, creating an impressive spectacle. First, the esteemed elder Xiao descended, followed by Xiao Yan, cradling Su Xiaobao, while Su Ming held the hand of Su Daba, treading softly on the carpet. The 6 family members entered gracefully. Elder Xiao exuded an imposing presence, and Madame Xiao radiated the elegance of a noble woman. Xiao Yan, holding the petite princess in her voluminous gown, created a breathtaking tableau, their beauty reminiscent of celestial beings, evoking feelings of the finest treasures on earth. Ning Shu couldn't help but smirk. Such pretentiousness. Her gaze shifted to Su Ming, whose complexion was a delicate blend of pale and rosy hues, as if enveloped in a radiant glow, exuding an enchanting allure, evidently thriving under Xiao Yan's care. Upon spotting Ning Shu in the living room, Xiao Yan's handsome face instantly contorted with disdain, disgust, and various negative emotions. What a sight to behold! When Su Ming noticed Ning Shu, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed her face, yet she quickly reaffirmed her unwavering belief. She and Xiao Yan were truly in love. And Xiao Yan did not harbor feelings for Su Ran. In-laws, Su Bo greeted Elder Xiao and Madame Xiao with warmth. Elder Xiao merely raised his eyelids, casting a glance at Su Bo, and replied coolly, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. The child has just been discharged from the hospital and requires care. Su Bo's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he managed to force a smile as he said, the children are of utmost importance. Su Lan turned to Su Ming and inquired, Cousin, are the 2 children all right? Su Ming immediately displayed a charming smile, tinged with a hint of lingering fear, and replied, It's all fine now. Come, quickly greet your uncle. Su Ming beckoned the 2 children, who cheerfully called out, Uncle. A smile graced Su Lan's face, her expression brimming with excitement as she repeatedly urged, You mustn't fall ill again. Do you have any idea how worried your mother was? Su Xiaobao furtively glanced at Ning Shu and innocently remarked, Uncle is different from her. Ning Shu, observing from the side, was utterly bewildered, finding the situation quite exasperating. Meanwhile, Mrs. Su, standing beside Ning Shu, was nearly struck down with indignation at the sight of her son fawning over the little vixen and her child. Ning Shu reached out to grasp Mrs. Su's hand, fully empathizing with her distress. Casting a glance at the 2 children, Su Daba and Su Xiaobao instantly donned expressions of fear, clinging to Xiao Yan's leg as if fearing that Ning Shu intended them harm. Xiao Yan promptly shielded his children, surveying the entire Su family with a disdainful and lofty demeanor, declaring, Since you are all present, I shall make an announcement. I am divorcing Su Ran. Pointing at Ning Shu, he continued, I am divorcing her, effective immediately. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan was seeking a divorce, the Xiao family exhibited little reaction, while the Su family erupted in chaos, particularly Madame Su, who confronted Madame Xiao with fervor. Why the sudden decision to divorce? What has my daughter done wrong? If a divorce is inevitable, we deserve an explanation. Su Bo also wore a grim expression, as he had hoped for his daughter to secure some financial leverage from the Xiao family, but now she was being cast aside. In that moment, Su Bo comprehended the reality. The Xiao family was deliberately undermining the Su family, intent on absorbing the majority of their resources. He felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Ning Shu maintained a placid demeanor, betraying no emotion, no tears, no outbursts, not even a hint of sorrow. Su Ming turned to Ning Shu and said, Though misunderstandings abound between us, I still wish for you to find someone who loves you. I once contemplated revenge, but now. Su Ming exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Yan, their hands entwined. There are far more beautiful things in this world. Cousin, you too should let go and seek a new life. Your tenacity is causing pain for everyone. Ning Shu felt a tumult in her stomach, pleading silently for them to refrain from such nauseating sentiments. The Su family had been ensnared by the Xiao family's machinations, and now they spoke of not seeking vengeance and pursuing a shared happiness, expecting her to step aside for their sake. Ning Shu felt her worldview shatter into fragments. I absolutely oppose this divorce, Madame Su declared, her face ashen, her gaze fixed on Su Ming with a venomous intensity that betrayed her deep-seated resentment. Xiaoyan shielded Madame Su's gaze from Su Ming, seeking to spare his beloved from distress. He scoffed, "Indeed, like mother, like daughter, equally venomous. You must divorce. It is inevitable." Su Lan furrowed her brow and addressed Madame Su. "There is no love between my sister and brother-in-law. Mother. Forcing these two together will only result in greater unhappiness and suffering for all." Madame Su stared at her daughter in disbelief, her body swaying slightly. Slap, slap. Ning Shu struck Su Lan across the face, who glared resentfully at her. "Why do you keep hitting me?" Su Ming pointed at Ning Shu. "How can you hit someone?" Her gaze then turned to Su Lan, filled with consolation. Xiaoyan, witnessing this scene, recalled the moment he was struck by Ning Shu in the hospital. It felt as if the blows were landing upon his own face, inflicting deep pain. His eyes reddened as he fixed his stare on Ning Shu. Chapter 79, The CEO's Wife, 15. Ning Shu listened to the others prattle on about love, exclaiming, "What love?" At this moment, the world is devoid of responsibility and accountability. A fire of indignation burned within her. Since her arrival in this world, she had endured the foolishness of this group, adhering to a policy of non-contention. But now she felt compelled to retaliate. In a fit of rage, Ning Shu delivered several more slaps to Su Lan, then forcefully kicked her aside before striding coldly past Xiaoyan. Towering over her, Xiaoyan appeared almost delicate in stature. Yet as he observed Ning Shu approach with a frosty demeanor, her expression was one of utter severity, her eyes gleaming with a chilling, lethal intensity. Such was the demeanor of Su Ran that it caused Xiaoyan's heart to constrict momentarily, prompting him to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Yet, he quickly recognized that he could not display weakness in the presence of such a malevolent woman. He straightened his posture, let out a cold sneer, and thought to himself that the Xiao family would never tolerate a woman as vicious as you, even towards your own brother. Ning Shu, observing Xiaoyan, swiftly delivered a kick to his leg, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Although her combat skills were deemed subpar by the system, this sudden assault proved somewhat effective. "You," Su Ming stammered, pointing at Ning Shu, her mouth agape. In response, Ning Shu quickly slapped Su Ming, followed by another swift strike. With a swollen face, Su Ming looked at Ning Shu in shock, while Xiaoyan, dazed from being unexpectedly knocked down, witnessed this wicked woman attacking Su Ming. As he attempted to rise, Ning Shu extended her foot and forcefully pressed it against Xiaoyan's old master. Xiao gazed at Ning Shu with a formidable and chilling demeanor, as if she were beyond the bounds of reason, utterly disregarding the Xiao family. The elderly couple's expressions darkened, especially upon witnessing the disoriented state of their two grandchildren, eliciting both pity and fury within them. Ning Shu nonchalantly clapped her hands, fiercely grinding against Xiaoyan's chest, causing his complexion to pale further. And he let out a muffled groan. Though she was merely a woman, her strength was astonishing. It felt as though 1,000 pounds were pressing upon his heart, almost threatening to shatter it. What tormented Xiaoyan further was the indignity. He felt as if he were being slowly tortured. Who was he, after all? This woman. How dare she? A tempest of murderous intent surged within him. As Xiaoyan rose from the ground, his eyes were filled with the same lethal glare as Su Debo's. Su Ming covered her face, regarding Ning Shu with a look of utter condemnation, deeming her beyond redemption. At that moment, Xiaoyan refrained from mentioning divorce, instead taking Su Ming and the two children away with a resolute finality, as if they would never return. The Su family also departed, leading away Su Lan, whose face was swollen like that of a pig, while Su Bo's countenance was icy. The recent events had irrevocably shattered the relationship between the two families. The Su family was indeed in decline. Madame Su cast a worried glance at Ning Shu, while Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao regarded her with cold indifference, their faces reflecting their reluctance to part with the two children. Ning Shu paid no heed to the disdain directed at the children. Xiaoyan had never witnessed the two children weep so profoundly. They had always been well-behaved, and their cries pierced his heart, prompting him to embrace them and offer comfort. Then, upon seeing Su Ming sitting on the sofa with her face buried in her hands, he approached her and embraced her, gently caressing her cheek. Through clenched teeth, he vowed, "Do not worry, I shall avenge you. Su Ran has humiliated me on several occasions. This cannot simply be overlooked." The two children gathered around Xiaoyan, with Su Debao wiping away his tears, inquiring, "Father, will women always bully mother from now on?" "Rest assured, there will be no future of that sort," Xiaoyan replied, ruffling Su Debao's hair with a chilling resolve. I will ensure that the wicked Su Ran disappears entirely. A woman who lacks self-awareness and refuses to divorce deserves nothing less. A faint smile tugged at Su Dabao's lips, while Su Xiaobao, wiping her tears away, clung to Xiao Yan's arm, repeatedly exclaiming, "Daddy, you are truly wonderful." Su Ming's face reflected unease as she gazed with her almond-shaped, sparkling eyes, thinking this might not be appropriate. "Mother, you are simply too kind. Such a malicious woman deserves punishment," Su Dabao declared with an air of maturity. Yes, brother speaks the truth," Su Xiaobao agreed, nodding her head with an innocent charm. A smile finally graced Su Ming's face, only to be met with a sharp pain from her facial injury, causing her to emit a soft groan, which immediately raised concern among the three, who took turns offering comfort. Su Ming felt an immense happiness swell within her. Despite the looming presence of Su Ran, she firmly believed that the love she shared with Xiao Yan would lead to fulfillment and joy. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Ning Shu was unaware that the message he received from Li Xiaowen indicated that actions were already underway. It appeared that the trap was not directly aimed at Xiao Yan, but rather at the personnel of his company. Suddenly, Ning Shu felt a chill run down her spine, her heart racing. This sensation was reminiscent of her previous life, a harbinger of danger encountered during battles. Squinting her eyes, she surmised that she had indeed provoked Xiao Yan, who might be intent on transforming her into a deceased wife, while he and Su Ming basked in their mutual affection and blissful existence. With this warning resonating in her mind, Ning Shu chose to remain indoors at the Xiao residence, avoiding any forays outside. Each day, she endured the scathing remarks of Madame Xiao, whose words were laced with malice, though Ning Shu allowed the insults to flow in one ear and out the other. The moment Madame Xiao met her icy gaze, the woman faltered, regarding Xiao Yan's departure from the Xiao household. Both Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao adopted a stance of support. Experiencing neglect and disdain from her own husband was a punishment more severe than any other for a woman, deserving of her husband's contempt and destined to be a castaway. Madame Xiao contemplated with a fierce bitterness as she watched Ning Shu ascend the stairs. Chapter 80. The President's Wife, 16. Ning Shu distinctly sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the Xiao household of late. Whatever she undertook felt as though it were under the scrutiny of unseen eyes, maliciously observing her every move, sending shivers down her spine and igniting a sense of imminent danger. She could confidently wager that this sinister orchestration was the handiwork of that scoundrel, Xiao Yan. Ning Shu endeavored to identify the source of those malevolent gazes, yet her efforts proved futile. All she could do was exercise extreme caution, however. She found solace in the knowledge that the downfall of the Xiao family was within her grasp. Daily, she faced Madame Zhao's biting sarcasm, perceiving it merely as the desperate yelps of a dying dog. In the presence of Ning Shu, being mocked as a hen that cannot lay eggs left her in a state of bewilderment. For once, an egg had already been shattered by them. Madame Xiao deliberately rubbed salt into Ning Shu's wounds. Each utterance of such words evoked a surge of hatred and sorrow within this body. It was fortunate that it was Ning Shu confronting Madame Xiao now. Had it been the original owner, she would have long succumbed to madness from the provocation. It appeared that Madame Xiao harbored even more disdain for her than in the narrative, likely having committed actions far worse than those of the original owner. Meanwhile, Old Master Xiao remained oblivious to it all, clearly complicit in this tacit approval. Ning Shu was indifferent to the attitudes of the elderly couple of the Xiao family. Her concern lay with the malevolent individuals lurking within this household. That night, as Ning Shu slumbered, her heart began to race violently, beating in an irregular rhythm, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a shimmering object hovering above her, reflecting a chilling light under the moon's glow. Instinctively, her body reacted faster than her mind, rolling away with a swift motion, only to hear the dull thud of a knife striking the bed. To her astonishment, someone had attempted to slash her with a knife. Such a blunt and straightforward method caught her off guard. The figure in the darkness, having missed their mark, turned to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Shu swiftly kicked at the individual, followed by the sound of a body thudding to the ground. Ning Shu swiftly illuminated the surroundings and turned her gaze towards the figure on the floor. There lay a woman, wielding a large cleaver, the kind typically used for chopping bones. It was substantial, and a single strike to the neck would surely result in a grievous separation of body and head. The sudden brightness disoriented the woman momentarily. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, yet before she could fully comprehend the situation, Ning Shu snatched the knife from her grasp. With the weapon now in her possession, Ning Shu unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the woman lying on the ground. eliciting pained cries that shattered the stillness of the late hour. Dragging the woman by her collar, Ning Shu pulled her into the living room. Before long, a crowd gathered, including the esteemed Elder Xiao and his wife, both visibly perturbed by the commotion. Mrs. Xiao, eyeing Ning Shu with discontent, remarked, "What on earth are you doing at this ungodly hour? Must you disturb everyone's peace?" Ning Shu cast a frosty glance at Mrs. Xiao, nudged the woman on the floor with her foot, and declared, "This person attempted to take my life. I have called the police." Ning Shu recognized the would-be assailant as a chef from the Xiao household. Upon hearing that Ning Shu had contacted the authorities, Elder Xiao spoke with an air of authority. "What is all this ruckus? You called the police over such a trivial matter? How embarrassing to air our family's affairs in public. You're unharmed. Yet you make a mountain out of a molehill." Ning Shu could only think how easy it is for them to speak so dismissively. If she hadn't acted swiftly, she might very well have met her end today. These individuals seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Ning Shu discovered that the world is indeed quite twisted. It seems devoid of any sense of legal awareness. The male protagonist appears omnipotent, capable of resolving any issue, as if law enforcement were non-existent. It seems that even after committing murder, he faces no repercussions and is instead regarded as exceptionally cool. This state of affairs. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived with a wailing siren, and soon officers entered the premises. The leading officer inquired, "Who called the police?" Before Ning Shu could respond, the elder Mr. Xiao, surveying the room filled with officers, expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Disturbing the peace at such an hour." His demeanor, so authoritative and haughty, suggested he believed himself to be of great importance. Ning Shu felt utterly bewildered. After all, despite the Xiao family's prominence, they were merely merchants. The arrogance displayed in front of state officials was truly intoxicating. It finally became clear to her how Xiao Yin's foolish demeanor had originated. It was evidently a hereditary trait. The captain was momentarily taken aback by Mr. Zhao's attitude. As an agent of the state, he could not afford to be overly servile. Moreover, being roused from his slumber at such an hour only added to the captain's displeasure. Ning Shu interjected, "I called the police. This person on the ground attempted to murder me, and this is the weapon." As she spoke, she presented the large knife to the captain. A mixture of fear and uncertainty flickered across her face as she addressed him. "I do not understand why she wanted to kill me." The captain chose not to dwell on the state of the barely conscious assailant, instead directing his team with a decisive command, "Arrest her immediately." In the eyes of old Master Xiao, this chef, after all, is a member of the Xiao family. And such an attitude from him is nothing short of a blatant disregard for the family's standing. The captain paid no heed to old Master Xiao and turned to Ning Shu, instructing her to accompany him to take a statement. Ning Shu, ever cooperative, went to the police station to provide her account, subtly hinting to the officers that a mere chef would not possess such audacity without some hidden circumstances. After a myriad of trivial matters were addressed, it was only at dawn that Ning Shu emerged from the station. She cast a glance back at the police station, pondering the profound truth that certain powerful capabilities of the nation are never revealed to the public. In the grand scheme of things, the Xiao family holds little significance. It is perplexing how the members of the Xiao family harbor an unfounded sense of superiority, perhaps due to Xiao Yin being the protagonist of this world. Even the two children wore sweet smiles on their faces. As Chapter 81, The President's Wife, 17, unfolds. When Xiao Yin and the two children stepped into the Xiao residence and spotted Ning Shu, their expressions simultaneously froze, revealing incredulity. Being an adult, Xiao Yin quickly masked his disappointment, yet the two children pouted, on the verge of tears, particularly Su Xiaobao, who burst into loud sobs. His cries were filled with frustration, and as he wiped his tears, his gaze toward Ning Shu radiated both anger and disappointment. Ning Shu raised an eyebrow, wondering if their dismay stemmed from seeing her alive and well. Upon seeing the two precious children, the elder Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Xiao were immediately adorned with smiles, continuously expressing their longing, lamenting that they had missed them dearly, as if their hearts ached with yearning. The arrival of the two little ones instantly dispelled the heavy atmosphere that had enveloped the Xiao family. Su Xiaobao, while playfully displaying affection, cast a resentful glance towards Ning Shu. When Ning Shu's gaze met that of Xiao Yan, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, freezing him to the core. The sensation of being seen through, as if the other party could discern his innermost thoughts, surged within him, igniting a mix of irritation and guilt. "You malicious woman, what trouble have you stirred up this time?" Xiao Yan erupted first at Ning Shu. She regarded him coldly, taking a step forward, which unconsciously compelled Xiao Yan to retreat. Realizing he was intimidated by this duplicitous and cruel woman, he angrily shouted, "You!" At that moment, a man in police uniform entered, the captain of the police force from the previous night. As the captain entered, none of the Xiao family acknowledged his presence. Ning Shu addressed the captain, inquiring, "Captain, has that woman confessed?" The captain, looking at Ning Shu, replied, "She has confessed," stating that her motive stemmed from hatred towards you, which incited her murderous intent. Disbelief washed over Ning Shu. What grudge could she possibly hold against a mere female chef? She cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, who sat on the sofa, his expression one of smug satisfaction, his gaze toward the police tinged with disdain. The captain continued, "According to her confession, it was because you constantly insulted her, criticizing her cooking, nitpicking her work, and even resorting to verbal and physical abuse, which bred resentment in her heart." Ning Shu. Xiao Yan let out a derisive laugh. "Su Ran, you are such a malicious woman, tormenting the servants." Ning Shu turned to gaze at Xiao Yan, her heart brimming with a murderous intent, longing to eliminate her and brand her with the most heinous accusations. It remained a mystery what benefits Xiao Yan had bestowed upon that cook. The captain uttered nothing, exchanging a few words with Ning Shu before departing. Ning Shu regarded the smug Xiao Yan with a cold sneer. Disappointed at Ning Shu's continued existence, Xiao Yan averted her gaze, leaving with her 2 children. Although Old Master Xiao and Madame Xiao yearned to remain in the company of the children at all times, the presence of the treacherous Ning Shu rendered the children's safety within the Xiao household precarious. Ning Shu, impervious to the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, silently awaited the day when the Xiao family's great downfall would commence. That morning, the atmosphere in the Xiao household was palpably tense, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. While Ning Shu leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, Old Master Xiao sat upon the sofa, gripping his cane firmly, his countenance grave and intimidating. Upon witnessing Ning Shu's calm demeanor amidst such turmoil, Madame Xiao shot her a furious glare. Old Master Xiao forcefully thudded his cane, for since the previous night, a multitude of individuals had begun to liquidate their stocks, and though they had hoped to regain control by morning, the stocks had already reached their limit down. Su Meng, oblivious to business matters, turned to Ning Shu, lamenting, "Su Ran, what on earth are you doing, eating so leisurely at a time like this? Aren't you the least bit anxious?" Ning Shu cast a dispassionate glance at Su Meng, noting, "Your complexion has improved. Please refrain from your incessant prattle in my presence." Su Meng was instantly terrified, covering her face and gazing wide-eyed at Ning Shu, her eyes brimming with accusation. Upon witnessing her mother being bullied, Su Dababao opened his arms to shield Su Meng, fiercely declaring, "You shall not harm my mother, you vile woman." What had she done to deserve such a label? She had yet to even begin her cruelty. Su Meng knelt down to embrace Su Dababao, assuring him, "Mommy is fine, with you protecting me. No one in the world can hurt me." "Yes, I will always protect you," Su Dababao affirmed, his expression resolute, a divine radiance illuminating his face as he pointed at Ning Shu. "Do not even think about harming my mother." Ning Shu. It sounded as if she had already inflicted harm upon Su Meng. The Xiao family's company had collapsed, the stock market plummeting, and numerous investors were gathered at the company's entrance, some even resorting to throwing excrement at the building. The once dominant force had fallen in an instant. Ning Shu was not surprised. It was not only Li Xiaowen who sought to bring down the Xiao family. Other rivals were also tearing away at the remnants of the Xiao family. This was undoubtedly the outcome of a multifaceted assault, effectively dismantling their stronghold. Indeed, it was a battlefield devoid of bloodshed, yet ever-changing. Old Master Xiao seemed to age a decade in a day, ultimately left with no choice but to declare the Xiao family's bankruptcy. With the declaration of bankruptcy, the house now belonged to the bank, and the Xiao family could no longer reside there, nearly driving Old Master Xiao to the brink of bloodshed. After a lifetime of dominance, this was the conclusion he faced. The developments unfolded in a bewildering manner, leaving one utterly perplexed. Ning Shu truly perceived that the male supporting character was not inferior to the male lead, perhaps even surpassing him in prowess. With such composure, he had orchestrated the downfall of the Xiao family, and this remarkable individual was infatuated with the female protagonist, desperately aspiring to take on the role of her savior. Just as the Xiao family teetered on the brink of collapse, the captain, accompanied by a contingent of police officers, apprehended Xiao Yan. He struggled vehemently, exclaiming, "On what grounds are you arresting me?" Xiao Yan's body stiffened, and with a glare filled with malice directed at Ning Shu, he bellowed, "You wicked woman, I will not let you off easily. In that moment, Ning Shu suddenly realized that engaging in a serious confrontation with such a person only invited unnecessary trouble upon herself. Ignoring Xiao Yan's tirade, she turned to the captain and remarked, "Captain, he is still attempting to intimidate me." Her words elicited several resentful glares, including those from Su Ming and a throng of Xiao family members. "Cousin, how could you do this?" Su Ming stepped back, her expression one of disbelief. "Do you harbor such hatred for Xiao Yan that you believe this will ease your heart? This will only make him loathe you more. You will never love you." Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Shu delivered a sharp slap to Su Ming, retorting, "Silence, or I shall sever your tongue." In the end, Xiao Yan was taken away. Setting aside the poignant separation between Su Ming and Xiao Yan, reminiscent of Bai Suzhen's confinement in the Leifeng Pagoda, the scene was profoundly moving. Su Ming chased after the police car for an extended period, ultimately collapsing on the road, utterly exhausted. Sudiobo and Suxiobo, the two children, wept bitterly, while Sudiobo's gaze towards Ning Shu was filled with a chilling animosity. Although Xiao Yan had been captured, for reasons unknown, the elderly members of the Xiao family appeared unerringly assured that Xiao Yan was safe. Upon hearing the old man's presumptuous remarks and his demeanor, Ning Shu felt a surge of indignation. Did he really perceive the government officials as mere servants of the Xiao family? Believing that a single utterance from her would result in Xiao Yan's release, Ning Shu chose to disregard the old man's tirade and continued with her own affairs, provoking further ire from him as he angrily struck his cane against the tiled floor. Ning Shu mused that he was nothing but a fool. With the bank poised to seize their property, should he not be preoccupied with where they would reside next? Indeed, not long after Xiao Yan's arrest, the bank representatives arrived to seal off the entire house, affixing notices to every item to indicate that it no longer belonged to the Xiao family, including the jewelry of Madame Xiao. The small apartment that Xiao Yan had gifted to Su Ming was also confiscated, prompting her to take her children to the residence arranged by Li Xiuwen, who had thoughtfully sent servants to assist her. While Su Ming expressed her gratitude profusely, the old man of the Xiao family was not so fortunate, as he was unceremoniously ousted. The expressions on the faces of the elderly couple were grim. Having enjoyed a life of comfort for decades, they now found themselves at a loss for their next destination. As Ning Shu prepared to leave with her suitcase in hand, Madame Xiao seized her arm, urgently inquiring, "Where do you intend to go? Having taken the Xiao family's money, are you preparing to flee?" Ning Shu. When did she ever take money from the Xiao family? If one were to say that the spoils distributed to her by Li Xiuwen were indeed funds from the Xiao family, that would hold true. Naturally, Madame Xiao remains oblivious to the fact that this daughter-in-law conspired with others to bring the Xiao family to ruin. Presently, both she and the elder Mr. Xiao find themselves at a loss for where to go, and thus they cling to Ning Shu. Unfazed by their expressions, Ning Shu proceeds to a residential complex, where she has purchased an apartment precisely to guard against situations like this. Upon entering the abode, Madame Xiao's face contorts with disdain. Why is the room so diminutive? The total area of all the rooms combined is scarcely larger than the kitchen of a villa. A look of dissatisfaction also crosses the elder Mr. Zhao's face as he addresses Ning Shu. "You expect us to reside in such a place?" Ning Shu replies coolly, "If you do not wish to stay, you are free to leave. This apartment is sufficiently spacious, over 100 square meters." With no immediate alternative, Madame Xiao and the elder Mr. Xiao begrudgingly settle in. When mealtime arrives, they sit at the dining table, casting glances at Ning Shu. She emits a dismissive snort, asserting, "Should you wish to eat, you must serve yourselves. There are no servants here to attend to you." With that, she grabs her handbag and departs. Infuriated, Madame Xiao trembles with rage, unleashing a torrent of curses within the confines of the house. Ultimately, the elder Mr. Xiao, unable to bear the pangs of hunger any longer, instructs Madame Xiao to prepare a meal. Accustomed to being waited upon and having never lifted a finger in the kitchen, her culinary skills leave much to be desired. And the outcome is predictable. The elder Mr. Xiao spends the entire day suffering from an upset stomach. Ning Shu visited Li Xiuwen, who wore a triumphant smile. Nothing brings greater joy than having a beauty in one's embrace. Li Xiuwen contemplated the direct execution of Xiao Yan within the confines of the prison. Yet Ning Shu opposed this notion. To allow Xiao Yan to perish so easily would be too lenient. She remarked to Li Xiuwen, "Are you foolish? If Xiao Yan were to die in prison, Su Ming would undoubtedly cherish the memory of him for a lifetime. Presently, they are in the throes of passionate affection. Should they be abruptly separated, it would become the most cherished moment in their memories." A look of understanding spread across Li Xiaowen's face as he tapped his fingers on the table, realizing that now was indeed the opportune moment for him to conquer Xiaoyan's heart. How about a wager? Let us see who can make Xiaoyan fall in love first, you or Su Ming. Ning Shu retorted, get lost. Why do people in this world speak in such a revolting manner? Having secured what was rightfully hers. She noted that neither the Xiao nor the Su family possessed wealth comparable to her own, particularly as the Xiao family was currently destitute. The verdict for Xiao Yan had been delivered, 2.5 years for the charges of hired murder and intentional harm. Despite his denial of guilt, Xiao Yan boldly declared his intention to appeal, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears. The evidence was irrefutable, regardless of his claims of innocence. Upon receiving this news, the Xiao couple pressured Ning Shu to extricate Xiao Yan from his predicament, but she paid them no heed. Ning Shu had ceased dining at home, and with the Xiao patriarch and matriarch devoid of funds, they were compelled to manage household chores themselves, a task that now fell to the once regal Madame Xiao. Witnessing Ning Shu's tranquility, Madame Xiao was consumed by jealousy, her heart seething with venomous thoughts, yearning for the days when servants catered to her every whim. She attempted to assert her maternal authority, yet Ning Shu promptly ordered the two to depart. With nowhere to go and devoid of funds, they were left utterly despondent. Old Master Xiao sought to leverage his previous connections to extricate Xiao Yan and, in the process, secure some financial assistance for a resurgence. However, when he reached out, those once eager to appease him now refused to even answer his calls. This infuriated Old Master Xiao to the brink of a hypertensive episode, as those who had once groveled now displayed an air of arrogance, oblivious to their prior subservience. Xiao Yan had been detained for nearly a week, and even Su Ming found her patience waning. She had believed that Old Master Xiao would manage to secure Xiao Yan's release. But as the days dragged on without any sign of his freedom, her heart ached at the thought of his suffering. Unable to bear it any longer, she took the children and sought out Ning Shu. Upon seeing Ning Shu, Su Ming fell to her knees, her eyes reflecting profound anguish as she implored. Su ran. I know you harbor hatred for me. It is I who you despise, not Xiao Yan. All it takes is a word from you, and he can be freed. Can you truly bear to let him languish in prison? Ning Shu regarded Su Ming with incredulity. Xiao Yan has committed a crime. He is guilty. What do you mean by saying he can be released with just a word from me? Is the law truly so trivial? Mother, please rise. I will find a way to rescue father. You need not plead with this wicked woman. Su Daba wanted to lift Su Ming up, but Su Ming insisted on kneeling before Ning Shu. Su Daba cast a sinister and malevolent glance at Ning Shu. Chapter 83, The President's Wife, 19. Ning Shu gazed at Su Ming, who knelt before her, her expression one of profound sorrow and helplessness, as if she were suffering immensely. Her eyes filled with struggle. Su ran, I know you despise me, but this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Yan. I implore you to save Xiao Yan. If you agree to help her, I will no longer appear before Xiao Yan. Su Ming's face was a canvas of self-sacrifice for love, abandoning everything she cherished, willing to endure her own agony. Ning Shu was left speechless, truly at a loss for words. Tears streamed down Su Ming's face as she continued. As long as you promise to spare Xiao Yan, I vow to break up with him. Thud. Meanwhile, Old Master Xiao also knelt before Ning Shu, his facial muscles twitching as if he had suffered a profound humiliation, saying, Please bring Xiao Yan back. From now on, you shall be the mistress of the Xiao family, and Xiao Yan will not divorce you. Hearing this, Su Ming sat on the ground in despair, her expression one of torment. What benefits are there in being the mistress of the Xiao family now? The Xiao family is devoid of wealth, and Xiao Yan is currently a criminal. Even the elderly couple from the Xiao family have nowhere to go. What allure does being the mistress of the Xiao family hold? Why does Old Master Xiao still feel so self-satisfied, as if others would covet his son? Ning Shu remained silent and directly called Li Xiaowen. In a short while, Li Xiaowen arrived, hastily helping Su Ming to her feet upon seeing her kneeling on the ground. He asked with concern, Are you all right? Su Ming, her face streaked with tears, shook her head and replied sorrowfully, I'm fine. I'm just too worried about Xiao Yan. As she spoke, Ning Shu noticed a brief spasm on Li Xiaowen's face, which quickly returned to a gentle and caring demeanor. Was it truly appropriate to mention Xiao Yan in front of Li Xiaowen? Was it wise for Su Ming to provoke him this way? It was commendable that Li Xiaowen managed to restrain himself. Ning Shu remarked to Li Xiaowen, Secure your dog. Don't let her run amok, behaving so wildly. Li Xiaowen said nothing as he led the sobbing Su Ming and the sullen Su Dabo away. Meanwhile, the elderly Xiao patriarch, who had already been kneeling for an extended period, felt his legs grow numb. Noticing that Ning Shu was entirely disregarding him, his face contorted in anguish. It was humiliating for a father-in-law to kneel before his daughter-in-law, a bitter pill for someone who had wielded power throughout his life. Thus, despite his kneeling position, the disdain and hatred in his gaze towards Ning Shu were palpable. Ning Shu found herself exasperated. Given the Xiao patriarch's demeanor, it was unlikely that a normal person would be inclined to rescue Xiaoyan. One ought to possess a modicum of humility when seeking assistance. Nevertheless, Ning Shu was determined to extricate Xiaoyan. Serving merely 2 years in prison would be far too lenient for him. There was a risk that during his incarceration, Xiaoyan might amass a following and emerge as the leader of a criminal syndicate. It is essential to recognize that Xiaoyan is, indeed, the protagonist of this world, destined for greatness. Seizing this moment when Xiaoyan possesses nothing, one must ensure his utter downfall. Ning Shu invested considerable resources and leveraged numerous connections to extricate Xiaoyan from his predicament. Observing him clad in prison garb and shorn of his hair, she noted a significant decline in his appearance, underscoring the importance of hairstyle. Nonetheless, Xiaoyan's defiant gaze retained an air of superiority, a quality that left Ning Shu perplexed regarding its origins. Upon seeing Ning Shu, Xiaoyan's first utterance was, "Su Ran, you malevolent woman. Even if you rescue me, I shall never love you." Ning Shu remained speechless. Xiaoyan cast a cold glance at her before entering the vehicle. Meanwhile, the elderly couple of the Xiao family were overwhelmed with joy at Xiaoyan's return. Mrs. Xiao recounted Ning Shu's despicable actions to him, further intensifying the chill in his gaze towards her, particularly upon hearing how she had compelled his father to kneel, the look in his eyes now brimming with lethal intent. In response to Xiaoyan's demeanor, Ning Shu offered a cold, mocking laugh, as if to suggest that he truly believed all women in the world adored and should endure him. Xiaoyan was enveloped in a shroud of melancholy, feeling akin to a dragon ensnared in shallow waters, stifled and unfulfilled. He isolated himself at home, refusing to eat, and no amount of persuasion from the elder Mr. and Mrs. Xiao proved effective. Observing the uneaten meal at the doorway, Ning Shu decided that if he would not eat, then it should be discarded, and she promptly disposed of it in the trash. Mrs. Xiao, witnessing Ning Shu's actions, was incensed yet dared not voice her anger. Currently, the Xiao family depended on Ning Shu for sustenance, and should she become irritated enough to withhold financial support, they would find themselves starving. Once, after an entire day of hunger, Madame Xiao finally sought financial assistance from Ning Shu to procure a meal for herself and the elderly Master Xiao. Each time, they regarded Ning Shu with eyes filled with hatred and humiliation, yet dared not utter a word. Upon witnessing Ning Shu pour out her son's meal, Madame Xiao could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Su Ran, how can your heart be so malicious? Xiaoyan has not even had a bite to eat, and you waste his food." Ning Shu scoffed coldly, "If he does not wish to eat, then let him forego it henceforth." "You." Madame Xiao glared at Ning Shu, "You will face retribution for this." Ning Shu retorted icily, "Whether I will face retribution is uncertain, but you are about to encounter yours." At these words, Madame Xiao trembled, realizing she had no choice but to endure in order to extract money from Ning Shu. Eventually, it was Xiaoyan, driven by hunger, who emerged from his room to eat. Ning Shu personally offered him the meal. Xiaoyan looked down upon Ning Shu with disdain, a sneer escaping his lips. "Su Ran, no matter how much you try to curry favor, my opinion of you shall remain unchanged." He took the bowl from Ning Shu's hands as if bestowing charity and began to eat with voracity. In his haste, he choked, and with his bald head. The sight was rather unseemly. Ning Shu watched with a cold smile, hoping that after consuming this meal, he would still fare well. Upon learning of Xiaoyan's emergence, Su Ming arrived with her 2 children. Upon seeing Xiaoyan, Su Ming's lips quivered, and she fell into his embrace. Reaching out to caress his bald head, trembling as she said, "You have suffered." Ning Shu nearly burst into laughter. The scene was comically absurd in its entirety. Li Xiaowen stood at a distance, observing the 2 individuals entwined in an embrace, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, shifting in hue in a manner beyond Ning Shu's description. The 2 children wept as they clung to Xiaoyan, who soothed one after the other, with heartfelt sincerity. Xiaoyan addressed Su Ming, declaring, "I will pull myself together and provide you and the children with support." Tears streamed down Su Ming's face as she shook her head, her hand covering her mouth. This sight stirred a sense of urgency within Xiaoyan as he insisted, "I will not allow you and the children to suffer." Despite his reassurances, Su Ming continued to weep, casting a glance at Ning Shu, her expression one of profound anguish. Noticing the pain in Su Ming's gaze, Xiao Yan turned to Ning Shu, unleashing a furious roar. What malevolent deeds have you inflicted upon Su Ming, you wicked woman? Chapter 84. The President's Wife. 20. Wicked woman, he repeated, her name now lost in his fury, each utterance laden with disdain. Clutching Su Ming tightly, he glared at Ning Shu, warning, if you dare to harm Su Ming, I will ensure you face the consequences. Su Ming shook her head at Xiao Yan, asserting, this is not your concern. I have made the decision to leave you. As long as you emerge unscathed, it is enough. Xiao Yan, you should forget about me. You are mine, and I will not permit you to escape from my side, Xiao Yan bellowed, holding Su Ming firmly, his gaze fierce. Su ran, abandon any hope. How dare you use me as leverage against Su Ming? Your heart is truly wicked. Ning Shu found herself at a loss regarding what she had said to Su Ming. It was always Su Ming who spoke of saving Xiao Yan and departing, rambling on and on. Ning Shu let out a cold laugh, forcefully separating the two individuals who were bound together in an eternal embrace, shoving Su Ming into Li Xiaowen's arms. She then turned around and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Yan's face, followed by another, and yet another. Dusting off her hands, Ning Shu declared, Xiao Yan, recognize the situation. If you continue to label me as a malicious woman, I shall ensure your demise is both excruciating and utterly tragic. Xiao Yan, bewildered by the relentless blows, felt the pent-up rage from the collapse of the Xiao family and subsequent imprisonment surge within him, now compounded by the threat of losing his beloved. With a furious roar, he reached out to strike Ning Shu. But she deftly seized his hand and executed a stylish shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Xiao Yan felt as though his very spine might shatter. And before he could even comprehend the situation, he sensed the harsh soul of a shoe pressing down upon his face. Ning Shu, with an expression of wicked glee, ground her foot into his features. The onlookers were rendered speechless by her actions, but it was Su Dabao who first reacted, rushing over to Ning Shu and shouting, let go of my father, you vile woman. Ning Shu forcefully shoved Su Dabao aside, causing him to tumble to the ground in tears. Su Ming rushed to embrace her son, exclaiming, Su Ran, what wrong has the child done? Why treat him so cruelly? Ning Shu retorted, children should behave like children. Now get out of my house at once. Begone, and spare me your repugnant presence. Upon witnessing the deplorable state of his son, the elder Xiao was rendered speechless, his fury overwhelming yet tempered by trepidation. For it was Ning Shu who held dominion over their lives, even the most trivial purchase, such as a stalk of green onion, necessitated her approval. Xiao Yan once again sequestered himself within the confines of his room, succumbing to hunger before finally emerging to partake in a meal. After satisfying his appetite, he retreated once more, lost in his own thoughts. The elder Xiao harbored hopes for his son's resurgence and sought to borrow money from Ning Shu. Envisioning a venture for Xiao Yan in business, he incessantly proclaimed the virtues of a supportive marriage, urging unity and cooperation. Yet Ning Shu merely rolled her eyes, dismissing his entreaties, which sent the elder into a fit of frustration, his heart aching and blood pressure soaring. Despite his humble approach, she remained obstinate. Meanwhile, the situation at the Xiao household was dire, yet Su Ming was enveloped in her own sorrow, as if the sky itself were collapsing upon her. In her distress, Li Xiaowen offered gentle reassurances. Ultimately, however, he reached a breaking point and succumbed to his desires, leading to a night of intimacy that left Su Ming feeling as if her world had shattered. This gentle man, in her moment of greatest despair, had acted in such a way. With an air of despondency, Su Ming felt a profound sense of loss, and while Li Xiaowen's affections were evident, her heart remained closed to him. Frustration brewed within Li Xiaowen as he grappled with her refusal to forgive, at times disregarding her feelings entirely. After their encounters, Su Ming was beset by guilt towards Xiao Yan, her heart heavy with resentment towards Li Xiaowen. Thus began a tumultuous saga of love and anguish, where tears and slumber intertwined in a relentless cycle of passion and despair. Moreover, the exceptionally intelligent Su Daba, employing his hacking prowess, infiltrated the banking system, securing a substantial sum of money for Xiao Yan, with the intention of facilitating his resurgence and resolutely reuniting his parents. Ning Shu, observing the previously despondent Xiao Yan suddenly radiating vitality, sensed something amiss. Consequently, she violently confronted him, extracting a bank card from his possession. Upon discovering that the funds originated from Su Daba, she sighed, somewhat moved by his filial piety, and promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Individuals like Su Daba, who possess a lack of moral discernment and national allegiance, coupled with high intelligence, could undoubtedly evolve into threats to society. If the state could harness and regulate such capabilities, it would be somewhat beneficial. Otherwise, individuals like Su Daba pose significant dangers. Presumably, due to the sheer magnitude of funds involved, the police swiftly mobilized. Despite Su Daba's extraordinary abilities, he was merely a 6-year-old child and was quickly apprehended by heavily armed law enforcement. It was then that Ning Shu realized Su Daba had exploited banking system vulnerabilities to amass several hundred million, a staggering amount. Captured, Su Daba was sent to a juvenile detention facility. Upon learning this news, Su Ming was nearly overcome with despair. She rushed to seek Xiao Yan's assistance. But upon encountering him, she was so astonished that she momentarily forgot to cry. Ultimately, upon hearing him tenderly call her name, she was utterly devastated. For Xiao Yan had gained considerable weight. His appearance transformed to that of a swollen balloon, rendering his once handsome visage unrecognizable. With each step, the floor trembled slightly beneath her. As she beheld the imposing figure of Xiao Yan, resembling a colossal mound of flesh, approach her, Su Ming's face turned pale with disbelief. His pig-like visage, coupled with an earnest gaze, would have made her heart race had he retained his former handsome appearance. However, now he elicited a sense of revulsion, rendering her even paler and unsteady on her feet. Without uttering a word, Su Ming turned on her heel to leave, no longer mentioning the matter of Xiao Yan rescuing her son. Observing her desperate avoidance, Xiao Yan's facial fat twitched momentarily, his greasy countenance taking on a menacing aspect. He turned to Ning Shu, who had been leaning against the door watching the spectacle, and bellowed, "You wicked woman, what have you done to me?" Ning Shu shrugged her shoulders, regarding the increasingly corpulent Xiao Yan. Indeed, she was responsible for this predicament. She had laced his meals with ample amounts of hormones, resulting in his rapid weight gain. Without wealth to fall back on and stripped of his captivating looks, what could genuine love between him and Su Ming possibly resemble? Su Ming's earlier demeanor was quite revealing. In Chapter 85, titled The President's Wife, it became evident that Xiao Yan was consuming more and more, transforming into a veritable glutton. The more he ate, the fatter he grew, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Meanwhile, old Master Xiao lamented the unfortunate state of his son, sighing daily, harboring hopes for his resurgence, all while grappling with the heartache of his grandson being sent to a juvenile detention center. The collagen in her visage has swiftly diminished, leaving her countenance sagging, devoid of the former plumpness and youthfulness. Now, Madame Xiao finds herself bereft of both time and resources to pursue beauty treatments. The elderly couple is merely surviving under Ning Shu's care, grateful for any morsel to eat. Each time Madame Xiao solicits funds from Ning Shu, she dons a sycophantic smile, completely devoid of the regal elegance she once possessed. She has aged considerably. Even though Xiao Yan's appearance has become unrecognizable, he still harbors a proud heart, regarding Ning Shu with cold disdain. At times, his eyes, now mere slits, betray a malicious glint, hinting at some nefarious intent. Ning Shu scoffed lightly and addressed the Xiao family. "I have prepared my will. Should I pass away, all my assets will be donated, including this house. You shall find yourselves eating dirt. Wretched woman, venomous creature, I am your husband, and your wealth is my wealth. By what right do you intend to donate it? I must have fallen into the depths of misfortune to have married a harbinger of doom like you." Xiao Yan's jowls quivered in a grotesque display of rage. Ning Shu replied with a cold laugh, "I am no harbinger of doom. If anything, that title belongs to Su Ming. The downfall of the Xiao family coincided with your association with her. Do not forget, I have been married to you for nearly 6 years. How could such calamities occur?" Now, Ning Shu finds herself devoid of interest in humiliating Xiao Yan further or trampling upon his dignity, instead focusing on shedding her own excess weight. Xiao Yan's countenance was a tumultuous struggle, his flesh quivering as he finally roared at Ning Shu, "You wretched woman, I refuse to believe your words." "Very well. If you wish to deceive yourself, then so be it." Ning Shu had no intention of allowing Xiao Yan to witness her virtues, setting aside Xiao Yan's internal conflict. Despite his disbelief in Ning Shu's assertions, the earlier incident where Su Ming fled upon his approach had cast a shadow in his heart. Meanwhile, Su Ming, desperate to rescue her son, had no choice but to implore Li Xiuwan. She donned a fade of noble sacrifice, proclaiming, "As long as you save my son, do as you please." Yet internally, she grappled with the anguish of betraying Xiao Yan, although she had her reasons. Ultimately, Li Xiuwan did endeavor to rescue Su Daba. However, he was unable to even lay eyes on the child, as the juvenile detention center had isolated him strictly. deeming it imperative that such a capable child not be allowed into society. The personnel at the detention center had discerned that the child's psyche was somewhat distorted, lacking a sense of right and wrong, which rendered him exceedingly perilous. With Li Xiaowen unable to extricate Su Debao, Su Ming fell into utter despair. Embodying a visage of a world crumbling around her, weeping incessantly, her eyelids swollen from sorrow, Li Xiaowen, growing increasingly impatient, began to visit her less frequently. In her deepening despair, Su Ming felt as though the entire world had forsaken her, her heart heavy with grief as she clung to Su Xiaobao, sobbing. The child's countenance was expressionless, clouded with melancholy, as he attempted to console his mother, urging her not to cry. Yet, as time wore on, he ceased his attempts at comfort, merely listening to Su Ming's lamentations day after day. Even in the present circumstances, Su Ming refrained from seeking out Xiaoyan. Perhaps because Xiaoyan's countenance was simply too shocking. Subsequently, Li Xiaowen wed a young lady from a prestigious family, rather than Su Ming. Upon receiving this news, Su Ming felt as though her world had descended into a bleak darkness. Li Xiaowen, the gentle man she once cherished, had betrayed her. It seemed as if fate had conspired to unleash all manner of suffering upon her, and she was engulfed in profound anguish. At the wedding of Li Xiaowen and the affluent heiress, Su Ming confronted him with an expression of despair, demanding to know why he had forsaken her. Li Xiaowen's face darkened with ire, and he ordered Su Ming to be removed forthwith. Ning Shu was taken aback to discover that the male supporting character had not ended up with the female lead. With a slight smirk, she reflected on how he had successfully ascended to prominence, becoming the male protagonist, yet he had abandoned the female lead. Displaying a lamentable lack of ambition, an outcome befitting a mere supporting character. However, it appeared that the destined pairing of Xiao Yin and Su Ming had also been dismantled, leaving Li Xiaowen devoid of his erstwhile halo. Now, 6-year-old Su Xiaobao had reached the age for schooling, yet Su Ming seemed oblivious to this reality, mired in melancholic reflections, neglecting to consider the necessity of earning a livelihood. It was only when financial straits became apparent that Su Ming gazed at Su Xiaobao with wide, innocent eyes. Ultimately mustering a fade of strength as she assured him, "Mother will certainly strive to provide for you, without fail." Su Ming had indeed contemplated seeking out Xiaoyan. On one occasion, she stealthily approached him, only to discover that he had become as corpulent as a pig. Furthermore, he had lost one of his legs. And due to his excessive weight, he was unable to utilize a wheelchair and could only lie in bed. The room permeated with an unbearable stench, a consequence of his eating, drinking, and relieving himself within those confines. As for the fate of Xiaoyan's leg, it was a result of his frantic descent down the stairs upon learning that his son was to be imprisoned for life. In his haste, he tumbled down the staircase, fracturing his leg, which required only a cast for recovery. When Ning Shu heard the doctor's account, she gasped and signed the surgical consent, bluntly declaring, "Amputated." Upon realizing the loss of his leg, Xiaoyan was driven to madness, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Ning Shu. "Su Ran, I will haunt you as a ghost in this life and the next." Ning Shu merely smiled with a serene indifference, a demeanor that chilled Xiaoyan to his core. This woman. Su Ming departed and never returned to seek out Xiaoyan again. Upon learning of this, Ning Shu simply smiled faintly, uttering nothing further. True love is but this, unburdened by the trivialities of daily life, unencumbered by the mundane concerns of sustenance, with boundless wealth allowing for extravagant romance, free from the need to engage in the tedious entanglements of love triangles. Such is the ethereal beauty of a love that transcends the earthly realm. In the dilapidated and filthy rental apartment, Su Xiaobao sat at the door, his face marred with grime, no longer resembling the innocent and charming child he once was. As he listened to the moans and gasps emanating from within, before long, a rotund man emerged, his gaze towards Su Xiaobao laden with lewdness. As Su Xiaobao entered the room, he was met with an unusual odor. Su Ming lay on the bed, a flush adorning her cheeks. Upon seeing Su Xiaobao's arrival, she handed him some money, claiming it was for today's meal. Su Xiaobao's expression remained impassive as he accepted the cash. Ning Shu was taken aback to discover that Su Ming had unwittingly followed the path of Su Ran in the narrative, resorting to selling herself for sustenance. It seemed quite natural, as both Su Ming and Su Ran hailed from affluent families, devoid of practical life skills. Su Ming, fortunate enough to be the protagonist, would undoubtedly attract powerful men to shield her from the harshness of existence. Her character was crafted as innocent and delicate, untouched by the toils of the mortal realm. Yet, now, in order to survive, She was compelled to make sacrifices. Ning Shu had yet to intervene, and already, Su Ming found herself in such a predicament. Exhibiting a certain dramatic flair, Madame Su arrived with Su Lan to offer her apologies to Ning Shu. Upon observing Su Lan, who held his head high, she found him unworthy of her attention. Presently, he bore little resemblance to the noble and elegant prince he once was. Instead, he radiated an aura of gloom, a reflection of the familial turmoil he had inadvertently caused. Ning Shu chuckled softly, discreetly providing Madame Su with a substantial sum of money. For the Su family had fallen short of even a modestly comfortable existence. Madame Su gazed at Ning Shu in astonishment as she was informed that this money must remain a secret from the father-son duo, Su Bo and Su Lan. In the original narrative, Su Bo had fled with Su Lan, abandoning Madame Su and the vulnerable Su Ran. This sum was intended for Madame Su, and Ning Shu was confident that Su Bo still possessed wealth. She harbored a premonition that the tasks in this world were nearing completion. Depart swiftly, depart. Echoed through her mind. Ding, task complete. Would you like to exit the task realm? Following a jarring sound of electricity, Ning Shu heard the system's cold, mechanical voice. Never before had she found the system's voice so melodious and comforting. Leave, quickly, she urged, feeling a rising sense of urgency. In the next moment, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed her, nearly inducing nausea. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself within the confines of the system's space. With a long sigh, she exhaled deeply, as if to purge the pent-up frustration from her heart. She had never felt such exhaustion, a genuine weariness. Would you like to view your points? The system's icy voice inquired. Yes, Ning Shu replied. Before her, a display panel materialized, presenting her information, identification number, 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience points, 8,600, 8,610,000, soul value, 60 health points, 50 wisdom value, 80 charm value, 1 luck value, 25, 3, mental strength, 120 combat power, 10 qualifications, 24, 2, merit, 2 skills, 5 ring shooting technique, basic combat skills, and entry-level martial art of mediocrity. Honorary title, War God Empress. Upon seeing her points, which amounted to a mere 1,500, Ning Shu felt disheartened. She had hoped to shed the title of a mere novice in the realm of tasks and emerge as a bona fide player, discarding the label of 2,333. Yet the point system in this world was exceedingly meager. Once her emotions had settled, Ning Shu contemplated for a while and realized the reason for her meager score. The original owner, Su Ran, had aimed to preserve the Su family. However, when misfortune befell them, she chose to remain an onlooker. Thus, in a certain sense, a crucial task had remained unfulfilled. Nevertheless, she resigned herself to the fact that her points were indeed scant. You have 5 attribute points to allocate. Please distribute them as you see fit, the system announced. Ning Shu pondered for a moment and resolved to invest her points in luck, for character is of utmost importance. And then to strengthen her soul, as a powerful spirit, is undeniably advantageous. Once she completed the allocation of her attribute points, the screen transformed. ID 23333 name, Ning Shu age, 27 experience points, 8,600, 8,610,000, soul value, 601 life value, 501 wisdom value, 80 charm value, 1 luck value, 283 mental strength, 120 martial power, 10 talent, 26 merit, 2 skills, 5 ring shooting technique, beginner's combat skills of mediocre quality. Honorary title, War Goddess Host. Why not allocate a point to your charm value? It is exceedingly low, standing at a mere 1 point. The system interjected. Observing her solitary 1 in charm value, Ning Shu felt as though the system were mocking her. Why had it waited until she had completed her distribution to voice this observation? What advantages does charm value confer? Ning Shu inquired. Charm value engenders goodwill from others towards the player. The system succinctly replied. Very well, that certainly feels like a cheat. Why was this not mentioned sooner? Let it be. Lacking charm, we shall resort to force, which can equally resolve the predicament. It seems that a soul assault has rendered her essence dim, far more exhausting than mere violence. Ning Shu closed her eyes, allowing her mind to relax and her thoughts to settle. Time passed, though she could not discern how long. And upon reopening her eyes, she perceived her spirit had grown somewhat stronger, a feeling of indescribable joy blossoming within her. System, I wish to enter the task realm. One moment, may I inquire what the next world is? Before Ning Shu could complete her thought, The world spun chaotically, leaving her disoriented. As she began to merge with this new body, still with her eyes shut, she felt a light kick to her leg, neither too hard nor too soft. Yet it stung considerably. Ning Shu opened her eyes, squinting against the harsh light and shielding her gaze with her hand. "Get up quickly." "How long do you intend to sleep?" a man commanded. Lowering her hand, Ning Shu finally beheld the man before her, remarkably ordinary in appearance. Appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, clad in a t-shirt marred with stains, so commonplace that he would draw no attention in a crowd. Yet, Ning Shu's body tensed, sensing the danger he posed. "Hurry and come eat. What are you dawdling for?" "You've been slow the whole way," he grumbled, walking ahead while muttering, "I wonder what the officer summoned her for." Ning Shu followed closely behind the man. Having just arrived in this world without any grasp of the unfolding narrative, leaving her utterly bewildered, she surveyed her surroundings, which appeared to be an abandoned factory. As she touched her waist, she was surprised to find a firearm there, instantly filling her with a sense of security, at least possessing something for self-preservation. A slight movement of her nose led her to suspect it might be her imagination, but there was an unsettling odor permeating the air. Breathing it in felt akin to sand scraping against her lungs, instilling a stinging sensation, while the distant sky bore a perpetually hazy aspect. A foreboding feeling gripped her. Chapter 87. Searching for the Apocalypse's Great Boss 2. Ning Shu entered the room with the man ahead of her, where 4 others were present. Upon her entrance, they merely glanced her way before returning to their meals, revealing an unmistakable disdain towards her. They continued to eat. Indeed, they seemed like mere children. The man who had previously invited her to dine pushed a box of biscuits and a bottle of water toward her. She expressed her gratitude and took stock of the individuals in the room. Among them was a woman with an exceptionally aloof demeanor, clad in form-fitting attire that accentuated her alluring figure, exuding an air of cold elegance. Stealing glances at the others, she noticed a strikingly handsome man with a roguish charm. Yet his eyes glinted with a chilling light. When their gazes met, a shiver coursed through Ning Shu. This man emanated a subtle yet palpable aura of menace. Although faint, the threat was unmistakable to her senses. It is not unlike the existence of others, subtly accentuating the presence of these 2 individuals. What is the current situation? The feeling of utter ignorance is truly disconcerting. Ning Shu bit into a cookie, nearly shattering her teeth. What sort of cookie is this so hard? Observing that everyone else had finished their cookies, she disregarded the hardness and, mixing it with water, consumed it completely. At this moment, Ning Shu simply wished to find a place to absorb the unfolding narrative, utterly bewildered. Once they had eaten, one of the men proposed, "Now that we are done, let us strategize our next direction." The man, strikingly handsome, spoke with an unexpectedly flamboyant tone, exuding an air of a dandy, instilling a sense of romance and charm. Nonetheless, Ning Shu sensed a perilous undertone in his demeanor. She remained silent, unsure of what to say. One man bore a look of irritation and dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "That lunatic can really run. Where on earth has he gone?" "A lunatic? What lunatic?" Ning Shu was utterly perplexed and remained silent. "I believe we should continue forward. If we advance further, we will reach the border, a region yet untouched by zombies. The madman must have headed there, knowing full well that he is being pursued by the authorities." The woman's demeanor was notably aloof. "Wait, zombies? Zombies?" Ning Shu now only wished to swiftly grasp the narrative. While the others engaged in discussion, she uttered not a single word, yet the other 5 seemed entirely indifferent, disregarding her presence completely. Once the discussion concluded, several individuals boarded the off-road vehicle, and Ning Shu eagerly followed suit. She turned to the man seated opposite her and inquired, "What madness is this? Fodder, have you truly lost your wits? Your mind has always been muddled, but to forget the task after a mere nap?" The man spoke with a decidedly harsh tone. Ning Shu promptly sealed her lips, pondering the name of this body. Fodder, was it? Perhaps it would be best to accept the narrative as it unfolds. As she gazed out of the vehicle, she noted the desolate highway. Remarkably few vehicles traversed it, and hardly any had passed by during their journey. Time slipped away, and eventually, a faint current of energy began to flow within Ning Shu, circulating throughout her being and gradually fortifying her physique. She was somewhat astonished that this world had allowed her to cultivate such vigor so early on, recalling her time as a princess. It had taken her a month to achieve the same. Upon awakening, a ravenous hunger gnawed at her insides, yet there was not a morsel of food in sight. This sensation was all too familiar. Her body craved substantial energy, yet sustenance was nowhere to be found. Undeterred, Ning Shu shamelessly requested 2 packets of biscuits from the aloof woman beside her, devouring them under the disdainful gazes of those around her. Suddenly, a series of inhuman howls echoed from a distance, gradually growing closer, accompanied by a putrid stench that filled the air. Zombies were near, heed the warning. The man behind the wheel bore an icy expression, and rather than halting the vehicle, he accelerated, directly plowing through the zombies ahead. The car jolted as it crushed the lifeless bodies beneath its tires. Ning Shu gazed out at the grotesque figures. Involuntarily, a guttural sound escaped her lips. The undead appeared ashen, with parts of their flesh already decomposing, writhing maggots crawling over the putrid remnants. Their eyes resembled chalky marbles, disturbingly pale and haunting. Though their movements were sluggish, the force with which they pounded on the windows was formidable, causing cracks to spiderweb across the glass. What manner of monstrosities were these? Devoid of any signs of life, yet some unseen power compelled these decaying corpses to move. How eerie! The vehicle sped away, quickly distancing itself from the horrors. And a sigh of relief escaped Ning Shu. The atmosphere within the car felt less taut than before. Lone Wolf, let us find a place to rest. The woman addressed the handsome man at the helm. He flashed her a wicked grin, responding, understood. The man known as Lone Wolf located an abandoned house. Modest in its simplicity, yet no one voiced any objections. Ning Shu was overcome by a singular sensation: hunger. After hastily consuming a meager meal, Lone Wolf assigned others to keep watch, seemingly dismissing Ning Shu as merely a young girl, and thus she was not tasked with the vigil. Only the beautiful woman received such consideration. At last, Ning Shu found an opportunity to engage with the unfolding narrative. The tale commences with a horde of monstrous entities erupting from the laboratory. These creatures possess immense strength, are impervious to pain, and lack any signs of life. Yet they exhibit an insatiable craving for human flesh. Their infectious nature is alarmingly potent. Once captured, if not dismembered, one risks being assimilated into the ranks of the undead. The virus carried by these zombies spreads rapidly, threatening to plunge the human world into chaos. However, Ning Shu finds herself in a state of greater despair. As the architect of such monstrosities is none other than the school physician, a genetic scientist codenamed Madman. How could you, dear sir, wield such power? Have you conjured these horrors from your own household? You have transformed a once beautiful campus into a realm of apocalypse. Why not ascend to the heavens instead? This body, known as Fodder, belongs to a member of the Special Operations Team, merely 17 years of age, embarking on her inaugural mission to locate this madman and seize the genetic serum he possesses. Capturing him would be an even greater boon. This serum is the very substance responsible for the creation of these abominable creatures, yet it also harbors a 50% chance of awakening latent abilities within the human body. However, the school physician had fled with the serum long before, leaving the team with the task of tracking down the elusive madman. In Chapter 88, the search for the Apocalypse's great boss, 3, Fodder is accompanied by 5 other skilled operatives, all seasoned agents of the nation. However, as this body is embarking on a mission for the first time, she becomes the weak link in the team, resulting in a rather unfavorable disposition from her companions towards her. In truth, the Flower did not realize that the agents within the ranks had defected to the factions known as Lone Wolf and Phoenix, betraying their country. Upon discovering the gene serum, they injected it directly, leading to the awakening of extraordinary abilities in all 5 individuals, who subsequently established a base. As the number of infected individuals grew, the nation began to crumble, giving rise to numerous bases resisting the zombie onslaught. The Flower, having received the gene serum, was swiftly eliminated and cast into the horde of zombies, meeting a gruesome fate that denied her even the chance to become one of them. Alas, this young girl could barely be considered a supporting character. She was merely a trivial pawn, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Thus, Lone Wolf and Phoenix emerged as the protagonists, ordinary agents overshadowed by the strikingly bold nature of the former. The male lead was handsome and imposing, while the female lead exuded an air of cold elegance. The original host's aspirations were twofold: to survive in this apocalyptic world and to deliver the gene serum to the nation, rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of Phoenix and Lone Wolf. Ning Shu observed the tasks assigned to these 2 individuals and felt they were even simpler than previous missions. However, the challenge of seizing items from the protagonists was far from trivial. Ning Shu comprehended why the original host wished to return the serum to the nation. The concept of country held little significance for her. Instead, her loyalty lay with the commander of the agent group, who had nurtured and trained her. Her motivation to fulfill the mission stemmed from a desire to repay the kindness of her benefactor. It appeared that this girl was rather naive and innocent, oblivious to the unfolding events within the team. Why did every mission have to be so treacherous? Moreover, the narrative does not address the fate of the mad scientist responsible for transforming the world into its current state. The team discovered the genetic serum in a rudimentary laboratory. It seems that the school doctor is truly an extraordinary presence. With the emergence of a new favored one, it is likely that the previous protagonist, Ning Shu, has perished, prompting the heavens to reselect and redistribute fortune. This is indeed a sorrowful tale. Ning Shu feels an urge to weep, lamenting, "Oh mother, this world is perilous. Beset not only by zombies but also by teammates who wish to end her life. Hey, wake up. You sleep endlessly." Ning Shu is nudged awake, her eyes fluttering open to the bright light of day. She turned to the man beside her, known by the codename Spider, an expert in various firearms. At that moment, Spider regarded Ning Shu with palpable impatience. "You are an agent. How can you lack even the most basic vigilance? Sleeping soundly until dawn. Someone like you deserves to be devoured by zombies." Ning Shu remained silent, her expression as bewildered as ever, following Spider into the ranks. Today's meal consisted once again of compressed biscuits. Regardless of her taste, she consumed every morsel, for her hunger was overwhelming. Glancing around, Ning Shu noticed that Lone Wolf and Chicks were conspicuously absent from the group, prompting her to inquire of Spider, "Where did the captain go?" "Mind your own business and refrain from meddling in others' affairs," Spider retorted curtly. The others regarded Ning Shu with a similar indifference. Ning Shu pondered internally whether she should directly sever ties with the group and embark on a solitary quest for the genetic fluid. However, this scheme brimmed with peril, as she possessed no supplies, neither water nor food. Could she truly rely solely on her legs to traverse the distance? If that were the case, she would surely meet her demise before she could even reach her goal. Moreover, her abrupt departure from the group would undoubtedly alert the Lone Wolf and the fledgling Phoenix, hastening her untimely end. Both the Lone Wolf and the fledgling Phoenix were ruthless and decisive individuals. Thus, remaining within the group became imperative to locate the genetic fluid. In truth, Ning Shu found a certain appeal in confronting such formidable male and female protagonists. She preferred to engage with individuals of this caliber, as their minds were at least sound, rather than the insipid beings from her previous world who, despite their unreasonable antics, insisted that others were the ones causing chaos. After breakfast, Ning Shu had intended to strike up a conversation with these individuals, yet none acknowledged her presence. Some were cleaning their guns, while others were sharpening their blades. Utterly disregarding her, Ning Shu felt disheartened and relinquished her attempts at conversation. She empathized with the original owner of her body, who seemed to be in a rather unfortunate position, lacking the prowess to even inspire a desire for recruitment. The original owner was also quite single-minded, fixated solely on the task at hand, without a hint of temptation toward the alluring genetic fluid. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open with a resounding bang, and the group looked up to see the Lone Wolf and fledgling Phoenix tumbling in, their faces etched with terror and vigilance. The Lone Wolf, his expression grave, positioned himself protectively in front of the fledgling Phoenix. "Captain, what transpired?" The wolf Spider inquired, raising his gun and scanning the surroundings with acute wariness. As Ning Shu drew her firearm upon the entrance of these two individuals, an overwhelming pressure began to encroach upon her senses, indicating that they had provoked something formidable. The protagonist, burdened by a fateful disposition, had unwittingly attracted an insurmountable force. The unfortunate souls around her were mere pawns in a grim game, while she remained unscathed. Beads of cold sweat adorned Ning Shu's forehead as this immense pressure threatened to crush her heart. The expressions of those in the room were grave. Even the typically aloof and elegant Chu Feng appeared ashen. Ning Shu retreated a step, silently positioning herself at the rear of the group. The Lone Wolf in front cast a scornful glance her way, but she remained indifferent. After all, it was they who had summoned this chaos. Yet they dared to look down upon others. Just as everyone was on high alert, a figure suddenly appeared at the doorway, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Ning Shu instinctively fired a shot, only to strike a mere afterimage. Before she could comprehend, a figure materialized before her, a grotesquely enlarged face, pale and gray, unmistakably a zombie, yet unlike its decaying counterparts, this one exhibited remarkable agility. This was an evolved, mutated zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Shu turned and fled. She knew she stood no chance against such a creature. The zombie became entangled with the others, providing her a narrow escape. In a frenzy, darts, hidden weapons, and bullets were hurled at the zombie. Yet to the dismay of all present, it deftly evaded each attack. Ning Shu's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. The apocalypse had barely commenced, and such a formidable adversary had already emerged. This entity was a veritable weapon of mass destruction. And humanity, at this juncture, possessed no means of resistance. The lone wolf and Chiffon truly had a penchant for trouble. Chapter 89. The Search for the Apocalypse's Great Boss. 4. The ghastly roars of zombies echoed from afar, growing ever closer, a disquieting reminder of their considerable numbers. Before them loomed a formidable creature yet to be subdued, and now they found themselves encircled by the undead. Ning Shu observed as her companions employed every conceivable tactic. Yet even bullets seemed ineffective against this relentless foe, whose speed was simply astounding. An unsettling sensation gripped Ning Shu as she felt the zombie's gaze fixated upon her. An unvarnished hunger for flesh. Could it be that this wretched creature sought to devour her? The throng of zombies swelled, their putrid stench overwhelming, threatening to induce nausea. Ning Shu swiftly dispatched a zombie that lunged towards her, but her attention was drawn to another, ensnared by the lone wolf. She pondered whether the lone wolf and the fledgling phoenix had inadvertently provoked this relentless foe. Suddenly, a chilling aura crept upon her from behind, raising the hairs on Ning Shu's neck. Instinctively, she evaded the impending assault, rolling on the ground to escape the zombie's grasp. She called out to the fledgling phoenix. "Did you take something?" The fledgling phoenix shook her head vigorously, denying any such action. However, Ning Shu sensed something amiss. If nothing had been taken, why the relentless pursuit? "Everyone, get in the vehicle," commanded the captain, the lone wolf, as he ascended into the car, urging the fledgling phoenix to follow suit. "We cannot contend with this zombie." Ning Shu hastily climbed into the vehicle and slammed the door shut. As the group caught their breath, Ning Shu scanned the interior, only to realize with horror that one of their own was missing, one had perished. The plot has taken a turn. In the original storyline, aside from the demise of Ning Shu, the other characters remained unharmed and eventually awakened their extraordinary abilities. Chiffon bit her lip tightly, her face pale, displaying a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Ning Shu sensed that Chiffon was concealing something. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from the roof of the vehicle. A mutated zombie had appeared atop it. Ning Shu felt an ominous premonition as the loud sounds continued from above. Gripping her firearm tightly, she braced herself. The lone wolf slammed on the brakes and accelerated, attempting to dislodge the zombie from the roof. The vehicle jolted violently, making Ning Shu nearly nauseous. Yet the zombie clung on as if it were a gecko, refusing to be shaken off. Turning her head, she noticed a grotesque, grayish zombie face peering in through the window. Stiffening, she turned away. What should they do now? The zombies were engaging them directly. The noise from the roof persisted, and cracks began to form, the sound growing increasingly loud as the glass of the windows shattered. Ning Shu fired at the outstretched hand of the zombie, the bullet merely grazing its pallid palm, inflicting no damage. Invulnerable, this was utterly bizarre. How could they fight back? "What are you doing? You'll only provoke it further." Chiffon shouted at Ning Shu. Given the circumstances, who cared about provoking it? "Damn it, we're out of fuel," the lone wolf exclaimed. As expected, the vehicle came to a halt shortly thereafter. The zombie, having lost its perch, leapt down from the roof, targeting Chufeng's chest directly. Ning Shu. Zombies or not, what on earth? The attacked Chufeng's face turned pale, seemingly devoid of the will to resist against the onslaught of the zombies. Her expression, one of bewilderment. "Chufeng, quickly evade," called the lone wolf, firing at the undead. To their surprise, the zombies did not attack Chufeng. Instead, they yanked something from her neck, a glass vial that glimmered brightly in the sunlight. The transparent liquid within was more viscous than ordinary water. "What is this?" Chiffon exclaimed, realizing that the zombies had seized the genetic fluid. The others were momentarily taken aback. Genetic fluid? Did Chiffon actually find it? Ning Shu's expression turned somewhat perplexed. What could the zombies possibly want with this genetic fluid? It seemed this twist was not part of the original narrative. Having acquired their prize, the zombies showed no inclination to linger, intent on departing with the genetic fluid. "Stop them. We must obtain that genetic fluid," shouted the lone wolf to the other four. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. It was evident they could not overpower the zombies, so why even attempt it? Yet, despite her thoughts, she acted swiftly, firing at the zombies. Though it proved futile, shouldn't they feel fortunate that the zombies were not intent on exterminating them? The zombies, seemingly provoked, let out a ferocious roar and advanced menacingly towards the five, their expressions twisted with rage. Ning Shu pondered whether the zombies perceived her as the weaker target as they surged toward her. Observing that the others merely made a token effort to deter the zombies, showing no intention of aiding her, Ning Shu realized she had to fend for herself. A pallid hand reached towards Ning Shu's neck. An overwhelming stench of decay assaulted her senses, nearly causing her to retch. She fired a shot at the zombie's head, but it evaded her aim. As the grotesque claws drew closer, her pupils dilated in terror. Just as she comprehended the imminent danger, the zombie's head unexpectedly exploded, showering her with a grisly spray of grayish brain matter. Ning Shu was rendered speechless. As were the onlookers, the zombie's formidable defense had caught them all off guard. Wiping her face, she opened her eyes to see a vehicle parked not far away, with a man standing before it. Clad in a flowing black trench coat, the wind tousled its hem, lending him an air of elegance. He held a firearm, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Ning Shu. Instead of succumbing to the zombie's menace, she found herself paralyzed by the threat of the gun. "No, please, don't," she implored, raising her hands in a gesture of peace. "We're all human here." Ning Shu had not anticipated encountering the school doctor in such a dire situation. He still wore that infamous trench coat, and after traversing several realms, seeing him again felt surreal. "Thank you for your assistance," the lone wolf spoke first. The school doctor cast a nonchalant glance at him, yet maintained the firearm's focus on Ning Shu, causing her hair to bristle with anxiety. "Pick up the gene fluid from the ground," he instructed her. "Could you please lower the gun?" "I'm frightened," Ning Shu shouted back at him. The school doctor let out a derisive scoff and beckoned Ning Shu closer with a gesture of his hand. Ning Shu pried the zombie's grip away and approached the school doctor, holding the genetic serum. Shifeng attempted to move towards Ning Shu but was restrained by the lone wolf. Shifeng's frustration was palpable, her eyes burning with desire as she gazed at the genetic serum in Ning Shu's hand. Ning Shu moved slowly towards the school doctor, who frowned and admonished her not to come so close, remarking on her unpleasant odor. Ning Shu thought to herself, this fastidiousness had not changed at all. In Chapter 90, Seeking the Apocalypse's Great Boss, 5, Ning Shu had hoped to convey her excitement upon encountering an old acquaintance, but the school doctor's disdainful comment extinguished her enthusiasm. It seemed that the school doctor did not recognize her at all. Ning Shu scrutinized him, noting that he remained as striking and charismatic as ever, exuding an aura of both allure and restraint, especially when the light glinted off his gold-rimmed glasses, which was almost unsettling. Now, with a detached expression and a gun aimed at her, Ning Shu felt a surge of fear. After all, this was the same individual who had eliminated even the female lead and could very well bring about the apocalypse. Ning Shu silently pleaded for mercy. The lone wolf and Shifeng clenched their fists, yet neither dared to make a move. Shifeng's gaze towards Ning Shu was filled with resentment, as if blaming her for relinquishing the genetic serum and handing it over to another. The three parties stood in a tense standoff, and Ning Shu felt like a target caught in a crossfire, acutely aware that she might be the first to fall should the need arise. A gust of wind swept by, lifting the hem of the school doctor's coat, making it flutter gracefully, accentuating his long legs. The breeze caressed Ning Shu's face, carrying with it a delicate fragrance, presumably emanating from the school doctor. Ning Shu mused, is this truly the end of days? Why does the doctor still possess the leisure to wear cologne? Does he not feel any remorse for his actions? Is there truly no sense of guilt? Friends, let us lower our weapons and engage in a proper dialogue. This standoff is merely a waste of precious time. We risk attracting the zombies, the lone wolf proposed. Suddenly, Ning Shu realized something troubling. It appeared that neither the lone wolf nor the agents recognized the school doctor. Wasn't he a wanted criminal? Surely, a fugitive would have a photograph circulating somewhere. This man must hold greater value than that dubious gene serum. Yet, it seemed that the original owner of this body was equally ignorant of the appearance of the so-called mad scientist. They were simply tasked with locating the gene serum, likely without any hope of capturing the madman. Sir, you are quite remarkable. Do you have a family? And, sir, with such sins, do your family members also bear the same weight? Ning Shu's cheeks twitched as she glanced up, only to be met with the ominous sight of dark gun barrels, prompting her to bow her head and pretend to be oblivious. Upon hearing the lone wolf's words, the school doctor merely acknowledged with a grunt. The lone wolf assumed this response indicated agreement, but the next statement froze his handsome visage. Wipe the brain matter from your hands and clean the gene serum vial. The school doctor directed at Ning Shu. Noticing Ning Shu's ashen face, he seemed to struggle with the sight, turning away to clean himself as well. At this juncture, was it truly necessary to bicker over such trifles? Ning Shu wiped her hands clean, then proceeded to polish the gene serum vial. The vial of genetic liquid was diminutive, akin to a penicillin bottle containing only a meager amount of that peculiar substance. A familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Indeed, it was the scent of the school doctor. Up close, it did not resemble perfume, but rather the aroma that lingered after a refreshing shower. Why did it seem as though the school doctor did not inhabit a post-apocalyptic world? Chiffon was quite confident in her marksmanship, convinced that her shot would surely eliminate the foolish woman, Huaduo. However, to her astonishment, she struck only an afterimage. Was her speed truly that remarkable? With her shot having missed its target, Chu Feng's icy demeanor grew even more frigid, her lips pressed tightly together. The school doctor aimed his weapon at Chiffon, causing a palpable tension among the wolf and his companions, for gun barrels trained on the school doctor. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, while the opposing party appeared increasingly anxious. What was going on? Stay away from me. It stinks. In the midst of such a grave atmosphere, the school doctor suddenly spoke, startling everyone to the brink of accidentally discharging their firearms. Ning Shu interjected, "This is not the time for discussion, uncle. We should make our escape." As soon as she uttered those words, an unsettling sensation washed over her. This scene felt strikingly familiar. Why did the school doctor consistently engage in actions that threatened to make one's heart race? The school doctor murmured in acknowledgement, as if he had experienced a similar ordeal before. Growls echoed in the distance. The discarded zombies had pursued them, and while the mutated ones had perished, these zombies seemed uncontrollable, drawn to the scent of the living, their roars growing more intense and frenzied. Enough, enough. The priority now is to confront the zombies. Let us unite our efforts to combat them. The lone wolf elongated his handsome visage, revealing his profound displeasure. I had previously stipulated that no one was permitted to strike from behind while confronting the zombies. Ning Shu curled her lips in disdain, for she harbored not a shred of belief in the lone wolf's words. The school doctor was the first to shatter the skull of the zombie ahead with impressive swiftness, leaving the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. The lone wolf's gaze was complex as he regarded the latest firearm in the doctor's grasp. Although Ning Shu did not comprehend the intricacies of new weaponry, she sensed that the doctor's gun was exceptionally rapid. The bullets sped through the air, leaving trails of white smoke in their wake. The zombies, oblivious to fear, were driven solely by their insatiable hunger for flesh. As the zombie in front collapsed, an unrelenting wave of its brethren surged forth. Ning Shu drew her own weapon to fend off the undead, but soon found herself devoid of ammunition. In a moment of desperation, she seized a wooden stick from the ground and, summoning all her strength, struck the zombie's head with it, resulting in a grisly explosion akin to that of a burst watermelon, splattering her face with grayish brain matter. The school doctor, standing nearby, took a few steps back, his lips pressed tightly together. Noticing the distance between them, Ning Shu hurriedly pursued him. To be frank, she preferred to place her trust in the doctor rather than the lone wolf and his companions, especially considering that just moments ago, the chick had intended to shoot her. The school doctor swiftly drew a firearm from his waist and tossed it to Ning Shu, exclaiming, "Get away, you disgust me." Clumsily, she caught the gun and fired a shot at a zombie's head, which exploded upon impact. "There are too many zombies. We should make our escape." Chirping with a shrill voice, the fledgling phoenix exclaimed. A portion of the zombies was still tearing at the remains of the mutated corpses, and soon there would be even more. How do we proceed? The vehicle has run out of fuel. The lone wolf bellowed, firing a shot at one of the zombies. The attention of the group shifted to the school doctor, who appeared oblivious to their gaze, brushing dust off his clothing. "My friend," the lone wolf began, but was swiftly interrupted by the school doctor. "No?" The lone wolf's face turned a shade of deep indigo, anticipating yet another fierce battle. However, the nonchalant demeanor of the school doctor was infuriating. Chapter 91, Seeking the Apocalypse's Great Boss 6. The team's vehicle was out of fuel and, compounded by the turmoil caused by the mutated zombies, was essentially rendered inoperable. Thus, all hope was placed upon the school doctor, who resolutely declined their pleas. The surrounding zombies roared, and with the vehicle incapacitated, the thought of relying solely on their legs to escape filled everyone with a profound sense of despair. Ning Shu, seeing a zombie approaching her, swiftly dispatched it with a shot. She cast a grimy, brain-splattered visage towards the school doctor, pleading earnestly, "Uncle, we should flee first." The school doctor fixed his gaze ahead, refusing to acknowledge Ning Shu's face. "Keep your distance from me." Ning Shu lamented inwardly. The lone wolf exchanged a knowing glance with his team members and began to stealthily move towards the school doctor's vehicle. While the others feigned combat against the zombies to provide cover for him, Ning Shu observed the lone wolf straining to pull the car door, her heart racing with anxiety. She had no illusions that he would take her and the doctor along. These individuals were ruthless, mercilessly executing their missions for the nation. Doctor. Ning Shu thought to reach out and tug at the doctor's sleeve, but he swiftly evaded her grasp. His obsessive cleanliness was truly exasperating. Doctor, they are about to drive away with your car, she exclaimed in desperation. Was she to meet a fate akin to being torn apart by zombies, as in the narrative? Suddenly, the doctor grasped Ning Shu's collar, positioning her in front of him as a shield. Before she could comprehend the situation, she witnessed a zombie in the distance have its head blown apart, brain matter splattering, some of which grotesquely landed on her face. Damn it, that wretch! Ning Shu cursed under her breath. Meanwhile, the lone wolf continued to struggle with the car door, even attempting to pry open the hood, yet the vehicle remained obstinately shut. The tension among the group was palpable, their frustration reaching a boiling point, and even the zombies were momentarily forgotten as they rushed to assist. They employed every trick from the espionage playbook, but the car was as impenetrable as a turtle's shell. The doctor produced the car key, and the vehicle emitted a sound of unlocking. The lone wolf, seizing the moment, anticipated opening the door, entering the car, and starting it with ease. However, he was met with the chill of something cold pressing against his head. He had no desire to discover the sensation of being shot, raising his hands. His handsome face contorted in surprise. This is a misunderstanding, he managed to utter from his throat. The doctor snorted dismissively and entered the car first, while Ning Shu shamelessly slid into the passenger seat. Surrounded by the enclosure of vehicles, Ning Shu suddenly felt a profound sense of security. The group, led by the lone wolf, observed the unexpected emergence of a man who seemed disinclined to assist them. Anxiety etched on their faces, they pounded on the windows, their mouths moving in silent desperation, their words unheard due to the remarkable soundproofing. The surrounding zombies closed in, igniting a spark of irritation within the lone wolf. It seemed an endless ordeal, cursed be it. Shufeng urgently tapped on the window beside the school doctor, her striking visage revealing both anxiety and a hint of pleading. The school doctor squinted at her before the window slid open. Seizing the opportunity, Shufeng grasped his attire and implored, "Please take us away, I beg you." Was this a cruel jest? Why bother to open the window if he was unwilling to help? Only Ning Shu understood the underlying reason. It was the school doctor's obsessive-compulsive tendencies combined with his fastidiousness that had compelled him to hesitate. In comparison, Ning Shu noted that he had shown her a degree of leniency, merely allowing the zombies to splatter her with brain matter. The sight of such grotesque matter was far from terrifying. As she gazed at the school doctor, his profile appeared cold and detached. His black coat bore not a speck of dust, and his long legs, resting on the seat, exuded an aura of asceticism. Thus, it seemed that scientists and doctors were often prone to eccentricity. The school doctor embodied both roles in their entirety. One could only ponder why he remained inactive. Ning Shu watched the lone wolf and his companions, battling the zombies while desperately pounding on the vehicle's windows. This sensation was exhilarating. She picked up a piece of paper to wipe the brain matter from her face, wondering who was to blame for her predicament. And yet the disdain directed at her was unwarranted. I, like them, am an agent of the National Special Operations Group, Ning Shu stated earnestly. The school doctor raised an eyebrow, regarding Ning Shu with skepticism. You an agent? Ning Shu felt an overwhelming sense of disdain and mockery emanating from the mere 4 words he uttered. Not everyone has experienced the bizarre journey you have, traversing 2 worlds only to realize that this individual has altered the course of humanity, becoming a harbinger of destruction, while she remains a mere remnant of her former self. Ning Shu twitched her lips, silently wiping the remnants of her cerebral matter from her face. It wasn't until those outside were nearly exhausted that the school doctor finally rolled down the car window. A fledgling zombie rushed over, this time not clutching the school doctor's clothing. The fledgling gasped for breath, perspiration glistening on her skin, trickling down her neck and pooling in the deep valley of her chest. Ning Shu pondered. Why could she not comprehend which aspect the school doctor referred to? State your demands, she urged. The fledgling furrowed her brow. We have run out of ammunition. Please, save us. The school doctor, with an impassive countenance, inquired, anything at all? His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the fledgling's face. Her complexion paled as she glanced at the lone wolf, whose expression was grim. He nodded subtly in her direction. Taking a deep breath, the fledgling declared, "Very well, please save us." "I accept." The school doctor nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, "By the way, my vehicle is laden with explosives. If I perish, I have the capability to detonate the car before my demise. Furthermore, the windows are made of bulletproof glass. Once you enter, there is no escaping." The group known as the Lone Wolves froze in shock and hurriedly boarded the vehicle. Suddenly, the school doctor drew a firearm from his waist and shot the man seated behind him directly in the forehead, leaving the man with an expression of utter astonishment as he succumbed to his fate. "What are you doing? What on earth are you doing?" Both Chiffon and the Lone Wolf aimed their guns at the school doctor, while the spider pointed her weapon at Ning Shu, creating a tense standoff. Ning Shu responded, "I did not kill him, so why am I being implicated?" Chapter 92. Searching for the Apocalypse's Great Boss. 7. Ning Shu was perplexed by the doctor's sudden act of violence. If he had no intention of saving them, why had he allowed them to enter the vehicle? She was utterly bewildered. Chu Feng wore a disbelieving expression as she began to examine their fallen comrade, ultimately discovering claw marks on his arm where a zombie had attacked him, the flesh already beginning to turn a sickly hue. "Throw him out," the school doctor commanded once more. Gritting her teeth, Chifeng opened the car door and forcefully kicked the body out before slamming the door shut. The expelled individual was immediately torn apart by the zombies, creating a truly gruesome scene. The expressions on everyone's faces were a complex tapestry of emotions. Ning Shu turned to the school doctor and inquired, "How did you know he had been injured by a zombie?" The school doctor cast a disdainful glance at Ning Shu, retorting, "Did you not smell the scent of blood?" To her surprise, she had not detected any. Indeed, he was an expert in anatomy, remarkably sensitive to the aroma of blood. Why does this fellow harbor such animosity towards her? The school doctor observed Ning Shu. "Have you been infected?" "No, I have not been infected." Ning Shu quickly gestured, asserting that one who has mastered unparalleled martial arts possesses a robust physique. "What evidence do you have to prove that you are not infected?" The wolf spider grinned, his otherwise ordinary face taking on a somewhat sinister aspect. Ning Shu smirked and replied, "What evidence do you possess to prove that I am infected?" "Enough of this, wolf spider," Shu Feng interjected, turning to the school doctor. "Thank you for saving us." "It was nothing." The school doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, the lenses gleaming. Ning Shu felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Suspecting the school doctor might have ulterior motives, perhaps an interest in the female protagonist, the doctor pressed the accelerator, shaking off the pursuing zombies, and shortly thereafter, he came to a halt, seemingly unwilling to proceed further. Lonely Wolf, his handsome face elongated with displeasure, inquired sternly, "Why have we stopped? What purpose does lingering in this desolate wilderness serve?" He harbored a deep disdain and aversion towards this stranger, for since their encounter, he had found his once unassailable position compromised, even his authority as captain threatened. The school doctor dusted off his clothing, appearing oblivious to Lonely Wolf's remarks. "Hey, what is your attitude? I am speaking to you." Lonely Wolf could hardly restrain his impulse to draw his weapon and eliminate this bothersome individual. Ning Shu, recognizing the school doctor's exasperating demeanor, also questioned, "Uncle, why have we not moved on?" The zombie's sense of smell can only detect humans within a 2-kilometer radius. The school doctor finally offered an explanation. Ning Shu felt as though she might kneel before him in reverence and inquired, "How do you know this?" She had always been intrigued by the unknown. The school doctor turned to her, remarking, "I have encountered individuals as foolish as you." Ning Shu responded with a forced chuckle, choosing not to retort. The Lone Wolf, feeling agitated, raked his fingers through his hair and stated, "Even so, does that mean we will remain here, waiting for the zombies to catch up, only to run 2 kilometers again?" The school doctor cast a cool gaze upon the Lone Wolf, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting with a chilling light. "You are creating a mess with your hair, filling the car with dust. I could easily eliminate you for that," he warned. The Lone Wolf's hand froze mid-motion, reluctant to engage further. However, upon noticing the firearm at the man's waist, he begrudgingly lowered his hand in irritation. Both Chifeng and Wolf Spider observed the man's imposing presence, growing hesitant to speak. Chifeng squeezed the Lone Wolf's hand, urging him to remain patient. The Lone Wolf's frustration deepened. Losing face in front of his woman was a blow to his masculine pride. The group fell silent. The Lone Wolf was the first to exit the vehicle, intending to check on the supplies inside. Ning Shu wished to assist, but was halted by the school doctor's voice. "Stay seated. Your presence would only cause chaos." Ning Shu complied, remaining in the vehicle alongside the school doctor. After all, the lone wolf's group harbored ill intentions towards her, making it safer to remain with the school doctor. She turned to see the school doctor's gaze fixed sharply on Chifeng, who was busy moving items. His eyes keen and penetrating. Chifeng, a skilled agent, possessed an acute sense of awareness, instinctively sensing the gaze of another upon her. The scrutiny caused her muscles to tense. For the man's eyes were piercingly sharp, exuding a commanding presence that rendered her breathless. Ning Shu inquired, "Uncle, do you harbor feelings for Chifeng?" "Feelings?" The school doctor replied with a faint smile, his countenance softening considerably, yet Ning Shu perceived an unsettling intensity beneath his demeanor. "A modicum of interest," he remarked, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. Ning Shu felt an inexplicable urge to mourn for Chifeng. For the school doctor had previously professed his exclusive desire for another female protagonist, only to be captured and subjected to experimentation under the guise of enhancing human genetics and awakening superior traits, ultimately wreaking havoc upon the world. What did a modicum of interest truly signify? Was it genuine affection, or merely a prelude to dissection? Resting his head on his hand, the school doctor regarded Ning Shu with a languid expression and queried, "Have we encountered each other before? Why do you refer to me as uncle?" It became a habit to call you that without thinking," she stammered, caught off guard. How could she confess their past complicity? Just as she prepared to respond, an abrupt electric crackle surged through her mind, followed by a cold, mechanical voice stating, "Players must not reveal their identities. They are but transient visitors and must not disrupt the fabric of this world." Oh, she had no intention of disclosing anything to the school doctor, lest he decide to dissect her instead. The school doctor arched an eyebrow, emitting a sound of intrigue from his nasal passages as he scrutinized Ning Shu. The young lady, at the tender age of 18, respectfully referred to the older gentleman as uncle, acknowledging the age difference. Ning Shu casually fabricated an excuse. Although this body was technically only 17, the occupants of the vehicle engaged in conversation. Yet a dispute erupted between the lone wolf and the fledgling phoenix regarding their next course of action. The male protagonist, the lone wolf, was reluctant to accompany the school doctor, but the fledgling phoenix insisted on following him, arguing that it would be prudent to reach a safe location before parting ways. Chapter 93, The Search for the Ultimate Boss in the Apocalypse 8. The fledgling phoenix presented compelling reasons for her decision to accompany the school doctor. The surroundings were desolate, bordering on the uninhabited, with scarce human presence, yet abundant resources. Was it sensible to rely solely on their own legs to transport these supplies? Furthermore, their group had dwindled to just 3 members, herself, the lone wolf, and the spider. The fledgling phoenix had subconsciously excluded Ning Shu from their ranks. What would they do if confronted by zombies? Could they outrun them while burdened? And if they encountered mutated zombies, they would be ill-equipped to defend themselves. The lone wolf recognized that his reluctance was irrational, yet he felt an inexplicable aversion to being in the company of that man, who exuded an aura of danger that made him uneasy. However, the fledgling phoenix's arguments were sound, and the other man in the group, the spider, sided with her. Outnumbered, the lone wolf had no choice but to concede. Grasping the fledgling phoenix's hand, he cautioned, "Keep your distance from that man. I sense his intentions towards you are dubious. Do not be deceived." The school doctor, unfazed by the lone wolf's insinuations and maintaining an air of calm, garnered Ning Shu's silent admiration for his composure. Indeed, Ning Shu possesses a profound understanding of why the lone wolf is reluctant to accompany the school doctor. The school doctor radiates an overwhelming brilliance that eclipses the protagonist's own light. Who is the male lead, after all? He is inherently endowed with a sense of superiority and his own pride. How could he possibly endure being overshadowed by another? Yet, in the current predicament, the lone wolf must stifle his simmering anger as he loads items into the vehicle, casting resentful glances at the school doctor. The school doctor, however, remains indifferent, quietly inspecting his fingernails and ignoring the lone wolf's ire, which renders the latter's handsome visage a shade of fury. Once the items have been loaded, the trio finally boards the vehicle. The spider, observing Ning Shu's relaxed demeanor, can no longer restrain herself and venomously remarks, "Some individuals are merely freeloaders, utterly oblivious to the concept of assistance." What had she done to incur this individual's wrath, perpetually seeking to provoke her? Wasn't he the task accomplished with her involvement? Ning Shu, emboldened by the presence of the school doctor, stands tall and unwavering. The spider raises her fist towards Ning Shu, casting a wary glance at the school doctor before mockingly suggesting that Ning Shu believes she has found a formidable ally. Ning Shu, in turn, wears an expression of triumph. Spider, cease this nonsense, Chu Feng interjects, addressing the spider before turning to the school doctor. My friend, may I inquire about your next destination? Perhaps it is merely Ning Shu's perception, but Chu Feng's tone appears notably softer when conversing with the school doctor. Ning Shu glances at her reflection in the rearview mirror. Noting the ashen hue of her face, the remnants of dried brain matter, her ordinary features, and her disheveled hair. In a word, she finds herself utterly unremarkable. Ning Shu cast a glance at the strikingly beautiful female lead, quietly smoothing her unruly hair. Indeed, she had become a mere complement to the protagonist. With only 2 women in the group, her presence perfectly highlighted the allure of the Phoenix, casting doubt on the very purpose of her original existence. How disheartening. Upon hearing the Phoenix's words, the school doctor raised an eyebrow, turning to face her. The Phoenix subtly puffed out her chest and inquired, "Where are you headed?" The school doctor adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and replied, "Wherever you plan to go, I shall accompany you." At this, a smile graced the Phoenix's face, enhancing her beauty, while the lone wolf maintained a stoic expression. Thus, the school doctor joined their ranks, wherever the Phoenix decided to go. They followed, much to the chagrin of the lone wolf, who wore a perpetual frown. When confronted by zombies, he would be the first to charge forward, venting his frustrations upon them. Yet, the Phoenix's trust in the school doctor only deepened, and each time Ning Shu observed the cold gleam of his glasses, her heart tightened. Especially when witnessing the Phoenix displaying a hint of girlishness in the presence of the school doctor, Ning Shu felt a chill run down her spine. The apocalypse revealed a stark reality. In such extreme conditions, human nature magnified exponentially, and the primal rules of survival of the fittest, were starkly evident. The instinct to admire and submit to the strong was laid bare. The man possessed advanced weaponry and exhibited remarkable agility, remaining composed in the face of the undead. What was even more admirable was his appearance, which seemed untouched by the apocalypse, his clothes impeccably clean, nails neatly trimmed, and not a speck of dirt to be found upon him, exuding an extraordinary charm. In stark contrast, the lone wolf was consumed by rage, relentlessly hacking and stomping on the decapitated zombies, devoid of any grace, his garments soiled and his body reeking of sweat. This juxtaposition rendered the lone wolf almost insignificant, overshadowing even the protagonist's radiance. However, what piqued Ning Shu's interest was the purpose of the group led by the chick Phoenix. Were they still in pursuit of the gene fluid? They had been searching for quite some time without success. Ning Shu felt the vial of gene fluid nestled in her pocket, a remnant obtained from a mutated zombie. The school doctor had dismissed the vial as dirty, prompting Ning Shu to keep it for herself. Yet, despite the passage of time, the doctor had not requested it back. Naturally, Ning Shu was not naive enough to hand over the gene fluid to him. She had long been curious about the nature of this gene fluid, which had the power to alter the world so drastically. According to the memories of the original owner, the team leader had mentioned that it was actually a government initiative aimed at enhancing physical capabilities and improving genetics, spearheaded by a genetic scientist codenamed Madman. However, they had not anticipated that such a creation would come to fruition. Alas, not everyone can attain enhancement. There exists a 50% chance of activating the advanced genes within the human body, awakening extraordinary abilities, while the other 50% may result in becoming a monstrous entity devoid of pain, possessing immense strength, yet consumed solely by insatiable hunger. Furthermore, the virus one carries could assimilate humanity into their kind. The perpetrator of these calamities has fled, absconding with his tools, while the abominations within the laboratory have burst forth, wreaking havoc upon the world. Oh, what a transgression you have committed, sir. What could possibly be your ulterior motive in joining this cohort? Is it perhaps an unsettling fascination with dissecting the protagonist? Come here, beckoned the school physician, gesturing towards Ning Shu as though coaxing a small dog. With a scowl upon her face, Ning Shu approached and inquired, "What is it, sir?" "Here, bend this steel rebar," the school physician instructed, pointing to a piece of rebar as thick as his thumb. "Why?" Ning Shu questioned, perplexed by the request. The school physician gazed at her, his golden-rimmed glasses glinting with an almost sinister light, prompting Ning Shu to pick up the rebar from the ground. "Use all your strength to bend it," he urged. Ning Shu nodded and exerted herself, managing to bend the rebar but not break it. She turned to the school physician and asked, "Is this acceptable?" He nodded, extending his hand to stroke her arm. Alarmed, Ning Shu discarded the rebar and retreated, eyeing him warily. "What are you doing, sir?" "Just testing your strength." I previously noticed you possess considerable power, he replied. The school doctor beckoned Ning Shu over, saying, "Come here, let me feel your muscles." Ning Shu stifled a laugh but felt uneasy. The reason for her strength lay in her mastery of a remarkable martial art. And the mere thought of the name of the internal power manual filled her with embarrassment. Taking small steps, Ning Shu approached the school doctor, who, with a serious expression, began to assess her physique. A chill ran through her. It felt as though she was about to be dissected. After his examination, the school doctor nodded, acknowledging that while her muscles were not particularly large, they were indeed firm, an ideal condition. As he spoke, the golden frames of his glasses glinted ominously, causing Ning Shu to feel a surge of fear. Surely he did not intend to perform an autopsy on her. At that moment, Chifeng approached, interrupting the intense gaze shared between Ning Shu and the school doctor. Holding 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water, Chifeng handed them to the school doctor. He casually passed 1 box of biscuits to Ning Shu, who eagerly accepted it, having been hungry for quite some time. Observing this exchange, Chufeng's eyes flickered momentarily as she turned to Ning Shu, saying, "Hua Duer, step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." Ning Shu felt puzzled about Chufeng's intentions. Following her outside, they found themselves in a modest dwelling constructed from mud and long abandoned. It served as a temporary resting place for the group. Chifeng halted her steps, and Ning Shu maintained a 2-meter distance, the safest space between individuals. Her heart guarded against Chufeng's motives. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" she inquired. Ning Shu inquired, while the young phoenix extended a delicate, pale hand towards her. Noticing Ning Shu's bewildered expression, she coldly remarked, "Flower, hand over the genetic fluid so we can complete our mission." "Genetic fluid? I have no such thing," Ning Shu replied. The young phoenix's demeanor turned icy. "Do not feign ignorance. It is the genetic fluid that was taken by the mutated zombies and ultimately ended up in your possession." At last, Ning Shu appeared to comprehend, saying, "That genetic fluid? I have long forgotten where I misplaced it. I didn't even recall it until you mentioned it." Subsequently, she feigned a look of remorse, saying, "Sister Phoenix, it is all my fault." The young phoenix felt a pang of dissatisfaction at being addressed as Sister Anne. Seeing Ning Shu's obstinate demeanor, retorted coldly, "Flower, we are all agents in this mission. Do you wish to see us fail and face the commander's wrath?" Ning Shu inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, "You all have betrayed the nation. What do you care about punishment?" Such words would only deceive the naive original owner. With a sorrowful expression, Ning Shu anxiously exclaimed, "What should we do? I truly lost that genetic fluid. The situation was so dire, with zombies everywhere. I didn't even realize I had lost it." "You." The young phoenix was left speechless with anger and, with a disdainful snort, turned to leave. The school doctor, who had somehow procured milk and was drinking it, noticed Ning Shu's arrival and inquired, "What did she want from you?" The school doctor let out a sound of acknowledgement without uttering any further words, sipping on his milk without offering any to Ning Shu. A wave of gratitude washed over her. "Uncle, you are truly a good man, albeit somewhat eccentric." Upon entering the room, the lone wolf scoffed, casting a hostile glance at the school doctor, his handsome visage betraying a hint of despondency, lacking any semblance of the future overlord of the base. The group gathered around a humble table, and with an effort to project some authority, the lone wolf cleared his throat, though his bravado appeared somewhat hollow. "Chunfeng, you take the lead," he directed towards her, as he was reluctant to engage with the man who left him feeling disconcerted. The team was essentially divided into 2 factions, one comprised of the lone wolf, Chunfeng, and the wolf spider, while the other included Ning Shu and the school doctor, with Chunfeng serving as the bridge between the two. "Do you know what our mission entails?" Chunfeng inquired of the school doctor. He took another sip of his milk, remaining silent. Sensing his reticence, Chunfeng continued, "We are in search of gene fluid." The group turned their attention to the school doctor, who displayed no visible reaction. Frustration crept into Chunfeng. This man was indeed challenging. In her numerous missions, she had never encountered anyone so unresponsive. This gene fluid can awaken latent abilities and enhance physical prowess. With the increasing number of zombies, humanity's survival has become increasingly precarious. "We must find the gene fluid to unleash more extraordinary individuals to combat the undead," Chunfeng stated with a serious expression. The school doctor finally finished his milk and stuffed the unfinished biscuits into Ning Shu's embrace, implying that they were for her. Ning Shu silently consumed the remnants of the biscuits. There was no need to search for the gene liquid. It was merely a semi-finished product. And the madman was already dead, the school doctor remarked with a hint of indifference. Cough. A sudden fit of choking seized Ning Shu as she attempted to swallow the biscuit, hastily reaching for water. The casual declaration of the madman's death from the doctor raised her suspicions. What was his intent? To feign death and convey the erroneous notion that the madman had perished? The lone wolf furrowed his brow and coldly questioned the school doctor. How do you know this? Who are you? You are the most enigmatic in this group. Lacking even a name. Even Chufeng's countenance displayed skepticism as she inquired. How do you know the madman is dead? I killed the madman, the school doctor replied nonchalantly, a look of regret crossing his face as he had destroyed the gene liquid. Cough. Once more, Ning Shu found herself choking, pounding her chest in distress. Chapter 95. Seeking the Apocalypse's Great Boss. 10. Listening to the school doctor spout nonsense with such gravity, Ning Shu felt increasingly unwell. The sole person privy to his identity. She was overwhelmed with a desire to exclaim, "This is the madman. How did he eliminate the madman? Was it suicide?" The school doctor raised an eyebrow at Ning Shu. Noticing her distress as she rolled her eyes, he reached out to pat her back and said, "Such a strong reaction. Do you have any objections?" Ning Shu waved her hand and replied, "I have no objections whatsoever." What opinions could she possibly have? Upon witnessing the school doctor's indifferent demeanor, she felt too intimidated to voice any dissent. The audacity of one who carelessly discarded the gene serum, remaining here with such a lack of shame. Do you not feel even a flicker of remorse? Chufeng retorted vehemently, reminding him of the countless lives lost to zombies and infections due to his negligence. Ning Shu, responding instinctively to Chufeng's accusations, glanced at the school doctor, thinking that such words ought to be directed at him. The architect of these monstrous zombies should bear the burden of guilt. Noticing Ning Shu's gaze upon him, the school doctor shrugged and replied, "It's not as if I misplaced the gene serum. You can see I am of no use." Ning Shu stifled a laugh, her perception of the school doctor evolving once more. Truly, he possessed the thickest skin in existence, bar none. "Flower, I am addressing you. Where on earth did you misplace the gene serum? Do you comprehend its significance?" Chufeng inquired, her expression stern as she confronted Ning Shu. Ning Shu rolled her eyes. At that moment, I couldn't even recall where I had left it. Faced with hordes of zombies, my priority was survival, not the gene serum. Even in the face of death, you should have safeguarded the gene serum, Chufeng admonished Ning Shu. This was utterly relentless. Ning Shu slammed her hand on the table, causing the dilapidated piece of furniture to collapse entirely. "Chufeng, do you wish to engage in a confrontation with me?" Although Chufeng had previously regarded her with disdain, she had maintained an air of noble aloofness, unlike the current scenario where she seemed intent on undermining Ning Shu at every turn. Ning Shu gazed at the composed school physician, pondering whether the female protagonist was feeling jealous due to her closeness with the older man. "Hua Duoer, I am choosing not to hold your youth against you. But are you ever going to cease this? Do you think that with someone backing you, you can ascend to the heavens?" Chufeng spoke coldly, her eyes casting a resentful glance at the school physician. Hua Duoer was merely a girl lacking in both physique and beauty. In comparison, she seemed utterly unattractive. Why then? Did this man favor the young girl over her? With such thoughts, Chufeng's expression turned even more forlorn. "Without the genetic serum, any words are meaningless," she declared. Chufeng shot Ning Shu a disdainful look. "Whose fault is this?" "Certainly not mine," Ning Shu silently mused. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the atmosphere until the lone wolf snorted derisively, taking the lead to depart, casting an impatient and menacing glance at Ning Shu. She edged closer to the school physician, who met the lone wolf's gaze with an icy stare. With a scoff, the lone wolf turned to leave. "Flatterer," the spider-like figure mocked Ning Shu. The school physician turned to Ning Shu with a smirk, stating, "You are supposed to be teammates. How is it that your character is so lacking?" Ning Shu replied with a playful chuckle, "Who knows? Is your strength innate?" The school physician adjusted his glasses and inquired, his eyes glinting ominously. Ning Shu flashed a grin at him, saying, "Uncle, this is indeed natural for me." The school physician merely acknowledged her with an "oh," saying nothing further, and beckoned her closer. Ning Shu promptly moved to stand before him. "Do not stand so close," the school doctor admonished. Ning Shu pouted and took 2 steps back, wondering when the uncle would change his pretentious ways. "Have you ever considered activating your abilities with the genetic serum within you?" the school doctor asked her. Ning Shu nearly jumped up in surprise. But seeing the doctor's indifferent expression, she relinquished her attempt at argument and shook her head, saying, "I do not wish to." "Why not? Your teammates all aspire to activate their abilities with the genetic serum." The school doctor raised an eyebrow at her. "Are you afraid of becoming a zombie?" To be honest, the odds were rather disheartening. Either one ascends to become an empowered being or succumbs to being a mindless flesh-eater. Ning Shu nodded vigorously. I am afraid of becoming a zombie. The school doctor regarded her with evident disdain. You won't even dare to take a chance with a 50-50 probability? Pathetic. What use is someone like you? Ning Shu detected the full weight of his scorn but remained unfazed. She still needed the genetic serum to complete her task. Uncle. Ning Shu settled beside the school doctor and leaned closer, inquiring, Uncle, where does this genetic serum come from? She had always been curious about its origins. The school doctor cast a cursory glance at her, retorting, Why do you need to lean in so close while speaking? TSK, how pretentious, Ning Shu thought, shifting slightly away. Uncle, is your family involved in its creation? The woman the doctor referred to was none other than the protagonist of this campus world, Jun Sumida. The treatment she received was undoubtedly the most frustrating for any female lead, and she probably met her end long ago. Chapter 96, The Search for the Ultimate Apocalypse Boss, 11. Moreover, the number of zombies encountered along the journey has been steadily increasing, with an alarming rise in the occurrence of mutated zombies. Currently, we have encountered 3 such aberrations, capable of summoning additional undead. What were? Wake up. The school doctor gently nudged Ning Shu with his foot. Startled, Ning Shu opened her eyes and rubbed them before joining the school doctor in the vehicle. Initially, Chu Feng intended to occupy the passenger seat, but Ning Shu hastily claimed it first. Chu Feng shot her a glare and retreated to the back seat. Throughout the ride, Ning Shu felt an unsettling chill at the back of her head, undoubtedly the result of Chu Feng's piercing gaze. It became evident to Ning Shu that Chu Feng's attention had shifted to the uncle, and she had overheard Chu Feng arguing with the lone wolf more than once. With accusations of betrayal flying back and forth, Chu Feng would invariably retort, denying any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, the school doctor remained unfazed, carrying on as if nothing had transpired. Much to the frustration of the lone wolf, who had entertained thoughts of eliminating the doctor on several occasions. Ning Shu was keenly aware that should any harm befall the school doctor, she too would be in peril, especially given the murderous glint in the lone wolf's eyes directed at her. The school doctor, driving, bore a grim expression and remarked softly, Another zombie has appeared. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew tense. Damn it, is this never ending? The wolf spider cursed, having encountered countless zombies along the way. A sense of desolation washed over them, as if they were the last living souls left in a world devoid of humanity. Truly, not a single person could be seen. How had these zombies managed to survive? Supplies are rapidly dwindling, and ammunition has become non-existent. Ning Shu now resorts to wielding an axe to dispatch zombies, striking their skulls with a sturdy stick. The only member of the group armed with a firearm is the school doctor, yet he shows no inclination to share it. Occasionally, he offers assistance when he sees Ning Shu on the brink of being bitten, but towards the others, he maintains an indifferent demeanor, as if their fates hold no significance. The school doctor has just announced the presence of zombies. Soon enough, their growls echo ominously, as hordes of the undead converge, seeking to encircle the vehicle. With an impassive expression, the school doctor accelerates, careening straight towards the zombies blocking their path, mercilessly crushing them beneath the wheels. The jarring impact nearly induces nausea in Ning Shu. A resounding thud reverberates from the roof of the car, causing the entire vehicle to tremble violently. The expressions of the onlookers turn grim as they encounter mutated zombies. Why are there so many of them? Ning Shu glances at the school doctor, whose face remains stoic and cold, his tightly pressed lips betraying his displeasure. Ning Shu proposes, Uncle, perhaps we should disembark and eliminate the mutated zombies. Flower, cease your nonsensical chatter. With so many zombies outside, venturing out would lead to encirclement, especially with the mutated ones. Are you wishing for our demise? Chu Feng retorts, her expression frosty. Both Gulong and Langzhu regard Ning Shu with disapproval. Frowning, Ning Shu counters, if the mutated zombies are above us, what shall we do if the vehicle is compromised? Without it, we would be torn apart by zombies in an instant. It is not as though she desires to confront the undead outside. Bang! The mutated zombie relentlessly thumped against the roof of the vehicle. Fortunately, the uncle's car was quite sturdy, sustaining no immediate damage. The uncle furiously pressed the accelerator, shaking off the sluggish, lesser zombies, then brought the car to a halt. He turned to the occupants, commanding, get out and eliminate this zombie. With no choice, they reluctantly exited the vehicle, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the zombie atop the car. Yet, their efforts appeared futile. The creature remained largely unharmed. A sense of helplessness washed over their faces. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Ning Shu steadied her firearm, aiming at the zombie, but it adeptly evaded her shots. What a nightmare. This mutated zombie, where did it even come from? The school doctor squinted, taking aim at the creature but refrained from firing, likely due to the zombie's remarkable speed. The lone wolf discarded his empty gun, resorting to throwing knives, yet they proved ineffective, and he found himself cornered by the zombie, perilously close to having his heart extracted. Lone wolf. Chiffon gasped in alarm. Shoot. The lone wolf rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the zombie's strike, shouting to the school doctor for assistance. Both Wolf Spider and Chiffon rushed to aid him, but it seemed the zombie had fixated on the lone wolf, determined to eliminate him first. The school doctor maintained his aim without shooting, seemingly searching for the opportune moment. The zombie lunged at the lone wolf again, and this time he was a moment too slow to evade its attack, facing imminent doom. Suddenly, a radiant burst of electric light erupted from the lone wolf's hand, striking the zombie with tremendous force. The zombie was immediately enveloped in a plume of white smoke, leaving the mutated creature momentarily stunned, its pallid face betraying a flicker of fear. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their gazes fixated on the hand of the lone wolf, whose expression mirrored their bewilderment. Soon, however, a wave of ecstatic realization washed over him as he murmured, "This is a supernatural ability, a supernatural ability," seizing the opportunity while the zombie remained dazed. The school doctor pulled the trigger, obliterating the zombie's head in one swift motion. Though the school doctor had dispatched the creature, a surge of rage filled the lone wolf's heart as he confronted the doctor, demanding, "Why didn't you shoot earlier?" With a sinister glare directed at the doctor and crackling electricity emanating from his hands, it was evident he harbored intentions of ending the doctor's life. Ning Shu, feeling a knot of anxiety tighten within her, interjected, "Uncle, he meant well, allowing you to awaken your powers in a moment of crisis." Indeed, the lone wolf had proven to be a favored one, awakening a lightning-based ability that was particularly effective against zombies. Upon hearing Ning Shu's flimsy justification, the lone wolf scoffed. Had it not been for his desperate awakening of powers, he might have already succumbed to the zombie's attack. He vowed not to spare the doctor. Ning Shu discerned that the lone wolf, now endowed with power, sought vengeance and aimed to establish unquestionable authority within the group. As lightning crackled in his hands, a fervent eagerness glimmered on his face, evidently intent on eliminating the school doctor. The doctor raised his firearm, aiming it at the lone wolf's forehead, chuckling derisively. "You're merely a novice ability user. Let us see whether your speed surpasses that of my bullet." The lone wolf's face twitched as he gazed upon the ominous muzzle of the gun, then at the indifferent expression of the school doctor. Reluctantly, he retracted his ability. Chapter 97. Seeking the ultimate boss of the apocalypse. 12. Upon unleashing his powers, the lone wolf appeared invigorated, radiating an aura of dominance that seemed to encompass the entire world. This spectacle elicited a torrent of sardonic thoughts from Ning Shu. Moreover, it appeared that the lone wolf harbored intentions of seizing the vehicle, potentially abandoning her and the doctor to make his escape. Yet, he exhibited a palpable wariness towards the firearm wielded by the doctor, maintaining an air of superiority while reducing the rations for both Ning Shu and the doctor, which left Ning Shu feeling disdainful. Concern for the doctor filled Ning Shu's heart. They were now two peas in a pod, tethered by circumstance. Amidst a recent onslaught of zombies, Chu Feng awakened her powers, discovering she had ice-based abilities, shortly followed by Lang Zhu, who manifested earth-related powers. Among the five, only Ning Shu and the school doctor remained devoid of any awakened abilities, rendering them the odd ones out. Ning Shu was perplexed by her inability to awaken her powers. Yet she felt her strength increasing and her movements becoming lighter, evidently a result of her exceptional martial training. Perhaps lacking abilities was a mere triviality. She comforted the school doctor, stating, "It's all right, Uncle, you will surely awaken your powers in due time." The school doctor shot her a withering glance and scoffed. "You should be more concerned about yourself. Don't let these people kill you." Ning Shu was momentarily at a loss for words. The doctor could easily subdue anyone with his weapon. If only she possessed a whip, her lethality would surely be amplified. "Uncle, why don't we simply run away and not mingle with these people?" Ning Shu whispered into the school doctor's ear. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, causing it to twitch slightly as he turned away. "I dislike it when you come so close. Can't you speak properly?" The school doctor responded with a sigh. "But now the other three have awakened their abilities. Precisely because they have awakened, we must flee." Ning Shu urged anxiously. "We cannot contend with them." "Absolutely not," he replied firmly. Ning Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? They are excellent specimens. The school doctor replied, Indeed, they are. Ning Shu was taken aback. Does he intend to dissect those three in a fit of madness? She felt an overwhelming urge to shake him out of such a preposterous notion. Here. This is your dinner, Chifeng declared, tossing a box of biscuits and a bottle of water onto the ground before the school doctor and Ning Shu. The bottle and biscuit packet were covered in dust, but fortunately, they remained unopened. Otherwise, how could one eat? Ning Shu twitched her lips in frustration. Previously, Chifeng had shown some interest in the school doctor, but after the lone wolf and she herself awakened their powers, her demeanor had changed. It seemed she believed that only the strong were worthy of her regard, and since she too was powerful, the school doctor, lacking any abilities, held little appeal. Chifeng discarded the items and departed, leaving behind her haughty and aloof silhouette. The uncle adjusted his glasses, raising an eyebrow as he observed the retreating figure of Chifeng. Ning Shu bent down to pick up the biscuits and bottled water from the ground, brushing off the dust before addressing the uncle. Stop staring. She has no interest in you now. The apocalypse is starkly real. The school doctor remained silent, propping his chin on his hand while gazing at Ning Shu with a languid expression. He replied nonchalantly, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Ning Shu scoffed softly. Pretending to be innocent, she found it hard to believe that the uncle was unaware of Chufeng's prior interest in him. She tore open the biscuit package and squeezed the bottle of water before handing it to the uncle, saying, Here, uncle, have some. Save a bit for me. The uncle accepted the bottle and took a sip of water, nibbled on a biscuit, and then passed the water back to Ning Shu. She, without hesitation, drank from the bottle he had just used and munched on the biscuit. The school doctor observed her enjoyment with a hint of disdain, scoffing. Are you truly that pleased to eat what I have left? Ning Shu choked slightly, clutching her chest in exasperation. Who truly enjoys consuming remnants left by others? The uncle's fastidiousness was genuinely irksome. Had she eaten first, he would not have touched it at all. Yet, Chifeng had provided them with such meager sustenance. Ning Shu was not one to be picky. As long as she could fill her stomach, that sufficed. It was vexing to be looked down upon by the school doctor. The following morning, Chifeng arrived to inform the school doctor and Ning Shu that it was time to prepare for departure. The school doctor would once again be at the wheel, while the solitary wolf and his companions awaited in the vehicle, their expressions long and their moods exceedingly grim. The lone wolf refrained from attacking the school doctor for a compelling reason. The vehicle they were in was inoperable, utterly incapable of starting. What further instilled fear was the mention of a bomb by the school doctor. The lone wolf regarded the doctor and Ning Shu with a palpable disdain, as if their very existence was an undeserved favor. Ning Shu, however, chose to disregard the lone wolf's contempt and remained impervious to the mockery directed at her, displaying an admirable fortitude. As they traversed the desolate landscape, they encountered numerous zombies and eventually arrived at a city that appeared less desolate than before. However, as they navigated through the urban sprawl, they discovered that the city was devoid of human life, save for the wandering undead. Their initial intent to procure supplies at a supermarket was thwarted, as the shelves were nearly bare. This evoked a sense of unease within Ning Shu, prompting her to ponder whether the nation had crumbled, leaving humanity congregated in designated bases, with the state in disarray. To whom could she possibly deliver the genetic serum she held? A profound melancholy enveloped her. As night fell, the group sought refuge in a nearby residential complex, where they dispatched a few lingering zombies in the corridors. Ning Shu turned on the tap, astonished to find running water, though uncertain of its potability, opting against drinking it. She reflected on the devastation wrought by the virus, which had tainted even the most essential resources. She cast a glance at the school doctor, contemplating the misfortunes they faced. Doctor, Ning Shu called out. The school doctor regarded her with a measured gaze, inquiring, What is it? Ning Shu grasped the hand of the school doctor, pleading earnestly, Uncle, you should abandon the fledgling phoenix. Let us escape together. The city is filled with abandoned vehicles, and the lone wolf no longer requires your assistance. Did you not notice the unmasked murderous intent in his gaze directed at both of us since we entered the city? With a tone of despair, she lamented, Uncle. Chapter 98, The Search for the Apocalypse's Ultimate Boss. 13. Ning Shu found herself at a loss, for she was discussing a matter of utmost seriousness. Yet the doctor's demeanor only served to stoke her frustration further. Uncle, she exclaimed helplessly, I am at my wit's end over this situation. The school doctor propped his chin on his hand, observing Ning Shu's contorted expression, and lazily remarked, I do not understand why you are perpetually in a state of agitation. My dear girl, cannot you simply compose yourself? Ning Shu, Seriously, uncle, you are still dissatisfied with me? How amusing. The group proceeded onward, finally encountering a settlement bustling with humanity. A multitude of people congregated at the entrance, and after such a long journey, the sight of so many individuals was exhilarating. Ning Shu trailed behind the school doctor, awaiting their entry into the base. The first order of business upon entering was to take a bath. A refreshing cleanse was much needed. The lone wolf and the fledgling phoenix stood at the forefront, while those responsible for registration at the base maintained an air of superiority towards others. When it was the lone wolf's turn, they inquired, "What is your name? How old are you? Have you awakened any special abilities?" The lone wolf uttered not a word, as arcs of lightning flickered around his hands, accompanied by a crackling sound that rendered the scene particularly spectacular. The manifestation of his lightning abilities was indeed extraordinary. The registrar abruptly rose to his feet, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the lone wolf's powers, his expression transforming into one of deep respect. He inquired, "May I ask your name, so that the base may arrange suitable accommodations for you?" The onlookers regarded the lone wolf with a mix of envy and admiration. Those endowed with abilities enjoyed superior resources and a higher quality of life, while those who had not awakened their powers were relegated to a lower status, enduring a life of hardship and relegated to menial tasks within the base. The lone wolf, aged 28, possessed the gift of lightning. He replied with an air of aloofness, exuding an aura of noble detachment. Next was the fledgling phoenix, whose ice abilities incited a flurry of commotion. She received her room key, followed by the wood abilities of the wolf spider, who also obtained a key to his quarters. Turning to Ning Shu, he made a gesture across his throat. Ning Shu cast a glance at the wolf spider, perplexed as to what had incited such disdain from him. When it was the turn of the school doctor, Ning Shu had long been curious about his name. The registrar looked at the school doctor and asked, "What is your name, and what abilities do you possess?" "Madman," the school doctor replied. A chuckle escaped Ning Shu's lips, followed by a cough as she playfully struck her chest. The registrar, clearly unfamiliar with the moniker Madman, shot the doctor a skeptical glance and remarked, "I meant your actual name. Is your name truly Madman?" "Indeed," came the school doctor's reply. The school doctor, with a serious expression, murmured a response. "What about abilities?" The school doctor shook his head, stating that there were no abilities. Without abilities, one is deemed inferior, the registrar remarked coldly. The doctor stood by, awaiting Ning Shu, who boldly declared when her turn came, "Flower, no abilities." The registrar shook his head in disappointment, declaring, "Another inferior being." Ning Shu approached the school doctor and inquired, "Uncle, what shall we do now? We are considered inferior and lack even a place to reside. The inferior base might offer shelter, but only meager provisions, or they would have to settle in cramped accommodations with many others." The lone wolf and fledgling phoenix had already departed, securing better lodging and resources. However, Ning Shu and the doctor faced a more arduous plight. Unfazed, the doctor entered the base, and Ning Shu hurriedly followed him. Among the crowd were individuals exuding a powerful aura, many of whom had awakened abilities, their faces adorned with expressions of triumph. These awakened ones scrutinized Ning Shu, seemingly assessing whether she belonged to their ranks or was merely another inferior being. "Flower?" A voice filled with curiosity broke through. Ning Shu turned to see a man in military attire approaching, his gaze reflecting surprise as he remarked, "You are still alive?" From the original owner's memories, Ning Shu recognized this middle-aged man in uniform as the commander of the Special Agent Group. Upon seeing him, she felt a mix of astonishment and joy, saluting, "Commander." The commander gazed at Ning Shu with an uncommon tenderness, exhaling a sigh as he spoke, "Shortly after your departure, the nation succumbed to ruin." Ning Shu found herself at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, she presented the genetic liquid to the commander, saying, "This is the genetic liquid I acquired, unbeknownst to the lone wolves." The commander shook his head, replying, "You should keep this genetic liquid for yourself. Have you awakened your abilities? Humanity can now awaken their powers independently. The efficacy of the genetic liquid is diminished. If you have yet to awaken your abilities, you may utilize the genetic liquid for that purpose." The commander's expression bore a hint of melancholy, for the apocalypse is merciless. You must safeguard yourself diligently. Ning Shu felt a deep sense of appreciation upon hearing these words. This man had rescued the original owner from the orphanage, nurturing her and imparting skills to her. In the heart of the original owner, he was undoubtedly the most significant figure in her life. "Commander, please accept this genetic liquid. This is Duo's first mission, and she wishes to fulfill the task entrusted by you." Ning Shu stated earnestly, handing the genetic liquid to the commander. He said nothing further, accepting the genetic liquid before inquiring, "Do you have a place to stay at present?" Ning Shu shook her head, responding, "Not yet. I am uncertain where to reside." "Allow me to arrange accommodation for you," the commander offered. Just as Ning Shu was about to nod in agreement, she heard the voice of the school doctor, Flower Duoer. Both Ning Shu and the commander turned to face the school doctor, who was approaching with long strides in a black trench coat. As he drew nearer, everything else faded into obscurity, leaving only the striking figure of the school doctor advancing towards them. Soon, the school doctor approached Ning Shu, who introduced him, "Uncle, this is my officer." The school doctor regarded Ning Shu's smile with a faint gaze, extending his hand to shake the officer's, saying, "Hello." The officer scrutinized the school doctor, a furrow of confusion marring his brow. "You seem somewhat familiar." The school doctor remained noncommittal, raising the key in his hand. "I have found a place to stay." Chapter 99. Seeking the final boss of the apocalypse 14. Ning Shu observed the school doctor as he ventured out for a brief exploration and subsequently found a residence. She glanced at the key in the school doctor's hand and remarked, "Uncle, I have found a place to live." The officer said he would assist me in finding accommodation. This officer was a figure of trustworthiness, akin to a father to the original owner of her body, which stirred a natural inclination for closeness within Ning Shu upon meeting him. The school doctor raised an eyebrow at the middle-aged officer, inquiring, "Have you secured a place for this girl?" Before the officer could respond, the school doctor turned back to Ning Shu, adding, "This room is the finest in the base." Ning Shu blinked in appreciation, replying, "Thank you, uncle." Now that she had arrived at the base, Ning Shu felt it unnecessary to trouble the school doctor further, as he had already been of great assistance along the way. The team leader extended his hand and patted Ning Shu's shoulder, saying, "Since you have a companion now, you should follow your partner. Though I hold a high position within the base, it would be inappropriate for me to show favoritism. The apocalypse is harsh, and having someone to rely on is indeed beneficial." With that, the leader turned and walked away, disappearing into the distance. Ning Shu, feeling somewhat stiff, turned to the school doctor and awkwardly remarked, "My commander has quite a sense of humor, doesn't he?" The school doctor tightened his grip on the keys, glanced at Ning Shu, and scoffed, "Pathetic." He then walked away, leaving Ning Shu to follow him with a contorted expression. Upon arriving at the residential building, Ning Shu observed that the accommodations were indeed quite admirable. "How did you come by this room, uncle?" she inquired. As they reached the door, the doctor opened it and shot Ning Shu a sidelong glance. "Do you wish to know?" Is it not permissible to say?" Ning Shu's mind immediately conjured images of illicit dealings, a scenario all too common in the apocalypse where the strong dictated the truth. As Ning Shu and the doctor continued their conversation, a door nearby swung open, revealing another individual. They exchanged surprised glances. Chifeng scrutinized Ning Shu and the school doctor, asking, "What are you doing here?" Ning Shu shrugged, uncertain of how they had ended up in this situation. Noticing Chufeng's expression, as though she had swallowed a fly, Ning Shu felt puzzled. Why should their presence here seem like a desecration to her? The school doctor cast a dispassionate glance at Chufeng, grasped Ning Shu's arm, and pulled her into the room. Then with a decisive thud, closed the door, leaving Chufeng outside, filled with both anger and resentment. After all, she was merely a lowly individual devoid of any supernatural abilities. Even after awakening her powers, the man continued to disregard her. In essence, Chufeng felt her allure thwarted by the school doctor, which fostered a deep-seated animosity towards him. "Why do you look down on me? What gives you the right to dismiss me?" Such thoughts consumed her mind. Ning Shu surveyed the room. Before the apocalypse, it would have been considered quite ordinary. The space was not particularly large, perhaps 70 to 80 square meters at most. However, under the current circumstances, it was indeed a remarkable accommodation, akin to a luxurious residence. After all, the base was limited in size yet teeming with people, making the possession of a private room all the more precious. Ning Shu's curiosity about the origins of this space grew stronger. "I'm going to take a shower," the school doctor remarked as he slightly bowed his head and entered the bathroom, which had an entrance somewhat low. Ning Shu acknowledged him with a sound and began tidying up the room, wiping away her sweat. Upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door, she turned to see the school doctor emerging. Ning Shu quickly covered her nose, fearing a nosebleed might ensue, for the school doctor stepped out wrapped only in a towel, which was secured rather loosely, revealing the contours of his physique. The tall figure, with a robust physique, left Ning Shu parched and speechless. Despite the youthfulness of this body, One might expect a gentleman to exhibit a modicum of decorum. The school doctor, with a cloth in hand, dried his damp hair, the moisture casting a shadow across his forehead, imparting an alluring yet dreamy aura. Ning Shu thought to herself how maddening it was. She truly wished to leap upon this man. Observing Ning Shu in a daze, the school doctor furrowed his brow and remarked, "What are you doing lingering here instead of showering? Do you not realize how dirty you are? I have tolerated you for quite some time." Ning Shu retorted, "To speak such words to a lady is truly heartbreaking. After all, I am a woman, albeit a younger one." It seems the school doctor does not regard me as a woman, but rather as a child. With a huff, she asserted that although this body was youthful, the wisdom within her mind might surpass his own. Ning Shu proceeded to the bathroom, where she was met with an array of bathing essentials laid out on the counter. Were these all the school doctor's? Once again, her perceptions of him were challenged. His obsessive cleanliness was almost outrageously excessive. After a refreshing wash, enveloped in delightful fragrances, she intentionally paraded in front of the school doctor upon her exit. The school doctor scrutinized her and, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Even after a shower, you remain quite unattractive." His tone was perplexing, leaving Ning Shu feeling as though her knees had buckled under the weight of his words. Could he not consider how his remarks might affect others? They were too harsh, too piercing. Her heart felt weary. "Can you cook?" the school doctor inquired. Ning Shu, taken aback, gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment and bashfully replied, "Uncle, I do not know how to cook." The uncle looked down upon her with great disdain. "Aren't you an agent? If you face an extreme environment during a mission, without food, won't you starve to death? I have never encountered such a feeble agent." Was the uncle entering a mode of sarcasm? He criticized her from head to toe, concluding that she was indeed quite inadequate. Finally, the school doctor, observing Ning Shu's nonchalant demeanor as she donned her clothes and prepared to leave, remarked, "I shall go out in search of food. Do not wonder about it. If you get killed, it would serve you right." Ning Shu nodded, pondering whether the uncle was once again about to resort to thievery. She accepted the bag from his hands, opened it, and was astonished to find rice inside. "Where did you procure this?" she inquired. "Someone gave it to me," the school doctor replied, brushing off the dust from his clothing with a casual air. "In a world where resources were so scarce, who would offer you anything? Cook it," he instructed Ning Shu. Ning Shu, bewildered, thought to herself that having spent most of her life in a hospital and now entering a mission world, she had never cooked for herself before. Was she about to acquire a new skill? Yet, she ultimately did not prepare the meal. The school doctor, noticing her conflicted and guilty expression, bluntly stated, cooking would be a waste of food. Consequently, it was he who prepared the meal, including steamed meat, which was cut with remarkable precision, as if molded from a single form. Truly, the uncle's obsession with perfection was a peculiar ailment. The plain white rice mixed with meat caused Ning Shu to burp repeatedly, almost moved to tears. The apocalypse was truly a torment. She reminisced about her days as a little princess, when she had tasted every delicacy imaginable, yet none could rival the exquisite simplicity of this white rice. The uncle, indifferent to meat, leisurely savored stir-fried vegetables, his slow and graceful movements standing in stark contrast to Ning Shu's ravenous consumption. The school doctor frowned, observing Ning Shu's greasy visage, and with a slight grimace turned away, unable to bear the sight. Once finished, she placed her bowl down, let out a satisfied burp, and gave the uncle a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Uncle, you're quite impressive. You can steal cars, dissect bodies, and cook." Suddenly, Ning Shu froze. This was a matter of the school world, and she had inadvertently let slip a secret. Observing the uncle's demeanor, it seemed he had not caught her words, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The uncle was remarkably capable, though his obsessive cleanliness and sharp tongue could be quite unbearable. Yet, Ning Shu's inner strength allowed her to disregard his barbs. The school doctor squinted, shifting slightly aside, and said, "Could you wash your face before speaking to me?" Ning Shu, feeling slightly vexed, thought, "So this is what I find annoying about him." She hurried to the restroom to wash her face, but before she could finish, a series of urgent, piercing sirens echoed, threatening to rupture her eardrums. Ning Shu hastily emerged from the restroom and inquired of the uncle, "What is happening?" With a furrowed brow, he replied, "Zombies are attacking the base. Gather supplies to defend against them." "Do I have to go as well?" Ning Shu asked, pointing to herself. The school doctor cast a sidelong glance at Ning Shu, reminding her that in accepting the shelter of the base, one must also manifest their own worth, little girl. Ning Shu gazed at the school doctor in astonishment, taken aback by his newfound awareness. The wailing of sirens grew increasingly piercing, and the doctor handed Ning Shu a firearm, cautioning her, "Be mindful, do not rush into the horde of zombies. Lacking special abilities, do not throw your life away. Brute strength cannot overcome such numbers." Taking the weapon, Ning Shu reassured him, "At the first sign of danger, I will flee at once." The doctor merely responded with a non-committal grunt. As the sirens blared more urgently, both the doctor and Ning Shu stepped outside, where they encountered the neighboring duo, the fledgling phoenix and the lone wolf. The lone wolf wore a sardonic expression, scoffing at the notion of those without awakened powers attempting to fend off the undead, suggesting they might as well succumb to becoming one of them. The school doctor shot him a cold glance, prompting the lone wolf to activate his abilities in a defensive manner. With a dismissive snort, the doctor grasped Ning Shu's arm, striding past the duo with an air of undeniable authority. The lone wolf's handsome visage fell into a frown as he realized that he, a wielder of special powers, was intimidated by someone devoid of such gifts, a truly humiliating revelation. Meanwhile, the fledgling phoenix observed the school doctor, clad in a flowing black trench coat. Despite his lack of abilities, he exuded a certain charm. Yet, in a world that revered strength above all, mere allure was insufficient. Most vexing to her was the fact that this seemingly inferior individual treated her with disdain while being remarkably kind to the flower, who could hardly compare to her in any regard. The ambitious fledgling encountered defeat at the hands of the school doctor, yet her thoughts lingered on him, driven by a desire to conquer the doctor and redeem her failure. In her heart, the doctor held a significant place. The frost-covered hands of Huaduo observed the retreating figures of the school doctor and Ning Shu, pondering the worth of her own existence, which seemed so devoid of value. Accompanying the doctor to the entrance of the base, Ning Shu was met with a harrowing sight. A relentless tide of zombies surged towards the gates, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of decay that threatened to induce nausea. The defenses of the base were fortified with artillery, explosives, and an array of advanced weaponry, all unleashed upon the advancing horde. Despite their formidable firepower, the numbers of the undead were daunting, rendering their efforts insufficient. Even those lacking supernatural abilities wielded makeshift weapons, such as benches and shovels. Yet the outcome was tragically grim, with many ordinary individuals falling victim to the zombies' merciless onslaught. The zombies showed no restraint, tearing into the bodies of the fallen in a gruesome spectacle. The commander orchestrated the military's assault on the undead, turning to Ning Shu with a furrowed brow, demanding, "What brings you here?" The cacophony of explosions made it arduous for Ning Shu to discern his words, and she called back, "I have come to fight the zombies." Noticing the school doctor beside her, the commander chose not to comment further, refocusing on the battle at hand. An even more dazzling display unfolded as the supernatural beings unleashed their extraordinary powers, effortlessly dispatching the zombies. Among them, the lone wolf's lightning ability struck with devastating precision, causing the undead to collapse instantly. The sheer destructive force was mesmerizing, drawing gasps of awe and admiration from the multitude who beheld the lone wolf's prowess. Sensing the gazes of those around him, the lone wolf's movements quickened, and the lightning in his hand shimmered with an almost ostentatious flare. "When zombies appear, it's best to run. You cannot contend with them," remarked the school physician with an air of nonchalance, displaying no shame in retreating from danger. Ning Shu furrowed her brows and inquired, "Are they mutated zombies?" The school physician nodded, affirming, "Indeed, they are mutated zombies. Yet they are far more formidable than those we encountered previously. Zombies evolve at a much swifter pace than humans." He gazed at the group of ability users and murmured, "If only I could dissect a few of these ability users to study their genes, the genetic fluid should not be merely a half-finished product. It could fully unleash a person's abilities." As Ning Shu fired her weapon, she listened to the school physician's ramblings, leaning closer to ask, "Uncle, what are you saying?" "The zombies are approaching." The school physician replied matter-of-factly. With a slight acknowledgement, Ning Shu resumed her assault on the zombies. As the undead drew nearer, she swiftly picked up a long stick or a hoe from the ground and struck at the zombies' heads, causing them to burst open. Now, Ning Shu had learned to be clever. When a zombie's head exploded, she would immediately dodge to avoid being splattered with its brain matter. The school physician had retreated a considerable distance, observing Ning Shu as she dispatched the zombies, effortlessly dealing with those that approached him. The scene was tense, with each individual exerting their utmost to slay the zombies and ensure their survival. A powerful roar pierced the air, and upon hearing this sound, the zombies became even more frenzied, surging desperately towards the entrance of the base. The toll of the dead continues to rise, the air growing ever more tainted, rife with foul odors and the stench of blood, accompanied by swirling dust. Chapter 101. In Search of the End Times Great Boss. 16. A resounding roar pierced the atmosphere. A sound so penetrating that it caused the heart to race chaotically, blood surging, leaving one lightheaded. The zombies, upon hearing this cacophony, erupted into a frenzy. As if imbued with some unseen power, restless and brimming with vigor. Flower, hurry inside. The officer called out to Ning Shu. With a swift motion, Ning Shu dispatched the zombie before her and dashed into the base, taking her place beside the school doctor. The zombies clawed at the walls and doors of the base, desperate to gain entry, and the sight of the surging horde sent chills coursing through Ning Shu's body. They're coming, the school doctor intoned gravely. Ning Shu turned her gaze to behold a dark figure rapidly enlarging, approaching with astonishing speed, ultimately hovering above the base. It was a zombie, indistinguishable from a normal human save for its pallid complexion, and its eyes moved perceptibly, clearly differing from ordinary zombies. Ning Shu's jaw nearly dropped as she stiffly turned her neck to address the doctor, stammering, "Uncle, it can fly." This phenomenon defied Newton's law of gravity. The mutated zombies she had encountered previously exhibited only enhanced jumping abilities and speed, but this one, suspended in midair, was a direct challenge to her understanding of reality. The doctor squinted at the hovering zombie and mused. Could it be that becoming a zombie facilitates evolution? The humanoid zombie incited a commotion within the base, particularly due to its uncanny ability to soar through the air like a celestial being, leaving the inhabitants in a state of shock and helplessness. This zombie was undeniably formidable. A palpable aura of despair enveloped the crowd, intensifying their trepidation. "Damn it, I shall confront you." An empowered individual unleashed a radiant golden energy at the zombie. But the creature did not flinch. Ning Shu paused, bewildered. Could this zombie truly be so feeble? It appeared so imposing, yet now it seemed destined to be struck. The energy passed through the zombie's form, prompting the onlookers to realize that they had merely hit a specter. Where had the zombie vanished? A piercing shriek echoed through the air, and the crowd turned to witness the empowered individual being impaled through the chest by the zombie. In its bloodied grasp, the creature held the pulsating heart of its victim. The zombie's gaze was chillingly indifferent as it discarded the lifeless body into the throng of its kin, which erupted into a frenzy, tearing apart the empowered one's corpse. The mutated zombie hovered in midair, taking bites from the still throbbing heart, while Ning Shu craned her neck, swallowing hard at the gruesome spectacle. This scene was both gory and repugnant, leaving the onlookers feeling as though their own hearts were being gnawed upon. With the unfortunate fate of the impulsive fool serving as a grim warning, the crowd hesitated, paralyzed by fear, fully aware that charging forth would be tantamount to courting death. In the midst of such a multitude, an eerie silence prevailed, making the urgent blaring of alarms all the more jarring. The mutated zombie devoured the heart in its grasp, licking the blood from the corner of its mouth with a grotesque tongue, fixating its gaze on a group of ability users with an expression reminiscent of a predator assessing its prey, instilling a profound sense of dread. Ning Shu pondered whether mutated zombies favored those endowed with energy-laden abilities. "Uncle, what should we do now?" Ning Shu inquired, moving closer to the school doctor. "What are we waiting for in this stalemate?" The school doctor, his eyes fixed on the zombie, replied tersely, "What else can we do? We must flee." Ning Shu hesitated. "Though I understand, I can barely muster the courage to move. What if I draw the zombie's attention and end up losing my heart?" Especially concerning were the ability users, who seemed to attract the zombie's focus, receiving its cold, calculating gaze as if the creature were appraising the taste of its potential meal, a truly daunting pressure. "There's no other option. We must confront it together," said the lone wolf, his expression grim. As soon as he spoke, the ability users unleashed their powers upon the mutated zombie, yet the creature evaded their attacks with alarming speed. Ning Shu thought to herself, zombies are truly monstrous. How does one combat such an invincible entity? Yet the true culprit remained beside her, the school doctor, whom she dared not blame, feeling utterly helpless. Surrounded by a circle of ability users, the zombie roared, its eyes blazing crimson as it glared at its assailants. Despite the numbers encircling the creature, the situation for the lone wolf and his companions was anything but easy. They were in dire straits. The commander directed the troops to eliminate ordinary zombies, while simultaneously monitoring the precarious situation of the superhumans. Anyone with discerning eyes could perceive the dire predicament of these extraordinary individuals. Superhumans are exceedingly rare. The death of even one would send tremors through the entire base. Although some individuals can awaken their latent abilities, the number of superhumans remains scant, making them highly coveted resources among various bases. The commander's face glistened with sweat, his facial muscles twitching in anxiety. Ning Shu felt helpless as she observed. For such a high-stakes battle was beyond her capacity to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped her axe and ventured into the fray, channeling her energy. She moved swiftly and with considerable strength, capable of holding her own against the mutated zombies. While superhumans possess unique abilities, their speed and strength may not necessarily surpass hers. After all, it was their velocity and physical prowess that rendered the mutated zombies formidable. "What do you think you're doing?" the school doctor inquired, grasping Ning Shu's arm with a raised eyebrow, astonished. Anticipating that admitting her intent to slay zombies would elicit disdain from him, she replied, "I urgently need to relieve myself." The school doctor responded, "Stay put. If you rush in, you could be inadvertently harmed by the superhuman's unleashed powers. Do not overestimate your capabilities." With a calm demeanor, he drew his firearm from his waist and squinted, aiming at the zombies. Ning Shu thought to herself, "If you can hit a zombie with that speed, I'll gladly kneel." Then, to her astonishment, she witnessed a remarkable scene. It seemed as if the zombie willingly lunged toward the bullet, and it was struck. In disbelief, Ning Shu knelt down, exclaiming, "Goodness, this is unbelievable." The zombie, struck by a bullet, momentarily paused, only to have its chest muscles convulse and expel the projectile from its body. Ning Shu's head collided with the ground, exclaiming in disbelief at the defiance of scientific logic exhibited by these creatures. Yet, as the zombie expelled the bullet, the ability users simultaneously unleashed their most potent power, striking the zombie with immense force that slammed it heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a cloud of dust to rise. The zombie's clothing was utterly tattered, and the areas affected by the ability were deeply marred, exposing bone. Standing there, its gaze scanned the ability users, ultimately resting on the school doctor, as if this particular human had made a lasting impression on it. Although the mutated zombie was struck by the ability, it appeared to sustain no significant damage, leaving an air of helplessness and frustration among the onlookers. The school doctor, under the zombie's scrutiny, remained remarkably composed, his expression remarkably bland, leading Ning Shu to suspect that perhaps his facial nerves had perished, rendering him devoid of any reaction. Yet, when he derided her, his contemptuous expression was vividly animated. The mutated zombie roared at the school doctor twice, prompting the crowd to believe that he would be the next victim to be disemboweled. However, the zombie suddenly turned and took flight, swiftly shrinking into a mere speck on the horizon. Ning Shu remarked, "It has fled." A collective sigh of relief escaped the group, their faces reflecting the profound relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. Chu Feng gazed at the school doctor with a complex expression, observing as he gently lifted the kneeling Huaduo. An inexplicable flame of jealousy ignited within her, for Huaduo, seemingly devoid of all, was blessed with the unwavering presence of such a man. Beside her, the lone wolf, perceiving the myriad of emotions, melancholy, resentment, jealousy, and affection, etched upon Chu Feng's face, remarked coldly, "He is merely an inferior being without any special abilities, possessing only rudimentary marksmanship. Do not elevate him to the status of a hero, Chu Feng. What truly lies in your heart?" Chu Feng, sensing the lone wolf's disdain, offered an explanation. "He is simply someone without awakened powers. In this apocalyptic world, such a person cannot survive. Yet, I sense an undercurrent of danger surrounding him, which is why I pay particular attention." The lone wolf cast a glance at her, his voice icy as he replied, "Let us hope that is the case," before turning away. Furrowing her brow, Chu Feng hastened to catch up with him, demanding, "What do you mean by that? Do you doubt me? If so, why are we even together? You offer me not even the most fundamental trust." With a huff of defiance, she sped past the lone wolf, leaving him with an irate silhouette. Meanwhile, Ning Shu found herself utterly captivated by the school doctor's remarkable marksmanship, relentlessly inquiring about the secrets behind his skills. The school doctor, casting a casual glance in her direction, replied, "You can anticipate a person's movements, calculating the trajectory of their next action, estimating the distance between you and the target, as well as the time it takes for a bullet to reach its destination. In doing so, your accuracy will be significantly enhanced." His words flowed effortlessly, as if this mastery were a simple and trivial matter, devoid of any complexity. Ning Shu suddenly knelt down with a thud, overwhelmed by the complexity of her thoughts. How rapid was her mind's computation? She mused that such intricacies might just warrant a more straightforward approach, perhaps with an axe or a club. Remaining passive, she knelt on the ground. Did her knees not ache? The school doctor cast a disdainful glance at Ning Shu, deeming her lackluster. Initially, her knees bore no pain, yet after the doctor's remark, she felt as though they might shatter, a sharp throb emerging. Upon returning to her room, the school doctor retreated for another shower. It was remarkable how often he indulged in such rituals. Ning Shu lowered her head, tugging at her collar to catch a whiff of herself. After spending time with someone as fastidious as the doctor, she felt rather unkempt. When he emerged from the shower, loosely wrapped in a towel, she felt an irresistible urge to snatch it away. Such attire seemed almost worse than none at all. Go take a shower, the school doctor said, drying his damp hair as he glanced at Ning Shu. I feel perfectly fine. There's no need for a shower, she replied. In a world where even clean drinking water was scarce, the luxury of bathing seemed frivolous. A hint of perspiration lingered, but it was hardly unbearable. The doctor's hand paused mid-motion, his indifferent gaze fixated on Ning Shu, causing her hair to stand on end. He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, his long limbs subtly revealed beneath the towel. Ning Shu tilted her head, stealing a glance beneath the towel, a tantalizing sight that stirred her senses. Ning Shu, I am speaking to you, the doctor remarked, noticing her dazed expression and unblinking stare. It's one thing to be foolish, but it appears your hearing is also impaired. There is no hope for you. At the entrance stood an officer clad in military uniform. Upon seeing him, Ning Shu was taken aback and inquired, Officer, is there something you need from me? The officer replied, I am not here for you. I have come to find your companion. As he spoke, he entered the room, surveying his surroundings, but finding no one present. He turned to Ning Shu and asked, Where is he? He was just here, Ning Shu responded. He must have gone to get dressed. The doctor was only wrapped in a towel earlier. The officer gazed at Ning Shu and remarked, You are quite young. Are you already involved with him? Ning Shu was taken aback by the implication of his words. Could it be that the officer thought the doctor's lack of clothing suggested something more intimate? She twitched her lips, thinking that he was overthinking the situation. Given the doctor's eccentric nature, it was uncertain whether he even had an interest in women. Before long, the doctor emerged from the room, clad in a white shirt and a black trench coat, his expression indifferent upon seeing the officer. I need to discuss something with you. Let us step outside, the officer said, addressing the doctor with a tone of respect. Ning Shu nodded, uncertain of the conversation between the two, and wondered if they were keeping secrets from her. Chifeng, with a stern expression, stared at Ning Shu. Without a second thought, Ning Shu attempted to close the door, but Chifeng blocked her path, coldly stating, Flower. What is this attitude of yours? Ning Shu summoned her internal energy, and with a swift motion, she shut the door, clapping her hands. She thought to herself that trouble seldom comes without warning, and she gave no chance for Chifeng to speak. Chifeng knocked on the door from outside, but the occupant refused to open it. In a cold tone, Chifeng said, Hua Duoer, I advise you to open the door quickly, otherwise, I shall use my abilities to destroy it. Emma, how audacious. Knocking on the door without invitation, Ning Shu retorted from within. What do you want from me? I am not seeking you. I am looking for your roommate, Chifeng replied. Hua Duoer, kindly unlock the door. Why are there so many people at the school doctor's today? Have they all been awestruck by the doctor's marksmanship? The doctor is not here. You may return another day, Ning Shu responded. Hua Duoer, you should open the door. What is with this attitude? Do you think that arriving at the base with an officer's support and a man's protection has elevated you beyond measure? Chifeng's voice resonated sharply through the door. Ning Shu was at a loss for words. She had not approached Chifeng at all, yet here she was, eagerly seeking trouble. Why did she, who kept her distance from the protagonist, attract such attention? Was it possible that her charm was simply too lacking? Ning Shu contemplated whether to allocate more points to her charm attribute, for possessing just a single point felt utterly inadequate. Inside her room, Ning Shu pondered why the female lead looked upon her with disdain, while outside, Chifeng continued to knock and call her name incessantly, Hua Do, as if it were a death knell. Finally, Ning Shu opened the door and, with irritation, asked Chifeng, What on earth do you want? I'm looking for your roommate. Chifeng replied, pushing past Ning Shu and surveying the room. Where is he? Ning Shu felt a surge of indignation as she was questioned so brazenly. I have already stated that he is not here, she replied. Where has he gone? Chifeng inquired further. Ning Shu rolled her eyes and retorted, How should I know? Silence enveloped the room as neither Ning Shu nor Chifeng spoke further. Ning Shu displayed no intention of hosting, not even offering a glass of water to her guest. What were? Do you not know your roommate? Feng suddenly asked Ning Shu. By the way, what is his name? She was unaware of the school doctor's name, only knowing him by the codename Mad Ann. Ning Shu shook her head, saying, I don't know. Feng's expression darkened. What do you mean? Is it wrong to simply ask for a name? Frustrated, Ning Shu replied, I have said I don't know. It is simply the truth. You, Feng, taken aback by Ning Shu's demeanor, coldly remarked, Fodder, do not get too pleased with yourself. What is there to be pleased about? Ning Shu could not comprehend Feng's insinuation. Did she think Ning Shu was deliberately withholding the doctor's name? It was merely a name, after all, nothing so secretive. Feng's demeanor grew icy as she conjured icicles directed at Ning Shu. In response, Ning Shu swiftly drew her firearm and coldly demanded, Feng, what are you doing? Flower. You are merely an inferior being who has not awakened your powers. Do you dare to speak to me like this? Believe me, I could easily end your life. And even the commander would not utter a word, Feng stated coldly. Ning Shu felt utterly speechless, narrowing her eyes as she aimed at Feng and exclaimed, Feng, are you out of your mind, coming to my home to kill me? I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of the female protagonist, given your attitude towards me. It would not be unjustifiable for me to take your life. The ice spike in Feng's hand spun ominously, its sharpness producing wisps of white smoke as it met the air. Goodness, what a lunatic. What on earth is the female protagonist thinking? Ning Shu pondered, noting the way Feng glared at her, contemplating whether she had offended Feng in some manner. Since their arrival at the base, there had been no interactions between them. The uncle, while speaking, drew a firearm from his waist and aimed it at Feng. Feng appeared considerably more nervous in the presence of the school doctor, for he was a man capable of hitting even zombies, and she certainly did not believe her speed could rival that of the undead. The school doctor looked at Ning Shu and remarked indifferently, What are you doing? You've allowed someone to intrude upon your home. How pathetic. Ning Shu remained silent. The school doctor holstered his weapon and coldly inquired, What brings you here? Feng momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Her impulsive decision to seek out this man stemmed from a quarrel with the lone wolf. I had a disagreement with the lone wolf, Feng blurted out, gazing at the school doctor. The school doctor wore a perplexed and bewildered expression, a sight that Ning Shu had never witnessed on his face before. He inquired with astonishment, What does this have to do with me? Ning Shu chuckled lightly, while Feng's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. Upon seeing Ning Shu's smirk, she felt as if she were submerged in boiling water, her entire being ablaze with embarrassment. In a fit of frustration, Feng dashed out of the room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding bang that caused dust to fall from the walls. Ning Shu dug into her ears, remarking on the loudness of it all. Turning to the doctor, she said, Uncle, I merely came to be a bit playful with you. What nonsense is this? The doctor furrowed his brow and instructed Ning Shu, Dust off the sofa. Why should I dust the sofa? She retorted, It is quite filthy from where you have sat. He replied matter-of-factly. Ning Shu sighed, feeling utterly exasperated. The doctor prepared a modest meal for her, sufficient for one. When she asked, Aren't you going to eat? He simply stated, I have already eaten. Ning Shu pouted, thinking it unfair that the officer would invite others to dine while neglecting her. Uncle, there's only one bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? This was a single apartment, leaving her curious about her sleeping arrangements. The school doctor coolly remarked, Do you wish to share a bed with me? His gold-rimmed glasses glinted ominously, giving him an unsettling demeanor. Ning Shu quickly waved her hands in denial, saying, I can manage with the sofa. The older man grunted in approval, clearly satisfied with the proposal. Ning Shu pouted. After all, she was a woman. Shouldn't this man, the older man, be the one to sleep on the sofa, thus demonstrating a semblance of chivalry? It felt as though he did not regard her as a woman at all. That night, Ning Shu curled up on the sofa, her face a mask of resentment as she glanced at the older man sprawled on the bed. He truly expected her to sleep on the sofa. In the dead of night, just as she was drifting into a deep slumber, a jarring alarm blared, jolting Ning Shu awake as if she were a dying patient startled back to life. Dazed, she turned to see the older man rolling out of bed and slipping into his coat. Zombies are attacking the base. Rise and shine, he instructed, adjusting the collar of his shirt and fastening the cuffs. Ning Shu exclaimed, An attack in the dead of night? This is absurd. Without hesitation, she leaped off the sofa, grabbed the firearms, clubs, and axes from the table, and followed the older man out the door. Many people were rushing toward the base entrance, some even hastily putting on their clothes as they ran. Upon reaching the base entrance, the enormous searchlights illuminated the zombies outside. These relentless creatures surged toward the gates, Undeterred by the electric fence that crackled with energy, their bodies reeking of decay and corruption, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 104. Searching for the apocalypse's ultimate boss, 19. The stench of the zombies was overwhelming, their putrid odor capable of rendering a person senseless. Standing atop the high walls of the base, Ning Shu gazed down at the horde below, her heart heavy with despair. The roar resonated with a chilling familiarity. It was unmistakably the sound of the mutated zombies that roamed during the day, an incessant menace, seemingly locked in a relentless conflict with this base. Rockets and explosives were launched toward the horde, yet the endless tide of undead surged forth with alarming persistence. As night fell, human vision became severely limited, posing a formidable challenge even for those with extraordinary abilities. The mutated zombies hovered ominously in the air, illuminated by concentrated floodlights. Their tattered garments had been replaced with new attire, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Ning Shu gazed up at this grotesque figure, a wave of frustration washing over her. This zombie possessed an unsettling intellect, commanding a legion of its kind, making it exceedingly challenging to confront, almost as if it were operating under some divine advantage. As Ning Shu fired her weapon, dispatching ordinary zombies with precision, the mutated ones required the attention of specialized abilities. However, even the most skilled among them found themselves helpless against the mutated zombies, who could snatch hearts from unsuspecting foes with alarming ease, leaving a chilling dread in their wake. While Ning Shu continued her assault on the undead, her focus remained on the mutated zombie, which had yet to engage in combat, appearing as if it were merely an observer. No one dared to acknowledge the nonchalant presence of the school doctor, who seemed to be merely spectating. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck her from behind, propelling her forward uncontrollably, and to her horror, she was hurtling straight towards the mutated zombie. A wave of panic surged through her. Was she truly destined to meet her end at the hands of this creature, to be torn apart as foretold by the narrative? Flower, get out of the way. The school doctor shouted at Ning Shu, drawing his firearm and firing a shot in her direction. The bullet did not strike Ning Shu, but hit the zombie lurking behind her. However, in her frantic escape, she was still injured by the creature, its claws digging painfully into her back. Infuriated, Ning Shu disregarded everything and dashed towards Chu Feng, firing a shot at her. Chu Feng summoned an ice shield to deflect the bullet. Enraged, Ning Shu resolved to drag her down with her, rushing forward to seize Chu Feng by the collar and forcefully slamming her to the ground, again and again. Chu Feng's face turned pale, blood spattering from her mouth, her eyes reflecting a hint of terror as she looked at Ning Shu. Witnessing Chu Feng's plight, the lone wolf hurried to her aid. Ning Shu, with a surge of energy, thrust a sharpened stick towards Chu Feng's heart, but she moved just in time, the stick instead piercing her abdomen, eliciting a pained wail. The lone wolf arrived, crackling with lightning, ready to strike Ning Shu on the head, but in the next moment, a bullet pierced his palm, blood splattering everywhere. Ning Shu, momentarily stunned, felt her wrist seized by someone. Without hesitation, she brandished the stick to retaliate. "Girl, it's me," came the low voice of the school doctor, prompting Ning Shu to quiet down and look up at him. "Useless," he muttered, pulling Ning Shu into the base, disregarding the zombies at the entrance. Upon returning to her room, Ning Shu felt an excruciating pain in her back, akin to a bleeding wound being doused with salt, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Was it truly impossible to complete this mission? Lying down, the school doctor addressed her, and Ning Shu, somewhat bewildered, gazed at the syringe in his hand and inquired, "Uncle, what is this for?" "You have contracted the zombie virus," he replied, administering a needle into her arm. The entire needle piercing her skin, an unbearable agony. "Could you be a tad gentler?" It then dawned on Ning Shu that she had been clawed by a zombie, leading to her infection. Was she destined to become one of them? This was unacceptable. Remembering how the school doctor had unhesitatingly eliminated an infected agent, she feared she might meet a similar fate. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her back, she asked, "Uncle, what exactly did you inject me with? Is it a euthanasia drug, considering our acquaintance?" The doctor furrowed his brow as he looked at her, responding, "This medication can somewhat prevent your brain from being eroded by the virus." Hearing this brought a sigh of relief to Ning Shu. He likely would not kill her outright. She was probably destined to become a research subject, which was somewhat reassuring. "Uncle, could you possibly provide me with some pain relief medication? I feel as though I'm on the brink of agony. The areas where the zombie clawed me are burning fiercely, and this sensation is beginning to spread throughout my body. I can even hear my cells wailing, tormented by the potent virus, and my head is starting to throb and heat up." The virus had seeped into her mind. And Ning Shu finally comprehended why zombies resembled mere shells of their former selves, devoid of any cognitive ability. It was simply due to the overwhelming destructive power of this virus. "Focus, Hua Duo," the uncle said, patting Ning Shu's face. She struggled to widen her eyes and gaze at the school doctor. Pain coursed through her, excruciating and relentless, and she had lost all sense of time. Everything before her became increasingly blurred. An unprecedented, tantalizing aroma wafted into her nostrils, igniting an insatiable hunger within her. She longed to leap upon the man before her, to pin him down, sink her teeth into his neck, press against his chest, and then extract his pulsating, seductive heart. Ning Shu attempted to vocalize her thoughts, only to find that her vocal apparatus had been irreparably damaged. Her efforts resulted in a sound akin to air escaping from a punctured tire, producing only a feeble heh. Life, it seemed, was rife with malice. She had inexplicably become a zombie. Striving for lucidity, she discovered that the energy she had cultivated within her was now absent, rendering her body clumsy and unwieldy. Yet, she felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at her, particularly as a living person stood nearby. Ning Shu reached out, yearning to grasp the school doctor. He regarded her with an expression of curiosity. Was there awareness within her? Unfortunately, Ning Shu could barely discern the uncle's words. The virus had ravaged her hearing, and her vision had deteriorated to the point of extreme myopia, rendering figures indistinguishable beyond 10 meters. Chapter 105. Seeking the ultimate boss of the apocalypse. 20. The school doctor spoke to Ning Shu, yet she remained in a daze, unable to comprehend his utterances. The uncle ultimately ceased his conversation with Ning Shu, as the school doctor retrieved a hearing aid from a box and placed it near her ear. Ning Shu inquired, "Can I hear with this?" The school doctor raised his voice and questioned, to which Ning Shu laboriously nodded her head. In truth, her comprehension was still quite limited. It remained uncertain whether the uncle's concoction bore efficacy or if her unwavering focus on the task at hand preserved her lucid reasoning. Yet, her yearning for human flesh had not diminished in the slightest. Her sense of smell had become extraordinarily acute. The aroma permeating the base was irresistibly enticing. Yet Ning Shu felt an innate aversion and repulsion towards cannibalism, even as her instincts clamored for consumption. Oh, the internal struggle was truly tormenting. After enduring a harrowing night, Ning Shu had irrevocably transformed into a zombie, unable to articulate, her movements sluggish, perpetually ensnared in a state of hunger, with an incessant desire to devour the man beside her. Each time such thoughts surfaced, a dark muzzle was swiftly aimed at her, causing her heart, which had been eerily still, to spasm in alarm. What on earth was happening? What would become of her mission? "We must leave the base now," the school doctor declared to Ning Shu. Though she struggled to comprehend, she wholeheartedly agreed with departing the base. As a zombie, she was merely a monstrous entity, wreaking havoc within its confines. Particularly should Chufeng remain unscathed. She would undoubtedly seek vengeance, for Chufeng was not easily vanquished. After all, she was a favored child of the world, graced with fortune. However, Ning Shu was unable to move swiftly. She watched as the school doctor, with his long strides, effortlessly distanced himself from her. Ning Shu gazed at the uncle's pristine white shirt and his dark overcoat, fearing that if she were to soil it, he might unleash his wrath upon her. "Hurry up and come up. While others are preoccupied, we must swiftly depart." The school doctor turned to find Ning Shu motionless, and he grasped her hand, guiding it behind her back. A wave of emotion surged within Ning Shu, and she felt a trickle of saliva escape, particularly as her gaze fell upon the uncle's alabaster neck, which tempted her to bite. It was simply irresistible. She had never perceived him as so enchanting before. "Flower, should you allow your drool to fall upon me, prepare for a severe reprimand," the uncle remarked coldly. Ning Shu felt utterly wronged, as a person with a disability. She had no control over her salivation. The uncle ushered Ning Shu into the car and drove away from the base, leaving others oblivious to their departure. The lone wolf, with his hand bandaged from the uncle's earlier confrontation, came seeking trouble, only to discover the place deserted, inciting his fury to wreak havoc on everything within reach. Meanwhile, the school doctor had already distanced himself from the base, and Ning Shu yearned to inquire where they were headed, yet words eluded her every time she attempted to speak. The uncle mistook her intentions for aggression, aiming his firearm at her head, leaving her heart heavy with despair. All she wished was to communicate. The school doctor brought Ning Shu to a laboratory situated in a desolate area, with the entrance concealed beneath a gnarled old tree. However, the deeper she ventured inside, The more a sense of familiarity enveloped her. She had been here before. Was this laboratory the uncle's lair? Ning Shu beheld a colossal glass jar, within which lay the lifeless form of a woman, her body adorned with alluring curves. Upon closer inspection of her visage, Ning Shu was startled. Was this not Ling Shui? The muscles of her face appeared somewhat contorted, suggesting she had endured considerable agony prior to her demise. A chill ran through Ning Shu's heart, as she began to suspect that the school doctor had brought her here with nefarious intentions, perhaps to dissect a corpse rather than a living being. With her bespectacled, myopic gaze, Ning Shu scrutinized the school doctor who, having shed his black trench coat for a white lab coat, now appeared even more akin to a deranged scientist, accentuated by his gleaming gold-rimmed glasses. As he instructed her to lie down, he adjusted his spectacles perched upon his nose. Ning Shu, bewildered, replied, "What did you say? I cannot hear you at all." In a state of confusion, she comprehended nothing of what was transpiring. Was she to be dissected? The school doctor approached her, and in her panic, she instinctively retreated. Yet, he seized her and firmly placed her upon the operating table, where her limbs were restrained by the surgical cuffs. A wave of dread washed over her as she finally grasped the plight Ling Shui must have felt in that very position, utterly at the mercy of another. "Help me." Ning Shu blinked desperately at the school doctor, silently pleading for mercy. With so many zombies at their disposal, why did he seek to dissect her? Observing her frantic blinking, the school doctor mused, could her eyes be going blind? Has the virus in the mutated zombies altered as well? Ning Shu, the school doctor, holding a syringe, attempted to draw blood from Ning Shu's arm, but failed to locate a vein. Seemingly growing impatient, he directly punctured the carotid artery in her neck, extracting a whole vial of blood. Oh dear, help. This uncle is so perverse and monstrous. Though the virus had ravaged her nerves, rendering her incapable of feeling pain, the experience was utterly ghastly. Noticing that the doctor was engrossed in his tasks, apparently with no intention of dissecting her, Ning Shu breathed a sigh of relief. With her nearsighted eyes wide open, she glanced around and was met with the sight of a ghastly, pale corpse preserved in formaldehyde. She swallowed hard, a wave of hunger washing over her, feeling an overwhelming urge to tear into it, both repulsed and ravenous. Ning Shu felt she might lose her mind as she observed the doctor studying her blood, the sin of him igniting a fire within her. "Please, just give me something to eat," she thought, perceiving herself as nothing more than a monster driven solely by hunger. After a flurry of activity, the doctor washed his hands several times before finally sitting beside the operating table. He looked at Ning Shu and said, "Child, maintain your composure." Tears welled in Ning Shu's eyes. How could she remain composed with him hovering nearby? He had no comprehension of the agony within her. In front of her, the school doctor nibbled on some compressed biscuits and sipped water. Upon catching Ning Shu's gaze, he inquired, "Do you want some?" "I want to eat you." Ning Shu raged internally, but she managed to nod at the doctor. He broke off a small piece of biscuit and placed it in her mouth. Ning Shu chewed laboriously a couple of times before swallowing. "What on earth is this? It's utterly tasteless. It is akin to a person consuming sand. How delightful it would be if the uncle could spare some of his blood for her." Chapter 106, The Search for the Apocalypse's Ultimate Boss, 21. Ning Shu lingered in the laboratory, oblivious to the passage of time, perpetually tormented by hunger yet not succumbing to starvation. This incessant craving was quite a torment. The school doctor, holding a test tube, pinched Ning Shu's chin and poured some liquid into her mouth. Ning Shu smacked her lips, detecting no flavor. What could this substance be? With a dazed expression, she sought clarification from the uncle regarding the nature of this liquid. At last, the doctor's mental frequency aligned with Ning Shu's, revealing, "This is genetic fluid." Ning Shu could only exclaim internally, why would she, a zombie, be given genetic fluid? The school doctor furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you feel anything?" Ning Shu shook her head. She felt nothing, merely a diminished sense of hunger, devoid of that desperate gnawing sensation. Could this genetic fluid possibly serve as a source of energy? "My dear, how do you feel now?" the school doctor asked once more. Ning Shu opened her mouth and communicated through lip movements that she was not so hungry anymore. "Is it that you do not feel as ravenous?" the doctor speculated. To which Ning Shu nodded eagerly. A moment of revelation crossed the doctor's face as he remarked, "No wonder zombies exhibit interest in genetic fluid. They are drawn to humans, consuming them. Perhaps zombies seek to replenish their genetic makeup, manifesting as an intense desire for human flesh." Ning Shu thought, "This perverse scientist is truly terrifying. Ultimately, whether it be supernatural beings or mutated zombies, their ultimate ambition is to evolve into superior humans. The school doctor proceeded to administer another vial of genetic fluid to Ning Shu. Ning Shu felt remarkable. Her bodily control had become significantly easier than before. The school doctor, having removed his white lab coat, donned a black trench coat, seemingly preparing to venture out. Ning Shu gazed intently at him, silently inquiring about his destination. The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and replied, "I will be stepping out for a bit. You should remain here." The laboratory was enveloped in silence as Ning Shu lay on the operating table, her limbs restrained, a profound sense of desolation washing over her. What troubled her most was the apparent loss of her ability to sleep since becoming a zombie. She longed for slumber, but found herself unable to drift off. The torment of insomnia was indeed excruciating. Yet, the doctor, unfazed, proceeded to place a corpse upon another operating table and began dissecting it to collect samples. Ning Shu watched in awe, nearly bowing in reverence to the doctor's calm demeanor, which genuinely impressed her. She wondered where the doctor had procured the corpse, whether it had been retrieved from a zombie's grasp. The doctor busily worked, even taking samples from the soaked body of Ning Shu for comparison. Meanwhile, Ning Shu lay there, utterly bored, longing to move about. However, the doctor showed no inclination to release her. "Doctor, you are overestimating the situation. I wouldn't dare to move a single finger," she thought. After a considerable time, the doctor seemed to have completely forgotten her presence. Ning Shu let out a couple of chuckles to assert her existence. But the doctor remained indifferent. Bored, she scrutinized him. His stern countenance and upright posture made him an enigmatic figure indeed. The uncle was exceedingly enigmatic. After what felt like an eternity, he finally completed his tasks and disposed of the half-day's remains into a formaldehyde solution. After washing his hands countless times and consuming a modest meal, he addressed Ning Shu, stating that he would attempt to extract gene fluid using abilities from the supernatural. Reluctantly, Ning Shu consumed the untested gene fluid, experiencing a sensation akin to drinking hot pepper water. Her throat burned intensely. Since becoming a zombie, pain had become a distant memory for her. As she ingested the gene fluid, a numbing feeling washed over her. Reminiscent of consuming sulfuric acid, she truly felt like a pitiable little guinea pig. Upon finishing, Ning Shu sensed a notable clarity in her mind. Her thoughts became considerably more agile, no longer shrouded in the haze that had previously enveloped her. Though she was aware, her mind felt heavy. For the moment, there were no apparent changes. The uncle did not inquire further. Instead, he reclined onto the adjacent surgical table and fell asleep. Ning Shu silently observed him, feeling a pang of frustration as she watched him slumber while she herself could not find rest. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually closed her eyes and succumbed to sleep, unaware of how she had drifted off after struggling for so long. Blossom, awaken. The school doctor gently nudged Ning Shu's body. She opened her eyes, momentarily stunned, for her vision was now remarkably clear. The uncle's face loomed vividly before her. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Ning Shu nodded, feeling quite comfortable, observing her smooth movements. The school doctor noted the absence of the previous robotic awkwardness and poured more gene fluid into her mouth. "Let's see if you can speak." The elderly gentleman addressed Ning Shu while jotting down notes. Ning Shu opened her mouth to respond but shook her head at him, unable to speak. It seemed challenging for a zombie to articulate words. Even the formidable zombies that had previously attacked the base could only howl like wild beasts. The school doctor suddenly unfastened Ning Shu's clothing. Ning Shu thought, "What on earth are you doing?" She attempted to convey her surprise, yet her facial muscles betrayed her. Ignoring her, the school doctor proceeded to wipe the dust from her body with water, an experience reminiscent of cleansing a test tube post-experiment. His expression was one of utter indifference, his lips curled in disdain, as if he had never encountered someone so filthy. Ning Shu felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a zombie, she was still subjected to the doctor's severe obsession with cleanliness. Witnessing him unabashedly cleanse her body was utterly mortifying. Once he finished, the doctor proceeded to wash her hair and doused her entirely in disinfectant. Ning Shu thought to herself, "Is he taking advantage of my inability to speak?" After the doctor completed his tasks, he settled beside her and languidly inquired if she wished to regain consciousness. Ning Shu nodded eagerly. She truly wished to awaken, not wanting to remain on the operating table, a sensation that was thoroughly unsettling, especially with the gleaming scalpel in the doctor's hand. Yet, it was not time for that. The school doctor stated, placing the scalpel onto the tray with a crisp sound, before retrieving a syringe and directly drawing blood from her femoral artery. "Let me observe your current cellular division." The uncle gazed at the light, scrutinizing the blood within the syringe. Ning Shu remarked, Could you possibly be a tad gentler? Chapter 107. The Quest for the Apocalypse's Great Boss, 22. Ning Shu and the school doctor remained ensconced in the laboratory, neither venturing out. The school doctor diligently studied her physiological changes, frequently administering injections to her neck, uncertain if it was due to an excessive intake of genetic fluid. She had previously felt no pain. However, now, when pricked by the doctor, it resembled the sensation of an ant bite. This indicated that her sensitivity to pain was returning. Yet the doctor continued with his brusque methods, leaving her unable to express her discomfort. Ning Shu felt akin to a laboratory mouse, utilized as a subject for the doctor's research on the evolution of zombies. Simply surviving brought her a sense of contentment. "Child, do you recall?" the school doctor inquired, raising his finely arched brow at Ning Shu. She nodded vigorously, indeed remembering the sensation of being disinfected twice daily and washing her hair twice a day, a regimen that threatened to leave her bald. The doctor unlocked her chains, cautioning, "If you dare to damage anything in the laboratory, prepare for dire consequences." Ning Shu, now freed from her restraints, moved and felt a cacophony of cracks and pops from her joints, reminiscent of rust. Rising to her feet, she took a few steps and then leapt, discovering her body had regained agility and impressive springiness. Could it be that she had transformed into a mutated zombie? What a vibrant life it was. "How do you feel?" the school doctor inquired, directing his gaze at Ning Shu. Ning Shu. She merely collided with a shelf. How could it have toppled over? Observing the school doctor's indifferent countenance, his expression devoid of emotion, the golden-rimmed glasses glimmering with a chilling light, Ning Shu initially intended to offer an explanation. However, as she opened her mouth, only a dismissive sound emerged, compelling her to bend down and retrieve the scattered medicines. With a casual pinch, the vials shattered, releasing their chemical contents. Ning Shu. Did she possess such strength? Even the most formidable martial arts would not grant one such power. The school doctor regarded Ning Shu with a detached gaze, and she felt a pang of despair, especially upon noticing him caressing the firearm at his waist. She nearly succumbed to kneeling. How infuriating! She claimed it was an accident. Yet would he believe her? Alas, she realized she must learn to master this body. After tidying the laboratory, the school doctor led Ning Shu outside. With a questioning glance, she inquired where they were headed, but he paid her no mind, driving as if in search of something. Ning Shu's ears perked up. There were zombies nearby. She intended to alert him, but he cast a fleeting glance her way and remarked, "I do not wish to converse with you at the moment." Ning Shu. The doctor was still agitated over the laboratory incident. It was an accident after all. The growls of the zombies drew ever closer. And as she observed the doctor's calm demeanor, she began to wonder if he might be deaf. In a matter of moments, they were surrounded by zombies. Yet the school doctor remained unperturbed, as though out for a leisurely stroll, and astonishingly, he even halted the vehicle. As she gazed upon the multitude of zombies, Ning Shu felt her heart tremble with trepidation. She quietly inched closer to the uncle, only to be abruptly shoved away by him. He flung open the car door and unceremoniously kicked her out. Ning Shu, completely disoriented, she wondered what the uncle was doing, having tossed her into a horde of the undead. "Help! There are so many zombies." As she looked around at the zombies encircling her, she pounded on the car window, pleading for assistance. "Uncle, save me. I cannot contend with this many zombies. I will be torn apart." "Flower, you are a zombie, not a human," the school doctor remarked, observing Ning Shu's panicked demeanor. Ning Shu, inwardly protested, feeling very much human and not a zombie at all. She glanced around and noticed that the zombies were not attacking her. In fact, they seemed hesitant to approach her. A heavy sigh of relief escaped her lips. Goodness, what a fright. I thought I was about to be devoured by zombies. "Flower, go slay the zombies. Control your strength," the school doctor instructed from the car. Ning Shu paused momentarily, then eagerly set off to confront the undead. It appeared that the zombies sensed her presence, as they turned away and deliberately avoided her approach. With determination, Ning Shu targeted the head of a zombie, squeezing with all her might. To her astonishment, the zombie's skull crumbled under her grip as if it were mere tofu, its grayish brain matter splattering across her face. Staring blankly at her now filthy hands, she marveled at her newfound strength. "Flower, I do not have an abundance of disinfectant to cleanse your body, so please maintain your hygiene." The school doctor, unable to bear the sight of Ning Shu's disheveled appearance, reflected on how humans appeared in such a ragged state, even after transforming into zombies. Ning Shu possessed a certain understanding of her own strength, She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and struck it against the zombie's head, causing it to burst open with a satisfying crack, akin to a hammer smashing a walnut. Stunned, she gazed at the car door in her hand, then glanced at the school doctor, whose expression remained indifferent, yet his eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Ning Shu thought to herself, suddenly embodying the might of a warrior, how complex this feeling was. She climbed atop the car, clutching the door. The school doctor, with his characteristic aloofness, pointed towards the roof of the vehicle. Ning Shu smirked, hoisting the door with one hand as she ascended. Sitting atop the car, she noted the considerable dust, which filled her mouth unceremoniously. Upon returning to the laboratory, the doctor unceremoniously tossed Ning Shu into a basin of water for a thorough cleansing while he began to eat. Observing him as he consumed his meal, Ning Shu swallowed hard, not out of envy for the biscuits in his hand, but rather for the tantalizing sight of his neck. Yearning to take a bite and savor the warmth of his blood, silently she inched closer to the doctor, inhaling deeply. A delightful aroma filled the air. As she leaned in towards his neck, he turned, his lips brushing against her face before he disdainfully spat and drew a gun, pressing it to her forehead. Immersed in the intoxicating scent, she suddenly felt the cold steel against her skin, causing her to shiver. Raising her gaze, she found the dark muzzle of the gun aimed directly at her. In a feigned expression of innocence, she shifted aside, distancing herself from the doctor. The uncle tossed a vial of genetic liquid to Ning Shu, instructing her to drink it. She gently unscrewed the cap and gulped down the liquid, which tasted as fiery as chilly water, an exhilarating sensation. After each consumption of the genetic liquid, Ning Shu found herself devoid of hunger, and the enticing fragrance emanating from the school doctor lost its allure. This genetic liquid was truly a treasure. Henceforth, her sustenance would consist of this chilly water-like concoction. It seemed such a rarity, and the uncle possessed only a limited supply. After a brief moment, she let out a burp and leaned against the wall, feeling a bit drowsy as she often did after imbibing the liquid. "Flower, how do you feel now?" the school doctor inquired. Ning Shu lifted her eyelids slightly, gesturing her intent to sleep. The uncle scribbled something in his notebook and remarked, "You should sleep on the operating table. It's quite peculiar to doze off in such a manner without any semblance of femininity." Ning Shu thought to herself, "Uncle, isn't it rather odd to sleep on the operating table? I am a zombie now. Such a designation as woman seems irrelevant to me." The school doctor pointed towards the operating table, and Ning Shu had no choice but to climb onto it to rest. The uncle then proceeded to administer an injection into her neck. Observing the dark, purplish blood, he commented, "Flower, your lifespan will be quite prolonged. Ordinary zombies enjoy extended lifespans, yet they endure the relentless torment of insatiable hunger. Fortunately, evolved zombies progress towards becoming superior beings. The extraordinary beings and the undead share a common path, both striving for the evolution of their own existence." The school doctor, shaking a test tube filled with blood, remarked, "Your cellular division is remarkably slow. There is virtually no cellular regeneration or death, which signifies an indefinite lifespan." Ning Shu, a child devoid of formal education and possessing only elementary knowledge, found herself perplexed by the doctor's words. As the school doctor delved deeper into his study of the blood, Ning Shu succumbed to slumber upon the operating table. Upon awakening, she felt remarkably revitalized, scarcely sensing the essence of being a zombie. A glance in the mirror revealed a slightly pale complexion and dry skin. "We shall venture forth," the school doctor announced to Ning Shu. Observing her reflection, he swept his gaze across her face and commented, "TSK, it makes little difference whether one is human or undead. One is hardly pleasing to the eye." Ning Shu felt as though an arrow had pierced her heart. One must consider the feelings of others even when speaking candidly. Following the doctor out of the laboratory, she pondered whether they were to hunt zombies once more. "Climb atop the car," the doctor instructed. "Why not use the door, which you had repaired?" Ning Shu retorted. Under the weight of the doctor's gaze, she silently ascended to the roof of the vehicle, feeling a sense of discrimination against her as a zombie. Denied the courtesy of entering through the door. This time, the doctor did not seem intent on seeking out zombies, but instead led Ning Shu to a towering edifice. Together, they ascended to the highest rooftop. Peering down, Ning Shu noted the considerable height, over 20 meters, indeed, causing her to recoil 2 steps, casting a puzzled glance at the school doctor. What purpose does this rooftop serve? To survey the world from above? The school physician gazed at Ning Shu, causing an unsettling feeling to surge within her. She instinctively took 2 steps back, eyeing him with caution. The school physician grasped Ning Shu's hand, leaving her bewildered and questioning his intentions. Without warning, he flung her off the balcony. Ning Shu clung tightly to his hand, her eyes pleading, "Please, don't let go." In her mind, she thought, "He is actually intending to push me off the ledge. This is life-threatening. Let go," the school physician commanded after shaking his hand twice. Yet he could not dislodge her grip. "Let go," he repeated firmly. Ning Shu shook her head, aware that a fall from 20 meters would surely end in disaster. "My dear, you are a zombie. Falling won't harm you," the school physician remarked. "At this stage, you should be able to defy gravity and float in midair." Ning Shu thought, "Really? Must you resort to throwing me off the building? What if something goes wrong? Let us see how you feel if I toss you off instead." The school physician pulled Ning Shu back up, and she patted her chest, still shaken. He scrutinized her, prompting her to feign innocence and confusion. "Since you are afraid of heights, let us lower the elevation," he suggested, his expression one of disdain. Ning Shu, filled with trepidation, followed the school physician down to a 15-meter floor. He looked at her, and she quickly shook her head. "It's too high." The school physician remained indifferent, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting ominously. Ning Shu averted her gaze, thinking to herself that the school physician was indeed exceedingly cruel. Then the uncle took Ning Shu to the 10th floor, where he observed her intently. Ning Shu, struggling, shook her head. It was still a bit too high. Subsequently, they reached the 5th floor, and the school doctor, with his thin lips pressed tightly together, raised his chin in a dignified manner, regarding Ning Shu. The atmosphere around him was laden with tension. Should she express any further trepidation about the height, he might very well explode in frustration. "How about this height?" the school doctor inquired coldly. Ning Shu stretched her neck to peer outside, desperately wishing to suggest that perhaps the 2nd floor would suffice. Under the weight of the uncle's gaze, she reluctantly nodded, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, he had kicked her off the ledge. "Help!" Ning Shu's heart screamed. The rushing wind howled in her ears, and she was filled with dread. Thud! She landed in the garden, lifting her head to spit out the dirt from her mouth, lamenting her unfortunate fate. "Come up, flower!" The uncle's voice boomed like that of a demon. Ning Shu scrambled to her feet, checking her body for injuries. Fortunately, she found none. But wait, a lack of injury surely meant more trials lay ahead. "Girl, come up," the uncle called again. Reluctantly, Ning Shu prepared to ascend the stairs, only to hear him add, "Don't use the stairs, jump up." Ning Shu thought to herself, "Is he intent on pushing me to my limits?" She gazed up at the uncle, then averted her eyes, scanning the surroundings for something to aid her ascent. Ning Shu chose a large tree not far from the building, swiftly climbed up, and then crouched down to leap towards the position of the uncle. She had merely attempted this on a whim, yet to her surprise, she truly managed to jump onto the building. As she beheld the uncle, who was now within arm's reach, she suddenly extended her arms and embraced him, causing both to tumble to the ground. With Ning Shu atop the uncle, her hand resting on his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart. The school doctor, however, displayed a detached demeanor, pressing a firearm against Ning Shu's forehead. Instantly, she scrambled off him and, with a servile demeanor, assisted him to his feet. The school doctor cast a glance at Ning Shu, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a look of disdain and disgust, exuding an aura of irritation. With an obsessive-compulsive disorder coupled with severe cleanliness issues, dear uncle, you are beyond salvation. In Chapter 109, Searching for the Apocalypse's Ultimate Boss, 24, the school doctor employed inhumane training methods to teach her the skill of walking on air, akin to the ethereal movements of a dancer. Ning Shu found herself reluctantly beginning to hone her jumping abilities, attempting to traverse the void without any support. Such a scientifically implausible endeavor was fervently insisted upon by the doctor, who, regrettably, was not a good teacher. Each time she faltered, he subjected her to scornful derision and humiliation. Why had she not yet departed from this world, she wondered. When would this relentless existence come to an end? Daily, she observed the uncle beside her, diligently recording data, causing her to feel increasingly despondent. The school doctor regarded Ning Shu with a shake of his head, disdainfully remarking, "Indeed, a zombie with retained consciousness is incomparable to one who has regained awareness." Ning Shu felt a profound realization within her. She still considered herself human, merely clad in the guise of a zombie, distinct from the mutated undead. Fortunately, her speed had significantly increased, and she had also mastered the art of walking on air. Upon returning to the laboratory, the elder gentleman presented her with a small vial of genetic serum. Ning Shu expressed her gratitude with a fierce smile, but the school doctor merely turned away, ignoring her. As she consumed the serum, she sensed that her body no longer required it, for her hunger had diminished considerably. She perceived that her current form had reached a plateau, hinting at potential evolution, though the path forward remained elusive. This body was already immensely powerful, exhibiting great strength and the ability to soar without wings, traversing the air with ease. The school doctor, munching on a biscuit, glanced at Ning Shu but remained silent. Confounded by his scrutiny, Ning Shu stammered, "What's wrong?" The elder furrowed his brow, a look of puzzlement crossing his face as he remarked, "You claim your body has been enhanced by advanced genetics, which should rectify any physical flaws. Why, then, does your face remain unchanged?" Ning Shu bristled at his words, feeling as though he mocked her appearance. A surge of indignation coursed through her veins. She contemplated overpowering him and extracting his heart. The elder's remarks were truly damaging to her self-esteem. With his sharp tongue, obsessive cleanliness, and compulsive tendencies, it seemed that no one could rescue him from his solitude. He was destined to remain alone throughout his life. After spending a night in the laboratory, the school doctor presented Ning Shu with a bag. Upon opening it, she discovered numerous vials containing genetic liquids, a considerable quantity indeed. A sense of confusion enveloped her. What purpose did the doctor have in giving her so much genetic material? The school doctor remained silent as they exited the laboratory, and an unsettling atmosphere lingered in the air. Ning Shu obediently climbed onto the roof of the car. Yet the doctor gestured for her to come inside. "What is going on today?" she pondered, sensing something amiss with the doctor. Quietly, she settled into the car as he drove aimlessly, seemingly without destination. "Uncle," she called out. The doctor abruptly pressed the brakes, turning to face her. "If there is something to say, just say it," she thought, noting his cold and aloof demeanor. "Do you realize your stoic expression has reached its maximum? Get out," the school doctor instructed, "and bring the bag with you." Ning Shu complied, stepping out of the car, and the doctor followed suit, approaching her. "You are a zombie, and you must adapt to this new life," he declared. Ning Shu blinked in bewilderment. What did this mean? Was the doctor going to abandon her? Despite enduring various trials at his hands, the thought of separation stirred a sudden pang of sorrow within her. The doctor had become akin to a second parent in her life. She reached out, tugging at his sleeve, and spoke slowly. "Uncle, take me with you. I am ready to fight." The school doctor extended his finger to gently tap Ning Shu's forehead, and with a scoff, he remarked, "I have no desire to be with a disheveled woman. Since we must part ways, I might as well bid you farewell first." Ning Shu remained silent. The school doctor then entered his vehicle, which sped away rapidly, vanishing from her sight, leaving Ning Shu enveloped in a profound sense of desolation. After pondering for a moment, Ning Shu resolved to chase after the direction in which the doctor had disappeared, yet she found no trace of him. Instead, she encountered numerous zombies, who, curiously, did not attack her. They seemed to regard her as one of their own. Perhaps her essence surpassed theirs. For some of the zombies even followed her in a lethargic manner. Ning Shu had to exert herself to the fullest to shake off these creatures, as she wished to avoid the torment of being pursued by a cacophony of moaning zombies. Eventually, she located the laboratory where she had previously stayed, but it was deserted. Many items had been destroyed by the doctor, leaving the laboratory stark and empty. With a heavy sigh, Ning Shu wondered where the doctor had gone and what her next course of action should be. A wave of uncertainty washed over her, as she realized she no longer knew her destination. Exiting the laboratory without a specific goal, Ning Shu felt the need to establish a purpose for herself. After some contemplation, she decided to seek revenge on the Phoenix. Having a target in mind brought her a semblance of peace. Each day, she wandered aimlessly, searching for human settlements, occasionally encountering mutated zombies. If they did not provoke her, she had no intention of engaging them in battle. What perplexed Ning Shu the most was the persistent presence of zombies lingering behind her. What could possibly be attracting them? As she instinctively reached for the pouch at her waist, it dawned on her. It was the genetic fluid. At present, this substance serves as his sustenance, with no intention of sharing it with others, including the zombies. Moreover, the school physician has vanished to an unknown locale, leaving the prospect of encountering the gene fluid again uncertain. For the past fortnight, Ning Shu has found herself free from hunger, only resorting to a taste of the gene fluid when her craving becomes unbearable. As she ambles along, she is unexpectedly imbued with a sense of wandering the world with a sword. Occasionally, she observes the struggle between humans and zombies with a detached gaze, witnessing humans being torn apart by the undead without feeling any particular emotion. From Ning Shu's perspective, both zombies and humans exist in a precarious balance, each reliant on the other for survival. devoid of any notion of absolute right or wrong. Although she initially intended to drive, walking, while lacking in fatigue, proved to be rather mundane, especially as she lacked the vehicle theft skills of the uncle. Suddenly, an exceedingly familiar roar echoed from afar, stirring Ning Shu's senses. Cursing under her breath, she resolved to seek vengeance for her lost comrade, Chifeng. Chapter 110. The Search for the Apocalypse's Great Boss. 25. Ning Shu dashed towards the direction of the zombie's howl, intent on exacting revenge on the mutated zombie. Upon reaching her destination, she beheld the mutated zombie floating ominously in the air, and her eyes immediately welled with tears of rage. When adversaries meet, emotions run high. After traversing several worlds, she had never suffered such a significant setback. Beneath the mutated zombie lay a horde of undead, surrounding a group of humans. The abilities of the practitioners within the group were put to the test as they fought valiantly to protect the supplies within the truck. Ning Shu merely cast a casual glance and immediately recognized the figure of Chifeng among the ranks. Chifeng was clad in form-fitting black leather pants, accentuating her alluring curves and graceful silhouette. As she battled the zombies, her flowing black hair added to her seductive and enigmatic charm. Indeed, she had survived. Ning Shu recalled the time her wooden staff had pierced through Chufeng's body, and yet here, she stood unscathed. A cold smile crept across Ning Shu's face. What a twist of fate it was to encounter an adversary in such close quarters. Upon closer inspection, she realized she was unfamiliar with the rest of the team, aside from Chufeng. To her surprise, Chufeng had ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Suddenly, a mutant zombie suspended in midair turned its head and let out a series of guttural roars directed at Ning Shu. The eerie sound of its growls resonated with an unsettling frequency, conveying some form of message. The mutant zombie growled again, this time with an urgency that Ning Shu could comprehend. It was beckoning her to join the fray. Fight. Not quite. I came here seeking a duel, she thought. The mutant zombie's actions piqued the curiosity of the humans nearby. Chufeng glanced over and, upon spotting Ning Shu, wore an expression of mixed surprise and suspicion. A shard of ice swiftly dispatched the approaching zombie as her gaze remained warily fixed on Ning Shu. Ning Shu began to levitate towards the mutant zombie, which tilted its head, scrutinizing her with a puzzled expression as it sniffed the air, clearly recognizing her as one of its own kind. Floating above, Ning Shu looked down at Chufeng, a smile gracing her lips as she greeted her. Long time no see. Upon hearing Ning Shu's voice, Chufeng's expression shifted to one of even greater astonishment as she exclaimed, "Who do? Is it truly you who still lives?" Chufeng glanced around, but failed to find the man who used to be with Ning Shu. Now, witnessing Ning Shu moving through the air like a zombie, Chufeng's face contorted in disbelief. "What exactly are you?" she demanded of Ning Shu. "Zombies cannot speak, yet the flower can articulate its thoughts." Ning Shu crossed her arms and replied, "Take a guess. Flower. You have transformed into a zombie. Even if you have become an aberrant one, the crystal core within your mind belongs to me. You were always a person of no merit, and even as a zombie, you remain inconsequential. I shall graciously accept your crystal core." Chufeng raised her elegant brows, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. The ice spear in her hand shot towards Ning Shu, but Ning Shu merely shifted her body slightly to evade the assault. Seeing Ning Shu effortlessly dodge her attack, Chufeng's expression darkened, and she bit her cherry lips, reaching to touch the scars on her abdomen, remnants of a near-fatal encounter. Had it not been for the lone wolf's desperate rescue, she would have met her end. Now, witnessing Ning Shu's newfound strength filled Chufeng with a profound sense of indignation, compelling her to hurl the ice spear repeatedly at Ning Shu. In a swift motion, Ning Shu appeared right before Chufeng, her fist poised to strike at Chufeng's head. Chufeng's pupils constricted, and she quickly conjured an ice shield to block Ning Shu's blow. With a cold laugh, Ning Shu exerted more force, shattering the ice shield and aiming a decisive strike at Chufeng's head. The countenance of Chufeng was a ghastly pallor, her gaze fixed upon the fist that loomed perilously close. In an uncontrollable grimace, her visage contorted in horror, the speed of the impending blow leaving no opportunity for evasion. Just as Ning Shu anticipated that her fist would obliterate Chufeng's head, an unexpected figure emerged, enveloping Chufeng in a protective embrace and bracing himself against Ning Shu's strike. Ning Shu furrowed her brow tightly, observing the man who shielded Chufeng, blood trickling from his lips as he anxiously inquired about her well-being. Chufeng, startled, hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, her voice trembling with a sobbing quaver. Linwen, how could you be so foolish?" As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Even as he spoke, blood continued to seep from Lin Wen's mouth. Chifeng turned her gaze, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Ning Shu. Huaduo, I want you dead. How dare you harm him? I will see you perish. Ning Shu felt an inexplicable sensation of being cast as the villain in this unfolding drama. Lin Wen, the man who risked his life to save her, must surely be the male counterpart. Thus, it seemed that whenever the protagonists faced peril, a savior would invariably emerge, culminating in the triumph of righteousness over malevolence. How absurd. She was not the evil one. There was no such thing as good or evil, merely differing stances. Was she expected to await the female lead's assault, allowing her to extract the crystal core from her brain? A formidable energy erupted from Chu Feng, compelling Ning Shu to squint against the intensity. Amidst this power, a peculiar scent reminiscent of zombies permeated the air. Could it be that those with abilities harnessed the crystal cores of the undead to enhance their powers? This force was formidable, and Ning Shu felt a sense of vigilance as she hovered in midair, gazing down at the young phoenix, who wore an expression of deep sorrow and indignation, her eyes filled with a profound hatred towards Ning Shu. Ning Shu found herself at a loss. In such a situation, shouldn't the priority be to treat the male supporting character who was taking the brunt of the attack? Even if she were to kill him, it would only delay the opportunity for treatment. Ning Shu felt as though her heart was in turmoil. The young phoenix erupted with a flurry of dense and powerful ice spikes, hurtling towards Ning Shu. She quickened her pace to evade these icy projectiles. Come on. If you have the ability, don't hide. Face me in a one-on-one battle. The young phoenix cried out in anguish. Why not evade and become a target? Ning Shu chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, a piercing and agonized scream rang out. Ning Shu turned to look, and her heart sank completely. The male supporting character, cast aside by the young phoenix, was beyond saving. The young phoenix, upon glancing back, saw Lin Wen's heart being extracted by another mutated zombie. Her eyes turned red with rage, and her face contorted in grief as she unleashed ice spikes towards the mutated creature. However, the zombie merely evaded effortlessly, floating in the air, holding the heart with an expression of utter indifference. Lin Wen. The once noble and aloof young phoenix cradled the lifeless body of the man, weeping uncontrollably. You must find happiness, she sobbed, as the man's head fell to the side, devoid of life. Chapter 111. Seeking the Apocalypse's Great Boss, 26. Ning Shu witnessed a moving scene of the male supporting character sacrificing his life for the female lead, and she found herself at a loss for words. In her eyes, Lin Wen was merely a tool obstructing her, a mere pawn to save the female protagonist. If the young phoenix had not been so fixated on her rivalry and the desire to kill her, perhaps she could have escaped with the man, avoiding death altogether. It is indeed rare for someone to make such sacrifices for the one they love, asking for nothing in return, and even in their final moments, wishing for the happiness of their beloved with another. Truly foolish, such selflessness. It seems as though she lives solely for the heroine, devoid of her own thoughts. Ning Shu is also exasperated. Even when others are injured, she insists on seeking revenge at this moment. Surely, saving lives is of paramount importance. Ning Shu gazes at the mutated zombie before her, its hand clutching a heart, still dripping blood, leaving her utterly speechless. At that moment, a military green tank approached from a distance, and for a brief instant, Ning Shu was stunned. It was indeed a tank. Moreover, these tanks were equipped with long-range missiles, and an ominous feeling surged within her. The mutated zombie began to roar, prompting the ordinary zombies to rush towards the tank. However, the tank was utterly formidable, simply crushing everything in its path. Upon seeing the tank, the young phoenix's face lit up with surprise, and she turned to Ning Shu, declaring fiercely, Hua Duoer, your time has come. You killed Lin Wen, and I shall avenge him. Ning Shu pointed at the mutated zombie and replied, I did not kill him. He did. Do you not see your backup's heart still in his hand? The mutated zombie turned to Ning Shu, growling menacingly, you will all die today. The young phoenix's face flushed with anger, asserting, Hua Duoer, not only will I rip your head from your shoulders, but I will also throw you into the research facility, subjecting you to endless suffering. Ning Shu patted her chest, filled with trepidation, as she gazed at the approaching tank, particularly the ominous, dark rocket launcher. Her sense of danger intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. A mere mortal body could not withstand the onslaught of advanced weaponry, especially not the searing heat that could instantly vaporize a person. Ignoring the words of the fledgling phoenix, she had no intention of waiting around to meet her demise. The mutated zombie, upon witnessing Ning Shu's flight, hesitated briefly before pursuing her. Ning Shu glanced back and nearly stumbled in shock. Well, I hadn't yet settled the score with you, and here you come to me. How convenient, saving me the trouble of searching for you later. She quickened her pace, and the mutated zombie matched her speed. After what felt like an eternity of running, Ning Shu discovered an abandoned warehouse devoid of human presence and resolved to take refuge there. Though now a zombie, she remained human at her core and could not bear the thought of living rough. The mutated zombie followed her into the warehouse. Turning her head, she regarded the creature. Its expression was one of indifference, a typical zombie demeanor, with its grayish-white eyes evoking a chilling sensation. The mutated zombie extended a blood-soaked heart towards Ning Shu, seemingly attempting to forge a bond of friendship. Ning Shu shook her head, declining the grotesque offering. She had transcended such base appetites and would not partake in such repulsive fare. The zombie let out a roar in response. Ning Shu paid it no mind, and upon realizing she truly had no interest, the mutated zombie began to consume the heart itself, bite by bite. Ning Shu swallowed hard, disgust rising within her. I implore you, cease this revolting act. It serves no purpose whatsoever. Ning Shu sensed that the zombie before her had reached a similar evolutionary impasse. Merely consuming the corpses of human abilities was insufficient to replenish its missing genes. The mutated zombie seemed utterly oblivious to her words and, having devoured the heart, let out a ferocious roar directed at her. Enraged, Ning Shu extended her fist and struck the mutated zombie squarely in the face, only to find her blow met with the resistance of iron. Undeterred, she then unleashed a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen, sending it hurtling into the wall with a resounding crash. The mutated zombie roared in fury at Ning Shu, as if questioning her audacity to strike it. One could almost sense its indignation. After all, it had offered her its heart. Ning Shu let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Were it not for this wretched creature before her, she would not have found herself in such a dire state. If it hadn't been for the uncle, she would have succumbed to a mindless existence as a zombie. The mere thought sent chills down her spine, intensifying her loathing for the abomination before her. With each passing moment, her anger swelled, driving her to unleash a flurry of blows upon the mutated zombie. As the creature howled in rage, summoning nearby zombies to its aid, it continued to clash with Ning Shu, its grayish-white eyes fixated on her, pupils trembling as it emitted a deep, menacing growl. With a resounding crash, the mutated zombie slammed into the ground. Ning Shu retaliated with a relentless barrage of kicks, causing fissures to form in the earth beneath them. Yet the zombie remained animated and undeterred. It roared once more, and Ning Shu, exasperated, dug into her ears and exclaimed, "Speak if you must, but cease your incessant howling if you cannot articulate." With a wary glance at the mutated zombie, Ning Shu observed that it showed no inclination to attack her. She proceeded into the warehouse, seeking a suitable spot to rest. The mutated zombie followed her inside, and upon seeing Ning Shu lying down, it mimicked her posture and let out a soft growl. At that moment, Ning Shu suddenly comprehended the reason behind the zombie's presence. It sought to learn. Despite possessing formidable abilities and a degree of intelligence, this creature acted purely on instinct. Alas, it seemed she had inadvertently courted trouble once more. Setting aside her grievances for the moment, she urged the zombie to leave. As she turned over, the zombie mirrored her movement. "What on earth is this?" Ning Shu exclaimed in frustration, sitting up and glaring at the mutated zombie, which met her gaze in return. "Leave at once," she shouted at the creature. The zombie's attempt at speech was far from articulate, its eyes fixated on Ning Shu's lips. "Leave," she reiterated, exaggerating her lip movements for clarity. The zombie's vocalization resembled a wheezing noise, continually punctuated by an awkward sound. "Zo, leave," Ning Shu bellowed, feeling utterly drained. She lay back down, but the zombie incessantly echoed her words. "Zo, zo." Chapter 112. Seeking the Apocalypse's Great Boss, 27. Ning Shu found herself accompanied by a relentless parrot, as whatever she uttered was repeated ad nauseum, driving her to the brink of exasperation. Why is it that she consistently encounters the bizarre, and no matter what she does, the mutated zombie incessantly mimics her actions? It is utterly exasperating. It lingers by her side day in and day out, leaving Ning Shu feeling utterly distressed, her hair, once smooth and radiant after being groomed by the uncle, now tangled and unruly. She finds herself yearning for the uncle, suddenly comprehending that his feelings towards her mirrored her own towards this zombie, equally infuriating. Only through comparison can one appreciate contrast. when juxtaposed with the mutated zombie. Ning Shu considers herself rather astute. Had the school doctor faced this creature, he would have long since put it out of its misery. My name is Flower, Ning Shu declared, pointing to herself, articulating each syllable to the mutated zombie. Flower, the creature echoed, attempting to imitate her. Flower, Flower, Ning Shu repeated patiently. The mutated zombie struggled. Flower. Well, 3 syllables proved too challenging for it. Ning Shu decided against correcting it further. Flower it would be. As soon as the zombie mastered a single word, it would incessantly repeat it, akin to an incantation. After much explanation, Ning Shu finally conveyed that she did not consume such things, ultimately preventing it from offering her a bloody heart. Observing its behavior, she felt less repulsed by it. It likely did not recall the harm it had inflicted upon her, considering the multitude of humans that had perished at its hands. Nonetheless, Ning Shu earnestly endeavored to teach the zombie to speak, facilitating rudimentary communication between them. To simplify this exchange, she bestowed upon the zombie the name Xiao Ming, which it joyfully accepted, incessantly chanting either Xiao Ming or Flower. After spending an extended period in the abandoned warehouse, Ning Shu felt a sense of restlessness and decided to seek out Chao Feng, intending to visit the base where the commander was stationed, as Chao Feng was likely there as well. Xiao Ming, I'm leaving now. You need not follow me, Ning Shu declared, planning to wander aimlessly in hopes of finding Chao Feng. However, she was confident that she would locate her, for Chao Feng harbored a deep-seated hatred towards her, and the narrative would surely provide Chao Feng with an opportunity for vengeance. Xiao Ming observed Ning Shu and stammered, Where are you going? I don't know. Ning Shu replied with a casual shrug. I'm going. I'll come with you, Xiao Ming responded. After all, having a powerful ally was beneficial, especially since this individual possessed the ability to summon zombies. Ning Shu had always been puzzled as to why she could not summon zombies herself. Thus, Ning Shu found herself dragging along a little tail, wandering aimlessly each day, and taking the time to teach Xiao Ming how to speak, which resulted in Xiao Ming becoming increasingly fluent. Ning Shu tentatively produced a vial of gene serum, curious to see whether Xiao Ming would attempt to seize it. However, to her surprise, Xiao Ming appeared disinterested in the serum, choosing instead between the heart and the gene liquid, firmly opting for the heart. Ning Shu speculated that Xiao Ming had grown accustomed to a particular type of sustenance and was reluctant to alter his diet. Consequently, whenever she felt hungry, she would freely consume the gene serum. After several days of travel, they encountered no humans, only wandering zombies, leading Ning Shu to harbor the illusion that humanity had become extinct. She turned to Xiao Ming and remarked, from now on, try to kill fewer people, especially those with abilities. Why? Xiao Ming gazed at Ning Shu in perplexity, for to him, humans were merely a source of sustenance. With humanity nearly extinguished, what would be left to consume? Ning Shu retorted, expressing the harsh reality of human existence. Ordinary zombies were tormented by hunger, suffering a fate worse than death, while mutated zombies were overwhelmingly powerful. Xiao Ming, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, turned his eyes thoughtfully. Ning Shu contemplated that humans appeared to be harnessing the energy cores of zombies to enhance their abilities, anticipating that humanity would soon regain strength. Having pried open the skulls of several zombies, Ning Shu discovered irregular crystals within some, while others were devoid of such features. The size of these crystals varied greatly, from the diminutive size of a grain of rice to the more substantial size of a thumb. She speculated that these were the source of the zombie's power and inquired if Xiao Ming possessed any of these cores. Xiao Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Curiosity piqued. Ning Shu touched her own head, suddenly wondering if she too harbored such peculiarities within her skull. The sensation of a foreign object nestled in her mind was both intriguing and disconcerting. It seemed that zombies and humans were locked in a paradoxical relationship of antagonism and reliance. Zombies craved human flesh, while humans required the crystalline cores of zombies to augment their powers. The duration of this struggle remained uncertain, and she hoped not to ruin this realm in the process. After wandering for quite some time, Ning Shu and Xiao Ming finally spotted a vehicle. Instinctively, Xiao Ming attempted to summon the zombies, but Ning Shu swiftly intervened. With a look of confusion, Xiao Ming inquired, Why? Let us stealthily follow and ascertain the origin of these humans, Ning Shu replied. Why? Xiao Ming pressed further. I seek someone. Hence the need to follow, Ning Shu explained. Why not simply approach and inquire? Xiao Ming inquired. What on earth, 100,000 whys? Ning Shu replied with irritation. Just listen to me. If we approach like this, we will be attacked. I can, Summon the little monsters, Xiao Ming asserted, undeterred. The little monsters he referred to were merely ordinary, mindless zombies, and he had bestowed upon them such a fashionable title. Sensing the conversation veering off course, Ning Shu interjected. Silence, let us follow. Silence, silence, silence. Xiao Ming entered repeat mode. Ning Shu sighed. She trailed the vehicle ahead, careful to remain unnoticed by the others, with Xiao Ming mimicking her actions behind. Each time she observed Xiao Ming imitating both the good and the bad, a sense of guilt washed over her, leaving her to ponder what kind of person he would become. In her heart, she muttered a prayer, hoping Xiao Ming would grow into a virtuous young man, embodying the ideals of integrity and beauty. They arrived at the base, and as Ning Shu gazed upon it, she couldn't help but silently marvel at fate. Realizing she had returned to a place she had once known, was this not a reckless act, seeking danger before the very phoenix? Upon seeing the base, Xiao Ming instinctively wished to summon his little monsters again, prompting Ning Shu to tug at him and say, let us find a place to rest beside the base. Why? Xiao Ming asked. The little monsters will come, and they will emerge. They fear the little monsters, he added earnestly. No, they fear you more, Ning Shu replied, feeling an undeniable sense of incredulity at Xiao Ming's simplistic and blunt approach. There's no need to make a fuss. Take care of your own matters. Ning Shu adopted a serious demeanor. Xiao Ming let out a resigned sound of discontent.